Good morning, Riftbounders, or like they say in Bologna, buongiorno. Good day, good day. I am beyond excited. We are finding ourselves in the day 2 top cut. A little bit of Swiss, a little bit of top 8, but that today will be crowning a top champion, or the first ever Spiritforged champion in the West. And with me today, back at it one more time, Mr. BMU. How are you feeling about day 2?
I am incredibly excited. I was a bit naughty last night and decided to go out for a few drinks with the wife, so I'm feeling a little bit rough. But you know what? As soon as I heard Spiritforged Day 2 champions, the life just filled me back up, and I'm so happy to be here. Plus.
Yeah, I'm happy to have you. It's going to be a great time. The best of the best players have gone and moved and advanced forward into the second day. You had to only lose 2 games out of the 8, so you had to have a really high win percentage. On top of that, I believe out of the 1,700 players that competed yesterday, only about 200 or so made it. We will go over the numbers very soon. If they don't show them on stream, we'll go ahead and bring them up for everyone here today. But it looks to be a very similar story that was told yesterday. Draven, no surprise to anyone, does indeed come out on top. I believe, BMU, do you have the numbers with you as I pull them up? Let me see if I can get them from
certainly
Twitter.
do. So in no shock to anyone, Draven has the most amount of players in the day 2, should we say, with quite a high conversion rate. So 38% of all Dravens who started have actually made day 2.
Yeah, not too bad. That's super high conversion rate, which makes a lot of sense. He has been known as the best deck in the current set. But there's a couple little surprises in there as well. And it looks like they're not talking about it just yet. I'll wait for the stream because I don't want to put the graphic over the stream and then for them just to have it on the back end. So let's see. Let's give it some time. But we could kind of talk about it as we pull it up here. The second one is a teeny bit of surprise. Not the biggest surprise, but we saw Kai'Sa come in at number 2. It kind of flipped around just a teeny bit for day 2. It was Aurelia slightly overtaking Kai'Sa by, I believe, a single, or actually 2 decks. 33 Aurelia. And real quick, we get the undefeated players. Chat or BMU, do you guys recognize anyone?
Let's have a look. I know. Ooh, no, I don't. I don't recognize any of those names, but
Kyle is Prismat. That's Prismat.
Oh, is that Prismat? Is it? Yeah, I definitely recognize Prismat.
Prismat is undefeated. Kyle is indeed Prismaticism. If you guys follow the online scene, Daniel, I believe, is okay. Daniel's on Draven. I thought that was the Daniel that was on Jinx, because there's a Jinx. And that Jinx player went X1 yesterday. He was actually the runner-up in the regional at Houston. So, phenomenal player. Marcus, funny enough, I believe is NA45's teammate that's representing him all the way out in Bologna as well. So, some great players. And it's always crazy to think that there's always a couple or more than a couple undefeated players, right? Like, how crazy of a player do you have to be to go straight undefeated in day one?
Yeah, 8-0 at this sort of level of competition is very hard. Like we saw earlier, like the first couple of rounds, like round 2, round 3, there was still some pretty simple like play mistakes. But I'm sure after round 3, like if you're going 4-0, 5-0, 6-0, those games are going to be against much, much better players. Interestingly enough, the top 5 undefeated people were 3 Dravens and 2 Ezreals, which I think I said yesterday. Like my head says Draven, my heart says Ezreal.
Right.
So maybe I get best of both worlds here.
Right. I think we will see a whole lot of Ezreals, a whole lot of Dravens. I want to see Aurelia make a bigger push into these top 8 competitors, right? Because I think in China, she was always just like one position shy of making a big statement. She was always good. She was always like the number 2 represented, but she never found herself in a final seat. So maybe today in Bologna, it will be her time to shine. Because I said it yesterday, I think the best Aurelia players in the world might just be out there in Bologna, and I'm definitely excited. Marquise, okay, thank you, mid. So, I don't know how to say his real name, but Alan ZQ did go undefeated as well yesterday. And funny, if you guys know, Prismat and Alan are actually competing in the opening round today of day 2. So if they put that on the featured match, that would be honestly like a grand finals type matchup. I would love to see it. But I believe BMU let us know a little bit of a sneak peek what we might be seeing. What did you catch a wind of on Twitter?
Yeah, so obviously I follow a lot of Riftbound players on X, and Randy posted a picture of him saying feature to start day 2, let's go, with a sneaky picture of his Draven, and it looks like on the opposite side of the board is Jinx. So we could see Draven versus Jinx with I think stream favorite Randy.
Right, guys, if you don't know Randy was the one we saw in the Chinese regionals representing that Sivir deck. He was the one that kind of put a big old limelight on her with the miracle package, because a lot of people were running just Sivir Aurora package. But let's see, let's take a little quick look at the representation from Jinx. Actually, surprising enough, more Jinx made it through than Victor. Guys, what's going on with Victor? I swear Victor's a decent deck, but every time when push comes to shove, he never really converts that well. He has single-digit conversion rates, but 6 Victors made it into day 2, and apparently a total of 8 Jinx made it into day 2. You know, BMU, is that just credit to how strong the miracle package can be? Because how is Jinx popping off?
Yeah, I think like purple good like is the sentiment for Spiritforged. So anyone able to kind of run that miracle package right now is doing so. We've seen some pretty interesting color combinations of that miracle package. But surprising outliers for me is 17% of all Darius's converted to day 2.
Wow.
15% of all Aries converted to day 2. And yeah, that Jinx, 17% of Jinxes as well. That is high conversion rate.
Yeah,
considering such low legends played.
And yeah, I think it goes to show like that's what it is. It's a little skewed, because it was like when you have so little representation, the more that make it in, the higher that conversion rate sounds. But it looks like the caster's making more predictions. I guess we'll throw it back to us. Are we changing our votes? We made some votes at the start of day 1. Who will be taking it all the way? Who will be crowned the first Spiritforged champion in Europe? Are you changing your vote, BMU, or are you staying with that mid-range Draven pick?
Sadly, I'm going to stick with a mid-range Draven, but seeing the chart this morning, my heart has changed from Ezreal to Ari. I thought people were clout chasing that best of card because of the value of it, but I think there might be some sleeper tech in the Ari, you know?
Right, there could be. We did see a little bit of Ori, but she didn't really do the best, if memory serves me right. I believe she lost the feature match we watched, but there was honestly so much Riftbound going on yesterday. I can't remember the entirety of the day. It was honestly 2 games per round. I believe we saw, no exaggeration, about 15 total Riftbound matches. They weren't all a complete series, but the majority of them were a complete series. So I don't know how we made it through day 1, but that was awesome nonetheless. But now we are in the beginning of day number 2. And yes, Oreo, the finals will be today. We have to get through the final 5 rounds of Swiss. So yesterday, round 8 ended the day off. we're going to be starting the day off with round 9. So round 9 through 13, just to kind of finalize and cut through every single player, narrowing it down to the final 8. So yes, top 8 will be today. And I guess you can make a little bit more predictions, BMU. Out of the percentage of top 8, what are we thinking? Are we going to get a couple unique legends, or is it going to be pretty lopsided, like 2 unique legends in there?
Yeah, I think, you know what, if we could get something like the Chinese tournaments where there was like 5+ legends in the top 8, how healthy would that make the game look? But it just depends on how many Draven mirror matches we're going to get leading up to that. And it looks like I was correct. It is our boy Randy on the stream. Look at that. He
Oh,
is
that
ready to
is
go.
awesome. Randy to start us off. You can't get any better than that. Let's go ahead and join him on the feature match table. And this is his lucky hoodie. Every single time I've seen him compete, he is wearing his infamous hoodie. It's almost like a trademark for Randy at this point. But I am beyond excited. Looks like he is representing that Draven Miracle package, the one I voted to take it all the way. Perhaps it might just be at the hands of Randy. And I'm seeing a Boots of Swiftness. That's a little spicy tech I don't see too often from Miracle decks.
Yeah, I mean, judging by the UIs yesterday with the deck list, I wouldn't take them 100%. But I'm pretty sure Randy is running that Miracle package. And if there is a Boots of Swiftness in there, there is a very good reason that it's in there.
Right, and let's see his opponent's deck as you predicted, or actually you knew it, but it was indeed the Jinx. And wow, it's not a Miracle Jinx. It's a rather more mid-range, straightforward Jinx. It just has Furious Forerunner. It has the quick draw longsword action, a couple treasure hunters to be more efficient on your rune economy, and then a card we don't get to see too often, the infamous Jinx Rocket, or what's the name of it? We don't get to see it too often. Is it Death
Super
Rocket?
Mega Death Rocket.
Super Mega Death Rocket. That is right. Oh, man.
Yeah, a little throwback from the League of Legends there. I quite like the, if you're a big fan of League of Legends, and a lot of the cards are kind of lore-wise, like, really cool. This guy loves his Jinx.
Oh, definitely.
Jinx
Looks like the #1 Jinx fan.
Jinx ult Legends. Just a big Jinx fan. And yeah, he's trying to take it all the way. I mean, imagine coming here with Jinx sleeves, Jinx deck, Jinx everything, and then, you know, winning the best of Jinx. I mean, you win at life at that point, right?
You definitely do. Jinx, I believe, was the second highest sold metal card out of Houston, so feeling good. I believe it sold for 30,000 USD, believe it or not. Ooh. And he has a fairly good shot. 1 out of 8 players will be walking away with the best of Jinx. It might just very well be the person standing in front of Randy. One thing I slightly want to point out, at the bottom of the UI, BMU, if you caught that, it said round 10. It should be round 9. Did they skip a round? Are we missing a round today?
No, because Randy's tweet was, it did say like, oh, I'm first up. So maybe it's just a UI error. Okay. Again, like, the production is phenomenal. The pace at which they've got the games, the organization is great. UIs just need to be double checked, just sanity checked every now and again.
Yeah, that's the only one little caveat. The only little downside is that they kind of tend to flip-flop the battlefields. They did for the last round. We were rather confused yesterday because it said round 7, but it was actually round 8. We were able to tell by the players' records. We were witnessing 2 undefeated players at the top table, 7-0-7-0. But it was round 7 at the bottom, funny enough. But it was indeed round 8. So I could only imagine they're not going to just completely skip around. We're probably going to be starting the day off to round number 9. And to answer someone's question in chat real quick, today is not all single elimination. They're no longer doing top 128 or top 64. They're literally just doing top 8. So they're going to continue on. And there is the fix. Round number 9. It looks like they got it together. But yeah, it's going to be 5 more rounds of Swiss, round 9 through 13. And then is a cut to top 8. And that is indeed single elimination. But BMU, if you are ready, we are starting day 2 off. Then round number 9 of the Bologna Regional Qualifier starts now, and Jinx will be on the play, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like Jinx starting us off with the Treasure Hunter with a 2-drop. Probably the best 2-drop ever if you're purple. And it looks like we have Zorn Warrens. I imagine that's on the Jinx's side. And Forge of the Fluffed for the Miracle Draven. So interesting battlefield choices here. Definitely not that mid-range Draven that we're used to seeing. And again, both players kind of starting out perfectly. Randy getting the stack deck into the Noxus Hopeful, 4 might on turn 1 feels pretty good.
Oh yeah, you honestly can't get too much better than that as a miracle package or as a Draven in general. But of course, Jinx gonna be scoring first since she was on the play, gets that little go generation for that treasure hunter. But now this is a dangerous game to play, of course, because every time you leave a unit on the battlefield, you're asking to give a little bit more advantage against Draven players. So Randy loving what he sees a treasure hunter, but oh, perhaps Jinx loves what she has in hand. That Siren could be a good piece of the puzzle of playing around these Draven decks, and could very well be exactly why she's finding herself in day 2, because a lot of Jinx or a lot of decks in general aren't necessarily playing Siren. I am loving that tech card because Treasure Hunter not only benefits from moving, but you're also denying any kind of draw power from those combat wits from Draven. And as we're speaking, Siren does hit the board, and great use of that card. I love what I'm seeing so far from Jinx. Real cool, even though it's just turn 2.
Yeah, exactly right. Like, the thing is, like, if you don't have a plan to get that treasure hunter away or safe, then you're kind of just giving up, all that tempo, all that points, all that, long-term gold to the Draven player. And of course, giving them cards is never a good sign. So being able to get stuff off that battlefield, this is why Jinx might actually be pretty good into Draven, because there's a lot of movement effects within that, red-purple combination, as we know. But especially with the Siren and the Treasure Hunter combo, that's a great start. Randy also getting like the perfect combination of cards. Turn 1, stack deck into Noxus Hopeful. Turn 2, Ezreal into Scrap Heap. Like, that is the dream. If you can plan your first 2 turns as Miracle Draven, that's what you want.
You're totally right. Optimal curve for Randy, and honestly pretty good curve as well for David. Let's see, we've seen the boost of swiftness tech card. I'm curious to see how that comes into play. Is it more so for the likes of the Draven champion to kind of bounce around, get the might increases from the ability of +2, or is there another card that fits better on the boots of swiftness as well? So, because I'll be honest, I don't really see the full game plan, but can you really ever go wrong with ganking? It's just an awesome keyword in general.
No, ganking +2, and obviously, unless they've got gear destruction, those boots of swiftness will just carry on keeping around. Like, can you imagine you go, oh, I'm really safe on this battlefield. He's got no units at base, and, Draven's on the opposite battlefield. And then all of a sudden, the boots of swiftness come down and Draven's right in your face. But we do see the use of that Super Mega Death Rocket, as we mentioned, taking out the Ezreal. And obviously, Miracle kind of relies on Ezreal to pay those additional costs for free.
It really does. And Super Mega Death Rocket already bearing some fruit.
It's a mouthful.
And yeah, it really is. We'll call it Death Rocket to be short. But, I love that card because every time you kill a unit, I believe you could discard one to bring it back into your hand. So it's very similar to Immortal Phoenix. And we're seeing it now. Or actually, every time you conquer, is that right?
Yeah, every time you conquer, you may discard one to return this to your hand. The interesting thing there was, like, Super Mega Death Rocket has been around for a long time. It's been around literally since the trial decks, I think. And Randy just had to check the cards. So it's obviously not one that he sees quite a lot of. And obviously, the synergy with Jinx and discard means, potentially that Super Mega Death Rocket can be in your hand all the time. So Randy's got to play around a potential 5 damage anywhere at any time, which is, makes the matchup a little bit more difficult, because Miracle's quite good at setting up things in base, like the Ezreals and the Dravens ready to kind of push in. But if at any point 5 damage can come out of nowhere, like, you've got to be very aware of that, and you've got to change how you're playing.
You definitely do. And to make it even sweeter for the Jinx player, so much gold. He is rich with that gold right now. 4 tokens already generated as early as that turn 3. And, I will agree with you that Death Rocket putting so much pressure on this Draven's back line, because you're not only locked down to the battlefield, you're able to hit any single unit on that board. And battering rams being that you think you have that threshold of being over falling stars, but battering ram just has 5 might. Death Rocket does that 5 damage, so you're not even safe with those bigger might units. The only unit you're, I guess, essentially safe from is those Rasas, but those are a little bit more later into the game while your discard starts building up. But Draven does get up to 4 points of cores, or is that 3? Okay, 3 points so far. And is it time to bring down the boogeyman, the Draven red champion, or does he have something else in mind? He looks like he's hard casting repeated without the Ezreal. That's going to cost him quite a bit, but I think he thinks it's worth it.
Yeah, so this is kind of interesting with this matchup that I'm noticing now is like Jinx really suffered in set one with the amount of power that she had to pay for most of her units. Like the accelerated Jinx was 2 power. You've got, when you discard me, pay a power to play me. There was a real time where Jinx was down to like 3 to 5 runes most of the time. But obviously with the gold generation of set 2, that could be alleviated. And the other problem with Jinx was like, her package was very aggro. Like she's very good at getting onto battlefields, but not very good at holding them. And obviously now we see a lot more tech in Spiritforged where it gives them abilities, like for example the Siren and things like that. And the other thing, obviously, she the Jinx player took out Randy's Ezreal, and that made him pay 2 power for that cold shot. Cold shot's really good, but it's because you can get it for so cheap. You can pay gold, you can pay the Ezreal to repeat it for free. But when you have to hard cast it like that, it's not as good. It's not as valuable.
Yeah, very well said. I think it does put Randy back effectively an entire turn, but Jinx having a whole lot more tools in Spiritforge, as you pointed out. Just the simple fact of having so much gold makes it a whole lot easier going forward. I also think tools like we saw in the deck list, things like a reaction speed gear attached onto your units, kind of catching people by surprise. So we'll see if that longsword comes into play a little bit. It looks like potentially that Death Rocket number 2 might be activated here shortly, because it looks like he doesn't have too many other plays. We've seen the last right, the seal, the Death Rocket, and I believe, is that a Draven of his own in the back there?
Yeah. Oh, possibly. Yeah. So the Super Mega Death Rocket just killed. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right. It's absolutely right, Draven. So the Death Rocket just killed the Draven in the back line, which means he can now conquer Zorn Warrens, fix his hand with something he wants, get the Death Rocket back, kill something else. Like this combo, and he just keeps generating goals and tokens and gear, keeps moving it with the treasure hunter as well. So yeah, he chucks a seal, and now he's discarded. He could get the rocket back if he wanted to, but we see Edge of Night, Draven, last rites as well to get stuff back from the graveyard. This is a really cool Jinx deck, and it wouldn't surprise me if we saw Jinx start appearing at some Nexus nights very soon.
Oh, 100%. He is putting so much attention on Jinx. I mean, look at what he's doing to the likes of Randy, a very hard fan favorite here in chat, or here around the world, honestly. But Jinx putting on quite the display. Just the Death Rocket alone, being able to conquer Recur back in hand, even if he didn't have more than one, which he actually had 2 this game, is looking mighty good. Let's see if he goes ahead and picks it up. The only caveat for Death Rocket is that it's decently expensive, 4 energy, 1 power. Thankfully, the one thing you said was the gold tokens, kind of alleviating that gold or the rune pressure. So you simply just have to have 4 energy up, and I believe he has exactly 4 energy remaining. So those Noxus hopefuls do not feel safe in the back line, and then you're just leaving behind 1 hopeful, 1 merchant. That's not necessarily where Miracle Draven feels comfortable at. They feel comfortable with a couple more units on the board, and it feels like they used a lot of the cards already that spam out their battering rams. They need to have something like a stack deck, another Noxus hopeful. They need kind of like little energy costing cards to bring out their cards. If all these cards have already been played and slash you don't have them in hand, it's going to be quite expensive to bring out. I believe he had 2 battering rams in hand already.
Yeah, he had 2 battering rams. Obviously, because of the cold shot, taking a lot of those runes away. You're right; it's setting back a whole turn. It's going to be hard to get battering rams out when you can't play stuff for free. That's kind of like what Miracle wants to do: is play stuff for free and then play battering rams for 5 might down. That's kind of like the game plan to build up that back line. But when your Ezreal dies that early and you don't get any value out of it, all of a sudden those battering rams are still costing 3 power, or 3 runes, sorry, 3 energy. And they become quite difficult to play.
Yeah, and honestly, I can't keep thinking enough about that Death Rocket, because right now in the Spiritforged meta, a lot of decks tend to hang out in the back line, don't they? Because right now you're more often benefiting from doing quick conquers with like not over commitments is what I'm trying to get at. Because Draven eats that alive, right? They want you to stay on the battlefields. They want to get those combat wins. So that a lot of decks have kind of tuned their strategy around. Let's just do small conquers. You know, send in a traveling merchant, send in a little treasure hunter, but keep the majority of my valuable units in the back. And Def Rocket kind of completely flips that on its head. So perhaps Randy wasn't fully prepared for something like that, but let's see what he has this turn. He has the last right of his own in hand, a couple battering rams like we pointed out, but here goes the last right. He does have a couple free conquerors. As the conquer on the Zon Warrens, I just don't know what's in the base, or not in the base, in the trash. Are we thinking of bringing back the Draven? I don't think you have enough runes. What did we see already hit the trash? I can't recall.
We saw. Oh, let me think. So Draven got
the
pings.
Ezreal.
That's the one. The Ezreal, right? Yeah. So he's got 3 runes to play exactly the Ezreal, so that could be the thing. But we see on the side of the Jinx as well. We do see a last rites on the Treasure Hunter. This Jinx deck is almost playing like an MVP deck, like an Aurelia. You know, keep the Aurelia alive. Like, what happens if turn 2, like Randy just falling stars? Like, what happens to that Treasure Hunter at that point? Like, is it game over for the Jinx or what?
Yeah, you're totally right, because he hasn't played out a single other unit. That Treasure Hunter has been doing an enormous amount of heavy lifting in this game, conquer after conquer, gold after gold. But if he didn't have that Treasure Hunter, I wonder how different this game would be. And more importantly, does he have any kind of backline interaction? We're seeing the piercing light in the hand right now. I don't believe he had it before. But if he has, as you mentioned before, something like a falling star on the side deck, this could be a good opportunity to put it in for game number 2. Even though he's not looking that crazy behind. Honestly, he's rather ahead. Definitely on points. He's at 5 points versus the Jinx's 3. Has a little bit more units already developed out on the board. Goes ahead and hides a card on Forge of the Fluff. And funny enough, even though Jinx has done so much in this game, it feels like she's still a teeny bit behind. I don't know. I guess he's rather close. But in terms of battlefield control, that's going to be favoring Randy at the moment.
Yeah, definitely like what we see on the field at the moment is favoring Randy, you know, but the sort of tail of the tape on this one is because he lost the Ezreal early, he had to pay a lot of power to get his usual sort of miracle stuff rolling. So he is massively behind in runes, which is forcing him to hide cards rather than be able to keep runes up to play cards. So it kind of limits your options just that little bit. And of course, you have to pay a power to hide a card. So he falls a little bit further behind. And if the Jinx player just refuses to interact with that battlefield and carries on doing his own game plan, then he can definitely build up some tempo on the board. But we haven't seen a lot of units in the hand of the Jinx. So I don't know if that's intentional or if that's just unlucky with the draw. But we see this Super Mega Death Rocket coming down yet again, picking off the Noxus Hopeful on that Forge of the Fluff. So I think the Jinx has a plan in mind. They're not taking too much time to think about the turn. They're just kind of grabbing runes, turning them sideways, and maybe we just see the Jinx run in and take whatever that hidden card is.
Yeah, might as well bait it out while you can. You know you have with the last right. You're going up to 3 might. Traveling Merchant only has 2, so you're effectively going to be able to take it down because Draven is completely tapped out. But you do have to be considerate of that hidden card, of course. I could only imagine. I mean, most Dravens aren't really running Edge and Night these days, so I believe David is feeling decently confident. If it's something like a fight or flight, you will be getting a gold for that push either way. But let's see what Randy has in mind, because I can't completely remember exactly what hidden card Randy had in hand, but I think we're going to be finding out really soon.
Yeah, it was a fight or flight, and obviously pushes that back, gets another gold token, but stops him from conquering, which is the most important bit of that, you know, the point tempo there. And because like he doesn't have any more units on the board, you kind of feel quite safe. And you know, right now I think the Jinx wants to get on battlefields, wants to conquer, so they can, you know, get that tempo back, get the last rights working, you know, get Draven's back on the board, and then just carry on pinging stuff down with the Death Rocket. But we do see a Jinx on board. These mats are absolutely tiny. Jinx just played on top of the Treasure Hunter,
right?
So yeah, I I like the deck. I can see what it's kind of doing, but maybe we're just seeing like bad draws. So it'd be interesting to see, if this goes to game 2 and 3, which will obviously go to game 2. If it goes to game 3, then what sort of sideboards do these players get? Because I bet Randy, I don't think he'd expect to run into a Jinx. So I don't imagine he's got a good sideboard against Jinx.
I believe a lot of the top players were not expecting to run into a handful of Jinx, and that they did, because I believe there's at least, as we mentioned before, 8 Jinx in top 2, so a lot of people getting caught off surprise. But I believe, as you mentioned, Jinx is having a bit of a unit dilemma, right? Only the Treasure Hunter brings out the Chosen Champion, but other than that, I mean, at the end of the day, the only way of scoring points is by units conquering, by units holding. And if you don't have any units, you can't really progress your game plan. As we're seeing Randy already moving his way up to 7 points. This is picture perfect for Randy. At this point, I don't think you even have to leave any units on the battlefields. You can just kind of retreat back, try to establish more units on the board, and then try to make that big push from 7 to 8. You even get in a couple additional draws in between there as well. So I think Randy is indeed in a phenomenal position to walk away from this game number 1 victorious, and obviously see how things go in game number 2. But Jinx started off strong, started off with nice little tech, got so many gold tokens on top of that, but it seems like she started to slow down like the third turn or so. After those death rockets, she didn't really have too much going for her, did she?
Not really. Obviously, the only thing Jinx has going for them right now is the fact that Randy's only on 6 runes and he's fully tapped out. But we do see the overzealous fan going on the Zorns. He does have now 2 units in base, so he kind of can push that. If he can get a discard, then maybe he can get the Death Rocket back, ping the overzealous fan and take the battlefield that way. But it's going to be an uphill battle. Like, Randy's on 7 points. 7 points as a miracle, Draven. There's going to be things that they can just do next turn that's going to mess up your battle plan. So I think this is going to be the turn to decide it. Jinx is probably going to take a look at the hand. They do get the draw too, correct? Because the hand is empty because of the Jinx Legend. So they're going to have a few options. But is a few enough options against this sort of setup?
Right, there's a few enough options to take down both of these battlefields. And I love seeing these high level plays, because as I was saying before, I thought the play was just retreat your units, kind of prepare for a big final push. But Randy completely playing a slightly different, or big difference from what I was imagining. He went on the hold the battlefield game plans, feels comfortable about holding that one battlefield with the overzealous fan. And BMU, is there a judge call, or was that it for game 1?
I'm not sure, because generally I don't think the Jinx even drew their cards for the turn, so I'd expect them to kind of draw and go, oh, I can't win. But no, we're jumping back in. There must have been some sort of judge call, maybe something to do with the trigger on the Jinx. I don't know what happened, but yeah. We're back in the game.
You were back in the game, and yeah, nothing has really gone down. So perhaps the judges want to double check any little bit of interactions. I'm not entirely sure, but what I do know is that we're back at it one more time, and David has the ability to try to conquer at least one of these battlefields, but he desperately needs to conquer both. Let's see what is in the hand. If he conquers one, he can at the minimum bring back one of the Death Rockets, try to snipe down that Noxus Hopeful. But funny enough, I believe Noxus Hopeful is at 6 might thanks to the last right.
It is.
Oh, so this is a tricky situation to be in for Jinx. I think she might just have to move on to game number 2. But let's see if she has something in mind.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like David, the Jinx player, is sort of calculating. You can see his fingers tapping. He's sort of verbalizing to himself, like maybe he does have a plan to take at least, well, he has to take both of these battlefields. We saw the Sun Disc and the Noxus Hopeful. So he couldn't accelerate it. 4 might accelerate it. That might just be the amount he needs.
Right. I believe so, and I believe Sundisk sees himself. So once Sundisk gets played, Legion is online, and then that Noxus Hopeful comes down for 2. So Sundisk is step number 1. You go ahead and exhaust it. Now everything that the next unit you play will be coming in at accelerated speed, but he wants to just make sure to conquer at least one of them to kind of bluff the Death Rocket on top of that. So let's see. I don't think Randy could do anything about this, as this is a straightforward conquer. Randy's completely tapped out there on runes, so Ezreal should be going going down, Jinx going up to 4 points. And man, with that alone in consideration,
And then the
Jinx
last right
only
trigger.
going into to 4 points. Randy definitely has this one all but locked in.
Yeah, so now obviously the Sundisc triggers, you got the last rights trigger as well, so he can start grabbing some units from his battlefield. See the Ferris Forerunner coming down at 6 might. So what he does here is he runs the Jinx in. It has Assault 2, which will clear the Overzealous, and then the Ferris will clear or trade with the Noxus Hopeful. So there is hope for the Jinx. I think it can hold on to this turn, but it's the crackback from Randy. He's going to be on 8 runes. He's got a Draven in his base. Can you hold 2 battlefields? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I'm not too sure as well. I believe even if he conquers that Zone Warrens, I think on the clapback, I mean, with that being said, though, Randy only has a Draven and a Traveling Merchant, so perhaps there's a chance that a Ferris Forerunner, I mean, we're saying he trades into the Noxus Hopeful, so the Zone Warrens will be completely free, so he honestly only has to worry about the Treasure Hunter up above.
Right.
So a Draven plus a Merchant, I believe, is perfectly enough might. You go up to 8 total collective might, and the Treasure Hunter, what is he at? 1, 3, 5?
Yeah, 1 plus 2 plus 2, yeah, 5 total with the last right. So obviously if it does manage to hold, he's going to be able to pull something from his grave, but I'm not sure if that's the plan here. He needs to obviously hold that battlefield as much as he can. Yeah, see the Overzealous pushing the Jinx back. There are still 4 runes up on the side of the Jinx, but I don't think there's any sort of spells here. So he does move the last rights to... How did he do that?
Forge of the Fluff, it looks like. He's tapping his legend,
course.
Forge of the Fluff, last right onto. And of course, we didn't even think about that. The Forge of Fluff, and granted, he was kind of hiding the battlefield, so we couldn't really think about it in the moment. But yes, taps the legend, moves the equipment onto his unit, and now that Forerunner will be swinging in for 8 total might, just perfect of might to get over the Noxus Hopeful, so it should get the Conquer. And wait a minute,
kills the Draven in the back line. That's huge. That is absolutely huge. Now this Ferris Forerunner runs in. You've got an 8 might unit to contend with on Zorns that's going to start pulling stuff out of the graveyard next turn. And Jinx has managed to hold and stabilize. Randy does have a lot of cards in hand. He's got the last rights. He's got the traveling. So that treasure hunter is probably going to die. He can then pull stuff out of his trash with the last rights. But I don't think Miracle Draven runs a lot of accelerated units, right? Plus?
I don't believe so, right? The only things I could think of usually in a Draven package would be those Kaiser Survivors, potentially even those Darius Executioners, but in Miracle Draven, though, they really rely on things like Bushwhack. Bushwhack, every single unit that comes down on that turn will be entering with accelerated keyword, but if you don't have a Bushwhack in hand, you're giving Jinx up to 7 points, or up 2 points up to 7 of course, and things are getting rather interesting. We thought Randy had it all but locked in, but things are spicing up. It looks like Noxus Hopeful and Ezreal will be recycled back thanks to the last right, and he's swinging into the Treasure Hunter, has 1 more might than the Treasure Hunter, so does conquer, or a pseudo conquer. You get the 1 draw. Draven is the 2nd draw, and then Merchant, I believe, already pitched 1, drew 1, or did he have no cards in hand? How did he just draw 3?
No, sorry, he put 2 back into his trash when he equipped the last rights, I think is what we saw there. So yeah, it's a weird one, because he got the Fizz back from the trash, so he can recast the spell, push the Ferris Forerunner back. Can he accelerate something here? Like, as you mentioned, does he have a Bushwhack? No, he has Ride the Wind. Oh my god, what a combination. Oh my god.
Unbelievable. It looks like you're slightly ahead. I'll try to refresh right here, but I clicked it, and Ride the Wind, getting the job done, and GG. Randy having to do some math there. Not real math, but trying to do some good sequencing, and well played, well done. Jinx right there, close enough to stabilize, and we honestly thought she did indeed stabilize, but Randy looking to have it all along, and I did not see the Ride the Wind, and whoa, BMU, are you seeing that 1 card, the Beast Below in the sideboard? That's spicy.
That is spicy. Yeah, do you know what Randy is cooked with this deck? Like, we say like, oh, Miracle has been solved, but it doesn't look like this is like a stereotypical miracle. There's some little additions that I noticed, like the Mind Splitter and the Kaiser Survivor in the sideboard as well.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Jinx stabilized there. Honestly, I thought Jinx
Right.
might have took that game, and Randy just had a great combination of cards. Who knew Miracle Draven could pull out miracles?
Really did. Phenomenal performance. And honestly, it wasn't on the back of the accelerated units we were anticipating. It was all on the back of all those combat tricks. So I believe it was a fight or flight from the Fizz and then the Ride the Wind to close things out. So let's see, why was there such a lack of units from the Jinx? Perhaps she was getting rather unlucky, because I'm seeing 3 merchants, 3 traveling three treasure hunters, I believe 3 tide turners as well, a couple Dravens, a couple Dariuses, 1 Forerunner, and I believe it was 1 of another unit as well. So she had some units. Perhaps she did get rather unlucky. So let's see in this game number 2 if things end up being a little bit more fortuitous for this Jinx player, or is Randy just going to be walking away, progressing into round 10 and keeping the dream alive? Because I believe to get top 8, you virtually have to go undefeated. At the minimum, you could only go X1. I'm very curious if X11 will make top 8.
I imagine because there's a draw on both sides, the sort of last round, they must have decided to ID. So someone's done the math and said, actually, yeah, you can go X11 and still make top 8. So hopefully that is the case. I imagine it would be.
I think so.
I'm not too good at sort of like going, the tournament math in my head off the top. But I imagine if they've chose to intentionally draw, or, of course, if they were forced to draw because of time, then maybe the dream is still alive. And let's hope so, because, as I said, Randy's a bit of a stream favorite here.
Oh, yeah. And no, I would imagine so. I mean, there's going to be, at the end of the day, when it comes to that round 11, round 12, round 13, there's not going to be very much undefeated. We're talking about the best players out of 1,700 players.
Yeah.
They're fighting it out. There's very few times that, I mean, maybe there's going to be 1, maybe 2 undefeated players. Perhaps they're the ones going to take it all the way, because to go undefeated for 13 rounds is absolutely insane. But it looks like a picture-perfect opening. Not as perfect as before on turn 1 or on game 1, but instead of a stack deck, opens up with a seal into a Noxus Hopeful, but good nonetheless.
Yeah, so Battlefields, we have Orn's Forge on the side of the Jinx, and we have Obelisk of Power. It looks like the Jinx did decide to go second to benefit more from the Obelisk of Power, which is, this is the reason Draven plays this Battlefield, because it's like, look, if you let me go second, I play Draven turn 1. If you let me go first, you get 4 runes, but I get to go first. It's a nice little trade-off with the Battlefield there. Jinx getting a pretty good open as well. Draven turn 1 is kind of the best case scenario for most players.
I mean, it's exactly what Randy wishes he did himself, but now developing out his own Draven Accords. Let's see if there's going to be a super mega Death Rocket to catch that Draven by surprise. But we're seeing a quick draw or a longsword, a Edge of Night, a stack deck, a Siren, and I didn't catch the very last card, so just sends in the Draven to conquer real quick on the Orange Forge. And he does have some equipments to play out to benefit from the Orange Forge, but they're not necessarily equipments you want to reveal to so easily, so maybe he pays just 1 energy for the Siren to keep his Draven safe. I could see that being a decent play.
Yeah, you have to keep things off the battlefield against the Draven for sure. We got the Challenger guys in the chat as well. Welcome. He said he let Randy go first. It's over.
Right.
The confidence.
Like you were mentioning, it's like a lose-lose situation against the opposite power. Either they go second and get their Draven champ developed as early as that opening turn, or you're giving them the play and they're getting to the punch first on the conquer. In this situation, it looks like Jinx was on the draw. Was she going second?
Jinx chose to go second to get the benefit of the Obelisk of Power.
Okay, interesting enough, they still got to score first, so a bit of a similar situation as if they were on the play as well, but conquering with a bigger unit, so feels good about that. And Challenger, we want to see you boys out in the future match. Let them know we want you guys here, whether it's Colin, Daniel, any one of you guys, they want to see you guys on the feature, so hopefully we see you guys soon. But let's see if Randy's able to get the job done, or can this Jinx bring us into that awesome game number 3? It looks like they will be hiding most likely that Edge of Night onto the Draven, trying to conquer or trying to defend for 8 total might if they can.
Yeah, for sure. And we do see the Super Mega Death Rocket pinging the Draven in the back line, very reminiscent of game one. Hidden card to keep the Draven safe on that battlefield. And tempo-wise right now, looking a bit jinxy, but we've seen how good of a player Randy is, seemingly pulling a victory out of absolutely nowhere. So let's see how this plays out. We do see the Ezreal in his hand as well. No, what do you call it? No scrap heap this time. He might have sideboarded them out, as most players do when they're not running Zorns because of the value. But I've seen a lot of them running into game 2 now because of the amount of value you get from Ezreal is crazy.
Honestly, yeah, a draw 3, you can never go wrong doing that. But I do anticipate something like the Ezreal into a call shot this turn. You already have the seal developed onto the board, so you will be looking and getting 2 additional cards. And the quick draw longsword coming down. Interesting enough, just taking advantage of a showdown opportunity to make sure you're utilizing and maximizing every single rune you can on every single turn, whether it's your turn or your opponent's turn, of course. So I'm loving the way Jinx is playing right now. But let's see what Randy throws down on this turn. I am expecting that Ezreal to come down, but is he slightly nervous about a potential second Death Rocket, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, you know it's there, and you know as long as he can discard and conquer, it can come back. I do love the idea of kind of developing on your opponent's turn with those quick draw gears, you know, the +2 sort of sitting everywhere. But the thing I'm worried about now is Jinx doesn't have that gold surplus that it did last game. So it's down to 3 runes. And don't forget, it started the game on 4.
Right.
So yeah, it's a bit scary.
It is a teeny bit scary. Thankfully for her, she has firm control, and Siren will allow that Draven to recall back nice and safe. So you can flip the Edge of Night, attach it to Draven, Siren back to base in a ready position, and then go ahead and conquer away on that opposite power. So Siren effectively working as a pseudo Boots of Swiftness effect, pretty much. But okay, that changes things. The overzealous fan trying to push the Draven back. You have to find a way of taking care of the overzealous fan if you pick up some kind of spell damage. But I don't think the only kill spell that Jinx is running currently, is it only the Death Rocket, or did we see anything else?
We haven't seen anything else so far. I don't think I saw like a falling star or anything like that. Yeah, you're right. The Siren, the hand right now of Jinx is so limited. Like, they can pull the Draven off, but the overzealous fan kind of shuts down any sort of like conquer attempts that they might want to do and gain some points. So the only thing they can really hope for right now is keeping the Draven fairly safe. I mean, we can see the cards in hand. There is not a lot of options for discarding right now. They could bring their Jinx in, discard 2, pull the Mega Death Rocket back out. It's just a bit weird. It's a weird situation.
Yeah, you're totally right. A little bit of a tricky situation, which is why we're seeing the long face on David right now saying, wait a second, I have 2 cards in hand. These are not the best cards. I'm going to try to make the best with what I can, though. The question stands, though, do I leave my Draven to defend? Because right now you're looking at defending, what is that, 8 plus 10? You're defending for 10 potential might with the activation of the Draven ability. There's not too many cards at this stage of the game that Randy's going to be able to push forward against that Draven. So perhaps since you're already ahead on the point tempo, just sit tight. Don't utilize that Siren just yet. Go up to 3 points, and turn after turn, if you're playing hold versus hold, you should be able to get to that victory 8th point before your opponent. But we are talking about the likes of a miracle deck, right? And we saw what he did last game. So there's definitely something in mind for Randy. And of course, the champion getting sent in before he commits to the Siren play. I don't know why I always forget about the champions from Jinx, but it does come in at accelerated speed and trying to push off the overzealous fan. If they don't, I believe Nox is hopeful we'll be able to take it down, because I think it's 6-5 at the moment.
6-6. So Jinx is assault 2, so it's
totally
space
right.
4. Yeah. So 6-6. So Randy's got a decision now. Like, hey, do I trade here, or do I just push the Jinx back and leave a, essentially a 6 might when it's attacking into me unit, in his base, ready to strike back? Don't forget, Jinx is now out of cards. Jinx is basically out of runes as well. So they are going to be playing that top deck. Jinx ability, yeah, it does get you 2 cards, but do you want 2 cards, or do you want 10 cards like a Miracle deck?
Right. That's why I always thought, like, the Jinx decks, especially when they're running Miracle, they tend to kind of contradict each other, because the Miracle decks want to have a massive hand size, a massive card advantage.
Trade as well.
Jinx wants to keep their hand low. But what was that?
he chose to trade. So the Noxus and the Overzealous and the Jinx are off the board. So Randy accepted the trade there rather than the Overzealous fan pushback, which is weird. I mean, I would I can see it both ways. I can see it both ways, but maybe like I wanted to draw and push it back and then deal with it another way. But yeah, Randy's here and I'm not. So Randy knows best, I would say.
I can respect that. I believe it is correct because you do take down a unit. And you know you have a couple more units in hand than your opponent because we saw how limited they were on units in the game number 1. So I think taking down as many units as you can against the Jinx player has to be the more ideal line because you were going to trade at least one of your units, being that Overzealous fan, to activate anyway. So you're only really losing that one additional Noxus hopeful. Draven could come back though to conquer the Omas of Power unless he passed it back over to Randy. I thought Randy just used the call shot, but it looks like he's playing his turn out as Jinx. Yeah, it looks like he did pass. And chat's saying that the Jinx recycled to purple. Did we catch that?
Nope. I am paying attention to what the players are doing, not what they're recycling. Right. I couldn't care less. I'm not a judge. I want to see players play, not judges judge. That's what I want.
I would only imagine they're playing correct. I mean, I don't think at this level, David would have
play a free butte,
in
which case I'm all over it. Yeah, if I see a free butte come down, I will call it.
Right.
But other than that, I'm enjoying watching Randy cycle through his entire deck, and we do see the Beast Below coming in as well. Interesting.
Yeah, that could be decently effective, right? I don't believe he's at 7 runes just yet. Actually, he is 2, 4, 6 at the moment, unless I miscounted. 2, 4, it looks like 6. So 1 shy of that Beast Below. But the Beast Below could be a quite impactful card, right? You come down, you bounce your Ezreal, you bounce the Draven, and then you have a big 7 might unit, or even 8 might unit, if I remember right, for the follow-up turn. And more importantly, you take all that equipment off of Draven, so you have to pay even more resources to equip them back on later down the road. But the Vi, a card we don't get to see too often, she was everywhere in the Origins meta with the Annie Vi Ride the Wind combo. But since the Rebuke kind of went crazy Spiritforged season, it has kind of fallen a bit to the wayside. But Vi is an incredible card, is she not? Just on pure power level.
Vi was like one of my favorite cards from Origins. Obviously, being a filthy Annie player that I was, most of the time it'd be like, oh, I'm on 6 points. I would show my opponent the Ride the Wind and the Vi in hand, and then we go, okay, you win. You wouldn't even have to play it most of the time. So yeah, extremely powerful card, and it synergizes so well with the Miracle package. Because yeah, if you've got 10 cards in your trash, and it's like, hey, I can win this turn. You pump the Vi and it just goes crazy. Like there's not much stopping it. But you're right, with the inclusion of like rebukes and fight or flights everywhere now, Vi becomes significantly weaker. But if you find that timing window where you can play her and kind of threaten, the big push, it makes a real big difference. I think that's what Randy's doing now. He's like, look, I've got the battering ram down, I've got the Vi down, I've got my Ezreal set up as my power battery. Like, hey, what do you want to do? Do you want to try and save that Draven? Because I don't think you can.
Oh, yeah. I don't think many units can stand in front of a Vi might for might. And, interesting enough, we already saw the Ride the Wind. So I think Randy might be surprising a lot of players with the old school Vi Ride the Wind combo, because if you have and save it for the best opportunity, let's say your opponent's completely exhausted out on runes, or they just have a single rune available, it's rather safe to push in and do that notorious 1-2 combo we're speaking of. So perhaps Randy still using that combo to the best of his abilities. At the minimum, Vi should be able to take down that current Draven on the next turn, because I think there's at least 8 cards in the trash currently. But let's see, Randy's still thinking out his turn, hasn't passed it back over the Jinx. Thinking, I wonder if the judge is intervening. He's looking over at the judge, it looks like.
Yeah, you might be a little bit behind, because I'm watching the Jinx play at the moment.
I hit the live. I don't know why I'm that far behind.
Yeah, that's strange. But yeah, the Jinx is taking a long time to think, considering they've got a treasure hunter and a seal in hand. It's a bit wild, but I think they're trying to work out, exactly how many we've got here. Passing back to Randy now, so he's going to restand on those runes. And as I said, like game 1, like the rune count for Jinx wasn't a problem because he was using so much gold. He hasn't had that gold generation this game. He's been on 4 runes practically the entire game.
Oh yeah.
And it's quite devastating to be like that. Right now, the Jinx is in the lead if you look at point total, but if you look at overall game state, Randy is in such a commanding position to take this 2-0.
Oh, I completely agree. I mean, he's feeling comfortable. He has the Draven sitting pretty on the Orange Forge. But honestly, with the Vi alone, he should be able to succeed and conquer that Orange Forge. I think this turn is that pivotal turn that turns things around in the favor of Randy. We see at least one conquer on that opposite power. He's thinking about committing a second unit on there to back it up. I'm wondering why. It almost seems like a little bit unnecessary. And interesting enough, since in the Vi, leaving the Draven alone, perhaps he's anticipating something like a fight or flight to push the Vi back.
Wait, am I might be like 1,000 IQ here. Beast below. What's he gonna pull back? I'm thinking he's got a Boots of Swiftness in hand. He's gonna make the Jinx player put his guard down, thinking the Vi can't swing in, and do something like that. But we just see the Beast below dropping down, picking the Draven up, returning the Draven, and it looks like, wait,
he's conceding. Did he just
conceded, right?
3 points.
Yeah, he just conceded, and now he's like, oh, why did I concede?
No, play it out. Play it out a little bit further,
situation.
but I wouldn't blame him for conceding because honestly, in the bigger picture, he is very massively behind. You just put back your Draven, you lost both of your equipments. Now you have to pay those resources you're running rather shy on, and he's kind of shooting himself in the foot, kind of regretfully conceding. I mean, we know where that match was headed, but I would have loved to see it play it out, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, that was weird. No, he didn't concede. He accidentally conceded. We're back into the game.
Oh, okay. He's taking it back. All right, guys, let's head back to the game.
Yeah, I didn't think he did. It looked like he did. Like, he gave the fist bump and he kind of went, yeah, you win. And then I think he changed his mind.
You know, he realized who he was playing against. He's like, let me get as many fist bumps as I can from Randy.
Yeah.
You know, a mid-game respect.
Like, if I'm playing against, like, Randy or one of the challenger guys, I'd be like, yo, fist bump me every time, every move.
Right. It was pretty much saying, like, wow, that Beast below didn't expect it. Respect fist bump. And now back over to David, trying to do some kind of miracles as we saw Randy do in game number 1 because he's so far behind a Beast below, a hopeful, a Vi, and then a Battering Ram trying to get the job done. He does have a Sundis. That should be at least a Draven coming down to try to conquer or try to contest at the minimum that Battering Ram, but I don't think it's going to be going the way he anticipates it. I think Jinx is just a bit low on that hand size as that Draven was the last card in hand, so you know there's no surprises. But he has a couple equipments to try to use those seals, use that rune economy to try to buff up that Draven a little bit more. But if it's something as straightforward as a fight or flight, that's Randy going up to 5 points. If he has anything to interact with the back line, which I don't think a lot of Miracle decks do, but it's just adding more units onto the battlefield, which might just be the game plan for Randy. So I think it's just every turn that passes might be getting more and more difficult for David to succeed.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, the bottom battlefield here, the Obelisk of Power, has 11-15 might on it as standard. That's going to be really hard for a Jinx to crack, especially versus a Miracle deck. He does give up the Ornn's Forge rather than pushing the Draven back. So that's an interesting choice there with the fight or flight hidden to push the Battering Ram back. But I guess Randy's quite happy. Like, hey, yeah, go to 4 points. You've got no cards and no runes. Like, it's perfect math for Randy next turn. He can just do what he wants now.
You know, that is an interesting play because every time you don't push back your opponent, you're denying yourself a draw. Perhaps has already the ideal cards in hand, doesn't necessarily need to dig further into the deck because you had a pretty easy hold with the Battering Ram. You know, the only unit in the back line will be the Treasure Hunter. Even if they attach a longsword, he's only going to be swinging in for, what, 3 total might versus your 5? So that was an interesting decision. Let's see how it ends up playing out because Randy, obviously that was intentional and he understands where he wants to do, but a Battering Ram doesn't currently have enough might to overtake the Draven as it stands, so prioritizing its safety, But how is he going to go ahead and clap back on this turn? Okay.
Vibe ganking, right? Yeah, Vibe ganking. Pump it up 5-6 cards, swing it over. Good luck.
Oh, of
That's basically it.
course. That makes so much sense why you push the Vi onto the battlefield, because you already have the ganking online. So it's 2, 4, 6 cards, I believe. So 9.
Yeah, 9, just to get over the +2 of the edge and the +2 potential of the Draven as well. So just recycling the absolute perfect amount of cards to get Vi to 9 when Draven can only ever reach 8. Just swings back across, kills it. I suppose like you could have just drew the extra card, but then you wouldn't be able to kill the Draven. So pushing that back makes sense. So he's going to use Piercing Light here. He's going to do 2 to his own Noxus to kill the Treasure Hunter in the back, which is a really cool use of Piercing Light because it has to target something at a battlefield. So you think if you've got nothing at a battlefield, you're safe, but they can target their own units and then target yours. It's a great use of that card.
Yeah, this is just Randy putting that final nail in the coffin. Despite him being only at 5 points, this is virtually it. Jinx is going to be drawing 2 cards per turn. Yes, that's a little bit better than drawing 1, but honestly, you have such a far advantage going in the favor of Randy. Beast Below gets brought back. Noxus Hopeful gets brought back. Interesting enough, because it almost feels to me you can kind of just sit tight and hold both of your battlefields, but perhaps he is respecting the Sun Disc. Drawing 2 cards does enable you to play one thing, and then the second option you have being a good unit, you go ahead and accelerate it when it comes down. So this is Randy making sure he has everything covered, making sure he doesn't overextend on anything. And what a great set of cards. A Fighter, Flighter, Ride the Wind, a Forerunner. He is looking in a dominant position. I don't see any other way besides Randy walking away with this Game 2 victory as well. Hopefully we have a good backup match as well, because this match has been good so far. But Randy, quite the good performance so far for sure.
Yeah, considering how like fast these two decks do play, especially like Randy's, he's obviously knows exactly what's going on in this match. He's not taking too much decision. The Jinx is playing a little bit slower, even though it's a more aggressive deck, just like physical play speed. We do see the last rights coming down. I do like Randy moving back off that battlefield. There's no point, like you do see the long sword, you do see the Edge of Night, so you know something can be pumped +4. And then obviously, you know, you've got the Sun Disc to accelerate them. So, you know, you can be a little bit wary of what's going on. So I do appreciate the kind of like come back and then we'll fight it out on my terms, on my mass rather than yours. But yeah, Jinx is going to have a very, very tough uphill battle here. I can't see how he comes back, but there's a reason he's 6-1-1. You know, this isn't a bad player with a good deck. This is a good player with a bad deck. And we'll see how it plays out.
To say the least, of course. But yeah, trying to do what he can. He's going to be attaching all those equipments over to the Noxus Hopeful. Funny enough, there is that Fighter Flight in hand. I think this time you will be pushing back your opponent, getting that additional draw, holding up to 6. Most likely will be conquering up to 7 and forcing his opponent to double conquer on the next turn. So he's putting all the eggs on that Noxus Hopeful basket. I don't think it's going to be too beneficial, as I think he won't be. Actually, this could be a decent hold. What is that? 4 up to 6, 8. I think each of those give him 2, right?
Yeah. Again, I think you're a little bit behind than me. I'm on count is 10 minutes and 10 seconds now. So I think you're a little bit behind.
I think I'm exactly 10 seconds behind, because when you said 10, it said 20. Hey, no, BMU, I don't know if it's just our enters, but I hit live.
Strange. I don't know. I'll let you do the color commentary then, play by play, and I'll jump in with a little bit of technical when it goes a bit quiet. Chat did make a very good point. One rebuke goes absolutely nuts here. And if there's anything I know about purple decks, there's generally a rebuke in there. Although we haven't seen one from Randy. Has he cut the rebukes? Is that even a thing that you do? I can't remember his deck list off the top of my head.
Yeah, I don't recall seeing a rebuke in the main board, but I would imagine they're at the minimum going to be in the sideboard. But you're totally right. We haven't seen a rebuke from either of these Fury Chaos decks alone, but pushing in with the Beast Below, pushing in with the Noxus Hopeful should have enough might to take it down, and does get the Conquer, does kill the Treasure Hunter and all those equipments back to base, conquering up to 7 points. And this is the final stand for Randy. Can David double conquer? The Sun Disc will only only be accelerating a single unit. How does he get it done? He needs to top deck something like a Ride the Wind. And honestly, there's just not a single unit that has more than what, 10 might, 8 might on the other battlefield, and then to play around a fight or flight. This is all but over. You could almost concede now, but of course he didn't concede before. Might as well play it out. And to make matters worse, that's another hidden card. The Ezreal saying, you know what, I don't need this Ezreal. This is gonna be the final turn anyways. So I think great, excellent play from Randy, playing it so perfect. As a perfect example was the little fight or flight push, or non-push I should say, we saw recently. He wanted to make sure he can kill the Draven rather than keeping the Draven in the back line. Just little small plays like that do end up adding up, and is the type of plays that separate the best players in the world from just your average competitive players.
Yeah, and to be honest, this is almost unwinnable. The amount of might on both battlefields, you know, the 2 hidden cards, just crazy. You're right. I don't think there's anything in the Jinx's deck that has that. I can even see Randy's face, just like, just fist bump me, bro. Come on, like, let's move on. Let's take a 10-minute break. Let's relax. You know, let's not go straight into the next game. Jinx, you know, drops a cold shot to kind of look through the deck, but what are you looking for? Like, let's be honest here. Like, what are you? Yeah, just show your hand, fist bump. It's over. It's been over for a little while now. But Jinx, I think, just wanted that camera time, and maybe, you know, just fancied, you know, playing the game.
That is right, but fan favorite Jinx taking it down will be progressing forward into that round 10. I mean, technically everyone progresses forward, but at one point I would anticipate a lot of the X2, X3 players to completely drop, as they don't stand much chance of locking in their spot in top 8. But Randy looking good, looking to be one of the stronger Miracle Dravens out in the current field. And let's head back to the booth. You know, real quick, BMU, do you want me to share my thing so we're at the exact same thing? I know you can't read the cards perfectly, but do you have 2 screens or just one?
Yeah, no, I've got 2 screens. I'll tell you what, let's do it that way. And then if I can't read the cards, I've got a pretty good idea of what they look like now, so I should be okay.
Perfect. Because I was gonna say, maybe you have the main stream on one and then you have the little live stream on the side. That way you know exactly what timing I'm at, because I've been pressing live the whole time. Perhaps it's just the nature of me live streaming to 2 platforms at the same time. So
yeah,
it might
that's
be
fine. Yeah, let's do the screen share, and then we can follow along. And yeah, I'm pretty good at Riftbound now, at recognizing cards, so I should be able to just see the picture and get that.
And someone's saying, why so glazed for the Draven guy? The matchup is pretty easy. Talkative, we're glazing Randy because, I mean, I've met Randy many times, but real quick, let's hold the thought. Let's hear from the Draven guy, Randy. Let's see the interview from these players.
I'm feeling pretty confident this day. 7 more to go and we win the event, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good outlook on it.
Yeah.
So remind me, what's your standings currently now after that match?
I'm 7-1-1.
Nice. Okay, so in a good spot to go towards that top 8. Running Draven, which I think people have known you recently for playing Sivir. How do you feel about Draven specifically now?
I think Draven is pretty strong. I like Sivir a lot. The issue with Sivir is time. This is the first weekend of the release. People are naturally going to play slower. And that just... Sivir is a control deck. She needs combo/control, but she needs to go the long game. And you put the opponent on the top deck, and if they do top deck multiple times in a row, they're gonna close that game they shouldn't be closing. And you have to go to game 3, that's like very, very advanced in the timer on the round. So it's very difficult then to close that game. You don't really lose, you just draw, and drawing is kind of losing in a tournament that long.
Do you feel like
this
the
is what
difference
Randy
between
said
the two Draven
on
decks?
Twitter
I mean,
as
we
well.
have
That's
the
the reason he's not playing Sivir, is because
do you feel like
just the
time is a
amount of
difference in
time that
either
it
of those
takes to
matchups?
complete, and he didn't want to
obviously
draw
mid-range
games that he could have
quite
easily won with
faster
Draven.
because you don't have that much action to take in your turn compared to mid-range. But I do still think Miracle can finish games in a reasonable amount of time. I play pretty fast, so I'm not worried about that too much. I don't like to press my opponent, so I'm very unlikely to do it, but I will still do it if they are taking way too long.
Right, I get that, I think when you speak about interactions like that, about time and understanding, I think it's fair to say, of all the players in this room, you perhaps have played the most high-level Riftbound at this point, having spent a month over in China playing in the regional qualifiers. Like, how important for you is that you now have multiple tournaments for Riftbound specifically in your expertise?
I think it's pretty interesting. To be fair, I considered Severe for this event for a long time. My friend convinced me on Draven because people in China, I felt were playing pretty slow already, but I just think that's naturally just player taking their time and thinking. But it's way longer here because it's new. So I like my expertise allowed me, I guess, to get to know all the decks better, but that's from testing mostly. Just overall tournament experience, knowledge has improved, but it's very similar to other TCGs I've played into. So I don't think the difference I'm trying to make comes from the expertise, but more from testing and improving and deck building and all that stuff.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, thank you so much,
Yeah,
Randy.
I think Randy's
Look forward to
super
seeing the
well
rest of your results.
practiced. He's
And best of luck
one
in
of
the
the
rest
better
as well.
teams. I believe Randy's on the
Welcome
team
back
with
to
Allen, on the
RQ
team with
Bologna. Great to hear from-
Prismaticism. All of them have made
Yeah.
it into day 2, so they're making such an impressive run in this Bologna event. So I'm expecting to see at least one of those players in the feature match sooner than later. But getting back to the one point, we're just fans of Randy. We've seen him from so many times. He top 64 out in Houston. I met him personally a handful of times out in Orlando when I competed. So he's just a cool dude. He's a real cool dude.
Yes.
Jack's saying, what were the decks that just played? It was Miracle Draven versus Jinx. And since we have a teeny bit of time, keep an eye on it, BMU, on the main cast. I'm gonna go ahead and bring the decks here for people that are wondering what made day 2. But I'm gonna cover the screen, or maybe I half cover the screen so I know if
The
they're heading
the game's already about to roll.
Oh, never mind then. All right, chat, here we go. The backup match for round number 9. We just saw a Miracle Draven take down a Jinx, a mid-range Jinx. I'm wondering though, what kind of backup match will we have in store? It looks to be another, perhaps Draven. It looks to be a Draven deck.
Yeah, that looks like a Draven sideboard to me, but again, I'm taking the UI with a pinch of salt, so we'll wait until we see the actual things on board. But we see Draven, looks like a mid-range, yeah, pretty standard mid-range Draven deck. No real shocks or surprises in there, really. I mean, this is pretty as standard as you get, right?
Right, as we've seen so many times before. And honestly, we didn't get to see too many Dravens in day 1, but we are talking about a day 2 situation. There should be a whole lot of Dravens, and that has to be a Victor. But funny enough, that token golem kind of signals to me, are we talking about a Renata, BMU? Could this be a Renata here? And it is Renata. I believe only 2 of them made it into day 2, and we get to witness one of them today.
Let's go. When I saw the sideboard, I was like, oh, that looks victory. And then obviously you mentioned the token golem. I was like, that's got to be Renata. We do see, again, a pretty standard, I'd say standard Renata deck. There's probably not really a standard that you expect to see, but that's all the cards I would expect to see in a good Renata deck. So can the Chem Baroness herself take down the mid-range Draven, which is I think in my head, the tournament winner, like mid-range Draven, is going to take the lot, but can it be stopped by the Chem Baroness already in this early round?
Let's see. I mean, I could only imagine Renata has faced a handful of Draven, as Draven was the most represented deck in day number 1. Granted, there were so many players that you probably are able to dodge a couple of the Draven matchups, but you don't get here for no reason. Your X2, you barely squeeze your way in. You want to make sure you put your best foot forward, and it looks like Renata already finished her mulligan, but we're seeing some fantastic cards. The blue Ornn looks to be a big problem for Imbo Slice, and real quick, I recognize that name, or is it just familiar? Is it just familiar to me, or do you recognize that name too, BMU?
What, Imbo Slice?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't recognize the name, but that's a really, really cool name, considering like one of the best like street fight UFC fighters ever was Kimbo Slice.
I remember. I know exactly where that's
Slice,
from.
yeah, I think it's a play on that.
It is a little play on words, but I think I just seen him on Twitter or something. That's probably where it is.
Oh, maybe,
but
yeah.
It looks like Draven was actually the one to start things off, and now it is Renata's turn to try to follow suit. A portal gets established out, but a couple great cards, as I was hinting at. We see the blue Ornn, we see Hostile Takeover as well. well. So great kind of counter plays and great kind of units in themselves. But Draven kind of just straightforward. You have phenomenal cards like the Spinning Axe, the Survivor, the Pharaoh's Forerunner. It just does what it does, and it just gets enough done to go ahead and get games every single time. Is it going to be as straightforward as what we've seen in the past, what many Dravens have done? Or is this Renata going to give him a run for his money today? I would love to see Renata make Draven sweat.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things like Renata, like the blue Ornn. I'm a Draven player. I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. I'm a Draven player. The blue Ornn is extremely hard to interact with. Like a lot of your spells will push back stuff as Draven. And also, you've got, you can get quite tall on your might, but generally you're relying on spells to kind of make that happen. And the blue Ornn having deflect too, especially if you've got like a bit of gear. And guess what? Renata likes to generate.
Oh yeah, a whole lot of gold tokens,
really hard to
aka
interact
gears.
with. Yeah, exactly right. So this is a matchup I really wanted to see. I think a lot of people thought Renata was going to be like one of those like super meta decks, and it's not quite there yet. But maybe just SR has figured out this matchup. And to be honest, yeah, you're right. Like, if you're going into a tournament with a deck like Renata, what are you practicing against? It's mid-range Draven, right?
Yeah, I believe every single high-level player has prepared for this mid-range package. So let's see if they prepared properly. They go ahead and hide, most likely, either that Hidden Blade or the Hostile Takeover. Imagine taking over... I mean, action speed Hidden Blade. I've seen some Renatas go for Hostile Takeover into a Hidden Blade of their own card. You're the controller at the moment, so you're the one going to be benefiting from drawing two, and then they will be at the disadvantage going behind a single unit. So those are the potential combo lines that we've seen from the likes of Renata, but I don't think he's going to be pushing forward, trying to be a little bit wary of that hidden card. But imagine sniping down a Survivor as they try to conquer that Poro. But I think Draven is going to take it a bit more carefully. Perhaps just send your way over, as I'm speaking it, into Valmon's lair. Perhaps you don't want so. Feeling like a bit of a lose-lose situation. So this could be a trickier turn, but this is going to make things rather straightforward. The Hidden Blade on his own Poro just to draw two. So it wasn't a Hostile Takeover just yet.
No, that Hostile Takeover is such an obnoxious card as well. It's just like, hey, you're stacking this battlefield. Yeah, make that unit fight that unit, and I'll reap the benefits of this.
Oh, yeah. At the minimum, you did get a
Yeah.
+2 draw. Never feels too bad, but that is a double conquer push. Actually, the blood money coming down. And real quick, why aren't they showing the cards on the thing? Because I could do it. Oh, there it is. There it is. I can do it if they're not going to show it. But a hard bargain trying to put that blood money straight to the trash. So that will be a double conquer turn. And you can't get much better than that. It does feel...
Oh, yeah. Hard bargains, yeah. Wow.
Yep, not too bad.
Not too bad at all. So Draven having all the answers so far, and you spoke about like, oh, Draven, needs to be a little bit more careful. The mid-range variant generally does play a little bit more careful. I don't see them tap out very often. That feels awful to me. I know he's got the Targon's Peaks, the restand too, which is okay. He does have the Spinning Axe in hand, so he is able to give something +3 on the fly. But blue yellow has a lot of battlefield interaction.
They definitely do, and we see a couple of that in the hand currently. Wages of Pain being one of those. As we mentioned before, he's still holding on to Hostile Takeover. I'm wondering now, is it the perfect opportunity to try to protect your Renata? Maybe go ahead and hide the Hostile Takeover, but perhaps the blue Ornn is time to come down. He looks like he was tapping enough runes for the Ornn, but trying to reconsider. Has a couple great cards, but only one unit in hand. So if he was going to play something down, it will be the blue Ornn. But to your point, I think in Riftbound, you never really want to be in the position where you're completely tapped out. But I guess you have decently good units. And if you hide the Hostile Takeover, perhaps you're feeling rather safe with that card alone.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, the blue Ornn's really hard to interact with. The Imbo Slicer, the Draven player, does have the point tempo at the moment, so he's going to be one ahead. we do know that Draven likes to play a lot of units to his backline to keep sort of like pushing tempo and doing what he wants to do. So I think this is going to come like quite a slow game where it's like point for point rather than, you know, these big 2-point swing turns. I think it's generally going to be like creeping up towards, you know, 6-7 points. And then I said it, sorry. And then we're going to get that final sort of swing battle right at the end. But again, I've not really played against a lot of Renatas. Like, I understand what the deck wants to do, but I don't know those like play lines that I'm sure, you know, Just SR is very, very familiar with.
And you know, a play line we were thinking about before, he actually still has the hostile takeover in hand, so he must have hidden that Wages of Pain that I believe the commentary team is talking about at the moment since they pulled it up. So Wages of Pain is going to be doing 3 damage onto Noxus Hopeful, but doesn't take it out outright. So I believe Noxus Hopeful, or how much does the blue Renata might have? Let me go ahead and find that.
4, isn't it? But it does have that ability, obviously pay 4 power to get a point. So maybe this is the game plan. Maybe it is like the old school Ari, which is load up the battlefield, and then as soon as I get to 7 points, I pay full power and I win.
Yeah, the big thing about that, you have to make it all the way to that 7th point, because right now what I was hinting at, if you push in Noxus Hopeful, the Wages of the Pain doesn't take it out of cores, and you're able to trade 1-for-1 with that Renata. So Imbo Slice, considering it, he's saying, wait a second, is that going to be another Hidden Blade? But it will be the Wages of Pain doing 3 damage, and you get a gold on top of that, which Renata benefits so greatly from later game. But I think...
And the Ornn.
Oh, does Ornn have tank, or am I crazy? No, okay, I am crazy.
No. Yeah, the thing with the Ornn tank thing is if it's in green and you can put a Doran shield on it, and it becomes so much more difficult to deal with. But right now, you know, he is at 5 might because of the gold token, and it looks like he's just going to swing in with Darius. I said how hard it was to interact with that Ornn, but if you can just make a Darius big and rush at it, then, you know, GG. What are you going to do?
Yeah, that's absolutely disastrous for the Renata player when you're able to clear not just the Renata blue champion, but also the Ornn in the same turn. It doesn't get much worse than that situation. You cleared out the most impactful units in the entire deck that you're running. And you know, just a quick side note, this is game 3 BMU. I don't know if we talked about that before, but Renata took 1 game away from Draven, and Draven, of course, took 1 game from Renata. This is the final decisive game. A singularity coming down.
that is so painful. He does have the spinning axe, obviously, so he can save something. So it's not as bad as it could be. But every time I see like 2, 5, 4 might units and I've got a singularity in hand, I feel pretty good about that.
Oh yeah, super good. The only downside of the singularity, it most oftentimes takes your entire turn away from you, so you didn't really progress your board state necessarily. And when you're so far behind on that point tempo, Imbo Slice will be going up to, I believe, is it 5 or did they not count it yet? I believe it's 5.
Yeah, it should be 5, and then obviously he's, you know, he can play whatever he wants at this stage. You know, I would just start filling my backline with units. The Mind Split is probably a great choice, as we see here as well. Let's have a look at your hand. What can possibly mess my game plan up? I would imagine he's probably going to take the Hidden Blade or possibly a Hostile Takeover. Yeah, Hostile Takeover. Oh, he's just reading it. He doesn't know what it does.
To be fair, I wasn't anticipating so many Renatas out here. Granted, there's only 2 Renatas, but out of all the 2 made it into top 2 or to day number 2, he has to go ahead and get through one of them. But I'm right there with you, BMU. I think the Hostile Takeover is the only kind of interaction that's going to be most likely. Yeah. I mean, I guess the Hidden Blade does remove the Darius from the battlefield as well. So perhaps the Hidden Blade is correct, because all Hostile Takeover does is just for the turn, and then you return it. If you don't have the Hidden Blade to kill it after the hostile, I think actually Hidden Blade, the more I think about it, might be the great pickoff.
Yeah, so if you Hostile Takeover something, and then start a combat, and then Hidden Blade, the thing that you Hostile Takeover, you're technically the owner of it, so you get to draw 2?
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's definitely right.
Yeah, interesting combination. He gets rid of the Hidden Blade, not the Hostile Takeover. Like at the moment, as long as your 2 units are on opposite sides of the battlefield, there's not much interaction Hostile Takeover can have, other than obviously that combination of the Hostile Takeover Hidden Blade that we mentioned. But right now, like if you're the Draven player, you are sitting quite pretty. So Hostile Takeover onto the Darius to score a point. So he takes control of that, and then he's got 2.
Oh, he's gonna death grip it.
Yeah,
that is awesome.
that makes sense.
But wait a second, I think that's actually an illegal play in Riftbound.
Yeah,
you have to have 2
for
targets
both.
online.
Yeah, he just got told by the judge, basically, like, so this is a thing that's going to come up recently, especially with like Lucian. You need 2 valid targets, even if the card said you may. So you still need the valid target. So if with Death Grip, for example, you know, you can kill a friendly unit, but you then need to give its might to another friendly unit. And if there's no other friendly unit, the card can't activate. And I think that's what the judge stepped in with the correct call there. But yeah, just SR taking game number 3. I was excited. I thought we were going to get a best of 3 there, and then you're right. I noticed the 2 points at the top when you said. And yeah, I mean, it looks like Renata can take games with Draven, but we just didn't see it this time.
That would have been cool to spectate the entire best of 3 series there, because it looked like to be an epic one, but Imbo Slice getting it done just like the old school Street Fighter. I believe he's passed as of not right now, right? So RIP to him randomly. But I'm like what I'm seeing from a lot of these Dravens. I think about it more and more as we were getting at before. What's going to be rounding at that top 8? I have a funny suspicion. I think 50% of the field might be Draven. Do you think 4 Dravens make it into top 8, or at least 2 or 3 of them make it?
Yeah, I mean, there was such a high amount of Draven. I think there was 80 plus Draven. So unless they all hit mirror matches, you know, we're going to see a high concentration of Dravens up there. There was a few Ezreals going 8 and 0 as well. I would love to see something like the Chinese regionals where, you know, there was clearly, you know, a lot of legend distribution, but I just don't see it happening here. I would love to see it. I would love to see some of these rogue decks come in, like a Rek'Sai, a Lucian, an Ahri, an Annie. You know, Annie's a rogue deck now, in my opinion. It was like absolute meta, like set 1.
Right.
But it's just not there anymore. Like, I suspect we'll see, yeah, probably 3 to 4 Dravens, couple of Aurelias, a Kaiser, couple of Ezreals, something along that line, I think.
Oh yeah, and BMU, keep an eye on the thing if you can for us, because I'm showing the stream, the conversion rate / legends that made it into day number 2. So as you guys can see, I know Goblin was saying show us the decks that made it through. So guys, out of all 1,700 players, 83 Dravens moved on forward and advanced into day 2, and now it flipped around. As I said earlier in the stream, Kaiser came in at number 2 representation yesterday in the day 1 meta game, but now it is Aurelia. So perhaps Kaiser's ran into Aurelia's, and we know that's a bit of an unfavorable matchup with those not so fast, with those counter capabilities. So 33 Aurelia's rounding out that second position. Kaiser, Ezreal, Annie, Sivir, Ahri. Crazy enough, Ahri, like BMU was saying earlier in today's stream, maybe there's something to her. A lot of players were just trying to come into this game, or coming into Bologna, anticipating to try to win that best of Ahri card, the one that sold for an unprecedented 40,000 USD. It might sell for somewhere in that neighborhood again, but that is a great payday if I do say so myself. So 8 of those players still standing. Same goes for Jinx. And then as you guys can see on the screen, it kind of goes down from there with Victor, Lucian, Darius, Fiora. That is a legend I expected a bit more out of. What about you? Are you a Fiora fan?
I am. I've got Fiora built, and I really enjoyed watching it at the Chinese regionals. Like, I thought it had great play. Like, it took a couple of second places, if I remember correctly.
It did.
And it seemed quite strong into Draven. But it looks like the sort of Western meta is just not favoring Fiora for whatever reason. I thought that would be a much stronger showing. As you said, like, we saw it do really, really well. It looks like... Oh, this is just a meta game. I was going to say this is the same stats on stream that we're showing.
Oh, they're showing it on stream
as well.
See.
Yeah. So they're just talking about that. I thought it was refined down slightly, but it's the same exact numbers that we've got.
Oh yeah, they're showing it here on stream, so might as well show those numbers. But we'll show the other side, because I think they're not showing us that second board. There was no Garens that made it. I believe there was 3 decks that didn't make it. I'll go ahead and pull it up after they're done talking. Maybe they're going to show us here on stream, but I do think there was 2 Lee Sins that progressed on forward, 2 Renatas, 2, or I guess I could pull it up here on the side. No Leonas on play. Yeah, Diego, I don't think any Leonas made it through. There was 3 legends that didn't make it through. Let me see if I can pull it on the side.
It was Leona. It was
Ornn.
Oh,
Guys,
and
RIP.
of course,
Ornn is effectively dead in the Spiritforged meta. No one wants to go ahead and play him, but a single Yasuo, or I guess I could put it little just in case they start. Chat, can you guys still see this?
and then Garen, obviously absolute zero, like no shock to anyone. That was the last Renata we just saw. So yeah, they're effectively gone as well. A couple of Lee Sins. You know what? There's so many legends that when Spiritforged like got leaked or like revealed, I thought, oh, they're going to be so strong. Like Jax felt really strong. Ornn felt really strong. Azir felt really strong, and they just don't seem to be showing up.
Yeah, I mean, two Azirs made it all the way to the finals in the most recent China's regional, and just two of them moved on into day 2. That is definitely even more surprising than Fiora finding herself relatively down at the bottom as well. Another thing that catches my eye, and we've talked about it slightly before, is Master Yi falling from one of the highest seats in the Origins meta all the way to down in the lower tiers. I don't think Master Yi is necessarily a bad deck. Do you, BMU? What do you think is holding Master Yi back?
It's just the interaction now. Like, you don't ever have to deal combat to it. You can just push them around. We've got an exciting matchup on stream.
Oh, do you recognize this player?
I do. And also, he's wearing a Teemo hat, playing Teemo. His name is Specimen. And it looks like he is playing the rat Teemo that we saw popularized with Ezreal. I'm extremely excited to see this match.
I am as well. I think he's one of the few Teemos still remaining, and it is the Rat Pit Crew Cole combo. I don't think we've ever seen it. Of course, if it works in the blue mind decks or in the Chaos mind decks of Ezreal, it's going to work similarly in the Teemo decks. Crazy enough, this Teemo went X1 in day 1. I believe I saw him on Twitter. He said he only lost a single match. Apparently, he won his round 9 going into this round 10. X1 is a great representation of Teemo. Everyone thought Teemo was really falling short in the Spiritforged meta, but Spessy's out to prove everyone wrong.
Aurelia.
But they have a really tall Taz in front of them. That's going to be an Aurelia player holding down, and that's 3 boots of swiftness. I've never seen an Aurelia play that many boots.
No, it looks like this is a slightly more movement-y Aurelia, a slightly more aggro Aurelia. We do see the sneaky deckhands in the main deck as well. 3 not so fast, 3 boots of swiftness, and the what do you call it? The Riz Draven.
The Riz Draven, I love it. 2 of those Dravens audacious. I like what I'm seeing from the Aurelia player. Very consistent, because a lot of people tend to play little 1-ofs, little 2-ofs in Aurelia deck. Even myself, I like to throw Flash in there. I like to throw little spicier tech cards like Siren, as we saw from the Jinx player. But perhaps consistency is key at the end of the deck. At the end of the day, I should say. And let's see, can this Teemo player get it done? Because all the base interaction that Aurelia has to reside on Charm. If Pit Crew can go in and out, conquer both battlefields, and then stay safe in the back line, Aurelia has to hope she draws her Charm, and that is a GG easy Teemo as well. He's
Teemo
flexing on us.
Flexing. Teemo hat, GG easy Teemo. Like, let's go. I love this guy. I don't care if he wins. He's my champion.
Yeah, I believe he goes on YouTube as Curly Cards, if you guys know him. I know him from the previous card game I played. He's actually a commentator of regionals for the Lorcana. So he's a pretty big...
serious?
Yeah, he's a Lorcana regional commentator. So he's familiar in the commentary booth. He looks like he's a very competitive player as well. So yeah, I've known actually Spessy for a decently long time. Virtually, of course. I don't know him in person, but I've seen him around from time to time.
Yeah, someone in the chat asking, where does the term rat Teemo? So there's a card called Pit Crew that's been popularized by Ezreal, you know, using gear to kind of move around and getting the card and the gold generation. So the rat build is Pit Crew from set 1, which suddenly become very, very viable in set 2.
Yeah, it really has. Weirdly enough, we haven't seen any Ezreals utilize that strategy before, or strategy in day number 1. Perhaps they're hanging around in day number 2, because we've seen the most majority of the Ezreals be that traditional, more of that standard miracle package, as we've seen so much success from these decks before. And I'm loving, what's the card? I can't believe, I guess because we don't see him too often, but the one with the skateboard, something border, is it?
Drop border.
Drop border.
Yeah, drop
That's
border.
what
So
it
if you
is.
got 2 gear, it comes in ready. Which
Right.
obviously gold is gear, so there's a lot of chances of that getting activated. And just using the Teemo legend to drag that Teemo back into hand, keep him nice and safe, away from that lonely Poro, who is very, very lonely and possibly one of the best artworks in the set.
Yeah, they really killed it with that one. But at the minimum, it looks like Aurelia should be able to get her first point online. And let's see, is it time to establish out the queen, bring out the fervent for 5? Because I'm trying to consider, what does Teemo have that can potentially take it down as early as it comes out? I mean, we are talking about blue. We are possibly thinking about things like Singularity coming down, but that's a deflect cost. You're going to have 3 runes out of the window to get that job done. I still think it might be worth establishing it this turn, but it depends on what's in hand. If you have something like a Stellar Corn Herder, might be a bit better.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the Aurelia, like, if you bring it down too early and it gets picked off, you're kind of like an MVP deck, yeah? You've got
Right.
Aurelias and you've got Dravens to kind of, secure those victory conditions. But you're right, like, what can blue purple do to my Aurelia? Like, now, probably not a lot. Next turn, quite possibly. But I do just enjoy, like, setting up, being safe, and, keeping lots of runes up as Aurelia. I don't like tapping out, because that's when things get scary. The math becomes perfect. But yeah, just playing the Guardian Angel, nice and safe. This isn't going to be a quick game by any means, because you're kind of like a control-y deck on the side of the purple. But I don't know if he knows he's running the rat, which speeds the game up extremely quickly.
And yeah, unfortunately for Spessy, he doesn't seem to have the pit crew currently in hand, but does have the
No.
ability of looking through the top of his deck to find him. He has a stack deck and a call of the week and a gold token at that to kind of pay the extra cost of the call of the week. So perhaps he might be able to play out the call, or play out the pit crew. But he's missing a little bit of that second piece of the puzzle, right? You not only need to find the rat, you need to find the coal that kind of puts it all together, generating the gold, readying the pit crew, and then sending them around the board. And I would only imagine he's also playing Boots of Swiftness. I didn't really catch exactly every card in the deck, but you're not running the pit crew without that picture perfect 1, 2, 3 combo, the coal, the swiftness, and the pit crew at that. So let's see what he hits off this stack deck. It doesn't look like they're showing just yet, but I'm imagining there has to be something good to pick up for Spessy.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of cards that you want to see, but you're right, he doesn't have any of those combo pieces in hand. So when it comes to, like, looking for stuff, if you see like 2 or 3 of your combo pieces in that stacked deck, you are not very happy about it, because obviously 2 of them are getting bottomed. So it's kind of up to you. But we do see one piece, the Cull, the Rebuke, and the Edge of Night. Was that as well?
I believe
the
so,
Edge of
yeah.
Night.
And does decide to
Yeah,
pick
so
up.
he's-
So leaving the call at the bottom of the deck, he's saying, what is the call good for if I don't even have the pit crew to start things off? Might just be dropping something like the... Oh, he has double Ezreal. That doesn't feel too bad. So he's doing a bit of the both. He's doing a bit of the miracle package we've seen with the likes of the Ezreal decks, and then he's also doing the pit crew strategy just to get in and get out to play around Draven. So perhaps he kind of found himself versing a lot of Dravens and really benefited from that get in, get out strategy as we saw before. But does get the Prodigy online. Let's see what he goes and heads and pitch. He pitches a second one and he draws 2. Is he going to be fortunate enough to draw anything? It looks like another drop border and a seal. So he's still missing that one key piece. There is nowhere to be found the pit crew. Where is he hiding?
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, it's probably going to be all 3 of them somewhere near the bottom of the deck. That's how I usually feel when this happens. Yeah, like, he's now, he's got the Ezreal online, he's got the seal, so he can now just, like, cycle through his deck using cold shots and stacked decks. Drop border can come out of nowhere and sort of, like, come online very, very quickly with a second gear generation, which obviously, this has a lot of. I just see the cold shot, picked up the coal and the rat as well in both hands.
Nice.
So he does have the pit rookie in his hand now, and obviously, like, yeah, you want the coal because you want the kind of gold generation automatically, but as long as you've got some gear in hand, the pit crew does what the pit crew does, and it can become online very, very quickly. And we do see like this sort of solitaire gameplay coming from the purple as we've been used to on this set, where it's kind of like, my turn's going to be 5 minutes, your turn's going to be 30 seconds, and then we'll just do that for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see. A lot of people online have been complaining about it, actually, but it kind of just is what it is. I think it does get better with time. As Randy pointed out, we are just technically 1 week into the Spiritforged meta, so a lot of players are still learning it. A lot of the players here in Day 2, though, have been practicing Spiritforged for quite some time, so I think it's going to be a teeny bit different here at the end of these Swiss rounds. But, you know, trying to extrapolate a little bit further out, I think one card that obviously poses a problem to Teemo, but obviously poses a problem to a lot of decks in the current meta, will be the Fervent, especially if he has a whole lot of combat tricks in hand. What does Teemo really have? Because I don't think he has things like Frigid Touch, maybe a teeny bit of a Stupefy, but how is he realistically going to take down a Fervent if you have to deal with Defiant Dance, Discipline, On Guard? All those buffs are going to be +3 on the Fervent. And I don't have a way I'm thinking about right now. Yes, you could get in, get out, but at one point, if Aurelia makes her stand, how is Teemo dealing with that? I mean, I guess Rebuke is the only thing that comes to mind. What about you, BMU? How does he deal with that one MVP card?
Yeah, you kind of have to keep bouncing it back, which is kind of, you know, what purple decks are good at. You mentioned the Rebuke. I think that's probably the perfect answer to most Aurelia situations. Like hidden cards, you're going to have to really play on your own unit, so you got to hope they're like fight or flights and things like that. It does give the Aurelia like some problems to deal with all the hidden cards that Teemo is capable of, but at the end of the day, like if you've got 10 runes, Deflect, Guardian Angel, Zhonya's, Defiant Dance, like there's not much you're afraid of.
Yeah, there's really not. That's what makes this deck so incredibly hard to deal with, and why we're most likely seeing it as the second most second most deck representation in the Day 2 meta share. And Spessy taking his time saying, how am I gonna have to prepare for the Fervent to push on in? I have the card shop already established. I have a hidden card, which is most likely either Edge of Night or the Teemo Easy that there's one in the hand, so I couldn't tell you, right? Teemo is notorious for having way too many hidden cards. Of course, it is beneficial for him, indeed, so I don't blame him, but we're going to see now. Maybe it is something like it is. We saw a glimpse of it.
Edge of Night, yeah, we saw it flash up. Yeah, Edge of Night there. That kind of makes sense as well, given the card shop a little bit of a boost in might. But we see how big Aurelia can get, especially like on the Dreaming Tree, where every buff spell, or the first buff spell, is also, gives it +1 and lets you draw a card, replaces itself. Like Dreaming Tree and Aurelia is like strawberries and cream at Wimbledon for me,
Right.
It's a perfect combination.
It feels that way many times, and it looks like, especially considering dropping the drop border, it will enter ready thanks to, wait a second, where's his other gear? Oh, the equipment.
Yes, the equipment, Edge of Night. Yes.
So doesn't it ready?
The hiding of the gear behind cards, like sometimes you kind of just miss that it's a gear and not, some sort of buff. But it's definitely 2 gear there. So we see the drop border and the Ezreal swinging. And I'm guessing he's playing against like a Defiant Dance situation or a Fight or Flight or something like that. So he definitely wants this battlefield. He wants to candle it. He wants to have a look at what's going on. He's still looking for answers. The advantage I think Specimen has is he's going to play a lot into Aurelia decks. I don't think Aurelia is going to play a lot into Teemo.
Right. I can't remember. We'll look at the numbers one more time. I don't think there's a handful of Teemos that made their way in advance into that Day 2, of course, but here is one of them that's doing phenomenal so far, and he does have the point lead, but I think it's time for the Aurelia champion to come out to play, and if he has one of those 3 Boots of Swiftness in the deck, he should be able to more easily conquer by just going one over to the other battlefield, and now one of them is completely open, so you should at the minimum get up to 3 points on the Dreaming Tree, and if you do have the Boots of Swiftness, you can utilize that legend ability to proc up and go ready and then gank on over. And at that point, I think you have 1 for turn, 1 for choosing. So you go up to 7, and drop border and Ezreal alone are just 7 might. And I don't think we saw any kind of combat tricks from Teemo. Like I said before, even if you do, you have to pay a deflect cost for every single time you choose Aurelia. It's such a powerful card and such a nuisance to deal with. I think it honestly poses the biggest threat, not only for Teemo, but for a lot of decks, like we said before.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like the main hidden card Teemo can use to his advantage here is the GG easy Teemo. You know, it's a reveal +4 might, doesn't need to pay deflect. But Aurelia's one of those decks that can just be like, oh, hey, yeah, it's 5 might, it's sitting at my base. Oh, no, it's cleared that battlefield. Oh, no, it's 12 might and it's in my face again. You know, it's one of those decks that just wander around. As I said, the advantage Specimen's got is he has the advantage of the matchup knowledge. But then again, you know, these two players, they're 8-1. I doubt they're bad players that can't adapt to a deck they haven't seen before.
Yeah, these are the best of the best remaining. So Aurelia does go for that straightforward conquer on Dreaming Tree, and Lessie was coming down. It almost looks like the boots swiftness from this angle. I would only imagine. There it goes.
Yep.
I mean, he had to have one enhanced since he's running all 3. I'm just running 1 when I run Aurelia decks. I might have to reconsider running more because that card is simply incredible, especially when we're talking about these MVP decks. On top of it, keeping your Aurelia together with the Guardian Angel, you can never truly go wrong. It does look like he goes for the double rune usage or double recycle, 1 for the legend, 1 for the attachment, and is looking at swinging on over. I do agree. I do think that is going to be the GG easy Teemo. So what is the collective might total? I believe it's going to be holding down for 11.
11, yeah. And this Aurelia is swinging in at 7 +2 for the gear. Oh, +1 +2. So it's going to be 10 total. So the Aurelia still needs some little work to do, but we know he's got a Defiant Dance in hand, and that just kind of kills everything the Teemo wants to do.
Yeah, it really does. It makes it so easy to conquer so many times. The only thing that would benefit Spessy in this position, it might just have to be the Rebuke. I know we put at least one of them to the bottom of the deck. If he doesn't have a Rebuke, a Fight or Flight is decent. Actually, a Fight or Flight could do it here, but you're kind of just saving it for another turn. I mean, that could be the space he needs, though, because he would hold up to 5. He could conquer with Card Chop up to 6. And then you're kind of spreading that distance apart from the Aurelia. But Aurelia looking to get way too big here. Going up to, I believe, what is that? 13 total might. So should have enough currently.
Yeah, Switcheroo is also a great option here. A Rebuke is also a great option. It's just going to cost so much power. We do see the Switcheroo. So that's going to transfer the 13 might from the Aurelia. He's going to have to pay 2 plus a deflect, so 3 power total. And it looks like he's swapping. Oh, the not so fast. Oh,
right. No. A devastating card. Every single time you have a game plan in mind, the not so fast completely flipping the script and sending every single unit into the trash. And this is where things get very dicey for the Teemo player. You just conquered both battlefields. You just eliminated pretty much the whole setup Teemo has worked for this entire game number 1. And you still have 2 runes to work with. I'm wondering what he has in hand. Does he have a way of perhaps protecting... Okay, he actually is out of combat tricks, BMU. There's a bit of a wiggle room for Teemo if he's able to get over this Aurelia.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can think of is like a Watcher to kind of run in and mess with the Aurelia, but then it's just going to pop back with a Guardian Angel, and it's just going to keep coming back. Like, it's like a bad smell in a small room. Like, Aurelia just does not go away.
Right. Yeah, she's just a stinky legend or stinky champion that doesn't want to give any kind of space, but especially trying to think the best he can. I think a Watcher would be phenomenal, but it doesn't truly, as you mentioned, really take care of the true problem with that Guardian Angel. But let's see, it's still Aurelia's turn, funny enough, so brings out the Zhonya's Hourglass to make matters worse. You have to kill her not once, not twice, but 3 times over. I don't think that Aurelia Fervent is going anywhere this game number 1.
No, the Immortal Aurelia MVP is so sticky, so hard to remove. Like, you know, Teemo isn't out here, but this is exactly where the Aurelia wants to be. Like, he wants to be stuck on a battlefield, lots of gear, lots of ways to bring the Aurelia back. Yes, he's down to 4 runes. That's probably like the biggest deal to the Teemo player. And we saw that he's out of combat tricks, but Specimen doesn't know that. We've got the
Right.
beauty of seeing his hand. Specimen's got to assume there's what's it called? The buff 2, green spell, draw
Discipline?
1,
On guard?
discipline. That's it. Yeah, discipline. You've got on guard, you've got defiant dances. You know, there's so many things that can just make that Aurelia go from, what is right now 7 might to 10, 12, 14 might quite easily.
Yeah, honestly, the only saving grace, as we said before, and it looks like chat bringing to our attention, he has to find the rebuke somewhere. You would obviously love to just pay that deflect cost because this is the opportunity to do so. You rarely find Aurelia players completely tapped out on your turn, so you want to take full advantage of that. But I just don't think the Teemo player has a rebuke currently in hand.
I
Pitches
think
one
I
for
saw
the
him bottom
Ezreal.
2.
Draws 2. I saw a pit pocket. I saw overzealous fan. I did not see a rebuke BMU, so I think this Aurelia might be sticking around to see another day, but the call shot could be changing things around. He's digging one more time, looking at 2 more cards. That's a Cole. That's a stack deck. You might
Have
as
to
well
take the stack deck.
Yeah, might as well.
I'm sure I've seen him bottom 2 rebukes.
I think, right?
He was looking for other combo pieces, and I think he might be regretting that now. Nocturne off the top. We do see the Watcher gets to play the Nocturne for free as well, which is really, really nice. Is it 1 power of any color? Or does it have to be a purple power?
Any color, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's fine then. Yeah, so he does get a little bit more might on board, but yeah, I think he's looking for a rebuke, and I'm sure I've seen him bottom 2 of them this game. So it's going to be a bit rough. We do finally see the rat coming down, so he's going to be able to gain some point tempo, but he needs to figure out how to get that Aurelia off that battlefield. So yeah, Cole gets equipped to the rat, which readies it, or playing the Cole, swings in, conquers the battlefield, generates a gold, which obviously readies the pit crew, and then the pit crew can move back to safety. So the deck is finally doing what he wants it to do, but he's still got the problem of the big Aurelia.
Yeah, and that is a huge problem at that. And obviously, just for those that are a bit unfamiliar to the Aurelia strategy, a lot of the things why Guardian Angel and why Zhonya's Hourglass is so effective is because on your turn, whenever you invest some combat tricks or buff increase, and whoa, production team, what are we doing? We're bouncing around. It looks like a Kaiser versus a... Okay, I guess we got a sneak preview.
I think we might be getting Kaiser versus Azir next game.
Yeah, I don't know what tells us that, but we have a hunch. We have a slight little hunch that we might be getting that game after this one.
Can you bet on this through Polymarket? Because I think I might win some money.
right, guys. Place your bets now. But Aurelia does hop on over. But what I was getting at is that those safety nets of the Zhonya's Hourglass and the GA, when you invest things like Discipline, when you invest things like On Guard or the Defiant Dance, they don't go away until the end of the turn. So it allows Aurelia to do some interesting play lines where you push in, you trade for a whole lot of good units, the Guardian Angel procs, and then you can ready the Aurelia with another combat trick and send it in forward, keeping all the investment you did previously on that same turn, making sure you almost like double dip in might. You already swung in for what, 10, 12 might, and now you're swinging in one more time for the exact same 10 to 12 might again. So this is what makes Aurelia decks very, very powerful, and is probably likely why we're catching her at the higher seed or at the higher tables, and giving a huge problem or a headache for Teemo to think about. But it is his turn now, as Aurelia did conquer 2 and now has 2 runes at the ready for the Aurelia player, so has some kind of more protection. But as we saw from the previous turn, doesn't actually have that protection unless he drew at least 1 card better.
Yeah, imagine the 2 up is like either bluffing the not so fast or he has the not so fast. So any sort of spell interaction from the Teemo might be a little bit odd. And right now we see the Aurelia on 6 points. So unless he can get rid of it this turn and stop it scoring next turn, it's going to be very difficult for this Teemo to pick up. Just a little bit too late with the tempo. He does have a lot of might in the battlefields. And, Aurelia doesn't have a lot of runes up for combat stuff. Like, he has maybe 1 Discipline, 1 On Guard, maximum, 1 Defiant Dance. Defiant Dance is devastating, but now is the time. Teemo has to do something now. And we've seen his hand. He doesn't have a lot of interaction after this. It's mainly units.
Yeah, and with only 6 runes, you can't even develop out a Watcher at that, so it has to do it the good old-fashioned way, just sending a whole lot of might, but you're never really truly taking care of the Aurelia with the GA, with the Zhonya's Hourglass at that. So, oh man, this is a tricky position. I would hope he goes for Pit Crew on the Candlelight Sanctum, looks at the top 2 cards, but how are you drawing if he doesn't have anything like a stacked deck currently? He can't even benefit from knowing that knowledge. So this is tough. I could totally see why Spessie's taking his time, because this could very well be the final moments of this game number 1. So does send the Pit Crew. It's looking at the top 2 cards most likely soon. And let's see what he has in hand, because I don't think he played the stack deck. And funny enough, two cards that will find him more cards, but he can only pick one of them. Unless I actually, yeah, because stack deck only picks up 1 card. So probably going to send 1 to the bottom, and that's going to be the stack deck, it looks like.
Yeah, now he has to figure out a way of drawing a card so he can get into the called shot, so he can look for an answer. I assume that's his game plan, or maybe he's just looking for the Nocturne to add some might. But yeah, we're on 6 points versus an Aurelia who's also on 6 points. It's a tough uphill battle, and you can see Specimen rubbing his forehead there, trying to figure out this problem that lies in front of him. If anyone can do it, it's a Teemo going 8-1 wearing a Teemo cap.
Right, right.
That's my theory.
Let's see, putting his thinking cap on, or had it on the whole time. These pickpockets are decently good. You're able to pick off this GA. You're able to take care of the Zhonya's Hourglass. Is that gonna be enough, though, is the question, because let's do the math here. Aurelia's at 4, the GA's up to 5, the Boots of Swiftness takes it up to 7 total might. Nocturne's of 4, Ezreal matches that at 7, and then Card Shop cleans up the rest. So you do have raw might to take care of the battlefield. So if you take the GA, you take the Zhonya's Hourglass, I believe you're able to effectively take down Aurelia Fairvent. So there could be a window of opportunity for Spessie. Perhaps we were counting him out, but I think he has the cards in hand to do so. But we do see, I think chat might have pointed out, a not so fast does target, or I should say the other way around, a pickpocket does target a friendly gear, which activates a not so fast, or I should say a not so fast can counter the pit. No, it's not spells.
I thought it was, is it spells and abilities that target gear, or is it just spells that target gear and units?
Oh, it spells and abilities that target your units or your friendly gear. So you can counter a pickpocket.
One cost or less, yeah. So it can only target the GA, right?
Oh, I don't get to see too much pickpocket, so I guess it is 1 cost or less. I thought it was just a gear in general.
No. So it's yeah, you can take the GA off it, which eliminates 1 problem. But then you've got another problem.
Right. I was giving too much credit to Spessy, because every time I see a pickpocket, he just goes ahead and eliminates a gear. I never actually read the card text there. I should probably play pickpocket more often, but he's trying to do what he can. He has to go ahead and take the Aurelia off, but without any gear destruction, you're not really doing too much, if I'm being honest. I think this is all locked in. I believe Aurelia should be walking away with a game 1 victory, but let's see how it plays out regardless.
Oh, Guardian Angel cost 2. You're absolutely right. My bad. Yeah, so pickpocket is just a relevant card right now, unless he wants to kill his own gear for whatever reason. But yeah, so we're seeing the battle here. Like, yeah, he's gonna take the battlefield. He's gonna go up to 7, but then how do you stop this Aurelia just swinging back at you next turn? Like, I don't think there's much you can do.
Yeah, he is holding up 2 runes. That could be that monster's rebuke bluff, but we do know, or I honestly didn't see it, but chat let us know there could very well be another not so fast, and that should be enough to counter the rebuke. So I think Aurelia in an excellent position to close things out as we keep going back to Ezreal, considering being played out to a battlefield to just try to defend for dear life. But we are talking about an Aurelia that gets probably the tallest, maybe second to tallest if you're considering Ornn, but Ornn is nowhere to be found in the Spiritforged meta, as not a single Ornn moved on into day 2. I thought Ornn had something going for him, but it looks perhaps not.
Yeah, I mean, when Ornn got announced, we were like, oh, it's like Kaiser's ability for gear. Gear's really strong. Ornn will be really good. And it just never appeared. The only time I've seen Ornn's being played is the blue champion Ornn slot, with the deflect 2. That's played in quite a lot of decks. It's quite a nice little, counter to, the Dravens and the Aurelias that you see. But Ornn as a legend just is not there. And it's just such a shame, because it's such a cool legend idea. Just really make one really big unit and, hope and pray that they can't take you off of it. But yeah, we do see the Aurelia now moving in, easily eliminating the rat. And with those boots of swiftness and with the Aurelia legend, as long as he's got something that chooses Aurelia, he is going to be able to move over and probably take that second battlefield. At the moment, we do see 5, 9, 12 might there. So Aurelia's got a little bit to go, but it's not impossible to do. And obviously with the Stellar Corn gets to see another card as well.
Oh, and the perfect card off the top, a buff spell, that discipline coming off. So he does have a way to enable that Aurelia legend and proc up. So Guardian Angel does attach, you ready it. So that's effectively +2 might. And then the discipline will be +3. So where does that put the Aurelia? That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 to 12, but a GA will be saving you. And I think that's a worthwhile trade because you're going to take down virtually every single unit, or actually you do take down every single unit, but the Dreaming Tree actually draws 2. So a very good odds of drawing something else that's going to be allowing this Aurelia to get over the hill, over these might. And let's see what he picks up with the double draw from Discipline. At the minimum, at least the On Guard or Defiant Dance would completely close things out here. But it doesn't matter. I think it's done.
Yeah, it is. It was absolutely done. The other thing as well is the sequencing on the Aurelia's side. Like they picked up the Candlelight Sanctum first, so they could, stack their deck at the top there. They knew exactly what they wanted to see. And they were able to pick those cards up. So obviously, he must have placed the Discipline back on top, knowing that he'd draw that with the Stellar Corn. And yeah, really, really well played. This is going to come down to a battle of the sideboards, I think. This is Teemo's going first battlefield. He now knows he's playing against an Aurelia. He can kind of switch in the cards that he might require from here. So yeah, I think it's going to come down to, can Teemo take game 2? Probably. Let's see.
Let's see, indeed, because I'm curious, like you said, it should be a good one, but I'm curious to see if he does have rebukes in the sideboard, because it didn't look like he had 2, or he had 2 in the main, or I guess they're going to show us the deck now. Let's head back over to the main scene as we show the full deck, or the full picture of the deck. So he does have all the traditional combat tricks, right? The On Guard, the Discipline, the 3 Defiant Dances, the 2 Ride the Winds. So yeah, he has like everything you would need to succeed as an Aurelia player, and they didn't show us the Teemo list. Perhaps they're still going to catch a bit of the sideboard, because I want to see, is there any kind of adjustments? Okay, an additional switcheroo, a factory recall is okay.
Hard bargains and factory recalls definitely going to help. Fight or flight, probably not as useful. Switcheroo, very expensive, but potentially useful. So there's possibly 4 or 5 cards that the Specimen can put into his main deck, but bottoming those rebukes, I thought I saw 2 rebukes go to the bottom, and he only runs 2 in the main by the looks of it. Like I don't know, the rebuke just seems like one of those cards that's always going to be useful, and I just can't get rid of them during Aurelias. Yes, I know it's expensive to get rid of the Aurelia, but when it's got 2 GAs and a Zhonya's attached to it, how else do you get rid of it?
Yeah, it's a necessary evil, right? You have to do what you have to do. Something to point out, though, that was rather interesting from that Teemo's list. He's running Arena's Greatest and Nexus of Power as these potential next battlefield selections. So I'm curious, he will be on the play leaning more towards that Arena's Greatest. So perhaps when he draws the pit crew, get in, get out strategy, it could be beneficial to get that Arena's Greatest online, because Aurelia is a bit of a setup, slow and steady wins the race type deck, and it will be Arena's Greatest and the Sunken Temple to start things off in this game number 2. Can Spessy and his Teemo and the Teemo hat bring us to that notorious game number 3, or is Aurelia too much of a powerhouse these days in Spiritforged? And looking a little bit better start. He does have the pit crew in hand, but plays out the Teemo EZ, a strong flex like he did in game number 1. It looks like.
Yeah, and I think Spessy there just really specifying that the Arena's Greatest. Get your point. I've got mine. Get your point. Don't miss the trigger, because we will get told off. So he's really sort of trying there. But we did see opening hand. He did have the rebuke. He did have the pit crew. Oh, the sneaky deckhand straight away shuts down the Teemo. He can still conquer Sunken, of course. And if he draws the Cull off the top deck, it might just be the tempo that the Teemo needs. And fight or flight, stack deck, pit crew. Okay, so he can bring the pit crew online with the seal, and then possibly look for a Cull with the stack deck as well. So there's a few options he can sort of generate here. Looks like the Aurelia is tapped out. Am I right? Or yeah, it would be tapped out,
It's
right? Because it
completely
uses
tapped
free
out,
runes
yeah.
for sneaky. Yeah. So math is on the side of the Teemo here. If he can slow the Aurelia down, it's definitely good for him. As you said, plus it's a really slow deck to start. Like generally you want like 1 or 2 pieces of gear before you play the Aurelia down, just to keep it safe. But it does look like he is going for what I thought he would, which is a seal, which activates the pit crew. Pit crew is able to take the battlefield and go up to 3 points on turn number 2 for the team, I would imagine.
It would be the great line because Sneaky Deckhand only has 2 might. Aurelia tapped out, as we don't often see her tapped out, but you might as well take advantage while you can. Send in the pit crew, taking out the Sneaky Deckhand as we're seeing right now. And Aurelia can't really ready herself because you're only going to have 5 runes. You could only play a Fervent. The only thing I can see, if you really want to take care of one of these units, it would have to be like a Stellarcorn Herder and then an On Guard and a Defiant Dance, but that's a bit too much of an ambitious play to do as early as that second turn. And rounding out with a stacked deck, so looking at better cards potentially for the following turn. I liked Teemo's position starting things off, but as we said before, Aurelia doesn't have a fantastic start. But as it approaches the mid to late game, you see why Aurelia is one of the top dogs to not be messed with around in Spiritforged cores. I will say 2 good cards that kind of in a way counter Aurelia. The rebukes he was desperately looking for in game number 1, and then the factory recall, when you least expect it, you pick off, or you don't technically put it to the trash, but you put it back in hand, but you can counter the GAs, and then the Aurelia actually dies instead of getting saved by the GAs. So the factory recall could be a key card in this matchup.
Yeah, anything that sort of disrupts the Aurelia's game plan is always going to be quite nice. We see the Stellarcorn Herder coming down, and we do see the On Guard as well. This is the exact play you mentioned. I thought it was complete overkill. Like, you're investing so much for the sake of, drawing a card and scoring a point. It seems like a really, really big investment, but it seems like the Aurelia player said, you know what, that's a cool investment. I'm going to try that.
Yeah, you can't even benefit from the Sunken Temple, but at the minimum, just from the move, you will be getting the +1 draw cores. More importantly, you're denying more points because Spessie's running Arena's Greatest for a reason, right? He wants to just go pedal to the metal, unrelenting, conquer after conquer. So you're trying to slow down that strategy just a tad little bit. On top of it, I don't think Teemo himself has too much accelerated pressure unless he does end up drawing into the boots of swiftness that will enable the pit crew to move on forward. But I guess he's feeling good with that hidden card at that Sunken Temple. It has to most likely be something like a fight or flight. Even if you don't push back your opponent's card, you can push back your own card to draw 1, which is most likely the line of play he's considering.
Yeah, I would imagine that's exactly right. It was a fight or flight. We did see it kind of get flashed as we move. The cull in the hand. That's what you want to see. So now the Teemo player is able to get his battle plan on. And if he can keep just activating the pit crew with gear as well, it's going to be a real interesting situation, because we do see the Aurelia going down to 3 runes, fully tapped out. And if there's one thing I want to see if I'm playing against an Aurelia, is no active runes. That is the dream.
And it is a similar situation as they found themselves in the previous turn, right? They started the turn off with 3 runes, they ended the turn, I should say, with 3 runes. So they only will have 5 runes. So again, they can't really establish out their Fervent to ready in and push on forward on that next turn. So feeling rather comfortable about that. Goes for the Ezreal Prodigy on top of the battlefield. So perhaps considering bringing back that pit crew, playing the call, readying the pit crew, and
why would you ditch the rebuke? That just hurts my soul. Like, just keep the rebuke. Just get rid of anything else. Like, when I know Aurelia coming online is not as much of a risk this game because of the tempo situation, but my God, like, you were looking for the rebuke for about 4 turns last game. Like, just keep the rebuke, my friend, please. Like, just do yourself that favor. Obviously, the pit crew is going to move in. It's probably going to capture the battlefield, as you said. Like, there's very rarely you want to leave a Stellarcorn there. You'd rather fight or flight and push the Stellarcorn back and take the free draw. But you are giving that pit crew 3 points and it's safety as well. So there's a decision to be made here. It's not as simple as we thought it was, but this game is definitely leaning Teemo. This is a really, really good spot to be in.
I love it. Off to the races what Teemo's having in store for us, and I want to see the remaining of the hand. If you have the audacity to pitch the rebuke that you were so desperately looking for in that initial game one, what do you have in hand? They better be the best cards in your deck, because you really need a rebuke. Perhaps he's just anticipating another not so fast. It's a factory recall, a seal, and then I can't make out that last card. I think you could have pitched.
I didn't quite catch it.
I don't know. I would have rather kept the rebuke over the factory recall, but both are great. But we do see the play line as we expected, right? The fight or flight on the Stellarcorn, picking up another card at that, keeping it safe. But as you mentioned, the pit crew will go ahead and get a gold online, ready the pit crew, move back to safety of the base. Or do you feel confident that you could defend? I am never confident. The only thing that gives me a bit of confidence is that the Aurelia can't push in, as we keep going back to, because he's only at 5 runes, which is why that investment last turn, granted, you did pick up 2 cards, but you're setting yourself up to a slow pickup, you know, a slow tempo game, right? Because you don't have anything to really do this turn. Let's see though, at the minimum you could kind of develop out the GA for a potential fervent to finally come out the next turn. But it feels like so much turns are passing. Teemo continues to score, and he will be able to most likely get up to 6, perhaps even 7 points the next turn, and that's danger zone territory for Aurelia.
Yeah, I mean, you don't feel too bad with the hand like Aurelia had. He had the GA, he had 2 Defiant Dances and the Fight or Flight. Like, that's a pretty good hand. And you don't feel too bad about the Stellarcorn Herder being the MVP, because obviously every time it moves, you get to draw some cards. It's got a decent base might of 3. So it's not, you know, it's not too vulnerable, especially some Defiant Dances. You know, you can swing like 4 might in your favor. So it's not the worst card to have as your MVP. Obviously, you want the Aurelia. That's where the power comes from in this deck. But it's not as bad of a situation as, you know, you might think if you don't play Aurelia decks. It's not as bad as it can be. But right now, Teemo just seems to be in such a dominant position. Factory recall, we do see it coming down on the GA. So yeah, that has to move back to your hand now. And all of a sudden, your Stellarcorn is very vulnerable. Look at the face on Krau's or Crow's. He is not happy about that. Big sigh from him.
Oh yeah, not a happy camper. Thankfully for him, he does have a bit of might increases in the hands of something like an On Guard. I believe that's what I saw in hand. So should have enough might to still continue on to push. But we have to be very considerate of that hidden card. Most likely, I mean, the GG Easy Teemo already got taken care of. What else can be hiding or lurking behind the card? I don't remember any other hidden cards. Is this something as straightforward as a switcheroo, perhaps? Because this will turn everything around.
Nice. Yeah, switcheroo could be very nice. It could be just a simple fight or flight. We'll find out. And it is, yeah, fight or flight. Yeah, I'll just bring my Ezreal home. I'll keep him nice and safe. The only thing you can obviously defy and not so fast, but do you want to invest more runes into just killing an Ezreal? Probably not.
I mean, Ezreal is one of the better units, enables the whole call of the week, look through your deck strategy, of course, but I don't think he had any counter capabilities that turn. Has, I believe, a Guardian Angel, and then I didn't get to catch the rest of his hand. We'll see
2 Defiant Dances, a Fight or Flight, and something else from memory. Yeah. So he does have all the options. He just hasn't been able to get Aurelia online, and he keeps having to sack runes and de-ramp himself just to stay, you know, in somewhat of a point tempo situation. So 2 Defiant Dances, that looks like a not so fast as well. So he does have a really, really good hand. He just doesn't have the board to support it.
Right. Yeah, or the runes as he de-ramped himself one more time. Aurelia can't get over 5 runes. I've never seen Aurelia so antsy to not get into that later game rune economy, right? How are you going to be sticking around where you could only play out your fervent, you know, residing completely on that Stellarcorn Herder? It's a great unit, but it's really not going to be able to close things out the same way as we saw in that game number 1. So I am a bit nervous for this Aurelia player, and I am definitely excited for Teemo because he's looking to be in a great position going forward. The Rat just continues to get gold after gold, bring him back to base, and let's see, can he try to deal with the Stellar Corn, because there is no GA, so that's just little 3 might trying to bait out the hidden card. And I'm anticipating the similar play as we saw before, fight or flight, just to protect your Stellar Corn and pick up another card. But he has another thing in mind. It will be a Defiant Dance getting played out. And is there anything Teemo can do about this is the question.
I don't think there is, and I don't think he's too sad about, like, oh hey, trading a Defiant Dance and another rune for a pit crew that stops me getting a single point. He's on 6 points. He doesn't have to do anything too clever. Aurelia's on 2 runes. Like, this is a point where it gets, like, silly. Like, what do you do next turn with 4 runes and a Stellarcorn Herder on board when your opponent is on 6 points? He's going to try something. So he switch a ruin. Okay, he doesn't have to rune to not so fast. So he's going to have to fight or flight. He's going to have to fight or flight and draw the card. Yeah, look, he's checking the switcheroo. Yes, it does exactly what Specimen says it does. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, luckily, it looks like Aurelia does indeed have the fight or flight, and electing to push back the pit crew this time. I guess that's a bit of a... I mean, you switch. Wait a second.
Yeah, you switch a ruin. He pushes back with the fight or flight. That's absolutely fine. But he... Yeah, so he reacted to this switcheroo with the fight or flight, so the switcheroo doesn't activate because it's at a battlefield, as far as I know, if I'm remembering that card correctly. So the switcheroo doesn't actually activate, so he can't just swinging back with the Ez to take it.
Right, I was about to say, if the switcheroo actually resolve and then it's the fight or flight, it's a bit dicey because then the Ezreal could just come in swinging against that 3 might Stellarcorn. So it makes complete sense, as you pointed out. It was a reaction to the switcheroo, pushing it back. Stellarcorn does hold. So surprising enough, despite having so low rune economy, despite having a single unit this entire game, he's not that far behind, holding up to 5 points. I mean, as you said before, the best he could maybe do this turn is develop out a GA and then pass the turn. And this is that one window that Speci needs because he's at 6 points. How are you stopping 2 pit crews and an Ezreal from conquering both battlefields this turn? You have 2 fighter flights already in the trash. I see a great card that just got picked up from the Stellarcorn. That will be a charm. But a charm into the base doesn't do anything for you. So, this is tricky. I think Aurelia might not win this.
He moved the Stellarcorn Herder to obviously draw, and then he's using a GA to activate the Stellarcorn Herder to move to draw. But now you've got no runes, and you got 2 runes up, which is a not so fast or something like that. But what do you do here? Do you charm a 3 might unit in to clear like another body, and then you leave yourself with absolutely no options? Perfect math for Specimen. This is a point wise tells one story. Looking at the board tells a completely different one.
Oh yeah, it almost seems like Aurelia's rather close, but in actuality, she's not really close whatsoever, especially in a controlling position. I mean, it all comes down to how Aurelia's been maneuvering her rune pool, right? They've been so power invested every single turn where they haven't even had a turn to even play out their chosen champion. And if you're playing an Aurelia deck and you never play your MVP, your true MVP, is there really a way of getting the victory with that? I mean, perhaps there is. You don't always need her, but she is a huge key to the puzzle for your path to victory in a lot of games.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Like, as I said at the start, it doesn't feel like the worst situation to have Stellarcorn as your MVP moving about doing things because you're drawing cards. But yeah, the sheer might value of the Aurelia tells a story, and Crow's Face tells another story.
Oh yeah.
He is frustrated at this game. Teemo playing quite perfectly. But the interesting thing is, obviously, these 2 players are really taking their time. I think I saw like 30 minutes on the round.
Oh, 12 minutes,
12
actually.
minutes. Yeah, and they're only they're gonna go into the 3rd round, so this could potentially end in a draw, which I think is not good if you want to make top 8.
Yeah, definitely not good. X1-1 might have to be the minimum, and you still have 3 more rounds after this. And we see the card he was considering, that factory recall to take down the GA, but now it's time to do your final stand, your final push. Send one of your pit crews over to the arena's greatest, most likely, then ready it, come back. If you have another gear, which I think we saw the hand, he doesn't have another gear, so perhaps the playline I'm thinking might not be too beneficial, but you only have 2 3-mite units, and oh, the stack deck getting defined.
I honestly think this is really bad for the Teemo player. Like, he's gonna win this game, and he's gonna go into game 3 going second versus an Aurelia, which we know can score points very quickly, with like 8 minutes left on the round. And like, I don't think the Aurelia wants that either. Like, this top 8 top cut only is really hard to deal with as players. Like, you have to work really hard to win your games quickly.
It really is, right? Because usually it's awkward. Is completely untimed, as you're hinting at. So let's see if the factory recall can do something here. Define the stack deck instead of the factory recall will end up biting him. And let's see, I believe Teemo should be able to close things out, but as you're getting at, I don't think there's a world where this Teemo player is able to close things out in a game 3 with just 10 minutes remaining. You do have the 3 additional turns overtime, but Aurelia is a late game deck. She's not going to be able to end things in that time limit. So this is tricky. I do think Speci and Crows might very well end in a tie, unless they play super fast, which I guess can be a bit realistic when we're talking about day 2 players. But Speci's just taking his time thinking about this current turn. Might not leave a lot of room for the next plays. So
there's one rune up, bro. Just stack the battlefield and wait. Like, I don't think you can actually lose from this position as Teemo with one rune on the side. I know there's a Defiant Dance. I know that can be scary. But my God, you need to end this game and you need to play very quickly. Because right now, if you go into Aurelia going first in overtime or overtime minutes, shall I say, like, there's a good chance you just lose. So I'd want to play as quickly as possible to get as much out of game 3 as I possibly can. But he seems to be just hard stuck on the math here, worrying about a Defiant Dance.
Which makes little sense to me, but of course we're not in the same position as these players, so Speci wants to make sure he's not missing anything. But I love the play what you're saying. If you can't really think about how to get over the Stellarcorn hump, just go ahead and play everything on Arena's Greatest. What in the world is Aurelia going to do with 3 total runes? At the best, you have a sneaky deckhand that plays to base. Just go ahead and do something where you have to be considerate of the time, unless you're doing this as an intentional way of getting a draw. You don't like your odds against an Aurelia being on the play, so you would rather take a draw versus a loss. But I feel like Teemo can do it, right? I mean, he put a good performance in this game too. Perhaps you can get it together one more time with those factory recalls and rebukes in game 3.
And he's going to go down to 0 runes. Like, dude, you need to play quicker. You need to get this out. Like, this Swiss matchup, you need to play quicker than this. The Teemo just spent like 3 minutes working out that he's got 1 rune up and he's going to Defiant Dance him.
Literally.
Like, you know it's coming. You know it's coming. And you still make the worst possible play by sending a naked Ezreal in. Like, if anything, the Teemo is hurting himself here. Like, the chat's going mental. Like, oh, it should be done for like stalling, but he's hurting himself by stalling. It's not the losing player that's stalling; it's the winning one.
I know, it is crazy to see. Usually we'll see it from the player that's behind, but as you mentioned, that is 0 runes for Aurelia.
I'm losing my mind here, man.
Unbelievable. I mean, at this point, just go ahead and send your pit crews over to Arena's Greatest and just pray that Aurelia doesn't have anything like a... You can't even play a Boots of Swiftness. It is all but over.
You can't do anything. You can't. You've read the legend. You know what it does, Specimen.
Teemo is going
He's going to have 2
crazy.
runes. Just take the battlefield.
He is the most frustrating player we've ever seen, respectfully, of course, but doing things rather interesting, kind of spinning his wheels, turning his head, saying, what can I do here? You realistically only had 1 or 2 options. Finally decides on one of those options, but now you just have 7 minutes remaining for an entire game 3. Crows is upset. He wanted to call the judge. He's saying, like, Teemo, we should have probably moved it on to game number 3. If I was a Aurelia player, I would have conceded for Speci because I have a good chance at winning game 3. But now with little under 7 minutes, there's a very slight chance either of these players are moving on.
He's still not past his turn. He's still not past his turn. Pass your turn. Dude, like
oh, BMU, this is intentional. I respect Speci, but there's no way he's actually thinking this much about this. There's no way.
So does he have a game plan to like win 2 points super quick against Aurelia go first? Like,
yeah,
is it like there's I think I give him the benefit of the doubt, right? I'm thinking he's saying like, oh hey, I really, really, really want to win this. You know, I want to get the best of Metal Teemo. Maybe that's in the back of his head. But what is supposed to happen here? Like, you play the GA, you attach it, you can move Stellarcorn back, you draw one. Like, there's a few options here, but he's got 2 runes. Like, nothing can possibly happen here, right?
Yeah, funny enough, he does have a GA, but he can't. I mean, he would have to. Oh no, that's a double green. Actually, no, Aurelia can pay a purple, but more so, I would have honestly asked Crows. I would have conceded myself because it looked like Speci was just taking one too much of his sweet time, and now we will be finding ourselves into a game 3 predicament. Can either of these players get ahead by 2 points? Perhaps this is what Teemo had in mind, right? You know, slow and steady is what Aurelia's game plan is. If you're able to get 2 points nice and early in those 3-turn overtimes, perhaps you can come out ahead. You have Power Nexus as your next battlefield, but perhaps the pick grew. If you get super lucky and get him off the top mulligan and you get the call, he could be off to the races before Aurelia gets set up. So that has to be what he's considering, because those plays, or the lack of plays rather, were so not only frustrating for a lot of people at home, but very curious for me, because every time I see Speci, he's a well-respected player. I don't think he's doing any kind of malice or any kind of intention with malice. So it's interesting to see where his head's at currently.
I will always give players the benefit of the doubt. I will never think they are intentionally stalling, because as competitors, like I hate intentional stalling. Like, I play pretty quickly to my own detriment sometimes, but it's like I would rather get all 3 games in the best of 3 than sort of be game 2, 5 minutes left, and then just go, oh, well, we draw. You know, it doesn't feel very, very good for the game, or very good for competition, or very good for you as a player. So I would never say like a player is intentionally stalling, especially on stream. Like, that's a risky strategy on stream.
It really is.
But
and I like
Teemo,
what M-Dogs is saying in chat. He's saying reading Aurelia Legend is crazy, because that was a little sus. I will say, like, come on, you're gonna read the Aurelia Legend towards the late game. That was a little bit, you know, of an interesting decision to do. But of course, like BMU said, we're gonna give him the benefit of the doubt.
Sorry, I've just caught stream.
What happened?
It looks like Crows is getting interviewed in a winner's interview.
Oh, I refreshed it. What do we miss? I think. Wait. Let me turn on the background music and let's hear the interview. What is going on?
TCG Arena online and practicing a lot against a lot of decks.
I'm guessing
the deck just felt really good. It fits my playstyle relatively well, so yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Oh, awesome. I mean, you should be. 901, you're definitely looking at those top 8 spots. Is there, you have a couple more matchups.
Wait,
to work
BMU,
to
what did we miss? Because you had the mainstream pull up on the side, or were you just watching the art stream here?
Yes, there's a deck called Rek'Sai.
1 second, let me.
If I hit Rek'Sai, it's going to be rough. I've practiced a
on.
lot against it. It is not a good matchup, so hopefully I don't hit it.
Do you mind elucidating?
Just listen to the stream properly.
Exactly
You have a chat. Yeah, I'll listen.
So the problem with the Rek'Sai matchup is that they see so many cards. They're very fast, and they have the best removal spell possible against Aurelia, which is Cold a Week.
He says
they almost always find it because they see so many
maybe
cards
they
with
did. They
Rek'Sai with
punished
the
him for the
signature
slow
spell as well.
warning.
And they have so much might in the backline with the Phoenixes that come back.
Aurelia, so
it just
perhaps
creates a point tempo for them and a card advantage pool for them as well.
So far behind,
if you lose Aurelia, usually the game is pretty much over.
Of the 5 minutes. It's just 5 minutes
you
to
can tell me
play.
if this is too much, right?
I can reveal it. It's fine.
Oh, did they just not show game 3 then?
doing?
So for sideboard, I just try to bring in more counter magic.
Just listen to the casters chat
Hard
after.
Bargain, for example, another Defy in the sideboard.
Paul, see if I can think of.
In my main deck is definitely a little bit tuned towards Rek'Sai, so it's not as bad as like the list I was starting off with.
Guys, for anyone on the mainstream,
Portals in the main
rewind
deck,
it
for
back
example.
just a slight little
That's
bit to
definitely a
make
good
sure
card
we
against Cold
didn't
Week,
miss it
because you
here
draw
on
a
the
card off of
stream,
it
on
if
the
it's in a
co-stream.
different zone.
If you guys are on the
So that's
mainstream,
been very
maybe
nice for me the whole tournament. Honestly.
was
I have not
Timo
faced
one
Rek'Sai,
stalling?
but
Yeah,
Alright,
I
well,
mean,
we're gonna let you go and get ready to
stalling
get
or
next round. Is
not,
there anything you
it
want to
ended
say
up going
to
to
your
Aurelia
friends, to your
either
fans
way.
out there before we
Interview
do?
is
Honestly,
too
shout
loud
out to my
to
opponent,
sorry, I
Joe
just
from Into the Rift
rewound it,
podcast. Very,
and
very
they just
cool
said, yeah,
guy.
the casters didn't mention anything about
Haven't seen it. I mean, I guess
why.
if you're
They
watching
just
this
went,
interview, maybe
oh,
you
here's the
can
winner Crows, who's now 9-1.
game to-
So I'm guessing he played a game free. They just didn't show it for time reasons.
Well, good luck on the rest of the day. Hopefully we'll see you
I
But
believe
yeah,
so.
they said Crows won.
I hope so. Thank you so much.
So somehow Crows got off ahead of the curve, getting 2 points ahead of Spessy. So, you know, well earned. Not to say Spessy didn't deserve it, but just for putting us through all that stress of the slow play shenanigans. Did they DQ the Timo Klasa? They didn't. They didn't DQ him. It looks like Aurelia won fair and square.
As far as we
There
know.
was 5 minutes remaining, and then there was 3-turn overtime. Perhaps Aurelia Fervent did come online finally, and then did her whole skating around the battlefield, conquer after conquer, getting ahead of the Timo player. But it looks like we will be getting into that sneak preview backup match as we anticipated before. We saw it was an Azir, one of only 2 Azirs remaining in day number 2, and I can't remember who he's going to be facing off, and of course it will be the third most represented, Kai'Sa. I like this matchup, and it almost feels to me that it's a decently Kai'Sa favor. But we do have a calm deck that has a lot of decent amount of counter ability as well, like Aurelia does. But I can't remember this matchup exactly being played out. But to me, it almost feels like Kai'Sa has the removal. But Azir's a bit of a quicker deck too. So this could be really interesting.
Yeah, so in my sort of like knowledge of this game, and I play a Kai'Sa, and one of my friends and sort of like sparring partners with Riftbound plays Azir very, very well. Kai'Sa feels really strong into Azir. Like there's a lot of removal of stuff, but Azir just keeps coming back with more and more and more. And eventually, even though you've got loads of cards in your hand as Kai'Sa, you run out of steam. Like there's just so many units on the board. Things like call the Desert's Call the Guards, Arise. You know, there's so many options to generate a lot of tokens very fast that it's very hard for the Kai'Sa to deal with. And I've played this matchup a few times. It could go either way, honestly. Plus, it's a really close matchup.
Right, you do bring up an excellent point. At one point, you end up running out of your removal spells unless you could keep on drawing and keep that card advantage in your favor with things like Progress Day. But at one point, like you mentioned, you're not going to have those falling stars, those singularities, those Hextech rays. And one thing you could always count on Azir is developing more and more Sand Soldiers each and every turn. So I do agree, it could be a bit more of an interesting match as both of these players are X2. They're pretty much on death's door on this day 2 competition. If one more loss, they're effectively eliminated from top 8, but perhaps they could continue on. Azir's just 50% of getting the best of metal card. Perhaps a couple wins will guarantee him the best of metal card, because I seen the Azir one. That one looks awesome. I would love to have an Azir best of metal.
Yeah, I mean, any best of metal, like if you want to keep it, congratulations. Like turn up to your local skirmishes and just intimidate people. But I think most of these players will probably be playing to sell.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
it's a big payday on some of these metal cards, especially like the more desirable legends. Like if you get the best of Ari, like you're buying a house. You know, that's kind of like where you're at with that.
Funding all your regional trips. You can go to Leo, you can go to Atlanta, you can go to Australia. That is a perfect, you know, that is the picture perfect thing you would want to do as a competitive player. You basically became your own self-funded pro player, because it's tough to be a TCG pro. You know, to make a living from a card game is incredibly tough in 2026. Riftbound is allowing a couple players to do so.
Yeah.
A lot of the top players, once they sell those metal cards, it gives a bit of a nice little, I guess in a way of a safety net in your funds, right? So it does feel good.
Yeah.
But a Torm coming down as we get back into the game and Kai'Sa gets eliminated. You know, I saw the one of not so fast already picked up for Azir. That is awesome to see, because things like Falling Star won't be able to get rid of a Sand Soldier so easily. So Azir off to a fantastic start, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, the charm into the Raven Bloom to kind of, oh, hey, I get to draw a Death Grip off the top of my deck when I see it. The thing that's tilted me about this game is, Richard, dude, move your trash. That is not where your trash should be.
It looks like it's on the battlefield. That is indeed rather confusing. But yeah, I don't know. These judges have shown us they don't really mind where these players represent each zone. But the Falling Stars, as we said before, Azir only has a single rune, which could be beneficial to him. He feels like he has no problems letting go of these kill spells. Little does he know, he does have a not so fast for later down the road. But an Ire of the Herald and a Brutalizer hit the back line of cores. Let's see if he has any more equipment to try to keep on that Sand Soldier pressure. And we're getting a little bit of wobbles going on in the feature table. I wonder if that's people bumping into the table, or one of these players kind of moving their legs rapidly or something. What is it called? Fidgeting?
Yeah, like it's restless leg. I get it as well. Like, I really have to focus on not jiggling my legs, especially when like there's a camera recording the games or anything like that.
Right.
It's just a typical sort of like, I don't know, card gamey player thing, I guess I would say.
Right.
So yeah, it's one of those things. But the Falling Star coming down, sort of clearing the back line. This is what I was kind of talking about before this game. Kaiser has a lot of removal for these small units, but they just keep coming back. That's the thing. I don't like the Azir coming out this early. I think Azir is like that end game win condition, and leaving it vulnerable, like this is exactly what happens. Falling Star now, you've lost one of your win conditions straight away. I understand you want to keep tempo as the Azir, but just throwing a unit away for essentially one power is not a good use of resource there.
You know, I'm right there with you. That was an interesting line of play because he had an equipment to play. He had a BF sword in play, or in the hand. He could have just
one
paid
game up, by the way.
What was that?
Yeah, Azir's one game up, I just noticed as well.
Okay, so perhaps playing a bit more recklessly because he feels like he can win that game 3 if anything comes down to it. But as I was getting at, he could have played the BF sword, develop out another Sand Soldier for tapping for 1. Instead of playing the Chosen Champion, he felt like it was in a good position to play. But what are you bringing your tokens in? I could only imagine if his intention was to play something like an Arise the next turn, and then Azir goes push 1. And then you bring your tokens on top of it. But that's usually when you have to clear a massive battlefield. Kaiser didn't really have anything set up on either battlefield. He has a simple sentry at the current moment. So I'm wondering, I wish we could ask him in person, like, why did he bring out the Azir champion? But perhaps a slight little hiccup going on so far. But the piercing light catching the hands of that Defy, taken down. Sand Soldier stays alive to see another turn. But now let's see if Kaiser has perhaps another kill spell, as she already has 2 Falling Stars, 1 Piercing Light. There's a lot of resource being extended for Kaiser. So if she runs out of it, it could be exactly what Azir needs to kind of make sure he closes out this game number 2.
Yeah, and we see the Bryn here coming down just to kind of build tempo. And again, please put that in your base. My God, man, it is tilting me. But yeah, so we see the Bryn here coming down just to build tempo. So that says to me like the Kaiser hasn't got the options in hand that he wants to. He's got nothing to defend against this. He does see the I think the Kaiser deck's like 80% spells, and he misses the spell off the top deck Raven Bloom as well. So yeah, a little bit unlucky there. Both players kind of making odd play choices. This seems like a really scrappy game. We see the BF sword coming down, weapon mastered onto the Sand Soldier, Brutalizer and the Eye sitting in the base as well. That is a scary combo. That can add like +3 might and a token when you swing in. Like it's a really nasty combo that kind of like sneaks up on you out of nowhere. The only thing going for the Kaiser right now is the rune count. Raven Bloom going to come in again. And so far, Azir is 2 for 2 on the Raven Bloom triggers.
Yeah, right. He's the one benefiting from Kaiser's battlefield. Or is it actually Azir's? Because who's running? No, Valmond's Lair does make sense for an Azir deck. You lock in your competition, and then you could kind of take it off with your Sand Soldiers. And you personally don't mind locking in your Sand Soldiers because you have a whole lot more Sand Soldiers where they came from. And that is a whole lot of gear, a whole lot of equipment. If he has something for Arise in the late game, that might just be the most extraordinary Arise we've ever seen, especially if he continues on and develops a bit more units or a bit more equipment at that. Let's take a look if we can see a bit more at his hand, as we see, oh, he does have a wind wall. So not only not so fast, he has the bigger counter spells. So he could even counter literally anything. If it comes down to a thermo beam, he will be able to wind wall that. So that's an interesting main board. Actually, we are in the sideboard territory as this is game 2.
Yeah, there's a 100% chance that the Kaiser has thermo beams in the sideboard. It just happens to happen. And now we see a Hextech Ray coming down, which is going to do 3 damage. So right now that token's at what, 5-8 might with a brutalizer. So it's just enough to get over, and then the discipline coming down, going to 10 might, gets to draw a card. This is why Azir is terrifying. Like the amount of might that can come out of nowhere. He's saying no. Stupefies the reaction, so that's still not enough to get over.
Yeah, he's still going to be holding tight at 9 total swing in might, and the Bringer and the Sentries is going to be at 6 total might, so I believe he's drawing 1.
He's going to trade because of the Hextech, right?
Oh, with the Hextech Ray, absolutely. So yeah,
he's going to trade with the Hextech, but you're losing a token for a Bryn here and a Watchful on a Ravenbloom. Yeah, like, it's a good trade.
Yeah, and more importantly, you're keeping all your equipment back into the base, so never feels too bad about that. You're removing everything, and you know, I'm right there with you. As you mentioned, that trash has to go anywhere else except the immediate battlefield. It looks like he's holding on with a whole lot of units, but we'll get it together. It looks like he has another equipment, most likely going to be developed out this turn. The GA, of course, that does enable the Azir Legend to come online, get the Sand Soldier, and it does have Weapon Master, so picks the more high-value equipment, being the BF Sword to attach onto it. Passes on over a bit of a lower scoring game, as both of these players just simply have 2 points apiece. But I think things are shortly going to be, or things will be changing rather shortly, as they hinted it in the commentary cast that he may or may not have something like an Arise. An Arise will be able to score, or not just score, but bring online so many Sand Soldiers, and 2 of them will be ready.
Please windwall that. Do not let the Kaiser draw that many cards. Please windwall that. You've got the runes. It doesn't matter. Windwall it, please. For the love of God, windwall that card. Don't give the Kaiser 4 cards. No.
You know, the only counter I could say to that is, instead of countering the Progress Day, perhaps counter what he draws from the Progress Day. But he's drawing more than just 1 card, so you could counter one of those, but perhaps you can't counter one of the 3rd or the 4th card he ends up drawing. But a good development.
I'm assuming
going
he's keeping
down.
it for the Thermo Beam. I assume that's what he's holding on to, but like, I don't like the Kaiser having that many options. Like, he doesn't have a lot of might on board. You have a lot of gear, but you also don't have a lot of tokens. Yeah, I understand he's probably keeping it for the Thermo Beam because that kind of ends his game. But giving Kaiser like a stack of cards is terrifying.
Yeah, especially as we were saying before, she was starting to run rather low on those kill spells, as they had already used so many in this turn. And that is the 3rd time Kaiser doesn't benefit from the Ravenloot Conservatory.
Yeah, it's a 3rd miss for the Kaiser. He did manage to get the Progress Day from the last trigger, so it's not like the worst case scenario to happen. Come on, you know what Death Shears do, surely. But yeah, so it's not the worst situation to be in. Like, the Kaiser's going to have a lot of options, a lot of runes open. I think he's going to have to start digging for the answer to all this gear. We do see the Arise coming down, so this is where the board gets flooded, and this is where we're going to experience how small these maps really are.
Oh yeah, Arise, the signature spell from Azir, does indeed get played out, and saying Stupefy in a reaction to the Arise just to draw 1 on your opponent's turn. But let's see how much Sand Soldiers will be played out this turn.
1, 2,
I believe it was
3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, they're not showing us just yet.
Gear, isn't it?
They're showing us Kaiser's hand at the moment, but it should be somewhere in the neighborhood of 6, and 2 of them will be entering ready. So backing up one of them on the Ravenbloom, and I would imagine the other one will be going in for the Conqueror. And he played the Arise. Where are the other Sand Soldiers? They're loading up. They're loading up soon.
The judges had to run over to the other table, not holding on to 6 soldier tokens naturally.
Right.
So there's the 2 ready ones in the base. He's equipping the eyes onto them. There's another 2 to go. And there they are there. So Brutalizer gets equipped. I probably wouldn't weapon master the Brutalizer, you know. Just rather leave it off. But yeah, this is just messy now. There's so many Sand Soldiers everywhere.
Yeah, and I don't blame him. There's just too little space on that board right now, but at least he will be able to conquer. Sends in the Eye of the Herald one, so that's 2 recruit tokens getting generated from the Eye of the Herald. So we'll be defending for a decent amount of might, not the most amount of might. I think the collective total right there is what, 2, 4, 5, 6 total might. So it can be taken out from something like the Noxus Hopeful and the Poro, but then you're leaving that Ravenloot Conservatory completely undefended, or completely not getting dealt with. So you will be able to hold up to 5 total points, and little by little it almost feels like Azir is running away with this game. But perhaps something like a Watcher Bellows Breath combo from this Azir, or from this Kaiser player, it might just be exactly what she needs to get back control of this board state, because just visually Azir is overwhelmingly all over the board right now.
Yeah, I love the sort of thematics of the Azir gameplay. Like, it's exactly how you'd expect the sort of legend to play, just unwilling, relentless assaults with sand soldiers. That's kind of like the lore behind him, basically. We do see the Watcher coming down. She's going to give -3 to absolutely everything. But there are so many triggers, like, for example, the Death Knell, the Raven Bloom. You're giving, like, a lot of stuff away just to clear 2 battlefields. And don't get me wrong, you need to start clearing these 2 battlefields. But what happens? The Shears go back to base. The BF Sword goes back to base. They get reattached. He moves back in and he reconquers. This is where Azir can be really powerful. Some options on the Kaiser side. Unchecked power, quite possibly, would be devastating here. We do know he got a wind wall. Thermo Beam is your literal call now. Thermo Beam is the one we do. We do see a Death Grip in reaction, killing the BF Sword Sand Soldier in reaction to the Watcher trigger. So that would retroactively give something 5 might and then reduce it by 3. So there's a bit of math going on here, but it looks like the Plundering Poro is able to take over this battlefield. I doubt he's moving it in if it wasn't able to kill it.
Yeah, I think everything with every Sand Soldier should be at just 1 total might currently. You know, the response to Death Grip was more so for the draw, because if you're responding to Watcher's activation, you do get the plus, I believe, 5 total might, but then the Watcher brings him back down to what, 2 total might. So it didn't really do too much, but you did utilize your runes on your opponent's turn, which is kind of being efficient in itself. So it doesn't feel too bad. Gives up 1 battlefield, but looking to not give up the other one. But I think this Watcher has another thing in mind, as the Hextech Ray taking care of one of the recruit tokens. I think the Watcher alone should be able to clear the board now, as there's not too many might in general. Those Eye of the Heralds are fantastic equipment, but they actually have 0 might additional to those Sand Soldiers. So what is that, 1, 2, 3 total might holding it down?
Yeah, so you would Hextech so your Noxus could clear the battlefield on its own. I assume that's what you want to happen.
You know, with the Death Grip, the 1 Sand Soldier might be at 2, actually. So it might have been 4 to 4, which is why he's sending in the Watcher.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Obviously, with the lack of sort of like visual clarity, and we can't hear the players saying, oh, I give the mic to this one. It's a little bit hard to keep track of sometimes without, dice or counters. But yeah, that must have been the case. So obviously when he Death Gripped, he give it 5, which gives something else +5, and then -2, that would have made the Sand Soldier a little bit bigger. So we had to do some math there to kind of keep away. But as you said, plus, like, yeah, you kill the units, but the main power of the units goes back to base. You've essentially got, combat tricks sitting in your base for essentially nothing.
Oh,
yeah, and I think they're arguing about the Death Grip now of where that might was placed.
Yeah, I did see him point at the Eye of the Herald one, so I believe he's correct. That one should have been able to have at least 2 might, but it doesn't really matter. Watcher still conquers that battlefield. Kaiser does go indeed to 3, but as you mentioned, one of the beautiful thing about equipments is that they never truly ever go away unless you have to face the likes of a Thermo Beam, of course, which is why he's holding on for that wind wall until that best moment. But you have to keep those runes available to do so, but still has a couple Sand Soldiers in the back. The couple Sand Soldiers that weren't readied from the Arise. If he has a follow-up Arise, things would go insanely in the favor of Azir. Of course, he's only at 4 points currently, but little by little, conquer after conquer, I feel like Azir is locking this one out, especially because there's just one too many equipments currently on the board.
I was going to say, those Sand Soldiers should all be awakened, right? They were still rested?
No, you're totally right. It's Azir's new turn. He should have them all ready currently.
Yeah, strange. Either way, Raven Bloom trigger. And Kaiser misses again. That's so unlucky. That is so unlucky.
Yeah, who would have expected your own battlefield low-key betraying you? And yeah, he fixed it. The Sand Soldiers do come in ready. I wish we could get a bit of a glimpse on the Azir hand, because the one caveat for Azir is that they really lack the card advantage. After they get rid of most of their cards, they have no way of recurring the cards that they kind of use on this in this entire game. So Death Grip is a card to get +1 draw, but other than that, I can't really consider anything else. Perhaps something like a Hidden Blade on your own Sand Soldier, but we haven't seen any of that this entire game number 2. So I think Azir, with only a couple cards in hand most likely, and sending in the Sand Soldier with a plethora of equipment backed up, so the Watcher will be hitting the bin, and he does get Conquer up to 6, of course.
Oh, I love this as well. He was just like, he attached the shears, which give the death trigger or death nail trigger draw 1. So he kind of went, oh, okay, which one do you want to kill? Do you want to give me a card, or do you want to kill the 2 might unit? Your choice.
Right.
And of course, he did eventually kill the one to give him the card draw. So yeah, very well played. And this is why Azir can be terrifying when they have that much gear on board, is the fact that they can just keep adding might to stuff out of nowhere. We do see the Desert's Call repeated there. So he's playing 2 more tokens down. They will have Weapon Master when they come in. So he's attaching a BF sword to 1, and I suspect the scissors to the other one as well. So again, we're seeing 2 very, very loaded battlefields. The hand from Azir is terrifying, and not so fast a Wind Wall and a Discipline I spotted. I think that might have been 2 not so fast as well. So, yeah, Kaiser's got a battle here. So even if he does manage to have that Firma Beam in hand, it's going to be useless.
Yeah, absolutely useless. So much counter potential coming out of the hand of Azir. On top of that, it has a couple combat tricks to keep these Sand Soldiers nice and healthy. I believe the only out for Richard is going to be a follow-up Watcher currently, because you need these Sand Soldiers toned down a little bit. They have one too many equipments on top. Valmon's Lair, a bit of a vulnerability for Azir right now, but he's just looking to hold that main Raven Blue Conservatory as he hides the card. I didn't get to see what it was. Most likely, I did see a 2 energy 1 power cost card that could be the Hidden Blade to enable him to draw more cards if he wants to sacrifice his own Sand Soldier, or of course kill an incoming card. But if that Valmon's Lair goes down, he currently has no units in the back. He already utilized that Azir champion as early as that turn 2, so nowhere to be found. How is he going to close the game out? Because he holds up to 7. Does he just kind of pack the battlefield from there? Because how is he moving to Valmon's Lair thinking a little bit slightly ahead?
Yeah, I honestly don't think the Kaiser's going to have the resources to crack this, knowing what we have the Azir in hand. The only thing I can think of doing is accelerating the Watcher, but then one Arise, anything like that, and the crackback is unreal from the Azir match. And the Azir player, just again, looking at body language, looks almost bored. He's like, come on, finish your turn. I'm about to win 2-0.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the shame being, like, going 8-2, I don't think is enough to make it into top 8. I would love to see an Azir in top 8, but I think this man is probably winning the best of at this point.
Oh, absolutely. I would only imagine probably the Azir has already been effectively eliminated going X3, or maybe both Azirs are making a deep run in day number 2. That would be awesome to see. Perhaps a lot of the current Bologna players have been sleeping on Azir. I know China was sleeping on Azir for a little bit, and he is a great deck, has a lot of great play lines, but sometimes a bit of a linear strategy that your opponent could kind of capitalize on. But it looked to be working quite well against the likes of Kaiser, despite having a double falling star opening, getting a piercing light defined. And here it is. We said it, BMU, the only out he had to try to clear both of these battlefields, it will be that Watcher coming down at accelerated speed and able to clear both of these battlefields with the current units at hand. But now Rock Low has a lot to do, because if both of these Sand Soldiers go down, he has, wait, how did that one get in the back?
No, it's not. He moved it around to check the might. All 3 of those Sand Soldiers are on the Raven Bloom.
Okay.
They definitely are. Yeah, he moved it around to kind of check the might on everything, which I think. And so the hidden cards on the Raven Bloom as well. Watcher moving in to Vilemor's Lair. And he should get the kill here. And do you know what? Azir, maybe not as established as we thought he was going to be. Like, there's not much of a crackback in hand. We don't see the Arise in hand. So he hasn't got like those readied units ready to go. So it might take him a little bit of while to set back up. He's only going to have one Sand Soldier potentially in his base with that GA attached.
Yeah, that's what we were getting at earlier, because even if he was able to hold from the Raven Balloon, he has to remember the trigger real quick. Remember the battlefield trigger. Try to pick up that Arise. It is going to be a Doran Shield. One step closer to that Arise. Not too shabby, but Discipline does get played out. +2 on one of these Sand Soldiers. Should be enough, because I think currently it does bring that total might on that battlefield up to 5. I can only assume, 3 and then 2.
Yeah, because obviously the Watcher reduces everything. So he can buff something +2 here, and then wind wall any sort of like Void Seeker or Hex Tech or anything like that. It doesn't feel like a good use of it, but it will keep that battlefield safe, and that's kind of what he needs. Did he just top deck a Desert's Call? I think he did.
He did.
Which is a game changer right now.
Yeah, he needs some units, and I believe Desert Call, is that an action speed spell?
Action, yeah. So you can play it in this turn to get 2 Sand Soldiers to the base, ready for the crackback next turn. And he's got a not so fast. So I think he's got enough runes for a not so fast to stop any Void Seeker shenanigans to allow the Kaiser player to win here. But no, the Kaiser player says, actually, no, I will trade. So the 1 Sand Soldier survives. 1 should go back to base, right? With a GA?
With the GA, yep.
Yeah, did he not put that back to base? Oh, is that one that's already gone there? Okay, that's fine. As long as you remembered that.
Yeah, the 1 Sand Soldier with the Silver Shear still standing, looking at the Yordle to try to conquer, because if you hold up to 7, but actually, Richard has to think carefully, because if you open up a showdown, you enable something like the Desert Call, but instead the Hidden Blade coming down on the Yordle, knowing that Kaiser just has 4 runes, doesn't have enough for that interesting, or the important Thermo Beam, but you don't have that window of opportunity to play the Desert Call. And let me look it up real quick. It is indeed a action, right? Because I wonder why he played the Hidden Blade and not the Desert Call to try to repeat.
There we go. Not so fast comes down against the Rocket Barrage, and that is GG. The Azir takes it 2-0 over the Kaiser. Great play by the Azir player. We didn't really see him struggle too much in that matchup. It seemed like he's in complete control almost the entire game.
Yeah, even as you mentioned before, the body language alone, feeling cool, calm, and collected. Well done to Azir, keeping the dream alive, because I think there might be one X2 that make it into top 8. Because think about it, if you win every single round except 2, what is that? There's 13 total rounds, so you're 11-2. That's not a bad record. Is there really going to be...
That must be good enough, right?
That has to be. Chat, let us know if you guys are more experienced in the Swiss bracket. Is the X2 still alive? I mean, it was good enough to make day 2, but I would imagine we're talking about 8 players out of 1,719 players, narrowing it down to the best of the best. And these are the best of those players, down to just 8 from day 2. It's going to be insane, guys. I am so excited to continue on in this tournament. Let's get a little winner's interview from the Azir player, and let's see if they're going to pick his brain. I think they're throwing it back to the cast. Perhaps they're running short on time, because some of these matches are pre-recorded. I don't know if we're going to be jumping into round 11 anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm not sure that, although the games are thick and fast and they seem to be on schedule. Like, again, big props to the production staff on this one. This is so much of an easier and better watch than the Chinese regionals were. So well done on that one.
Oh yeah.
Just only feedback, bigger mats, please. Let's go big. Let's go big with these feedback mats.
But you know, it's a good compromise for me. Like, smaller mats, but 2 backup matches, or 1 feature match and 1 backup match. That is a super needed thing, because if you guys remember from the Chinese regionals, we would have to sit and do virtually nothing for almost 30 to hour long time limit sometimes. So it was insane. So I love the production here at the Bologna, here at that Western, because I think Houston did it as well. But I think it's time for the interview. So let's go ahead and turn this up and see what he has to say.
Coming in with currently the top Azir list in our day. Why did we choose Azir?
I feel like the funny thing is, everyone I talk to always asks whether I play for the medal card.
But honestly, when I think everyone plays for a medal card.
Yeah.
But I chose the deck to win out. Like, that is,
I love
my
his
intention,
attitude.
but everyone is like so surprised why I play Asia. They're like, are you only playing for the medal card? So yeah, I feel like the deck is great. I feel like the skill expression is very different than other decks because you just have to do math all the time. And since I'm good at math, I thought Asia is a perfect choice, where I can combine math and skill.
Yeah, me too. Who would have thought
Riftbound
equals good at math for being good
if
Riftbound
anyone,
player.
I will fight to death that Asia is the best signature spell in the game. So yeah, I always tell everyone.
Azia's great.
It's great,
Yeah.
especially if you draw a Rise. If you draw a Rise, it's the best deck in the game.
I love the confidence so very much in your deck. You know what you've got going on. You know your matchups. It's clear that you're a very, very skilled player. You came over from League as well, playing a bit of League of Legends. Is there anything that inspired you to come out, just a little bit? Is there anything that inspired you to come over to Riftbound, or was it just a natural progression for you?
I always played like TCGs. I'm not dropping names, but beforehand I also played competitively some other TCGs.
Great.
That's crazy, right? It doesn't let you name drop
was
TCGs.
a professional
That's
player
crazy.
for League of Legends.
Perfect.
And when I
in Riot's mind, the only games that exist are Riot
I
games.
knew from that day, when that game comes out, I want to be like the first professional player in that game. Like, if anyone, like,
that's you.
I love the IP.
Yeah.
I love TCG, and I believe in Riot Games. They did a great job with League. I'm pretty sure they're doing a great job with Riftbound. So it was pretty simple and clear for me that, yeah, I will put my life into this game.
You were like, straight away,
the
I'm
life
in that
into the
cooking
game.
pot.
I love
that is
it.
a bit of me. I am absolutely in there.
You know, it's really funny, like,
Love
if
that.
Azir top
like
8,
22
like, the
skirmishes.
Rice, that was going to be like 50
in,
pounds.
like in the first season.
That's a lot. Like, we haven't had a lot of time for those yet.
Yeah, with a friend, we won more than 75% of all of them. So
were
we
you
have
playing
like,
Azir in all of them?
No, it was Origins.
Of course.
Yeah. We played Kaisa and Set.
Oh, I love Set. That was my deck for Origins.
Yeah, I played a lot of Set and I won all of my buys with Set.
Amazing. That's incredible. And you're going really strong into these competition now with those round 1 buys.
Yes.
So you can feel confident that you've got that kind of rest in the morning.
Yeah.
How's it feel to have those kind of banked up and ready to go?
The funny thing is, like, even though I can sleep longer, I'm here around like 9 a.m.
You're here anyway, ready to go.
Yeah. Because I talked to one of the info point guys, and they said it could be a problem at 10 a.m. yesterday, so please be here at 10 a.m. And yeah, I like to be on time, so I was here like at 9:30 or something.
This guy is funny, man.
As you should be.
I like
Honestly,
this guy.
Yeah.
You know, promptness is always helpful, and you get yourself ready for the day. It is a really fun environment to be in anyway.
Yes.
I've got a little bit of an Azir question for you, if that's okay.
Of course.
If you have 6 runes open,
Yes.
right, do you prefer to play like more equipment first, or do you just want to go aggressive early with your Rise?
It really depends on how many equips I have.
Yeah.
If I have 6 runes, that should be turn 3.
Yeah.
So I have 2 equips. That's not the point where I should play a Rise, especially game 1.
Yeah.
But I will think about it on game 2 and 3, because people side in Thermal Beam. And the thing is, as soon as I activate a Rise and I can clear the whole board, I will do it. Because then he's forced to Thermal Beam again and turn skip himself, and I get 4 points from it. So I think it really depends on game 1, game 2. Do you play against red or not? How does your hand look? Or can you play Asia champion unit
He
for free
really
anyways?
understands his
I think
matchup
those are like
against all the
factors
legends.
that you need to
Really,
take account.
really
take
clearly
account. Or
understands
for
it.
example, if he goes to 7 and can Mind Splitter, maybe just drop the Rise.
Yeah.
Or for example, if you have to conquer because he's not allowed to hold, then you have to drop it and just run over a board. Because then you either have BF Sword or Brutalizer, and you can always go in for 7 and no board on Earth. Live
Can
7.
handle that, no.
Yeah. Like this
I love
early.
how that was such a binary question, and he just explained it for 5 minutes.
Yeah, basically put out a Metafy guide on Azir with that question.
To a deck like this, I believe that you can take it all the way. If you're having that feeling right now, you going to take it all the way to the win?
I just try every game.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. You can
of course,
do it.
I'm confident, but realistically, yeah, I'm very close to the medal card.
Yeah,
I already won with my friend 2 medal cards from the prize wall.
Wow!
Yeah, we got Kaiser and Timo.
Oh, good choices.
Yeah.
Good choices. Are there any others that you would go for? If you could get a third right now.
Yeah, the problem is always the price.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to take Asia to play Asia today.
Of course.
I wanted to like maximum aura farm and unlock the gold medal with the normal medal, but the problem is the Asia is, let's say, sadly it's too cheap.
Not as popular.
Yeah, it's not that popular.
You can popularize it. That's what's going to happen today. Everyone start getting your Azirs right now.
Or not.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Your insight is unimaginably useful. For any Azir believers out there, you've got your champion right here.
Yeah.
You've got someone fighting your corner who
all the
Azir
Azir lovers are residing on this one player, Rocco. I'll call him Rocco because I think Rock was in his name, putting on quite the performance for Azir. I love what I've seen. Let's see, can he take Azir all the way to top 8? Because he says he's feeling confident. Is he confident against the likes of Draven? I feel like he knows and understands his matchup. The way he was answering those questions, he knows what he's doing. I wouldn't be too surprised to see him go at least one Azir into top 8, which would be incredible because I think someone in chat told us there was, what, 22 total Azirs? So that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool to get the job done. Good stuff for him.
I just love the fact he was like, I'm going to aura farm I'm going to get the Metal Azir like on the Friday and then aura farm the Metal Azir into the best of Metal Azir. I absolutely love that confidence from him.
Yeah,
what a player. I really like this guy. I really like this guy.
I know a lot of people in chat enjoy him as well. Interesting enough, it looks like Coping Wombat saying he used to be a league German team coach. So having the confidence of someone that's been here in competitive card games or competitive games in general from a long time ago. So good stuff to him. Hopefully we'll see him in the future. But I believe BMU, we locked in 2 rounds. That was 2 rounds. I know we probably want to keep watching the remaining of it, but just to keep in a timely manner, because I don't know where Dimitri is. Maybe he's in chat, but I'll go ahead and tag him. But let's go ahead and make sure the next round doesn't kind of creep up on us where we least expect it. But that was awesome. One more time, it really passes by incredibly fast, doesn't it? I don't know what it is about these Bologna regionals, but it almost like we blink and that was 2 rounds. Is that just me or was that you too, BMU?
That was 2 very quick rounds. It was obviously 4 games, and we were doing kind of like 2 games in the space. We're getting, 4 or 5 games on this side. So yeah, they're going thick and fast. Like the pace is good. There's no downtime. We've got little winners interviews afterwards. Again, phenomenal job from the production side of Bologna. Looks like Dimitri did message you, so I think it's my time to dip. Plus, thank you so much for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure watching these games with you.
Yeah, likewise. I would love to see you come back on a future stream, either a regional or a cast with our usual community tournaments as well. So we'll always be in touch. I know you've been one of the OGs here on the commentary team. I don't remember when was our first tournament together, but I know it has been some time and it's always a great experience. So thank you so very much. Nice and early start to the day. Not as early as me, but still earlier than we're used to around the day. But yes, BMU, thank you so much. If you want to leave us with any closing remarks or any little shout outs to right now would be perfect.
Closing remarks. Draven still good, yo. Please let the Teemo win, or the Azir guy. I really want him to win. But other than that, yeah, you can catch me on YouTube at BMU Casts. I'm on Twitter at SC Button Me Up. I think there's an exclamation mark gone in the chat, so if you want to click those links, you can grab me. Once again, massive thank you to Plus for what you do for the Riftbound community, all these tournaments and stuff like that, bringing Riftbound content to a lot of people. Big up Dimitri coming in for this next game. Please enjoy the stream. Thank you very much. I'm out. Peace. See you soon.
There we go, guys. Say peace out to BMU. We'll catch him around in the Rift, but for now, we'll see you next time, BMU. Take care.
See ya.
All right, guys, let's see. We'll try to bring in the next caster in Dimitri. He was with us here in day 1. If you guys were here for the co-stream on day 1, and yeah, Jala saying good night. Jala, I think it's still early morning for a lot of people, so not good night just yet. And guys, is there anyone in nighttime? I don't think anyone should be in nighttime unless you're maybe in Australia. Maybe a lot of Australians might be approaching the nighttime. But let's go ahead and see. I'll tag Dimitri to kind of join us here on the booth. Or actually, Dimitri, I see you in now. Can you hear me?
I have joined. Hello, yes.
Good day, good day. How are we feeling, Dimitri? It looks like we're right on time to get round number 12 started.
I'm excited. I saw the Azir Kaisa match a bit. I heard your commentary with BMU and it was going great. I'm excited for this. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Woke up bright and early. Got a little bit more rest than I did before in day one, so I am feeling good about day two. It looks like we're jumping into an Aurelia matchup, and we didn't get to see too many winning Aurelias in day number two, so I'm excited to see because I believe you actually said Aurelia will be the champion of this Bologna Regional, didn't you?
I did make that prediction, but you have to notice here, this is a Miracle Aurelia. This is a very different build from what we're used to.
Wow, you're so right. I see the Ezreals and the Razas in the last right. That is definitely super different than we're used to.
And a Fiora.
Oh, I believe that's one of two Fioras that made it into day two. Honestly, I anticipated, or actually I expected Fioras to do a whole lot better than they actually did in Bologna. Do you think what's holding back Fiora necessarily? Because I feel like it's a good deck. Is it a bit just underexplored, or is she really not as good as I believe she is?
I think it is a good deck. I think it has a fairly good matchup spread broadly, which is nice. It's not like countering a specific meta, and so when it's this broad of a meta where only 15% brought Draven, I do think she's pretty good. I think the issue she has is that the baited hook build seems like the best build to me, and it just is so much that you have to track the whole time to optimize all of your baited hook searches, when to bother doing it and everything, that I think a lot of players don't bother doing that. So I think she struggles from that in a tournament environment. But
Okay.
I could see her doing well with the players who are actually dedicated to her, like this guy seems to be.
I think Fiora shines the brightest when you completely, as you said, understand each and every matchup, but it will be LSU, the Aurelia player, the miracle Aurelia player at that, will be starting things off. Doesn't have any low to the ground units to play off, something like a Lonely Poro. I wish I took a bit of a screenshot because I don't know, did she have like tide turners in the Lonely Poro, or is she just going full on miracle package, things like, I guess, treasure hunter, maybe a traveling merchant? This is an interesting build to say the least.
She's got a couple tide turner, a couple merchants, it looked like, from the build, like 2 of each, a couple guardian angels, but yeah, pretty low on turn 1 plays. I do think the past lists we saw were like 37, 38 cards, and they were missing 1 or 2 pretty much every time. So it's possible that we're missing another turn 1 play option or something else about the list. But it looks to be pretty normal for her to just skip that turn 1 and maybe go Azir on, or Ezreal on turn 2.
Yeah, it does make sense. It looks like Fiora on the draw, of course, does have the ability to establish the Fiora worthy as early as that first turn, and that she does. As we do know, you don't have to be too hesitant to let her go because Aurelia doesn't have too much to do with the backline. Of course, she does have things like charms, as we keep going back to sometimes, but I think LSU probably on the develop the Ezreal Prodigy game plan, as we see him tap 2, going to be recycling the Chaos Rune, and just seeing what he hits off the top, because he was the miracle package, but I don't think he was playing the full hardcore scrap heaps in the deck, did he?
It's miracle package.
Oh, it is
full on scrap heaps in this.
Full on, wow.
Yeah, no, it's everything. It's Rasas, it's merchants, it's scrap heaps. It is very in on this miracle stuff. And very light on disruption, I guess, is what he's taking out for it. So I don't know how that's going to work out. It looks like the Fiora is going to have the first chance to score a point, and we'll see if that works out. Does he bother going in with the Fiora?
Yeah, probably. Actually, Fiora Worthy is a champion that you don't necessarily want to go ahead and leave exposed on the battlefield. You would rather go ahead and utilize the ability of Fiora Worthy for something like most likely the set brawler coming down, not only getting the legend proc, getting a channel root on top of that, but you can go ahead and use the ability from the Worthy to go ahead and bring that brawler in the ready position as soon as it came down. It seems a bit early. Might as well save your rune economy while you can, because usually brawler to go on and on the offensive when there's something already set up on the battlefield to kind of knock down. I think in this predicament, since there's nothing already, getting 1 point while leaving your brawler a bit exposed doesn't feel all that worth it. So Verdorti gonna be playing a bit more patiently, which I think is correct in this position. And I honestly don't even know. I guess I do know a little bit what to expect from this Aurelia, but when do you really kind of play out your protect the queen strategy, or is that completely out the window? Are you just more green purple mid range at this point?
I think it's like a green purple mid range, and then like the last couple turns, maybe you have an Aurelia backed by a couple on guards. And before that, it's mainly just playing this Azir game. Is my what I suspect. I don't really know. I haven't played this kind of build. Have you tried it out at all?
I've never tried it. I've been considering it because I like the protect the queen game plan, but it feels a bit too singular sometimes, too linear, I'm trying to say. So I was trying to think of a build where you can kind of play more units than just the Stellar Corns and the Fervent. So I like playing the Rasas, the Ezreal. So we'll see how beneficial, because both of these players are X2, as we said before. Virtually one more loss and they will be eliminated from contending into that top 8 position. But neither player wants to overextend their hand, saying, I need my prodigies, you need your worthies, I'm not going to be the first to score. So slow and steady game so far, but I do think Verdorti will be scoring his first point here this turn, because Brawler with a couple of runes still up, you're threatening out something like a punch first. So I feel like he feels decently confident to at least conquer the Monastery Hirana, just to kind of get some card draw churning. And does send it in here on the Monastery, so does get a buff for conquering, uses the Monastery buff first, but then gets a buff right away. So that is the perfect interaction for Set Brawler. So gets a 1 draw, keeps the buff on top of it, and let's see what he follows suit with. It looks like he has 2, 4, 6, 7 runes to work with, so decent amount of runes. And wait a second, since you lose the buff, you go down to 4, you regain the buff, you go up to 5. So the mighty status condition does get a proc. And one more time, why do these Bologna players continue to do this? They channel a rune from the main deck. I think if we keep an account, that is the 5th time someone in this Bologna regional has done that. I've never seen it before this regional.
Is it always with the people who are keeping the main deck and the rune deck on the same side?
Always.
I feel like that might be one of the things, making people do that. I think it's better to just put them on opposite sides, make it so that you can't make that mistake nearly as easily.
Yeah,
looks like we might have a judge call about this then.
He didn't necessarily reveal it. He was going to draw it anyways, so I don't think the judges should intervene too much, but I know you're a much better judge than I. What are we resolving here? Are we just allowing him to draw and then channel after this, or is there some kind of warning to be punished?
So they don't know whether or not he saw it or not. What happens is they take off all of the cards that were recycled this game from the bottom, and they shuffle it back into the deck. So they might be doing that now.
Okay. And Tatiana, what do you mean he wasn't going to draw it? Because wasn't the card at the top? Or aren't you going to draw for your turn? Or what am I missing there? Is it not the card he draws for turn? Oh, okay. It wasn't his turn. It was the draw for Hirana. But why was he was channeling the room for the legend ability? That's what's going on. Thank you, Pi.
Yep, that makes sense. The whole Hirana shenanigans that you get to do of spending Set's buff to draw the card and then rebuff him to become mighty again, which lets you use both Fiora triggers if you want them, is very useful in especially the matchups where you want to not get stuck in battlefields as much. Where like they were playing this KG game at the beginning where they didn't want to go in first. Now it looks like because he has the Fiora and the equipment, he's much more happy to stand on that battlefield strong and try and hold it down for a turn.
Yeah, and I think he will be successful in holding that battlefield down for this turn indeed, because these Ezreal prodigies are good for trying to look through your deck. I think, interesting enough, I mean, if he's going full on the scrap heap package, most likely going in on the call shot package as well. Doesn't seem to have one in hand, but has a good amount of combat tricks to increase the might totals of these Ezreals. We're seeing a Defiant Dance, a Discipline, a double on guard, a couple seals in there. So LSU has a lot of gas in the hand. So thinking about a couple lines of play to do this turn. At the minimum, I would probably like to see him conquer the Zon Warrens with one, but he might actually need both Ezreals to try to contend that battlefield. But it almost seems rather risky to do so because there's a sneaky one energy on Fiora's side, and we all know what that one energy is capable of in the likes of body.
Oh, yes.
So I don't know if I'm feeling too confident about conquering Monastery.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to go Zone Warrens to just get a little tempo. You have 2 Ezreals when you only need 1. But I do think this Monastery is locked down way too strong right now. You might just be planning on pulling out the Aurelia this turn and setting up to send her in and make her a massive next turn to deal with it.
Yeah, that has to be the more optimal play, but goes for the call shot first. We were wondering if he's all in. He is all in on the Miracle package. So straightforward with the call shots, the Ezreals, the Scrap Heats, the Rasas, and probably a little bit more of what we're used to as well. But I'm right there with you, Dimitri. He has about 5 runes left, so he should. Actually, he has 6 because he's floating one, so can use one for something like the stack deck that he's leaning towards, and then go ahead and play out your Aurelia Fairvent. But he also has a couple good cards in hand. It could be a good opportunity to try to set up the last right. He doesn't really have any units in the discard just yet, but just to kind of put it on the board, there's very few options. Or actually, as I'm speaking it, I'm kind of realizing that might not be too fortunate, because you do have to play around something like an Action coming down and stealing your last right.
Yeah, and he's even looking at, does he go into this battlefield? Because he's got 2, 4, 6, 10 might basically that he can tack on. He might be trying to find something with the discipline first and see if he actually does have enough to go in there. And maybe if he doesn't find what he's looking for, he'll just go in and trade with the set, so that that set is not looking at coming in the future with 8 or sometimes even 12 might. That might be the line he's going for here.
Yeah, let's see. He's going to be digging through the deck. 1 card deep, goes for the discipline. So up to 5 total might for the Ezreal. Picks up, it looks like a Traveling Merchant. So he does have a couple low to the ground units we were discussing before. Does have the Traveling Merchant just because he does get the effectiveness from that Scrap Heap package, as we said before. So up to 5, but has a whole lot more heavy lifting to do. And it looks like they're writing on the screen for the first time 6-5. They're calculating the might totals. Get your pen and paper. Are they saying 6-7? Wow. Are they memeing us here on the regional stream?
They are. There's so many different possibilities for the Ezreal side in terms of what timing he wants to be pushing in, but looks like he's going into the Zone Warrens now, discarding that Merchant a little too late for it to be useful. And he is trying to not fall too far behind in points at the moment. And the Ezreal also going in to trade with the set? Okay. How do you feel about this?
Let's see, you might be a little bit ahead. Let me go ahead and see if I can hit this live button. Somehow it doesn't. Okay, he does. Okay, and apologies, chat. It looks like we're all caught up. So he does go in to chat, kind of challenge the set there. Invests the second combat trick, being the on guard. But we honestly didn't miss too much. We just missed them moving the card into that battlefield. And this is different, Dimitri. They're giving us the collective might total for the first time in day 1 and day 2. They're doing the math for us. 12 total defending might, it looks like. So that's going to be a tough, tall task to do, because right now Ezreal's at 9 total might, or actually no, 7 total might.
7. So right now the Ezreal trades with the Fiora, but it looks like he's going in further. I would be really worried in his position of just getting blown out by a punch first.
Me as well. This seems way too much of an ambitious push here. Not only are you expending so many resources, so many valuable resources from your hand, you might not even get the dividends you're seeking for, because as you said, a punch first brings that total up to 15 currently. Do you even have enough to deal with that? Are you playing around it? Are you staying considerate of it? Because you're going up 4 more might. So what is that, up to 11 total might? You're 1 might over the 10, but 1 card can change the math completely. And that is a devastating amount of cards to invest in a single swing. I don't love it, but perhaps you've seen a world where taking out 2 units in a single swing might be perfectly beneficial. But the call to glory, you use the set buff. So just a plus 2 effectively. So up to 12. 12 12 to 11 so far.
Yeah, so this is another way that Fiora, when very low on runes, can still be able to increase her might thresholds when it surprises players most. The Defy coming down to stop that. Do we still have the punch first as a backup plan? It looks like we do, which means this is going to be extremely costly for the Ezreal player. Or
It
the
really
Aurelia
is. You
player.
use your Defy, then punch versus undefiable. You're completely tapped out, and that push was all for nothing. That was 4 cards from the hand. 2 on guards, a discipline, a defiant dance, and a defy. That's 5 cards used in a single turn, and you don't even get that nice payoff, to say the least. So Ezreal will be hitting the trash. He's trying to do the map. He's like, wait a minute. Did I just throw as early as that 3rd turn? Because I was swearing I was going to be holding it down, but the Set surviving to see another day, and Verdorti feeling in a confident position, because all you have to do, if you take care of the other unit, the Fervent, he's rather low on runes currently, so he can't even establish out a Fervent comfortably and kind of bring it ready. So he has to play slow, and that's just going to leave the opportunity for Verdorti to keep on scoring each and every turn, that they're not going to be able to do too much, because that was just so many cards used in that turn. I don't know what he was thinking, but perhaps he felt confident about the Conqueror. But I don't know. It seems curious about that play, no?
I think he might have also been risking it because if it does go through, it's an insanely positive swing for him. He probably has the game locked up from that. If it doesn't go through, then there is this chance still that he has enough cards in Grave now that even though he's low on runes, he can just spam Rosas, because he just discarded like 5 cards, right? So it could just be Rosas are my backup plan if this doesn't go through now.
Yeah, you're making an excellent point, because it is that miracle package. He has 2 Rosses in hand, so perhaps it was a bit of a win-lose situation, as you mentioned. So at the bare minimum, you are increasing that trash pile up and make it even 1 more card. So he definitely has enough in the discard. I believe it has to be somewhere in the neighborhood of about 10 total cards. So those Rosses will be coming down for just the seal, for just 1 rune invested. And we love that Origins Fiora champion able to get the ganking online, thanks to the Doran's Blade going over the mighty limits there. So conquering away, and pitches a repose, feeling confident that he's able to deal with a lot of the spells from Aurelia, or it could be an indication that she might have another one in hand, most likely.
One of the things I've noticed from playing a fair amount of Fiora, Riposte is an extremely strong card, but it does feel a little weaker into Aurelia, because every spell of Aurelia that is so powerful is because of how cheap it is. And Riposte costing like twice as much as these spells, and then you only get like a +1, maybe +2 might off of it, doesn't tend to be worth it in a lot of those exchanges. You'd much rather the punch first kind of cards in hand.
Yeah, that makes a really good point, right? Or that makes a lot of sense, I'm trying to say. But now Aurelia has some options to consider, has no units, it looks like, to play out for pure energy, except those Rosses that are going to be costing him power to do so. But more importantly, none of those are going to be contesting the battlefield on this turn. But it is fortunate for him, he doesn't have too much to catch up on. Fiora only at 3 points. So even if you take the turn off to kind of establish your board, bring some might totals on the base pretty good, and then you push on the following turn, you're not feeling too devastated, because the most amount of points Verdorti should be able to get up to is 5 the next turn. But that's still kind of skating on thin ice, right? Fiora at 5, it's getting dangerous.
1 point to 5 is not my comfort zone. I'm definitely more of an aggro deck player, and so I'm not used to being that far behind. Oh man.
Yeah, it is important for him to try to do something here, but as we said before, I don't think the Fervent just chilling in that champion zone, so I don't think he's able to put anything on the battlefields as it speaks. So as we said, he most likely going for the establish the board presence game plan, and he finds, I believe it was the Stellacorn pickup, or did he pick up, oh, the discipline, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think he makes sense. He's going to need combat tricks to go with these Rosses that are going to be coming down here. Yep, and there we go. There's the first one. What are we going to do alongside? Oh, wow.
Going a
we're
little bit
going
more
in with it this turn.
aggressive. I like this play because he desperately needs to kind of narrow down the margin between these points. So Rasa going up to 8, spending some runes, and this is kind of expensive, but is a bit of a necessity. I'm wondering, what are the final 3 runes going to be for the side of Fiora? Do they have something like a simple hidden blade to kind of end this game plan for Aurelia? Or is Aurelia going to finally see a bit of a payoff on this investment? So far, not looking too good early on, but maybe this Rasa has what it takes, and maybe Fiora doesn't have the cards in hand that we're expecting. So this Rasa most likely looking at the Fiora, because I'm imagining if you're going to go ahead and play a discipline on the Rasa, you want to take down a unit, don't you?
For sure. 8 to 7 means you're trying to come back by denying them points and clearing out this Fiora. I do think the 3-up is pretty scary, right? It could be another Call to Glory that we're facing down. Punch First, though, is not live right now. So we are at least facing a smaller range of things that beat us. And it looks like it's going through immediately. Wow. Looks like this this play was finally worth it to be this aggressive. How do you feel about this kind of play style?
I do think it was a bit aggressive, especially considering the fact how much you had to use of your runes, but I think it was well worth of an investment, to say the least. You do get the conquer, you deny the point for the Fiora, so feeling comfortable about that. The only caveat being, now on the clapback, a Set Brawler will easily be able to take care of the Rasa, and you just have one card, or I should say one rune in hand. The best you can be is that 3rd on guard, because we already seen 2 on guards already in the trash, and it doesn't look to me he has anything to use. Maybe a secondary Defy, but Rasa not looking like he's going to be sticking around, and that's going to be one of the only units available. And with what, 4 runes, is looking tough for this Fervent to get into the action on the very next turn. So even though this turn kind of paid off in his favor, I don't think the next follow-up turn from Fiora, especially with Set Brawler going up to, at the minimum, what is that, 6 from the Doran's Blade, gets a buff, or how? I think he needs something like a Pit Rookie or something.
Yeah, I imagine you're sending Set into the Monastery of Hirana, because really, more than clearing that Rasa at this point, you want to go in and get the card draw. Oh, and he just brings down the Harness Dragon. That did look like a one-of in this list, but it does do a lot for Fiora's top end to be able to clear out those battlefields for very cheap.
Yeah, you said it best. Fiora is known for going a little bit deeper on that rune, so has plenty of runes to work with. So an 8-2 power cost unit isn't too expensive for the likes of Fiora. So feeling good about running something like a Harness Dragon. Perhaps, as you said, that is just a nice little one-of card coming into play, effectively taking down the Rasa, allowing you to not have to go into the Monastery Hirana, going straight for the Zon Warrens. Gets the buff there as well, enabling the Legend to proc, getting the extra runes. So pretty much the Harness Dragon came down for 8 energy, 1 power, if you think about it that way, and does get readied with the Worthy getting procced as well, so that you can keep it back into the base. Or does he have anything else in mind? No, I think he's just recalling it back to base.
No, just coming back. I think this Set's doing his best Lucian impression right now, and going in, conquering, coming back out, and we'll see if he does it again next turn, because he could still go into Monastery of Hirana with the Set and keep bouncing it back and forth.
Yeah, and I love how Vidorti's playing this, being so patient with the Fiora player. A lot of players would have been a bit itchy to conquer the Monastery. You do have an active ready unit, might as well use it while you can, but understanding the true value from Worthy, because Aurelia doesn't have too much interaction back there, you know she's most likely going to be sticking around for the entire game here. So every single card that comes down, as long as you're able to reach it into the might status, it does come down pretty much at an accelerated each and every time. So I think it's much more important than getting a single point, especially with that point being your 5th point. Might as well stay at those even point tempos. You are already ahead. No need to kind of overextend when you're completely exhausted out on your turn. So I like how he's doing. Let's see how Aurelia approaches this turn, because she has to do a bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of ways that she can push back onto a battlefield now. But I think pushing onto a battlefield might be overextending, and she's just going to have to build up her base this turn to be able to mount a real hold on the next turn, instead of these like pushing just to get things off and then dying immediately.
You know, and doing a very similar play as we saw before. Instead of a discipline, it will be the last right being attached onto the Rasa, enabling the legend to get online, proccing it, so kind of making full use of their runes, but not thinking about the later game. I guess that's kind of notorious for Miracle decks, right? They tend to stay a little bit low on that rune economy, don't they? So it's kind of a bit of a contradiction for Aurelia, but he's been able to make it work this whole Bologna Regional, so I feel like he knows what he's doing. But to me, Aurelia wants to have a whole lot of runes. Miracle decks get so low on runes as we're seeing the current player play.
Yeah, so one thing to note, he is doing this a little out of order, right? Where he's bringing back the Rasa, but you do need to target with that shovel before you draw your cards from the Zaun Warrens and from the scrap heap. So he might get into a bit of an issue right now where he didn't make that decision before drawing, and so he might be denied the Rasa here.
Oh, if his opponent goes on the rule shark game plan. But no, did he not do Zaun Warrens just yet? Did he pitch the scrap heat, I believe?
He did. But the thing is when all those triggers go on the stack, you have to declare your target with shovel before getting the information from drawing the cards.
Okay.
So, I don't know how strict they're being with that kind of thing. It looks like the judges are letting it slide. I'm not even sure if they would notice it. But yeah, it looks like that Rasa does come into the back line. So okay, at least this accelerating the Rasa into the battlefield leaves us with a back line this turn as well.
Yeah, not too shabby. You have 3 runes to work with, so if you want to go ahead and protect that Rasa with the last right, you do have something like a Tide Turner. Bring the Rasa, swap in places with the Tide Turner. Wouldn't be the worst of play unless you have a bit other things you want to go ahead and leave up against the Fiora on her turn. But it doesn't look like you have too many combat tricks. You have a not so fast, and I believe that is it. As he flicks through his cards, a Tide Turner, a Stellarcorn, a Seal, and a not so fast. I think there's one card in there I'm missing, but I don't think there's too many cards that's going to be protecting this Rasa on the turn. There's one too much might on the battlefield or on the board for Fiora. She's feeling in a good position, I will say.
Yeah, and I wonder if this Miracle build, because it's so low on combat tricks, might actually be getting a lot of its value from representing combat tricks that it doesn't even have, right? Because having 3 runes up, the Fiora player has to be believing in like a Defiant Dance, maybe even 2, maybe a Discipline's in there, maybe a Defy. And the fact that he doesn't have that, but has units that he can then slam down on the next turn to have more board presence, might be enough to dissuade the Fiora from double conquering and then let him sort of slowly start mounting a comeback here.
Yeah, you're totally right. The mind game's coming into play because what Aurelia player doesn't have combat tricks, right? So something to be considered up for the Fiora player. But when you have a set brawler going up to 8 might, matching the current total might, perhaps he's attaching the Doran's Blade as well, bringing up to 10. Unless there's another way of getting a buff, going up to 12 alone might be feeling pretty good for the brawler. He's tapping 5. It almost seems to me there might just be another brawler, but that's 2 body runes. Is that going to be an Akshan coming down? But wait, a 5 for Akshan doesn't make sense.
Ooh.
I thought Akshan was 4. Why didn't he pay 5? Oh.
So one of those runes is from a ramp from Fiora.
Okay, legend, that makes sense.
From when the set made itself mighty again there. Yeah. The Akshan gets denied by a not so fast. Wow, I have not seen that interaction come up yet.
Right, it does specify spells or abilities that target your friendly gear, and Akshan was looking like he wanted to take one of those gears apart, and that was most likely going to be at the direction of last right. So yeah, you're so right. I rarely see a not so fast counter Akshan because that was a big investment, right? 2 body runes, 4 energy, and you don't get to see that juicy gear on top of it. So now you have to kind of pivot your game plan. It looks like he will go ahead and add the Doran's Blade to try to get 1 over, because now with 1 energy left for the side of Aurelia, perhaps you're feeling confident there, and it does get the conquer, so up to 5. And I think the Harness Dragon should keep him on that even tempo for 6. But now we have to consider the fact, do you have anything to defend? Because you have 3 runes, and I feel like your hand might be getting rather low.
I don't think as the Fiora player you need any defense here, right? You can just send your units in to die at this point, and I don't think the Aurelia player has the cards or the runes to be defending these battlefields. Yeah, here goes in the Harness Dragon.
Does indeed go up to 6 points.
This is a huge point difference.
Quite literally double the points of the opponent currently. But opponent has decent cards, has a 1 Rasa in the back. The last right, if he's able to conquer, able to bring back another Rasa. But the one big detriment to his game, or the ability to progress the board state, is the lack of runes. 2 runes going up to 4 runes the next turn doesn't necessarily love your position. You can't even play out your chosen champion. So I think Vidorti feeling in a phenomenal position, feeling strong, feeling like he's gonna at the minimum run away with this game number 1, because a Harness Dragon and a Set Brawler with 3 runes up is a bit scary for a single unit board.
For sure. And it comes down to that initial Ezreal going in and facing down that punch first and just not being able to overcome that might threshold. And he's been so far on the back foot ever since. He can go for a double conquer here. And if the Fiora has nothing, that might at least get him a little back in the game, but it's looking like a struggle.
It really is. As you pointed out, he did top deck that Ride the Wind, so there is some potential lines to try to double conquer. That is to say, if Fiora has no interaction on his opponent's turn, because currently Rasa will be swinging for 8. That's matching the Harness Dragon, so you need a teeny bit more. Or actually, Harness Dragon is 8 energy, but only 6 might, right?
Yeah. Goes into the set first. This will force out a Call to Glory that's looking at using the buff, but it looks like instead he's planning on using a punch first here. That might be too much for the Rasa to deal with.
Yeah, could go ahead and ride the wind over to get out of that situation. Doesn't feel good, but it's better than your Rasa going down. So punch first does resolve, and Rasa being like, wait a second, let's go ahead and pivot onto the other battlefield, test my odds, because 1 punch first got invested, very unlikely. Actually, you don't have 2 body runes, so going for the more likely target down for the Harness Dragon with the ride the wind. And I think he still has the ability to play out the Rasa from the discard, so not the worst play. But at the minimum set, we'll be holding up to 7. And with the Fiora worthy, you never know what's going to be coming out the top to try to come in after the Monastery Hirana. I think Vidorti's odds of winning game number 1 going through the roof.
And the riposte denying even the chance. If he let him go across, he could have, like you said, just bring that set back, spend the buff to go up to 8 and become mighty again, and re-ready it with the Fiora power. But it looks like he doesn't want to do any of that. He just wants to end it now with that riposte, shutting every form of counterplay down.
Yeah, honestly, the only bit of a saving grace is going to be something like a fight or flight to just save him literally a couple of seconds, because this is looking like a double hold, double victory for Vidorti, locking down game number 1. What are you possibly going to do with 2 runes? Last right, okay, you do have the Aurelia Legend. I see what he's getting at. So he does have the ability to conquer the Harness Dragon, but the line of play you just discussed, you bring back the Brawler, use the buff, you trigger the Mighty status condition, and then you push on forward against the Rasa. Feeling good at the bare minimum. You even have an action and worthy to follow suit if you had to deal with something like an On Guard or Defiant Dance. This is all but over as Aurelia invests her last breath, her last runes on this play, and I think Vidorti will be seeing victory in his in his near future.
Yeah, he can't even bring back a Rasa here, keep in mind, because Rasa costs the power and he has 0 runes left. He is all out.
Wow, man, I've never seen an Aurelia play and never get off her chosen champion. It is a really interesting strategy, but like I said before, these players are X2, so I'm not going to take anything away from them. I believe the deck has been working, wonders, because a lot of Aurelias came into contention in this Bologna Regional, and a lot of them didn't even make it into day 2. So LSU's onto something, but perhaps as it all comes down to, I think that opening maybe turn 2 where he went in with the Ezreal is really costing him here because he's out of combat tricks. He doesn't have any good cards in hand. So being a bit of on a desperate plea here, goes for the Ross, it goes for Charlie Merchant on top of it. Here we go. Vidorti understands what he has to get done. And actually, because of Doran's Blade, he can't do the worthy because he would always be at 6 might. So this might be trickier than we're making it out to seem.
You're right. There is no inherent way to gank the set over now. So it might mean we need some sort of other option to accelerate. And it looks like another set is coming down. Okay, sure. Just have another. Why not?
Yeah, what's better than one? Might as well have the second backup set. And that is all she wrote. I mean, Aurelia has literally 0 runes for any kind of counter capabilities. Action worthy, send it all in. And that is GG. Well played. Fiora, one of the only 2 Fiora representatives here in day 2 of Bologna, getting the job done. Can Vidorti keep the Fiora dream alive? Because honestly, Dimitri, I'm a Fiora fan. That's my second deck I've been playing. I've been going back and forth between Aurelia and Fiora, and I feel like she's pretty good. So I would love to see her do pretty good run here.
Are you more of a baited hook build or a like Doran's Blade, like Lucian Weapon Master heavy build? Where do you go with the Fiora?
More the consistent style, so not relying so much of the hits off the top from baited hook. So I've been trying to build a bit more with like Kato, you know, deflect, and then you get the might increases. So it's been good for like attacking. So as long as you play patiently, you keep some units nice in the back line, whenever you need to conquer, it's actually surprisingly easier than what you would think to conquer, because with things like Call to Glory, with things like good equipments like those BF swords, the Warmocks for the brawlers as well. And I think a key piece of the puzzle that Fiora has really, or a lot of the top levels Fioras have noticed, is challenge. Interacting with the back line is essential, especially when they tap out and play a Draven on turn 2. That's the perfect thing, because your set brawler is always about a 5 with the buff. So a challenge for the brawler against the Draven is feeling pretty juicy every time. But that's just what I've noticed. But of course, maybe there's something I'm missing why Fiora isn't as successful as I believe she should be. But maybe time will tell. We'll see if she kind of steps it up in Vegas.
I think it could go either way. I think she's a great deck. But it is a meta that it's very punishing to be making mistakes, and it's especially punishing because of Draven. So we'll see if she's able to pull it out. I am rooting for Fiora. I would love to see more Fioras winning, more Fioras topping. There's enough variety in the builds that people are on in Fiora. I would love to see sort of which way the meta ends up going with her in the future as well.
Yeah, I would love to as well. And apparently, remember the set? Were we watching a set game together, or was that another round?
I think that was right before or right after me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe the set starting day 2.
But I wasn't commentating with you.
Okay. Either way, I believe the set we were watching, or one of these rounds we were watching, he was still undefeated going into day 2. So at least the order body leader is represented here in day 2. I don't know how well he's continuing to do. I wouldn't imagine if you're going undefeated day 1, you're going to be easily knocked out in day 2. So perhaps we see a little bit set down the line too. But Fiora, let's see if she goes ahead and starts things off like she did in game number 1. The Fiora worthy does get established onto the board, passes it back over. Aurelia off to a bit of a better start with the Traveling Merchant nice and early. I'm wondering though, is she going to go ahead and try to play a bit more rune conservative, not go ahead and go on the miracle package just yet? And it looks to be more of a straightforward Aurelia with that Stellar Corn Herder so far.
It really does. In one of the options for whether or not to play rune conservative might be based on, do you find the Stellacorn Herder, where if they're gonna have this like drawing 6 cards over the course of the game from this Stellacorn, they're gonna have enough cards that they want to have healthy runes. But if they don't have the Stellacorn line and their hand is just full of those on guards and everything and the Rasas, it might be worth it for them to just stay low runes and stay more aggro. So I'm betting we do see that mix up this game, where we play much more conservatively with our runes, where that Aurelia Chosen Champion actually comes down. What do you think?
I think today's the day. I think this game number 2, we have to play out Aurelia Fervent. If not, I feel like Fiora is just gonna have a smooth sailing game number 2 as well. She didn't have the easiest game number 1, but it wasn't too much of a challenge, if I do honestly say so. But the brawler comes down, doesn't want to play a bit of ambitiously, as we saw Aurelia do in that game number 1. So playing patient as well, just gets a nice development of a strong unit in the back. And I think we might see another Stellacorn, but he's paying 5. I think it's time for the queen to shine. Aurelia Fervent should be the likely target getting played out.
That is great. I'm excited to see what the miracle list can actually do with the Aurelia on board now that they don't have as many combat tricks as the regular build. I'm curious if she still is as big of a threat and as dangerous to the other side.
Right, and that will be interesting to see, because with the additions of those miracle packages, is Fervent going to pose such a problem as she's usually known to do, right? With the lack of guardian angels, even sometimes Zhonya's hourglasses, but I mean, he still had those 3 key cards, right? The On Guards, the Disciplines, and the Defiant Dances. But other than that, he lacked the Boots of Swiftness that could also ready and enable Aurelia to kind of skate around the battlefields back and forth, conquer after conquer. So I'm right there with you. I'm curious to see how effective this Fervent is going to be in this game number 2 as an unsung hero hits the board, and his best friend, the BF sword, might as well be called the best friend sword for the unsung hero, might get attached here and does have the ability to send it in onto the battlefield. But you know, one of the arch nemesis of unsung heroes is the Defiant Dance, because you want to die under the mighty limits, but Defiant Dance brings you down to 3, so might not be as fruitful as you would imagine.
Very true. It might be that they have something like a Call to Glory that they're planning as a counter to that Defiant Dance, or they're just playing it slow and they're planning on going in next turn, it looks like.
Right.
Very interesting. Both sides being extremely patient this game, and it looks like we're both going to have a ton of runes to work with.
Yeah, I love to see the patience, because this is normally how you would have to play sometimes against the likes of Draven. You don't want to kind of overextend, stay on a battlefield when you know your opponent is going to conquer easily. I mean, sometimes you need to do what you have to do to kind of neglect your opponent some points, but I think in this situation, both are playing, as you mentioned, very patiently, very smart so far, and the first point of game 2 will go on the way of Aurelia with that Stellacorn Herder, hits the Candlelight Sanctum. I think Rebuke is a fantastic card against the likes of Set Brawler, but you don't have too many combat tricks in the entire deck, so I'm almost leaning for picking them up while you can, especially when we take into account that the Aurelia has already been developed onto the board, and she is a powerhouse when you have those combat tricks.
Oh, she is. The issue as well with picking up that Rebuke is the mind, or the order body combination is really weak to Rebuke, except they gave Fiora Riposte.
Right.
And Riposte counters Rebukes so well that I would be scared to be picking that up here.
And funny enough, decides to leave both of them. He wants the On Guard, he wants the Rebuke, so leaves them both at the top. And now, looking at the Sunken Temple, easy enough to pay 1, as Aurelia will be at 5 for just readying for the turn. So most likely we'll be able to pick up the On Guard. I think he wants to pick up the Rebuke a slightly bit later.
Yeah. The Rebuke's on top. On Guard's coming next turn, it looks like. Oh, but the Merchant going in so that he can pick up both this turn. Wow, he just wants all the combat tricks.
Definitely does. So smart play, smart sequencing. Merchant goes in, so does have to pitch the Stellacorn Herder, but does pick up the On Guard. So setting up his draws, and we're seeing the value from the Candlelight Sanctum. But wait a minute, does that mean no, that doesn't make sense. Fiora does favor or does benefit from Sunken Temple as well. It just happens to be that Aurelia is also traditionally known for running Sunken Temple, doesn't she?
Yes, and this was one of my biggest gripes with the Fiora battlefields, is every time I would bring out Sunken Temple, Aurelia would get so much more value off of it than me.
It
that
feels
I really
that way.
wanted to take that one out of the pool. It really does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We are fully committed to these battlefields right now, so this game might also come down to these early combats of who ends up having more ways to increase their might in these first 2 crucial fights.
Yeah, let's see. There is a whole breadth of runes for the Fiora player. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 total runes to work with. So honestly, has enough for something like a Harness Dragon on the Aurelia. Have to pay the additional deflect. I don't know if we've seen a not so fast in hand. He's scanning through the cards. I don't see a not so fast. I see a lot of great cards, but I don't see any counterplay cards like a not so fast. So perhaps a Harness Dragon could be quite beneficial to take care of the queen as early as this turn, but goes for the buff to set. Fiora procs, gets an exhausted channel rune, and I'm thinking he's going for it, Dimitri. He's going to try to shut down the Aurelia Fervent right here, right now. Will it be beneficial is the question. Actually goes in with both, so wants to potentially draw 2 from the unsung hero.
Yeah, if this Aurelia doesn't get much bigger, right? She needs a +4 to be able to deal with the set at a bare minimum. She can't kill anything at all at the moment, so she really needs a ton of buffs. And the Fiora is really calling Aurelia's bluff on this one, I think.
Right, I love to see it. And one more time, shout out production for doing the quick maths. We're over here sometimes scrambling around to do the quick math. Production is throwing that nice little number 13, so it's 8 plus 5, of course. So Aurelia trying to consider, do you go ahead and play the rebuke you played off? Do you have enough? Because we saw 1 on guard that will be bringing up Aurelia up to 7. 1 Defiant Dance brings you up to 13. So you tie, and then the -2 brings you into the window of killing both of those attacking units. So you have the perfect cards in hand to get over this attack. The question is, do you want to use them right now? Because you have a couple options, right? You have the rebuke. I like the play, though. I feel like on guard, Defiant Dance probably is the more optimal line.
On guard Defiant Dance is 1 too small, right? Defiant Dance is a 5 might difference, so you're essentially going up to 9.
It is, you're right, 10 to 11.
+3, so you're up to 12. So you'd be, yeah, 10 to 11, which just doesn't quite get you there. Does he have a third combat trick, or is he going to end up needing this rebuke?
Yeah, I mean, if it's one or the other, you can't invest 2 combat tricks and then rebuke, because then you're kind of you're trying to do a bit of too much going on. Unless he feels maybe there's a card in here we're missing, because yeah, I did the quick maps wrong. He is 1 rune shy with that double combat trick invested, but he will go for the rebuke, so he wants to make sure he's over the set 100%, or at least, gonna be putting back the unsung hero, but the legendary signature spell from Fiora, the riposte, punishing it. Not only punishing the rebuke, but that's 2 more might added onto one of those units. So the unsung hero will be swinging in for 7 total might. So back up to 13 he goes, or back up to total might goes.
Yeah, that's playing around a second Defiant Dance. So 7 to 9. No, it's got to be more than 9, right? The set's at 6, and the unsung is at 7. I think they thought the unsung got decreased and not increased there when they were doing that math.
Yeah, it was the set that got decreased, right? So set was at 5.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's down to 3. So it was 7 plus 3. It should have been at 10. Either way, it ends up being the same resolution. The unsung hero gets the conquer. You pay the 1 for the unsung, for the sunken temple, and you do get the conquer. So you're going up to 2 points. Or was that really the first conquer for Fiora?
It was. Fiora's been extremely reserved this game, waiting to bait the Aurelia in so that she could actually kill all these units off.
Wow, these players are going the distance. If we look at the time limits, there's a roughly about 14 minutes left, and they're smacking the beginning, essentially, of game number 2. I don't think these players will be nearing closing out a game number 3. I think Fiora is praying to try to get a 2-0 here, because I don't see a world, especially with both of these guys being at the low point totals of 2 and 1 with 14 minutes remaining. I mean, slowly, these guys are going to start picking up the pace as they have so many runes to work with. It's either you have the cards or you don't. And looking at Fiora, she has some great cards. The Action, Challenge. Is that a Death Grip? No, that's a Call to Glory and a Hidden Blade.
Yeah, you might want to push things out to actually push over the Merchant and Stellacorn, right? It looked like Aurelia didn't have many more buff cards, and so you might have enough with a Fiora line somehow to get over it.
I'm wondering if he's considering something like a challenge onto perhaps the Stellarcorn Herder, allowing you to easily conquer the Merchant, but sends in the Fiora Worthy first. So testing the waters, so you aren't going to be able to react with a challenge, but even after the resolution, you can still play a challenge, kill your unsung. Actually, the unsung hero's at 7, so Stellarcorn goes up to 5. That's going to be able to resolve. Are we thinking about challenging unsung to Stellarcorn? Because that doesn't feel like a bad line.
Stellarcorn only goes up to 4 because she's not alone, but I could totally see. Oh, we're going to call the glory line. I could see the challenge being our last-ditch effort to actually deal with this Stellarcorn.
Yeah, if only he had the runes. It looks like Fiora player only has a single energy remaining, so the challenge won't be able to play out this turn. So it takes the 1-for-1 trade worthy for the Stellarcorn. Seems like a decent trade for both these players because we know how critical that Fiora worthy champion is for the Fiora decks, and we know how good Stellarcorn is for the Aurelia deck. So I think both of them ended up trading equally there, but Aurelia will go up to 2 points now with the Merchant hold, and let's see what they have left. It looks like it's all units. Is that 3 Rosses, Dimitri? I saw him flicking through. I think I saw more than 2.
We do have the Merchant ready to go alongside a Tide Turner, so we could be doing a couple movement shenanigans to get more cards in that track and be ready to be able to actually play all of those Rosses if we don't have quite enough cards yet.
Yeah, very well said. I believe he can move the Merchant, but I think he counted the discard. I believe he should have at the minimum at 10 or... I mean, I wish I was counting alongside him, but it looked to be quite a handful. If he doesn't, he could add one more. It looks like he's thinking about pitching the Tide Turner. But let's see. I mean, 3 Rosses coming down is quite impactful going forward. You already have the point lead. You're up at 3, and that is 18 total might hitting the board as soon as he... I mean, you got the seal. You have 2 Chaos Runes. I think it might be beneficial.
Yeah, it looked like it was 7 cards in there. I think it's worth it. I like this line where he's spending 3 for it. Does he spend the other 3 for a second Rasa, though?
Or I guess he had 8, right? Because he just paid 2 energy for a Rasa.
Okay, so he's going for the Tide Turner now. Interesting. Oh. Readying the Rasa, moving it in to the Sunken Temple here.
I like these plays coming out from Aurelia, thinking one step ahead, saying what's better than just holding a point. Let's go ahead and try to conquer and take down the unsung hero while my opponent's effectively tapped out. And that is a bit of a telegraph sign that Fiora is lacking those punch first, lacking those combat tricks to keep your units alive, or at the minimum just wanted those extra 2 draws. But I think if you had one, you would have looked to defend there. So something to be considerate of for LSU as he gets his 4th point of the game. If this is a one game apiece, I think it might very well be a tie.
Now the big difference here between game 1 is Fiora is significantly up in runes and has plenty of cards, and so she does have a lot more chance to come back from this position. So it might be worth still playing it out, even though you could want to get to that game 3 quickly to be able to actually try and finish it out.
Yeah, very true. The only counter I would say is that Fiora Worthy is in the trash, so it makes things a lot slower. You're not able to push down with those equipments as they're coming down, or not able to push with the units attaching the equipments as they come down. So it kind of slows down your pace of play. Not the pace of play, but your game state in general, because you're having to wait an entire turn for your units to dry and get readied, and then you go ahead and swing in with them. So I think Aurelia looking to hold on to 6 points this turn, and one more hold, one more conquer on both of those battlefields will be allowing him to get that one victory he's seeking for. But 10 minutes remaining in this game too. And what is Fiora thinking? I mean, he's attaching a whole lot of equipment onto Akshan, but do you have something like a first mate perhaps?
No, we do know about the challenge though. So if we deny the Rasa here, then we can at least stop LSU from going up to 6 unless they have a way to get from one side to the other.
I mean, if there's any one legend that can easily make their way from one battlefield to the other despite not having boots, it will be Aurelia, as long as you're able to target and picks up the on card. So can send one of these back. It seems a bit ambitious to do so, but it is a double conquer. But then you have nothing to hold on. But wait a second, that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 total cards in the trash pile. So if you bring back a Tide Turner on guard, I think you could double Rasa. Maybe do you split the difference in this situation? Rasa on one, Rasa on the other? Or is it better to just stack them all on one battlefield?
I think you put them in the back line, right? You're going up to 6, your plan is 8 next turn. And if you play the Rosses out here and you use the on guard, you can actually get some draw power from this merchant as well, because you're emptying your hand entirely. So he might be doing that.
That does make sense. So on guard, oh, he might just look to go ahead and get the Rasa nice and ready. But I like the play we were talking about before. Leave the Tide Turner the one to get taken down by something like Action. Keep both Rasas in the back line. It seems to be a bit more advantageous, doesn't it? Because now you're kind of leaving your Rasa exposed. Did he not have enough energy? No, he could have double Rasa on the back, couldn't he?
Yes, and he also could have done this in an order where before getting this draw off the Sunken Temple, he can play down the Rasa from hand, move back the Merchant, and get an extra draw off of it. So I think maybe nerves or something are getting to him at the end of this very key game 2.
Right, it could be a situation where it's just like caster, not how would I say it? It's more like we have the all-knowing information, right? We know exactly what we want to see, but perhaps in the current seat, you know, you have all the nerves, as you mentioned. You're just one loss away from going home. So perhaps just a whole lot of things running through his mind, because we see it as clear as day. We thought the Rasa development in the back, you're already at 6 points. I mean, you could have the the exact same play. The only difference between what we were saying and he ended up doing is the one draw from the Sunken Temple. Was the one draw worth it is the question. I feel like a 6 might unit in the back is worth denying or not having that extra draw in hand.
It is possible that he's doing this play because it let him leave up another rune or two, which means that he can threaten a combat trick to try and keep this Akshan off him. But I just think the Akshan's too big and he needs the points too much at this point for Fiora to ever believe that.
Yeah, and it all resides right here. He has, what, 10 total might to swing in. He could easily go for a Merchant onto Candlelit, trying to prep his draws for the next turn, or for the next draw, I should say. And then a Rasa and a Tide Turner to try to take down the Action. We haven't seen any punch first, but what we have seen is the double challenge. Double Rasa getting eliminated from Aurelia. Fiora feeling like she could hold. Imagine the comeback, Dimitri. Is this Fiora on the cuffs of mounting that comeback? That we haven't really seen from the likes of Fiora, but looking decently good as they go ahead and play out that Lucian and leaves behind 2 energy. Oh, does get the legend proc as they move the Weapon Master Doran's Blade over to himself.
Yeah, I mean, this is a way where he's trying to hold with the Akshan and ramp and get to those late game plays where he's going to try and defend both battlefields. He does need to be threatening this Candlelit, so it makes sense for that Lucian to be coming down so that the Aurelia can't just go into Candlelit and hold that. Yeah. Drawing Discipline Defiant Dance, that is what you would want as the Aurelia player, I think, to hold this Candlelit Sanctum down if you're going for your final stand of this turn.
Is there a world where he just takes a bit of a calculated risk and sends all those combat tricks on one of these units against the Action? Because Action's what? Defending for 6 total might? Actually, you're looking to tie if you do so, but the Defiant Dance would be bringing the Action down to 4. But I would be nervous. I already walked into 1 punch first in this best of 3 series. I'm being a bit hesitant on walking into the other, so goes for the hold and saves 2 units in the back line. As you know, Vidorti has so much catching up to do. At the minimum, you have a total of what, 3 turns, or at least 2 turns before your opponent kind of threatens lethal. So I like this patience coming out from Aurelia. But with that said, the patience or not, you only have 4 minutes remaining in this best of 3 series, and Vidorti's the only one with a single point. If he could stall enough and that timer hits 0, I think Vidorti wins. Or do you still do the 3 turns after that?
I believe you still do the 3 turns, but after the 3 turns, if LSU is still ahead in this game, he's gonna win the whole match, and he might be able to hold on long enough. I don't love that this is going to time in game 2. I really feel like we could have gotten a game 3 off if we just knew when our timing was done.
Right. Yeah, being a bit more conscious of the time would have been beneficial for both of these players because it looks like the odds are slightly favoring Aurelia. As I say that, it really comes down to the combat trick potential from Fiora. If they have a punch first, I don't see a world LSU is able to take down both of these battlefields in a single turn. And I think the Candlelight Sanctum allowing them to probably prep those draws if they have something like a Death Grip or what else? I mean, Fiora lacks a bit of card draw as
could be
well.
Hidden Blade. Could be punch first, Death Grip. There's a lot of things where you're looking to just prepare your next turn as well. Maybe you need a first mate next turn in case one of these battlefields gets taken. There's a lot of options potentially that could be really good off the top. This candle is going to be doing work for Fiora here, I think.
Oh, plays a second action. Nothing to steal, so just playing it as a vanilla 4/4 unit. And now this is the moment of truth. Can't LSU close things down? That is a fantastic card to start things off, digging deeper, trying to find more combat trick potential. Can they pick off even another Defiant Dance? Would be wonderful in this position, but you do have to consider the fact there is a hidden card, and oof, you never really see it. A Repose, not getting any benefit from the might total because it is a 0 energy cost spell, but more importantly, you're leaving your opponent at 1 card in hand. I think that was a necessary riposte. I love that from Fiora.
I agree. It makes sense to me, but it does feel rough to not be getting those might bonuses. And that's what I was saying before about the Aurelia matchup, is you really have to be negating these low-cost spells, the Defiant Dance, the Called Shot kind of cards, where you get almost nothing back.
Yeah, and speaking of getting nothing or no value, the seal literally doing little things here, but you do get one more look at the top of your deck, the Trolley Merchant. He doesn't even want to look at it. It is a Ride the Wind, but I think with that one hidden card is going to be 1 card short, and that's actually trading 1 for 1. Ride the Wind, there's no units to benefit from. I think Fiora might be able to close things out. You have a minute and a half remaining. The hold goes up to 6. You have an action able to conquer up to 7. Or is his turn, is he 5? I think he's holding to 5.
He goes to 6 when he conquers. But then he can double hold to 8, and I don't see this Aurelia player breaking either side. So I think we're going to go to a game 3. Do you know how it works if we go into time during, or if we end game 2 during turns? I don't remember the ruling in this game.
Well, Vidori's 1 game up, right? If Fiora wins, she wins the whole set.
Oh, I thought we were, that's right. Sorry, I had it in my head that we were backwards and that Aurelia had won the game. Yeah.
No, yeah, Fiora's on the cups of winning the entire match, eliminating the Miracle Aurelia from contention of that top 8 position and holding the dream alive for all the Fiora believers in the chat. I am one of them. Action does get the 6 point, does get the Sunken Temple proc, so does see another card, and you just have to hold on. We haven't seen any punch first in this game number 2. Does he at least have 1 punch first? Because we know there's a Ride the Wind, but look at the runes right now for Aurelia. That's 2-3. I think he goes up to 5. What can he possibly play out for 3 runes and then benefit from a Ride the Wind? Because he won't be able to buff out that unit. So Ezreal Prodigy would be the best, but then you have 2 runes for the Ride the Wind and then nothing to follow suit. I think this is all but over. Fiora going up to 6 and most likely will be able to hold up to 8. Vidori might get the job done as he picks up a Defy, and Aurelia seeing the writings on the wall. This is over.
Yep, there's no way to come back here. It looks like Fiora takes it, moving on even further. Do we know, is this the best of Fiora, or are there multiple still in?
There's two, so I believe this has to be the last remaining Fiora as they're continuing. And look at the breath, the relief on his face, saying, "Oh my goodness, that was such a close match." He basically played a full best of 3 in a 60-minute, but he ended up closing out in a 2-0 way. Well played. I think a couple people recognize the name of Vidori in chat, guys. Does he play other TCGs? I'll head back to the little intermission. I think I got your camera set up now, Dimitri.
Yeah, let's see. Did what was he on? What was he playing before this game?
Yeah, guys, one of you guys in chat said, Vidorti, what is he known for? Does anyone know in chat? And you know, someone said every time I see an Aurelia, she's losing. I don't know why it has happened this way in Bologna, right? Every single time we've seen an Aurelia on stream, every single time, I think we have to look back. I don't think we've seen in a single Aurelia win. There was an Aurelia versus Draven. Draven ended up taking it. We even saw an Aurelia versus a Lee Sin, and believe it or not, Lee Sin ended up beating the Aurelia. So they're just not having a great time out in Bologna. And Pio, are the standings anywhere? Let me see if the standings I had someone send me yesterday are still viable. Dimitri, do you know if the event locator link is the same for day 1, day 2?
I don't know. No, it probably is the same. I think it is the same event. It might change for Top Cut, but I'm not confident on that.
Here, chat, I'll paste what I've been given. So you guys open it and let me know. So I'll put it on Twitch chat first, and then I'll go ahead and post it over on the YouTube chat next.
The breakdowns that they've had have been so nice and useful. I'm very glad that they do so many of them, and we'll see how they're doing. Okay, so this has all of the rounds. Yep.
Is it there? Is that link working?
It is.
Nice. So chat, feel free to look at the standings. I won't look at them just because I'm a little bit scared of spoiling anything for myself, because those guys are 1 round ahead. Or perhaps if you tell me, Dimitri, there's no spoilers, I'll pull them up in chat. But thank you, Ski. It looks like it is the same link. Aurelia won against a team of... Oh, Kalas, you're right. Perhaps there's not a doomsday for all the Aurelia players. So true. You guys are right.
That's something.
And Kazu saying, did an Azir game get streamed? And what was that?
Azir did get streamed, yes. Right before I came on. It was the last game. It was a very cool one, too. Big fan of Azir against anything but purple red.
Yeah, the Azir game was actually super nice to see. I would love, if you missed it, you definitely want to rewind the VOD and check that one out. He was an awesome player. There was a winner's interview after the game as well. He is hilarious, has the confidence of a mad lad enough. And whoa, the world champion Legends of Runeterra player blessing our screen in the next feature match, Alan ZQ here representing the Ezreal. Let's go ahead and join him for the next feature match. This is an insane good match. He was the best of Kaiser winner in Houston, top 8 Houston, and looking to repeat the story one more time, but has a bit of a different legend this time with Ezreal. How much do we know about Alan ZQ, Dimitri?
Ooh. I don't know much about him personally. I know his name has come up. I've seen him top something or other before for sure. And I know Ezreal's an extremely hard deck to pilot in this meta. So I think someone like Alan, who does have a lot of experience, probably put in the hours on this deck and could do really well here with it. What do you think? Do you know about him?
Yeah, I mean, I met him out in Houston. We were talking up quite a bit, but he is on one of the better teams in Riftbound right now. It looks like they had a little bit of a teammate rivalry going on early on. I saw him on Twitter. He had to play against Prismaticism. As we know, I think you played him, or did you play Prismat in the 1K?
No, we ended up splitting for 3rd and 4th.
That's what it was.
But
okay.
We would have played. Yeah.
So yeah, it looks like perhaps Alan defeated Prismat as he is here on the feature match. And thank you, DN. He killed Prismat. So incredible. Ezreal defeating one of the better Miracle Dravens. You love to see it because Ezreal, perhaps maybe not truly underrated, but a lot of people haven't voted for him as taking down the entire event, and Alan ZQ here to prove everyone wrong. But this is the undefeated Marcus. He went completely undefeated 8-0 in day number 1. He was the number 1 Draven of the day 1, so he has a very tall task here. Draven versus Alan ZQ. We can't really get much better than that. Undefeated Alan 11-0. He is off to a phenomenal tournament run.
And Marcus barely defeated as well, in a very good position to make this top cut. I think both of these decks are very balanced against each other, and it really does come down a lot of the times to draws and who just plays it more precisely.
Yeah, and these guys are playing at the highest skill. I think this just might be the highest caliber skill we've been able to witness at this entire Bologna Regional. And Ezreal on the play feeling, actually, it was Draven on the play establishing a treasure hunter, and then the Ezreal on the draw, of course, with the 3 runes. So getting out the Ezreal as early as that opening turn feels decently good for them. And maybe I didn't notice, but is this the first time they're wearing the headsets, or have I not been paying attention to that?
It might be. I haven't been paying attention to it either. I'm not sure.
For some reason, I can't remember where the headsets come into play, but either or, let's see as the Reaver's Row most likely gets activated here for the Treasure Hunter, bringing it back. And how does he want to try to deal with the back line? That's a repeated Bellows Breath, so it looks like the Treasure Hunter will be hitting the trash, but the Draven going to be sticking around for the time being, unless there's something like a frigid touch. Allen ZQ 1 step ahead of the curve, eliminating the entire back line. I am loving what I'm seeing from Allen. He seems like he's just always 1 step ahead of his opponent sometimes.
And with this Reaver's Row, the Ezreal is actually able to get a lot more points early that he wouldn't be able to risk otherwise. So this is going to be much more close in terms of points early than a matchup like this normally would be.
Yeah, well said. It looks like it's a double-edged sword with that Reaver's Row benefiting his opponent as well. Kaiser Survival drawing 2, never a bad play as well, and I think he followed it up with a stacked deck. So Draven never truly out despite having a bit of a disastrous opening with that frigid touch. I feel like a Kaiser Survivor is exactly the way to bring it back into this game, because Ezreal had to pay quite a bit to do all that, as he's only at 3 runes going up to 5 runes the next turn, so can't even play out like a singularity the next turn.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that tends to work well against Ezreal, is having just 1 unit on the board that is getting value, where his destruction spells of the Bellows Breath, Watcher combos, the singularities, really farm having multiple units to break apart. And when you just have 1 that's getting the job done, Ezreal gets a lot less value.
Well, the Arcane Shift coming down, and who is he replaying? And so much counterplay saying you're trying to fight or flight your Kaiser back, but the hard bargain coming down. So wait a minute, how does he deal with the 4 might of Kaiser? What am I missing there? Oh, Bellows Breath into Arcane Shift. Incredible stuff. Why is Allen making it seem such like a counter to Draven? I'm like trying to grasp exactly what he's getting done. It seems like he understands his matchup so well, and he just has all the answers, it seems like, so far.
This is how Ezreal normally is. It does feel very bad as the Draven player, but I do think it's even. It's just that Ezreal manages to deal with your units very efficiently, so you need to be getting value off those Kaisas and the like to be getting those draws refilled, and then getting ahead on points so that you don't lose by that much in the late game.
Okay. It does make sense, but man, Allen is playing like he's here to win the entire event. But let's see if Marcus is here to stop him, because he has some good cards in hand. The Falling Stars being one of those, eliminating the entire units right now from Allen's side. And he's still very low on rune economy. There's 3 runes, as we said before, only going up to 5. So can't get too much across the board. Perhaps the best he can do is probably try to set up another Ezreal Prodigy going forward, but I don't think he has one in hand, so goes for the Vex coming down to play. Not a necessarily bad card. We don't get to see that card too often.
And notice too, Marcus just played a small unit, singular unit, knowing that the best way to deal with this is to keep those runes up to be able to be playing his spinning axes to save his units on Allen's turn. So they're both going into this with clear matchup knowledge and looking to play very slow, methodical, conservative, and slowly win that advantage game.
You're totally right. A clear sign of very experienced, very competitive players that operating at a high caliber. Very, exactly. We wouldn't expect anything less from day 2 of Bologna, especially here in round 12. One more round before the final essential round that's going to be locking the position up for all these players. Allen being 11-0, though, I feel like he's sitting in a good position to go ahead. And oh my God, the Morbid return, bringing back the Ezreal Prodigy back to hand. fan, enabling him to go ahead and play it out this very turn. I like the Morbid Return. It seems like I didn't really catch wind of that card until Bologna, so I'm happy to see it here today.
Yeah, and notice it is an action, so he's actually using it while the Vex is in that showdown. And I don't know if it gets reduced actually because it's not combat, right? Oh, it is combat because Reaver's Row triggered. Yeah, so he gets to play the Morbid Return for only 1 instead of 2, and then bring this Ezreal out for a total cost of 4 energy, 1 power.
Yeah, this Ezreal is cooking with the combination of combat tricks and Vex. It seems to be an awesome strategy. Vex and Reaver's Row feeling comfortable with that, but 3-3, Raven, Bloom, and Ezreal in the back line. I think Draven will at the minimum. And whoa, 3 spinning axes in hand, a Rebuke and the Thunder Song. There's a bit of lack of units, so it doesn't feel fantastic about that, but he does have a lot of reactionary spells to work with, or reactionary gears to work with. And he's saying, Alan, do you want to go ahead and recall your Vex? Or are you going to be taking a risk? And no, playing it safe, to bring that Vex back to safety, getting a Conquer, so that's Draven drawing 1 more card. But Alan thinking about playing a card in combat, and it's always a minimum of 1. So stack deck return, or it's still going to be just 1 energy.
Unfortunately, yes. It does look like the Marcus will get a combat win here, and this triple spinning axe really becomes massively threatening here. The fact that you can go up by +9 and the temporary only matters if Ezreal is able to kill the unit. So these axes might end up being way too much value in the long run.
They really are. Honestly, they're so impactful. Every time they hit the board, you can play them on offense. You can play them more impactfully on defense. And funny enough, the one Draven draw from the Conquer of the Reaver's Row gives him the units that we were telling him he's kind of lacking so far in hand. But the Darius does get established in the back for the Draven. Now passing it back over to Ezreal. Let's see what he has, and hits a great hit off the top. We know it's not going to be too successful, of course, with those spinning axe. But Singularity might have been the card you were praying for most in the situation, able to try to, you know, hypothetically pick off the Darius and the Noxus Hopeful, but I think those spinning axes might have something else to say about that.
Now, Alan is a good player, and he has to be noticing that his opponent Marcus has been representing spinning axe very much this game, right? By going into the Vex with the overzealous ban on Reavers, you're representing like double spinning axe very clearly with that kind of play, or something very expensive like a cleave for 2 energy and a power. So I think he might know to hit the Noxus Hopeful and the overzealous ban with this, because if you spinning axe either of them, they do still die here. I'm not sure what he's going to bother doing. It's very tough situation from Ezreal, and this is where you need that precise play.
Yeah, and that's what Alan is known for, so I wouldn't put it past him to figure out the perfect line of play to execute in this moment. He has to consider everything you just mentioned, but let's go ahead and see, throwing in the Raven Bloom student over to the Reaver's Row, seeing if he wants to go ahead and keep the overzealous fan safe, or does he want to go ahead and try to play one of the spinning acts? I'm letting my overzealous fan go. Back to base he goes. Conquer up to 4 points for Alan. And he does recall that I don't think it's a worthwhile investing in a spinning axe on a little unit like that. Save it for something like those Singularity plays. But now it's time for the Vex to join the Conquer on the Void Gate. So 5-4 currently. And I think Noxus Hopeful might be seeing some kind of combat tricks from Draven, I want to say. Oh.
Yeah, I could also see letting it go as he does here, because once you have those spinning axes established on a unit, you really don't want it to die to waste those spinning axes with that temporary. If you could play them in a way where you know your unit is going to live, which on this Darius is much more likely, you get to have that long-term unkillable advantage. And it looks like he's going for that line.
Yeah, so just plays a Vex and throws it on over. Keeps about 4 runes available on his opponent's turn. So kind of threatening out either a Stupefy, Frigid Touch, at the minimum a Rebuke. We know how pivotal those cards can be in a lot of situations. So Darius and the overzealous fan trying to take over for a double Conquer play, because Marcus definitely wants to go on that 6-point total, and then he looks pretty decent. But of course, I think Allen has a couple good cards in hand, to say the least. So Spinning Axe #1 does allow Darius to swing in for a total of 8, but now combat has initiated. So another Spinning Axe. Is it only spells actually for Vex, or is it every card? Let
It's
me
only
see.
spells, yes.
Okay.
This is another advantage to these spinning axes, is you can play them in combat for as cheap as they would normally be, even though Vex is trying to make everything more expensive. But this Rebuke could come down for 1 energy, 1 power now.
Wow.
Which is so much cheaper. This is dangerous for the Draven player.
Oh yeah, talk about efficiency. You love to hear that. Say that one more time. A Rebuke for how much, Dimitri?
1 energy, 1 power, and I
Oh
do
my
not love to hear
goodness.
that. Believe me.
Music to my ears, but the Arcane Shift coming down for 2 energy, 0 power, feeling a little bit better. So Arcane Shift getting hard, bargain repeated. Allen ZQ having not enough runes for that, of course. So Arcane Shift not going to be able to activate or resolve this turn. Does have 2 energy remaining for something like the Rebuke we just discussed about. Does he go ahead and play it out? Does go for Rebuke, as he knows Marcus doesn't have a follow-up play. He doesn't have 5 runes remaining for the Darius to come down readied one more time. So does he have another hard bargain? It doesn't look like he's flicking through the cards right now. Doesn't have one in hand. So Rebuke will be sending the Darius back to hand and forcing him to attach the Spinning Axe onto Overzealous Fan if he doesn't want to lose it.
Yeah, he could put something else down if he has another cheap unit, but it doesn't look like he does. So it looks like that Overzealous Fan's getting the Spinning Axe and then probably going back into a battlefield trying to go up to 5. But being down on points against a well-established Ezreal is not where you want to be. This Rebuke really got the better of the Draven player, and I think he had to actually go for the Bryn here that turn. As much as I hate to do Bryn here before I'm at 6 points, I think he had to.
Right, it would have been quite devastating for Ezreal, as he wouldn't be able to react in combat, of course. But a second Spinning Axe coming down. He wants to make sure this Vex doesn't see another turn, because it's been quite impactful, to say the least, for this opening turn or opening game. And that is 2 Spinning Axe, a bit dangerous territory, because if Ezreal's able to take down the Overzealous Fan, you're not just losing a good unit, you're losing 2 of your signature gears on Draven's side. So let's see what does Ezreal has to work with this turn. Does go up to 6 points, so feeling great about that, of course. Now Vex and the Prodigy Child in the back line to try to push on forward, because what is he defending with now? That's 3, 6, 8 total might, so has a bit of work to do.
And it is on Void Gate.
Oh, true.
Yeah, I could totally see Ezreal also just choosing to back off the Ravenbloom student and prepare everything for a double assault this next turn. Or leave the Ravenbloom there to try and hold to 7 and attack in everything for 8 on the Void Gate. But he doesn't have much of a line to kill these Spinning Axes in advance that way. You really do want to get rid of that extra 6 might while you have the opportunity.
Right. And can't you just play Singularity to kill the Overzealous? Because it's going to be doing 7 might. Oh no, he's at 8. He's at 8. So Call Shot comes down. And looking through a couple good cards off the deck, it looks like he's immediately picking up what he likes. He's going to be able to see one more time. And Allen ZQ almost looks like he's hiding it from himself. He has his hand above the main deck, so not even holding onto his hand, making sure there's no kind of confusion on his opponent, saying, I'm not going to get called out for any kind of judge call. So picks up the hand one more time and has some great cards. We saw a Fizz in hand. He could go ahead and bring back something like the Bellows Breath or even the Arcane Shift to try to do some kind of moves that way, but I can't see the entirety of the trash right now, so perhaps Fizz might not be too beneficial to do so. But playing, I think it might just be a Mind Splitter. I actually didn't see that he had that in hand. That is huge.
This is massive because it lets him know exactly what he has to play around, and it's going to be extremely hard to stop him from going to 8 next turn when he has so much hand knowledge here.
Yeah, and there's
these
awesome
are slow,
hits.
aggressive cards.
Now, are we
Yeah.
going straight forward for the Thunder Song? Or, oh, it's the Rebuke, the only combat interaction that he has in the showdown. So Rebuke immediately getting taken down, and the Fizz, he sees the writing, he sees the picture being painted, and that is it. Ezreal gets 1 game up on her Undefeated. Actually, I think he did get defeated in day 2, but the highest rated Draven player from day number 1, and that was a really good game. How exactly did Allen close it there? The Fizz was bringing back what?
So the Fizz brings back Arcane Shift, which deals 4 damage, and then plays the Fizz again. And then the Fizz plays a Bellows Breath repeated, which normally would cost you an extra energy, but he doesn't have to pay the extra energy because he has Ezreal. So just for the cost of Fizz and a couple extra power, he's able to deal a whole 8 damage on that Void Gate.
Wow, honestly, insane kind of synergy coming out with the Fizz, and he's not even running 3 of each of those cards. There's a Fizz at 2, a Arcane Shift at 2, and a Bellows Breath at 2, so he's going for a more conservative 2-2-2 strategy, and a 1 of Singularity, a 1 of Watcher, a 1 of Morbid Return, and a 1 of Mind Splitter. So the more high value cards that you really want to see late game running 1 of. So very interesting deck building decisions from the champion here. I love what I'm seeing. At the same time, does this end up being a bit fortuitous that you did see your 1-ofs in that game? Or are you confident that because you're Ezreal, you have a bit of that miracle package with the call shots with the Ezreal prodigies, that you're most oftentimes will be seeing your 1-ofs in these matchups?
Yeah, you'll be seeing a lot of those 1-ofs, and I think a big part of it is if you see 1 Mind Splitter and it's not a game where you want Mind Splitter, that's fine, right? You have enough other cards that you can play and do things with, it doesn't matter. But if you're seeing 2 Mind Splitter and they're both dead, it gets a lot more awkward. So all of these 1-ofs mean you'll have the tools you need in hand for every situation, and you won't have too many dead ones for any path that you might want to take.
That does make sense, but let's see now. That was actually Draven on the play. If we remember right, that was a treasure hunter getting developed out on that opening turn, and Allen still was able to see the victory on that game 1. So now game 2, and you know, the Reaper's Row should have been like an easy GG for a lot of Dravens. I know you've been piloting Draven pretty well. Do you feel like a Reaper's Row is always like an easy win for Draven, or is there some matchups that give you trouble?
I think Reaver's Row, especially with the Treasure Hunter open, is extremely strong. But the issue is you're not getting that Reaver's Row value if they are a like burn spell deck like Ezreal can be.
Okay.
Right? He's not looking to actually kill your units through battle. He's looking to kill them through these spells that he uses. And when slinging those spells, when your battlefield's getting no advantage for you, when your Treasure Hunter dies to a single use of Bellows Breath, it is a lot harder to get that advantage established that game.
Okay. So not a clear, easy win, but the Draven coming down. We saw how easily he was able to take care of both of these units the opening turn, opening game. But let's see, does he have that 1-2 card combination? What did he do? It doesn't work out the exact same way because Bellows Breath only targets 1 single location. So Mark is already feeling better than he did in game 1 as the Draven sees the light of another turn, goes ahead and conquers up to 3. So off to the races Marcus goes, conquer after conquer, brings back the overzealous fan as there's just a simple Vex in the back line. So Allen ZQ being like, whoa, try to slow down. That is what he's trying to do on these next couple of turns, is slow the game plan down for Draven, because right now he seems to be kind of firing on all cylinders. So well stuff for Marcus so far.
This is one of the downsides I've been noticing to Targons as well, is you conquer at turn 1 and or turn 2 when you're walking in, and your opponent doesn't really care to contest you that turn. But this follow-up turn where you're not able to untap the 2 runes when you would really want them, and now the Vex potentially could go into the Targons if it doesn't want to fight the Draven and get those runes himself. But he does fight the Draven. This is going to be a big combat.
A huge combat. It looks like the call shot coming down for literally 0-0. The Ezreal bringing it down by a power. The Vex bringing it down by a power. So I've never seen a free call shot ever. It looks to be that Vex is a pivotal key card in this matchup. So I like what I'm seeing. Picks up some better cards, and another one getting played for everything free. Wages of Pain will come down for 2.
Do you come from any game where cards are free like this? Because I come from Yu-Gi-Oh! And this is reminding me of the good old days of just play everything you want for nothing.
Right. I don't know about
The third
100% free like we're seeing here. That was 3 call shots in a single turn getting repeated for no downside, no energy investment, no power investment, which is the more important one. And look at the hand, an abundance of resources, an abundance of options for the Ezreal. Has almost everything you would need. A double stupefy, the one-ups we were discussing before, a bellows, breath of wages, a rebuke, or arcane shift. It doesn't get much better than that. I think this Vex will be successful in conquering that obelisk of power. So Draven going down to 5, so effectively tying as of right now. The stupefy bringing it down to 4. Let's see if he's going to go ahead and deploy one of those spinning axes in hand, because you know, Dimitri, interesting enough, how did Draven have 3 spinning axes 2 times in a row? I'm a little bit suspicious about that, jokingly, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that he's just not shuffling quite as well as you would want to. I don't imagine it's actually stacking. It could just be a not quite as practiced with shuffling physical cards, or sometimes randomness does just end up having the same combinations twice in a row, right? It does happen more than people expect it to, and these spinning axes are what he's looking for in this kind of situation. Oh my god, the cheap rebuke again.
Yeah, you love to see it as an Ezreal player. Is there going to be a hard bargain coming down? And there will be a repeated hard bargain. And Allen doesn't have enough runes to pay the 4, but a hard bargain on the hard bargain, a counter for a counter. That's what we're used to seeing against the Calm v Calm decks. But apparently that Chaos can play the same game. And Allen one step ahead, it feels like, as I keep going back to, as Ezreal pushes on forward, getting the second point. And the only unit in the back will be that overzealous fan. Thankfully for Marcus, he does have a couple more spinning axes where that came from. So the overzealous fan, even though he doesn't feel too strong now, he can easily try to take down either of these units. But man, there's just too many cards in hand. I feel Allen has answers for everything incoming.
He really does. And this is the ideal play line from him, right? Playing the Ezreal into playing the Vex into saving, what was it? It was 3 called shots plus a rebuke. So he saved 5 power and a hard bargain. 5 power and 2 energy that turn, already on turn 3.
Right. Ridiculous.
So that is hard to come back from, especially the stupefies into the legend. Just so much draw power in this Ezreal deck.
Yeah,
and
I don't think I've
all
seen
of these seals coming out, meaning he will never have to pay power again, basically.
Ever, unless there's the likes of a thermal beam in the hands of Draven, which you haven't seen it yet. I believe we might have seen one or so in the sideboard, but Arasa getting played out to Targon's Peak just to back up that Ezreal Prodigy a little bit safer. And I think Allen might have still taken down or set the record for drawing the most amount of cards in a single turn with the triple call shot. I don't think I've ever seen, what is that, 6 total cards in a single turn. But as we mentioned before, one of the other spinning axes coming down, that's going to be tying things out effectively. So the double spinning axe, the Vex going down, but you still have that one card in the, you still have the Targon Peak to hold on to, so not all that bad, as I think Darius or Draven only has 2 energy to work with for the remaining of the turn.
And Allen missed his Targon's trigger. That's why this overzealous fan was able to get back into the game, with Allen had no runes up when he could have had 2 up there to be able to do multiple tricks with that Vex reducing them.
Oh, you're so right. You know, bringing back some nostalgic memory. Allen is notoriously known for missing an arena's greatest trigger in the top 8 match, and it actually made a difference when everything was said and done. He could have won if he had the one arena's greatest point. So kind of reminiscent of a bit what happened there. Not as huge as missing an arena's greatest point, but missing 2 energy does make a bit of a difference, as we see the frigid touch in hand. Even the wages of pain would have been there because Vex reduces the wages of pain by 1 energy. So yeah, that was huge.
Yeah, and he could have even arcane shifted to move one of the units from the Targon's Peak to the other battlefield to get another 6 might defending there if he really wanted to.
True. So yeah, so much options available to him if he just had those 2 runes up on the Targon's Peak, but goes ahead and hides something on Targon's Peak. I could only imagine the only card I saw that's hidden keyword is the Wages of Pain, of course. But now, interesting enough, Draven getting the point advantage in his favor, 5 points, holds on to all those spinning axes, holds on to the overzealous fan. Perhaps a bit of an indication that Ezreal is light on units, a similar story that Draven had in that game 1, and a Ferris Forerunner hitting the board for Marcus, feeling confident about that. Throw it back over. So Draven playing very speedy, knowing that this has to go to a game 3 if he wants to be successful and move on forward.
And he doesn't leave the Ferris Forerunner out on the battlefield where Vex would be able to contest it with all the spells reduced, which is very interesting. He's being very reserved with this Forerunner where it could be getting some spells out of the Ezreal, but I guess Ezreal has so many spells it's just not worth it.
That does make sense. So yeah, being very considerate of everything Allen has in hand, which is good. I think being mindful of all that, because you know if there's something you're playing around, is probably in the hand of Allen. So let's see what he has. The Morbid Return one more time. What is he going to be bringing back? It seems to be the Vex is the likely target. I honestly don't remember what's in the trash right now. It might just be the Vex. Or was there Ezreal? I think there was an Ezreal.
There's an Ezreal on the board. I don't know that he's got a second one.
Oh, it's behind the Rasa. Sure I couldn't see it there. So yeah, I thought the Ezreal got eliminated somewhere. But no, I guess it's only the Vex to pick up.
Ezreal's doing his best equipment impression.
It looks that way. That's what I thought. I thought it was the last right or something behind the Rasa. But he does pick up the Vex, perhaps looking to play it out this turn. But if you play it this turn, you're not leaving a whole lot of runes on the defense, and you do need to go ahead and try to defend a bit better, because that is a whole lot of might incoming your direction. So sends back the Ezreal. Will he be leaving the Rasa? I mean, you have a hidden card, so you're almost forced to leave it there.
Yeah, and with this wages, the Rasa wages will be able to trade for the overzealous fan, for example. So it's not a terrible situation for him, even though you would much rather be able to pull this Rasa back for less than losing the wages.
Yeah, that does make sense. So goes ahead and just leaves it there. And now it's time for Draven. He's at 5. At the minimum, he could go ahead and just do a simple conquer on Obelisk, get to 6. And we know Allen won't be getting up to 8 point anytime soon. And then against all odds, is that invested? I mean, it's just 1 unit. So it's basically just a discipline for Fury. So going up to 8 might, taking 3 damage down to 5. So does trade with the Rasa. So we'll get those 2 mech tokens in the back. But I think this is a decent position for Draven. It honestly comes down to what's left in the hand, because that's a combat win. Actually, no, you trade, so it's not a combat win. So conquer number 1. Will he go up to 7 here is the question, or does he just kind of play safe? Okay, he does play it safe, but why are we pushing with Noxus instead of overzealous? Do you feel like there's a hold strategy incoming? Because I feel like the lower might unit is the one you want to leave more vulnerable.
Well,
the spinning axe. Sorry.
Fan has 2 spinning axes
right,
on it.
Right.
It's up to 8 might. So he could have gone in first with that, but I think he was reading a hidden fighter flight and wanted that used on his Ferris Forerunner. This makes sense to me as a line, but it's certainly not ideal. He's going to have to be going for the double conquer on this next turn, it looks like.
Yeah, imagine a world Vex didn't say a minimum of 1. That is such a discount on all your spells. A double Vex going in, and oh, he's actually taking it back. He's saying, oops, not just yet. Let's go ahead and do a simple, straightforward conquer with the Prodigy, and then I'm sending in the double conquer. I wonder how that makes a difference. I think he's looking to pick up the Ezreal then. That does make sense, but doing 3 damage does pick up the Ezreal, plays it back into the Obelisk of Power. So drawing 2 cards, or plays it back to base, it looks like.
Yeah, just a way to get in, get out with that Ezreal. And even though he had those 6 billion cards in hand at the start of turn 3, he did play 3 Seals of Discord, which did deplete his hand size a fair amount. So looking to rebuild and get a couple more combat tricks going.
Yeah, it looks about 5 or 6 card remaining hand. Has enough to take down the Noxus Hopeful, but at this point, double Vex attacking for 5 apiece, Noxus Hopeful defending for 4. Doesn't even have to really invest any more combat tricks to take it down. Wages of Pain already did 3 damage. Even if you, I mean, even without the Wages of Pain, it was good enough, but perhaps playing around any kind of combat tricks from Draven, but I think we've seen all spinning axes already, right? One's in the trash and then 2 are on overzealous.
Yes, and I don't think Draven has up enough. Yeah, Draven only has 3 up, which means he can't really afford. Oh, we're doing Bellows Breath on the backline. We're looking to destroy the entire backline during this combat. Interesting. I did not see this line. Did you?
Oh, not at all. It looks to take full advantage of the Vex, the double Vex at that. So a repeated Bellows Breath costing 2 energy. That is super efficient of him. So he's applying 2 damage on, I mean, he has to choose the targets because he's not going to be able to get it done. But I guess he's going to go for a repeated Frigid Touch as well. And I love this interaction, making sure you get full advantage of all your combat spells in the combat, right? Taking advantage of the action speed ability. And he's saying, oh, they're arguing how much does Bellow Breath cost. I believe it's just 2 energy, no?
Yes.
Repeated.
Well, he does get to choose to reduce it by 1 energy or 1 power with the Ezreal.
Okay.
So it could be 1 energy, 1 power. It could be 2 energy. But it does look like one of those to me. I think they're debating whether or not Vex reduces the optional cost as well.
Ah, that makes sense. And from your experience, does it reduce the repeated costs?
My understanding is it does not.
Okay.
But I'm not using Vex very much, and so I don't know 100%.
And it almost looks to me that they are playing that way because a repeated Frigid Touch, unless that was a non-repeated, but the smoke screen coming down, everything slowly but surely getting picked off the back line. Draven feeling like he had good control. All he had to do was push forward up to 7, up to 8, but little by little leaving behind just 2 lonely mechs. I don't think he's too fearful of those mechs, especially if he has a couple more cards in hand, but that was 3 cards expended that turn. So perhaps he doesn't have too much left in hand. We're seeing a Raven Bloom, Fizz coming down. Is that going to be another Bellows Breath from the Fizz? Oh, a call shot. Okay, digging through the deck is never a bad idea.
Does cost him a power, but that's fine. He has the triple seals. And I don't think these mechs ever are able to take it down. With all of the spinning axes gone, you can take the obelisk and try and hold that for a turn. But Ezreal is one of the best decks at dismantling holds at 7 points. He can consistently find enough of those burn cards to clear up that battlefield. I don't think he's going to be able to pull it through, and it might even be worth it for Draven to try to move to game 2 faster so that we make sure this game 3 finishes.
No, remember, Allen's already 1 game up. If Allen wins, that is it. 2-0 victory for Ezreal.
You're right. It was the game 2 Ezreal Vex triple called shot. That's right.
Yeah, that just happened this game.
You have to do what you can.
Yeah, Draven not liking his current predicaments. Let's see what cards are remaining in hand, because right now the double Vex into Fizz most likely will be able to hold up to 7, and then Raven Bloom and Ezreal in the back line might very well be able to hold for the final 8th victory point. That's a stacked deck, so a great option to start things off. Fair's Forerunner, a Kai'Sa, and a Fighter Flight. Not the best of cards, but realistically, there's not too many cards that strictly get you out of this position very cleanly. There's already a Survivor in hand, so does decide to pick up the Fighter Flight, of course. So you could push back one of these Vexes, so leaving behind, what, 8 total might. Accelerates the Kai'Sa to start things off, but this is looking rather tough position.
Yeah, I think you have to let all the Vexes go. And just conquer this other battlefield and try and hold it that 1 turn. And I think the best card to do that would have been a Mind Splitter, so that you could get rid of any combat trick that might have been an issue. But we did not find that, which means we have to go in with what we can find, and I don't think it's going to be enough.
Oh my goodness. Alan's EQ is playing out of his mind.
Play the Stupefy.
Yeah, that was a Fizz Arcane Shift do three damage on the Kai'Sa, and then Fizz bring it back to Stupefy from the trash to bring back the might of Kai'Sa down to 3, effectively dying. And as you said, Dimitri, the only hope, only path to victory for Marcus will be playing everything onto the battlefield and just praying for dear life. Allen is not going to be able to take it down, but I have a sneaky suspicion I think he's going to be able to take it all down. Let's see what's remaining in hand. And that, he has a 1 Watcher, and he actually hits the Watcher off the top. Unbelievable. Call him lucky, but he is a very high skilled player. Sometimes that's what it takes to get the job done in a 2-0 fashion. Great stuff from Allen. I think he's playing like he's going to be a good contender into top 8.
Oh, for sure. And he had plenty of options already to win this, I think. But this Watcher is just the cleanest way to do it. And it might feel sacky to hit it off the top. But remember, he did triple called shot. He did tons of stacked decks. He's drawn almost all of his deck at this point. And this is just like the bottom 3 or 4 cards that he hasn't found yet that he's looking at here. And this is where the Watcher is a pretty likely hit.
Yeah,
and
honestly,
that is the match.
That is indeed the match. 2-0, taking down what a lot of people would have considered the strongest Draven in the current board, or in the current room. And if Allen took down the likes of Draven in a 2-0 way, is there anyone looking to stop Allen? It looks like he's practiced for months and months, and he understood exactly what his deck does and exactly what he needs to do to take down the likes of the menace of the meta, being Draven. And yeah, a lot of people in chat saying that's why he's the GOAT. I mean, what did you think of that play from Ezreal? That was so impressive.
It was. And every quality Ezreal player, their games do tend to look like that, where they're being very efficient and they're able to be killing all of Draven's things. I was especially impressed by how much work Vex put in his list. I've not seen many Vexes, and I'm excited to see that get more developed in the future Ezreal meta.
Yeah, it really is. I think a lot of people are sleeping on Vex. Vex kind of came into the limelight with Draven slightly. I believe it was in our Riftbound Invitational with J-Chan, our champion. He was utilizing Vex as the counterplay against the likes of Draven as well. But in the hands of Ezreal, when you have so much more combat tricks to work with, it looks to be a whole lot better in those decks. So yes, I love Vex and Ezreal. I love everything I saw from Allen. I know that's like a mega glaze, but I am a true Allen fan. He's honestly put on quite the performance. Just the play there at the end there alone, the Arcane Shift, the Fizz to the Stupefy on the Kai'Sa, denying the draw. I mean, what's not to love about Allen's play there?
There is something about how Ezreal plays that does just feel good. You get to do all of those targeting. You get to do the combos of the arcane shifting back and forth, that deal them damage and then reduce their might to kill them off. It does just look really smooth when someone like Allen is playing it.
It really does. It looks like Ezreal, he might go ahead and win the best of Ezreal, but Dimitri, it looks like we have one backup match remaining. If we're down to hop over to the feature match, and let's see what these guys have. It looks like a red-yellow deck. Are we talking about a Rek'Sai? Yes, we are. The Queen Rek'Sai, staying alive in day 2.
Okay. How do you feel about Rek'Sai in this meta?
I mean, the first deck I ever played was a Darius deck. It wasn't the Baited Hook. This was before Baited Hook became popular. So I love this color combination. I've tried Rek'Sai, but my experience with it been more so on the pre-release packs. But I think in general, it does pose a decent amount of problems just by the sheer amount of removal spells. They play very similar to how Victor Prison plays as well, but they have a lot of bigger units in those Immortal Phoenix, the Under Titan. So I like Rek'Sai. I think the only downside is sometimes you lack the card draw, right? That's one thing that's holding back these decks, the red, yellow decks. Sometimes when you run out of gas, there's very little things you can do. But I do think it's a powerful deck.
I agree. Going against a Kai'Sa, though, with all of this burn, might be a little tricky. I was also a Darius fan set 1. My first deck was Darius Hook. And Kai'Sa matchup was an issue at times with all of their burn spells. And now that they're on triple progress day, the burn from Rek'Sai won't be able to starve them out either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well said. It looks like they have all the tools available to take down the likes of Rek'Sai, but I still think this matchup isn't as straightforward as a lot of people would imagine. But I do think Kai'Sa has a slight upper hand. But with those Immortal Phoenixes able to come back over and over again, it could pose a bit of a problem, and that is a overnumber Kai'Sa. You love to see it. I think with Rek'Sai, they might struggle because Kai'Sa having so many kill spells as well. They might not benefit from having kill spells themselves because Kai'Sa has like little units, right? You have the Yordle, you sometimes have the Raven Blooms, but what's the other? There's another unit in there I'm forgetting. There's a 2-drop.
Yeah, maybe the plundering Poro.
That's what
is
it
the
is.
most
Yeah,
common one now.
Mm-hmm.
To get some gold going, yeah.
And you know, Rek'Sai doing
Very
Darius's best impression. This is what Darius used to do, right? On 3 energy, they would do 1-2 drop and then play the Noxus Hopeful. So funny enough, you get to see it here.
And it's generally going up against a 2 might unit, so it literally looks exactly the same. Let's see if this Yordle even tries to go into a battlefield against all that might, and he does not. I think that makes sense.
That does make sense. Even what is the official name of that Poro?
Plundering Poro.
Plundering? Okay.
Plundering is the one that makes
it's
gold.
The blue one. Yeah, God, chat, help us out. I know we call them all the Poros, but yeah, the yellow Poro gets Assault 1 when you swing in, of course, so it does allow him to swing in for the 3, of course. So let's see what he has, because Rek'Sai benefits so greatly from conquering, as you're able to dig through your top 2 cards of your deck and then play one of those 2 cards from that top of your deck. So Seal is a great thing to establish nice and early, as a whole lot of cards cost so much power. Things like Falling Stars, things like your Phoenix, your Immortal Phoenix a little bit down the road, and it looks like Daring Poro. Thank you so very much, chat.
So this is the battlefield where you can ready an exhausted gear, right? So is he looking to reuse that seal? Is that what's going on? He is.
Wow, double
Floating
power.
And having an extra. Yeah. Doing his best Kai'Sa impression with that, it looks like. Getting free power.
It really looks that way.
Hidden Blade or Piercing Light? Huh.
Interesting, because I think he put that power into the mana pool before getting the Rek'Sai, right? So he's saying, I'm going to go ahead and play the Piercing Light to try to repeat and take out the Kai'Sa Survivor. So it's going to cost you your Daring Poro, but taking the 1 Survivor off the board, feeling pretty good about that, because you still have 1 unit in the back line, and that 1 unit will indeed be stronger than the Yordle coming in. But if there's one thing we know about Kai'Sa, she has so many kill spells. So you know, I see a lot of Kaisers aren't really going for Void Seeker anymore. Have you seen Void Seeker, or has that been kind of fallen off a bit?
Void Seeker's definitely fallen off. I think because you have enough other draw power now that feels good, that you don't really need the draw ones from Void Seeker. I would love it if you went back old school and went for a cleave on this Yordle, which I don't think many Kaisers are on at this point.
Yeah, that would be awesome to see. But speaking of that card power, the Progress Day coming down, that is an unprecedented draw 4 in a single turn, and that's a double Falling Stars off the top of Hextech Ray. And I missed the card in the middle, but those cards are great. You could go ahead and Hextech Ray proactively, go in for the Yordle and trade 1-for-1, neglecting him any kind of defensive holds, but instead wants to get a point of her own to start things off. So gets a point and passes it on forward. So Rek'Sai feeling good about going to 3, but more importantly, let's see what they have going forward on this turn. It looks like they have their signature spell Void Rush, so could go ahead and start the turn off with that just to see what's at the top of the deck.
One of the advantages to not trading with the opponent's units here is Rek'Sai loves conquering and getting value off conquering. And if you leave them holding, it gets a little awkward for Rek'Sai sometimes. Sure, they get more points, but they would love to be able to go back into this battlefield and get another point and get a card off the top as well.
That does make sense. So it does kind of give you some insight on what Kai'Sa was thinking there. But with that Rek'Sai ability, or actually it was the Void Rush ability, has the option to Pele the on his broker for free. has 2 energy floating in the pool because of that Void Rush, so just pays 1 energy to get the manufacturer down, and does recall the Noxus Hopeful to try to do exactly as you said. He wants to prioritize conquering, as you do benefit so greatly with that Rek'Sai Legend ability. And so far so good, but we know what's in the hand at Kai'Sa. Doesn't matter how many units you establish on your base, those falling stars are going to be raining down the next couple turns, and a Rek'Sai would love to see it. An Assault 2 though, keeping
And
the
here it is.
Rek'Sai alive.
No, it's just Assault 1 on the Rek'Sai. The Phoenix has the Assault 2.
Ah,
so
that's
it will
what it
be
is.
A trade, I believe, going down.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Which denying Rek'Sai the Conqueror is so worth it here. Even though you have to pay a power, you've got to use an extra card. Definitely worth denying them Conquerors.
And you know, that one Noxus Hopeful posing a bit of a problem unless they have that 1-2 combo that a lot of blue-red decks use the best they can, right? The Stupefy into a Falling Stars wouldn't be too bad here. You get rid of the manufacturer, but even better, you don't need a Stupefy. Actually, he doesn't even have 2 energy for the Falling Stars, so it just develops out. Oh, Bellows. It has to be Bellows.
Bellows Breath?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he does have it. Yeah, it does just clear that entire backline. Set 2 has given a lot more tools for getting rid of those Noxus Hopefuls between Watcher, Bellows, and the Piercing Light being able to do 4 damage to things.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not as reliant on that Falling Star Stupefy, but it still would have been a great combo if he had it, for sure.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of people are considering Kai'Sa still the queen of the current meta. Obviously, a lot of people would also agree that Draven is kind of taking that spot, but Kai'Sa not too far behind, as you mentioned. Still a whole lot of great tools added into this new set. And man, you try to take down the back line, and just like that, Blue Mat coming in with the Phoenix Hopeful and Honest Broker. I mean, there's just too many cards in hand off the back of that Progress Day, and you can't say the same thing for Rek'Sai. That is a Piercing Light and a Brynir Thundersong remaining in the hand, and this is actually a game number 2 situation. I just look at the scoreboard up above. It looks like Rek'Sai already 1 game up against the Kai'Sa.
Okay, that makes this obelisk make a lot more sense to me, and it makes the fact that Kai'Sa's so ahead not feel quite as bad for the Rek'Sai. This Immortal Phoenix could get a couple of turns of value, especially if the Piercing Light manages to kill some things. So we're not that out of it yet, even though we do seem way down in cards right now.
We definitely do. Down in cards. It might just be down in the board state as well, because Kai'Sa looking to tap the red. 1 for Legend, 1 for the recycle cost. The Falling Star most likely clearing the Immortal Phoenix and the Honest Broker. Oh, it's actually a repeated. Actually, it wasn't repeated just yet. He's just doing 2 damage and taking down a Broker.
He might be following this up with something else, right? If he does 2 damage to the Hopeful, he could follow it up with a repeated Bellows Breath to be bringing down everything but the Phoenix. I'm not sure what line he's going for here, but there's a lot of options when he has that many cards.
Honestly, I thought he was going for the straightforward Falling Star to make sure you kill 2 of your units that back there, but I guess he's going for something else in mind. As you said, he's up to something, right? There has to be some kind of method to the current madness Kai'Sa's displaying. So Piercing Light on your own, choosing the Honest Broker. So down he goes, you generate. So he did repeat it.
Yes, so he's doing 2 damage to the Hopeful, and he's looking to Falling Star kill the rest of them.
Okay.
This is just dismantling the entire backline every turn, as Kai'Sa loves to do.
Yeah, and it looks very reminiscent of the Kai'Sa versus Darius matchup of the Origins. Or, you know, you would think you can establish so many units, but Kai'Sa has so many kill spells at that. So leaving very room to breathe for Blue Mat. He might be able to squeeze out a game number 3 if he concedes, as there's 20 minutes remaining. I could say it's a bit early. You're at 3 points. Kai'Sa's at 2 points. So it could be premature concession, but everyone has to consider the time on the clock. But interesting enough, I believe both of these players are already X3. So I think Rek'Sai is playing strictly for the best of Legend. Perhaps you could say the same thing about Kai'Sa, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be at least 1 Kai'Sa in top 8. I'll be really surprised if there's not.
Yeah, and this Brynir is interesting. Just a Brynir pass. He could have gone for Piercing Light, kill the Yordle, bring back the Phoenix kind of plays. but it looks like he's valuing those spells long term to get more advantage later and letting himself go way down in points now. Hopefully able to win it back with a big piercing light into the Call of the Week potentially.
Right, as long as he can take care of the Yordle, he should have an ability to take care. As you mentioned, the Call of the Week does get picked up the previous turn, but everything could change with more units getting developed out for the Kaiser. The Sentry comes online. It might be the double Sentry at that. So the Call of the Week that has no viable targets, or not literally, but no good targets to say the least, and throws it back to Rek'Sai. I am not loving Rek'Sai's position.
We have the piercing light that can clear those 3 little dudes, and then the Call of the Week to kill the Watcher. So it is possible here. The issue is it's very hard for us to get the Phoenix back, because if we don't bring the Phoenix back first, then we lose out on being able to bring it back with the Call of the Week as well.
He didn't prioritize. He did the damage on Watcher instead of the baseline unit there. He had a Call of the Week to take care of it, but a Falling Star makes a whole lot more sense. Is that really the cleaner play? Maybe prioritizing saving the Call of the Week a little bit later down, but I thought you play Call of the Week before the Phoenix, or perhaps, I mean, he's the one of the remaining Rek'Sai players, so he would know a whole lot better than me.
Yeah, one of the really awkward rulings for Rek'Sai is the fact that Call of the Week means that the player kills their own unit. So if only your opponent has a unit and you play Call of the Week, you don't get to get back your Phoenix because you did not kill a unit with a spell. Only your opponent did. Which means if he were to go Piercing Light, kill the other 3, bring back his Phoenix, then Call of the Week, he could bring back his Phoenix again. But that's really expensive for him to keep bringing back the Phoenix like that. I think it does make sense for him to use the Piercing Light just because Call of the Week is kind of messing up his ability to get that Phoenix out.
Yeah, the way you put it, that makes perfect sense. So yeah, I think that's exactly what he was playing around or playing towards. And just one card. No. There has to be one card behind that. I think he's just having it all grouped up.
What does he have alongside it?
Oh, Honest Broker. Nothing really to get the gas going again. So was able to develop out quite the board presence, but honestly, Falling Star, Piercing Light, I think he even had a little bit more than that. You can't really play around that because Red-Yellow has no counter capabilities, of course. So Blue Mat might just be better off. I hate to say early concession, but I'm always taking the time into consideration. With 15 minutes remaining, you could probably squeeze out a game number 3, and you will be on the play and call. Now the call of the week does kill your own unit, enabling you to bring back the Immortal Phoenix, and I think that's what he's doing as of right now. And real quick, Dimitri, hold it down. I gotta run to the restroom real quick.
For sure. It looks like this Phoenix coming back is going to be his way to try and conquer, and Rek'Sai's card advantage comes from having enough cards through conquering. So the fact that Kai'Sa's been able to kill this backline every single time has denied this Rek'Sai multiple cards this game, and the Singularity is going to deny another one. Rek'Sai just does not have the resources as it stands to be able to deal with all of these bird spells coupled with a couple little units. And I don't know what Rek'Sai could top to fix this. There's very little going on. Yeah, and that looks like the concession from Rek'Sai. We are going to the game 3. Now, I am a little dubious that he should have conceded early. I think it was worth playing out because if there wasn't that burn spell, a single Conquer could get him back in the game. And the game 3 tends to be the quickest for Rek'Sai. Because when he is going first, he's probably on Arena's Greatest. He might be something like Candle at Sanctum, but he's going to be able to be going much more aggressively, much more efficiently, and make that game much quicker.
Nice. And Dimitri, thank you so much. I am back.
Welcome back. Reavers or Void Gate for the Kai'Sa this game. I'm not sure what their side deck plan is going to be here.
Right, and it looks to be a rather straightforward.
I love the Get Excited.
Yeah, the one of we've seen it so much from these Kaiser players. You pitch something like a Time Warp, an extraordinary 10 damage coming down, but now Rek'Sai most likely will be able to get on the play, and the sideboard inclusions include things like Darius, Immortal Phoenix, or not Immortal Phoenix, Imperial Decree, and 3 salvages. So not the best sideboard for the likes of Kaiser, I want to say. But let's run through the deck one more time. I think good cards against this build will be something like a Sundis to keep applying the pressure, keep conquering and benefiting from your Rek'Sai Legend. Obviously, the Bring Your Thunder Songs is the MVP closer you want to see late game. I like the one little Under Titan. How do you feel about that one card?
I think it makes sense when you've built up a back line and you're able to just spike an extra 2 energy, play it from deck for cheap. It makes a lot of sense. In the side deck, we did see the Ferris Forerunners, and I bet those are coming in. I personally would run them over the Brynhears in this matchup because Kai'Sa's doing a lot of spells on her own turn and not really making you need the Brynhear. And having expensive cards is just rough for Rek'Sai, where you want to be playing 2-3 cost cards from your deck at most.
Yeah, we'll see if he changes things up going forward. This is the final game of these round 12. One more round remaining in Swiss. So these guys are trying to keep the dream alive. They're trying to claim and lock in their best of metal card. I will say, I don't think a Rek'Sai will make it into top 8. So I think if he gets a win here, and then probably ties or gets a win in the last round of Swiss, he is locked in for receiving that best of metal card. And Rek'Sai is a real cool legend to get a best of metal card, but starting things off with that Manufacturer on the turn 2. A Sentry feeling pretty straightforward for Kai'Sa as well. Does she want to go ahead and invest in something to kill that back line and kind of neglect any point scoring going forward for Rek'Sai? Is it worth it is the question. It looks like he's spending 2, and a Falling Star does deny him any kind of conquer abilities going forward.
Yeah, I look at this Rek'Sai's hand, and I can't tell if it's broken or terrible. Having the double Immortal Phoenix means your early game is slow, but late game, one single burn spell might be able to get him back in at every single point in the game.
Right, a little bit
do you
heavier
like this situation?
hand.
Who are you favoring?
What was that?
Do you like this situation? Who are you favoring?
Yeah, I think it's a teeny bit early to say, but let's see it. Honestly, if I can see the bigger picture with Kai'Sa's hand, because right now, as you mentioned, a bit of a heavier hand. Immortal Phoenix, a much better card in the trash while you have some kill spells, as you mentioned, but you eventually have to play out your Immortal Phoenix while you can. But Sundis, as we said before, does see itself, so goes ahead and exhausts it now. The next unit you play will enter ready, and it looks to be that Immortal Phoenix coming down. I would imagine he's looking to conquer. I mean, you're never taking down the Sentry, but you have to do it anyways. You go for the Reaver's Row, getting up to 2 points, unless he has something like, I mean, even a Hextech Ray doesn't do it unless there's a 1-2 combo. A Stupefy Hextech Ray in hand doesn't feel that bad. You're getting rid of the Phoenix for a +1 draw on your side.
It does look like he's considering that Hextech Ray, but he would need more alongside it, and he does just back up. Okay, I think that makes more sense.
Definitely. And Rek'Sai does go up to 2 as the arena's greatest, I believe, what's on Rek'Sai's side. Yeah, because we did talk about it. Kai'Sa did run Reaver's Row in that main board. Or not, just Reaver's Row in general. So 2 points apiece. And now it's time for Kai'Sa to do what she does best, to try to take down the Immortal Phoenix, and an easy little Hextech Ray will do the job, allowing the Sentry to get back into the Reaver's Row. And interestingly enough, despite Rek'Sai being on the play, being the player that plays first, he's actually a bit behind on the point department. As Kai'Sa gets her 3rd point, you would usually see like Rek'Sai kind of pushing the pace, which is why he's bringing out Arena's greatest. But perhaps Kai'Sa just has one too many kill spells.
I think it's really missing that 2-drop. Rek'Sai had nothing to do on turn 1, and on the Arena's greatest game, that can spell death when you're just behind on points that early.
You know, Dimitri, doesn't that feel like it always happens when you want to be the fastest you can on Arena's greatest? I know that happened to me so much when I was playing Annie. Every time I would bring out Arena's greatest, that is the only time I would ever miss a 2-drop. I don't know about you, but that happens to me so often.
I was already very high on 2-drops because I hated missing them, But I was finding that all of my opponents would miss their 2-drops on the Arena's Greatest game.
Nice,
And
nice.
even the Arena's Greatest where I was going first, they would miss their 3-drops somehow. So I felt very good in those games whenever they would miss the 2-drops for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I imagine it's similar with the Rek'Sai here.
It does. So yeah, bad when you're playing, good when you're playing against it, bad when you're on the receiving end of things. But Void Rush coming down. Let's see what are these 2 cards off the top. So that's a free Honest Broker, or honestly a free Call of the Week. Picks up the Call of the Week in your hand. Honest Broker gets played out for free, as we mentioned before. Has 4 remaining runes to work with, so can accelerate out another Immortal Phoenix. And now the Sentry isn't on Reaver's Row. So we'll go ahead and accelerate. It looks like a Falling Star doubling up on the Survivor, not allowing her to see the back line with that Reaver's Row. Pays 1 to bring back what's looking like to be the Immortal Phoenix at accelerated speed because of the Sun Disc. Phenomenal plays coming out from Blue Map.
Yeah, the ordering on that impeccable. He's definitely used to doing these Sun Discs line, but every time this 3-might Phoenix gets stuck at a battlefield, it does just become Hextech Ray fodder. It makes you wonder if the recursion that the Rek'Sai is getting is really going to be enough for this.
Yeah, at the bare minimum, though, you did deny 2 hold points for Kai'Sa, so I think it was a necessity to get that done. But taking a little bit of a glimpse into the Kai'Sa's hand, we saw a couple piercing lights to stupefy, bringing it down. It looks like more importantly going to be picking up another draw. Or they probably don't have that straightforward Hextech Ray. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. And this is just Kai'Sa clearing up the board consistently and very efficiently every time, putting down 1 unit. This is another position that Rek'Sai was in last game. It's going to be tough for them to get out of it, I think.
I agree. The only bit of a saving grace for Rek'Sai is that 1 Sun Disc, right? As long as you're able to push the pace, conquer each and every turn, but going on the Immortal Phoenix and passing is not what you want to do on your turn. Perhaps a little bit short on that rune. 2 Call of the Week. Is that another Rek'Sai champ in hand? It almost looks that way. But yeah, the Nox is hopeful, not having 1 rune enough to get that done. So just passes on forward. And this is where it feels like Kai'Sa is starting to get the upper hand, starting to run away with this game number 3, because you will be able to conquer up to 5. If you have an accelerated Kai'Sa, you will be going up to 6 points. And that is exactly where you want to be as the Kai'Sa player. Does she have an accelerated survivor, or is there a potential other line? He's tapping 6, using 1. Is that a... Okay, that's huge too.
Oh, a Forerunner. So this is defending up to 6 and then probably pulling everything back to make a push up to 8, it looks like.
Yeah, thinking a couple turns in advance is what it takes to be at this level. So I do like this play, because how are you taking down 8 total might? I mean, you do have Call of the Week, but that's going to be sacrificing your Immortal Phoenix. As long as you get the Sun Disc somewhere in the mix, you're able to bring back that Immortal Phoenix. But I don't think you can do the Sun Disc at reaction speed, so you have to be very considerate how you sequence things out.
Yeah, it's a big issue. You cannot do the Sun Disc at reaction. So you have to find ways. Okay, he goes for a 2-drop into the Noxus Hopeful accelerated by the Sun Disc, trying to be enough to get over. It looks like 9 might to 8, so I think this is going to clear. And he might start to have a bit of a chance, but these mech tokens are going to cause some issues in the backline.
I believe so as well, right? That is the one benefit of having the Forerunner up on the battlefield. It doesn't really trade. It trades perfectly well. So at the minimum, you should be able to take down the Hopeful. I mean, you could take down the Phoenix, but it's just going to be coming back around with the Call of the Week. You're able to take down your Soaring. Actually, no, you can't play this turn because you don't have enough runes to do so. So I think Duffin trying to discuss what is he going to be trading, or is the Reaver's Row activation still in consideration? It looks like Hextech Ray bringing it all into the rage of a 1-for-1 trade. And yeah, he's staying put, so the mech tokens will be so beneficial. But more importantly, he doesn't hold to 6, so there's still 1 more turn Blue Mac can take over with.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably just moving this Plundering Poro into the Reavers and then just getting that that 6th point without any real risk, since the Poro can just pull back. And then the next turn going in, was that a Time Warp? We might just see a Time Warp for game now.
Oh, you're absolutely right. You go up to 6, you time warp to 7, and the mech goes and concludes the day. Or you go up to 6 and then time, or 7 up to time warp, and that should be all she wrote. Kai'Sa making her stand and saying, I want to try my very best to get that best of meta card. Or perhaps X3 legend might be the X3 player might squeeze in top 8. Unlikely, but maybe there's a way. And maybe there wasn't a time warp because he didn't play it.
Yeah, I think it was the retreat that he had in hand that looked like a time warp to me, which means he's going to have to be holding with these thin battlefields, but it might be enough because Rek'Sai doesn't have many ways to get rid of 3 units in a turn.
Right, first things first, let's see what the hits off the Void Rush will be. At the minimum, he does have an accelerated Rek'Sai champion and a Hidden Blade, not too shabby. Does have to float an Order Rune if he wants to go ahead and play that out. But, you're giving your opponent 2 cards. I mean, at this point, it's do or die. You take care of both battlefields, or you're going to be going home. I mean, maybe going home with the best of Rek'Sai, not a little bad of a compensation prize, but that is GG. Kai'Sa taking it down. He is feeling ecstatic about that with a good old little peace sign to the camera. As he about to do something else, he's pulling something out of his pocket. What is that, Dimitri?
That's adorable.
Saying the T, or what's the little guys? Chat, help us out. What is he doing there?
Is that like their team mascot or something, maybe? I'm not sure.
It has to be. That has to be like an inside joke among the friends. So well played. Rek'Sai did pretty good as well from the games we had, but it just looks like Kai'Sa had so many answers every single time we saw it. So that is it for the round of 12. There's just one more round remaining. I'm hearing in chat that a lot of the undefeated players are just simply going to ID, so perhaps we won't be able to see the highest tables, but we should see the people on the bubble, the people in desperation mode, not literally but figuratively, as they're trying to achieve one more victory to try to be one of the last remaining 8 players. I am excited, Dimitri. I know you're going to be checking out the tournament after this, but that was our 2 rounds. Is it just me? I know I said it with our previous caster, but do these rounds tend to fly, or has it been a bit for you?
Oh, they do. I was just thinking, I couldn't remember if it was 1 round or 2 that this happened. They do go by so fast. I'm excited to see how Top Cut plays out. And one last question: is there anything that you think is going to sneak into Top Cut that's going to be real cool on this bubble?
That's a beautiful question. You know, honestly, I think it's going to be rather straightforward. If I had to bet some money on, I think 3 Dravens made it in, 2 Ezreals made it in, a Kai'Sa and a Aurelia. So I think it's the top legend sneaking in. I think I counted up to 8. I did quick maps real quick, but I don't think there's going to be anything surprising anyone per se. But what about you, Dimitri? Are you asking that question because you think there's something going up or brewing up in Bologna?
No, I mean, I imagine there is. I could see something spicy making it in, though, for sure. I don't think it's going to be an Azir this time. It might be like an Annie makes it in again, something like that. I am hoping that we get a couple other decks in and that we get at least one Ezreal because I'm very curious where that deck build ends up going with how many different ways there are to build it currently.
Yeah, and it's probably going to be at the hands of Alan ZQ. He did so good. I mean, if I was a betting man, off everyone we've seen in Bologna this weekend, he has been the highest skill player, and he might be able to get the job done. I mean, he's no stranger to the championship a seat, right? He's not just a regional champion. He is a world champion, having to fight the best around the world in Legends of Runeterra, which tends to be a rather similar game. But let's go ahead and do any little bit of a closing remarks before they kind of hop into another round because I think I had to bring in 2 casters this next round, so it might take some time. But as we said before, Dimitri, has honestly been awesome working with you. I know this is the first time coming in on the commentary booth. I think it was a good time, wasn't it?
Great time. I hope you did. I hope chat did. I am Dimitri. I've got a YouTube, Dimitri RB, if you want to check it out. Thank you for hosting these. Plus, these commentaries are always amazing, and this is how I first got into the game, was watching these and learning from you guys cast. So really appreciate this resource you had, and everyone make sure to check out the rest of the games that have happened this weekend. There's been some real bangers.
There we go. Yeah, to say the least, huge, great games, and big old love to Dimitri helping us out here on the commentary side. Guys, I posted those links on Twitch, on YouTube. Go ahead and show him some love on that side of things. He will be uploading some Riftbound content coming soon. And Dimitri will go ahead and let you go as I go ahead and try to bring in these next casters coming soon. But yes, let's see what we have in store. Final Swiss going into top 8. We are in for a great conclusion to the Bologna Regional Qualifier. I am beyond excited. But yeah, I'll see you on the next time whenever we end up working together. Okay, Dimitri? And Cywick saying, plus you weren't playing. I thought Riftbound Plus was you. Yeah, I wish I was out in Bologna. I will eventually get to one point where I end up traveling. But sometimes doing these co-streams allows me to be with my baby girl a bit closer because she's just a 1-year-old. So perhaps when she gets a little bit older, I'll feel more comfortable traveling. But let's go ahead and bring in these next casters. Let me get a little background here. And yes, BMU, well done to Dimitri. He's such a bright guy. If you guys don't know, Dimitri was actually the player that plays top 4 in our recent 1K last weekend. So really knows what he's talking about. Let's go ahead and tell, NA, do you want us to right away or take breaks? And chat, bear with me real quick as I go ahead and bring these guys in.
Hello, hello.
Hey, NA, I was just writing to you. How are we doing? Welcome on in.
Doing great. It looks like, hey, you know what? What's cool? My boy Marcus. You saw him?
Oh, was that Marcus, the Kaiser player? Or no, the Draven player.
Yeah. He is currently playing. He is game 3 right now. And if he wins, he makes top 8. And if he doesn't, he does not. So.
Oh, he is on the bubble because he's X2, right? Is it all X2s make it to top 8 or some X2s won't make it?
Only 4 X2s are going to make it, but he is the second highest X2 right now. So he has a very good tiebreaker.
Wow, I believe so. I mean, I think he was the #1 seed coming out of day 1, wasn't he?
I'm not sure, but he definitely was doing really good in day 1. And I mean, it was, so from his words, he said the Ezreal matchup is really rough. So not too surprised from him. His point of view was not too surprised on the outcome of his game. I believe the one against Allen, I want to say it was, but no, really rooting for him here. He's against Kaiser in the last round, so hoping he can pull through.
Yeah, I like his odds. Kaiser versus Draven. I feel like we've seen that matchup quite a few times. But I mean, if there's any deck that will be giving some kind of troubles to Draven, Kaiser has one too many kill spells, those singularities, those falling stars. So it's going to be a tough matchup, especially a Kaiser playing at this high level. Because I would imagine his opponent is also X2 currently. So, man, I don't know if they're going to show us that feature match since Marcus already was on the feature match. But let's see what they have. I don't know how many legends are left at the highest contention for this top 8. Because I would only imagine there's probably maybe 16 to 20, maybe 30 players X2. How many do you think are left?
It's probably not too many. I'm not sure the numbers myself, but I mean, if there are only 4 X2s making top cut, that's pretty rough. And I'm honestly surprised they're not doing a so what they do in Pokemon is asymmetrical cut. I don't know if you've played other games that do it as well, but I think that's like a little bit of a better way to do it because it's less frustrating for the players. There is a record cutoff, and if you make the record, you are in. There isn't any of this like, oh, I bubbled at X2. It's all the X2s get in, and it feels more consistent as a player because you know the target and you can kind of, it makes it more predictable, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah, I could totally see it being that a good thing. But real quick, I believe Bandit is joining the commentary booth as of right now. Let's go ahead and bring him in. Bandit, can you hear me?
Plus, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
I could definitely hear you. How are you doing, Bandit? Good to see you again.
Well, we are living the life right now, aren't we? It is a Riftbound tournament on European soil. I am over the moon. I am so excited. It doesn't matter if you are navigating or trying to tell the future. Anyone who has interesting cards has a reason to be here.
Real quick, man, then remember what happened when you first came in on the China stream? I think the same thing's happening. I'm hearing a teeny bit of echo. Whatever you did that first time, we might have to do it again. NA, was it just me or are you hearing that too?
I'm not hearing anything. Let me try my noise. Turn my noise gate up a little bit.
No, not from you, NA. It was only from Bandit. But Chad, did you guys hear echo or is this strictly me?
I mean, I can just keep yapping to see if it's still persistent.
It sounds good now, but man, you guys are making it right on time. I will go ahead and let you guys, first things first, go ahead and introduce you guys as you guys commentate this next match. But this is the final round of Swiss, round 13. A whole lot of players on the bubble. It looks like you guys have the pleasure of Ezreal, and we don't know just yet, but I'll go ahead and throw it over to the feature match as this is the final round of Swiss, guys. We have Caster Bandit going in and commentating with NA45 to round us out these next two rounds.
Yeah, it's like it is gonna be a ramp Ezreal versus, I want to say, is it Miracle Silver? Did you catch the list?
I think we just caught the tail end of the Ezreal list there, and I think it will be an interesting sight to kind of discover this Silver list as we are being introduced to it and the match develops.
Okay, thankfully I did. I got the screenshot, and yes, it is Miracle Silver. So it's gonna be like the triple Ezreal. So this one is playing the Nocturnes. I don't know if you've seen too much of that, but very explosive stuff. It's a very spooky deck to play against. Have you actually played against any of the Miracle decks yet in any sort of testing?
I mean, in the environment, you can tell that the Miracle decks, from personal experience, really feel like that Feast or Famine atmosphere to it, to where I am kind of wondering, whereas like when you do manage to get like 10 wins in a row, how much of that was piloting, how much of that is just RNG?
I mean, I can say I've tested the Miracle decks a fair bit, and it is a very difficult deck to pilot, but you have a lot of options, and I think that's one of the best things about this Fizz card, is that it gives you a toolbox of half the spells in your deck off of a single unit. So it gives a lot of decision points as a player. And I think that as a player, that's something I like to see, because I am not kind of stuck in the situation where I only have a couple options and, well, maybe they just have the outs. So instead, I am able to... I'm in the driver's seat. How about that? I think that's the better way of saying it. And I think that's why some of these top players do tend to gravitate towards some of these Miracle lists, because you are the one who gets to make the decisions. You get to be in the driver's seat. It feels like you're in control of your own destiny.
Yeah, and I think when you are looking for a deck that suits you in a way where the sky is truly the limit, you only have to go back a single round. You see what Alan can pull off, where it really shows you what lays ahead in the universe when everything you can afford is laid out right in front of you. So coming into these matchups, I think you're really looking to hit that critical mass as soon as you can.
Yeah, and so what's actually interesting is he is up against this ramp Ezreal deck that we did see actually in the last Runes and Ref. Though it does look like he has decided not to include the Malzahar, as that was one of the cooler little techs that we did see, but still opting to play the Treasure Trove, still opting to play the Pack of Wonders. I'm a huge fan of the Pack of Wonders card. I think it's one of the coolest cards from set 1. And it's really cool to actually see it getting played now outside of that MF Aurora deck. Did you have much experience with it at all?
I don't think I've personally played against a RAM package before, but we've seen the swath of options that are laid at your feet when you only have to look at, let's say, the Fiora deck, right? Another deck that really can ramp up really quickly. and it's really only restricted by the amount of cards you can hold on to. So I think when you're sketching out the picture here, the sky is truly the limit, and you can describe it either as a race to the bottom that we're in right now, or a race to the top.
Yeah, and we do have a peek of the Sivir hand. It does have double Ezreal, which is quite a bit of gas. And Sivir is kind of in the driver's seat here. You do need to put on this early pressure. Otherwise, the Mind Splitters start coming down. As we saw in the Runes and Rift tournament, lots and lots of hand rips. And hand rips, I mean, pretty good against a deck that's trying to make these big combos, right?
Yeah, exactly. It is a scramble to find all these puzzle pieces, not only for your engine itself, but also for the situation and what it demands from you. And it's a tight line that comes down into deck building itself, where you have to prioritize. All right, how much do I want to invest in getting my own engine running, and how much do I want to invest into being able to interact with the situation that's laid out in front of me? And I think that is such a thin line that Ezreal can walk really, really well when it has access to all of that interaction. However, when you need to get your engine going, that interaction feels like maybe hitting a bit of a dud in the moment. Meanwhile, later on, if you got your engine going and you grab more engine pieces, they kind of feel like that. So it's a real tightrope to be walking.
Choosing the cycle here with the Stupefy. We are not at the magical 7 rune breakpoint yet for the Mind Splitters, so still just trying to ramp it up and get to that board state where you can start doing that. Stupefy into a Wages, allowing a draw off the Ezreal leader, and now does actually have the Treasure Trove too, so we are going to start hitting. Did you see if there was a Mind Splitter in his hand? Okay, so there's not. His hand is actually pretty dead. I think there's a called shot at least, maybe? I didn't quite see.
Yeah, and a cold shot can quickly domino into a whole lot more. Now, when I do see a lot of seals being played, I am always very thankful when it is being answered in kind on the other side. No real runaways just yet, except for maybe a bit of concentration of the Chaos Runes on our left side here. So that is something to be a little bit worried about, as information is being spat over left and right, and no lunges being made just yet. We're still in that developing phase of the game, still getting a lay of the land before any real exits are made or any real risks are being taken so early on in the game.
Yeah, that was a really impactful sabotage that ripped the called shot out of the Ezreal hand, and now the only thing remaining real remaining play besides top decks is if he can rip into the so you do have a draw off the Treasure Trove either with acceptable losses or its own ability, and then the pack, so you can go like play treasure. Oh, okay, this is the Sivir. I was like, oh, did he just draw that? Okay, no. But no, so you can go play Treasure Trove into the Pack of Wonders, bounce it, that's 4 runes, and then you can play the Treasure Trove again for 5 runes. Or sorry, to 6 runes, and then you can play acceptable losses to kill it. So there are you can see multiple cards, but you're pretty much locked out of playing the game next turn unless you top deck something, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think that is the exact kind of thing that is valued so highly the higher you get into the skill curve as well. Not only being able to take away some of these essential cards, but especially when you're playing that miracle deck, it can feel like you're playing dominoes in a way, where you only need to topple a single stone, but if everything is spaced out just right, the hits just keep on coming, but taking out a single piece can leave you like deep into the mud, bubbling up to your lips.
So it does see the triple seals off the top. Not quite what you want, but this does still mean that he can get a couple draws here. I can't. Okay, so Bellows still no splitters. Unfortunate. No splitters, no singularities, no watchers. Still has managed to dodge all of his top end.
Dodging his top end now, also kind of starting to hit his digging ability as well. And that is an unfortunate circumstance to be in, especially when there's already so many bodies. Well, so many. A handful of bodies are already facing you on the other side of the field. So this can turn dire rather quickly if they keep up the tempo. Already up 2 points, and they can expand on that by the second.
Yeah, thankfully, Sivir started this game pretty slow. I mean, only on 2 points here, and Ezreal was very ramped up. Did finally see a Watcher, so there is top end available. At this point, quite obviously can't play it, but I don't think you really care here. I think, honestly, I'm kind of sitting pretty if I'm Ezreal here. Like, there's not too much scary on the board for Sivir here. Still hasn't gone for that big miracle combo turn, and I mean, pretty ramped up here. Pretty much can play whatever he wants. Is he? Yeah, one rune left in deck. So we'll be on 12 runes next turn.
And that is the power of that ramping coming through. Now,
yep.
he is a little poorer when it comes to the cards in hand, right? Just the 3 between parentheses. However, when you are playing Ezreal, that is merely just a suggestion, as we see on the other side as well, where the hits keep on chaining together, making those synergies in the deck really pop off in a big way. However, just to kind of set expectations in the right way, we are really looking at this fencing style, right? Where we are building up, we are feeling each other out, and then in blink twice and a flurry of strikes can come through, and only the sound of the buzzer will tell us who will be coming out on top. But as of right now, 4 points in the lead is comfortable. That gives you that margin of error. You can be a bit more risky knowing you can recover.
Yeah, I'm surprised he just put a Rasa to the bottom of his deck, to be honest. I don't know the rest of the hand, as we've only gotten peeks of it, and it's every so often, but okay, we can see it. So I see a called shot, a confront. We know he just took a switcheroo. I mean, the rights is pretty good. This is the turn I would expect Ezreal to start actually interacting with the board. So we know the Watcher
coming
still does have access to a couple draws. I think he just drew a Singularity. Is that correct? It looks like it cost 6.
It's real short. It's real swift that you get a look at these cards. But now the Battle's Breath coming through, and the opening shots are being taken, and you know what that means when there is that Watcher laying in wait.
Yep, this is going to be a Watcher and clear everything. So pretty Watcher, Bellows, pretty powerful combo here. It looks like he's out deciding if he wants to accelerate it or not, and choosing not to accelerate it. Doesn't really need to here, as this does board wipe the Sivir, as they all took 1 damage on them, reduced their mites by 3, and they're all dead, which, I mean, that really hurts. Your board's totally gone.
I mean, it's absolute devastation to have the Watcher and Battle's Breath, and all of your units are in that threat range of either 3 or 4 might or less. And this Sivir does not have the economy to build back up as swiftly as this Ezreal can, even though sitting on the 2 seals and having some equipment ready. This is such a major blow. It's 2 cards getting rid of, I think it was like either 3 or even 4. So a major back-breaking blow coming in from Ezreal. And I will say, even though you are ahead at the moment, 4 points, that can start to evaporate really quick if you are not careful and recover swiftly.
Yeah, and we do know Ezreal still has a Singularity in the board or in hand, so it would take a lot for Sivir to be able to like maintain board presence here. We still haven't seen the big miracle turn where we're playing out a bunch of Rasas and really accelerating and forcing a lot from the opponent. I think there's just 1 Rasa in hand. I see a Nocturne. Does play the confront here, so maybe looking to actually start pushing towards the 6 points and say, all right, this is the point where you have to stop me, or I'm gonna threaten lethal. Ooh, okay, finally sees a Fizz. That's good. Fizz Nocturne
is,
actually crazy hit.
that is double trouble from Sivir coming through, and we see Sivir showing some signs of life, some sparks, ready to ignite a whole deck if you are not careful. However, there is currently a bit of a lack of bodies when you're looking at Kubakulp, our Ezreal pilot. Yeah, you are in a very control-heavy situation right now, where you can lean on your opponent and kind of put pressure on them. However, you do need that backup. You do need that support, and it needs to come in rather quick.
Yeah, so now it does look like we may be going for a big turn. There's another Sabotage. This is going to rip the Singularity, which is pretty good here. Do you know if there's a called shot in the Ezreal discard? I have not, they have not shown it for a bit, but if there is a called shot in the discard, the Fizz does
it's an
see a
Ezreal
lot
deck.
of cards.
There has to be, right? At this point, there has to be.
You'd hope, right? You'd hope.
Yeah, one can dream. One can dream. But these Sabotages, once again, being absolutely detrimental to Sivir, maintaining her pacing in this match, and putting some sort of resistance, some sort of spike into the wheels of Kubakulp, who is once again only sitting on 3 cards.
Yeah, so this is cool. Now we are attaching the rights to the Nocturne, and that this is going to be able to conquer. And when you do conquer with the rights on the Nocturne, under the Sabotage, it's coming out active. So you're just playing an Accelerate from your discard. So pretty cool sequence here is going to be able to double conquer. See what he chooses to play.
And when you are double conquering and you manage to put yourself on that potentially game-winning 6 points, those game-threatening 6 points, that is the moment where a single misstep can cost you the game, especially if Ezreal does commit to another big turn that leaves him entirely tapped out on the energy department, is when you should start to be worried. And I do believe that is the discard. No, that's on hand. There's yet another Sabotage available. Not even deciding to commit that right now, but just the opportunity to check in on that hand, make sure there are no traps ahead of us, is incredibly valuable.
Yeah, well, he did Sabotage early in the turn, right? So he just knows the hand and just decided that there was nothing worth sabotaging. I mean, the most important thing there is the Fizz, which you can't really do anything about. Actually, the hand is looking pretty dead here. I'm curious if he does opt to start looping the treasure troves a little bit to try and actually see like that splitter that we were talking about.
Yeah, what options does he have to his disposal at this point, right? He is facing down the barrel of a 6-point Sivir while being on no points whatsoever himself. He really has to start ramping up and start finding these hits and immediately fire them off as well, because if you keep him in hand, Sivir will punish that with that third Sabotage.
Yeah, and he is forced to actually play the board here, right? There is 6 points on the board, both battlefields, and it looks like he just scoops it up. Wow, that was kind of crazy there at the end. I mean, when the Ezreal deck doesn't see its top end, in this case, he saw a single Singularity, a single Watcher, and that was it. 0 Mind Splitters? Like, that's rough.
Yeah, and that is rough. However, just to give credit to our Sivir pilot over here, the usage of Sabotage to make sure that there are less and less tools available to be digging down, to be seeing more cards, and eventually hit that top end, really can put a bit of a stranglehold on those Ezreal decks that, when they are firing on all cylinders, seem insurmountable. However, if you can take away the oxygen out of that engine, it is just a big, wet block of metal.
And so, looking at the sideboard there are triple Unyielding Spirit, and that's a card I'm actually going to like into this. As you saw how impactful the Bellows and the Singularity were that last game. Well, the Singularity would have been impactful if it hadn't gotten ripped from the hand by Sabotage. So, definitely can attest to the Spirit's going to be a potential good side card. Have they showed the Ezreal side deck yet? Oh, there we go.
They are doing so right now, and when you're peering through that, what is your number one priority, and what do you want to get right Is there even something you want to change, or is it just poor luck that we didn't see the cards we wanted to see?
I think it's just poor luck, to be honest. Like, he drew a lot of cards, right, with the packs, or the packs and the troves being looped, managed to not hit any called shots. I think the reason he scooped is he didn't even have, like, a called shot to repeat with the Fizz. So, I mean, sometimes it is a card game. Sometimes you get unlucky. You just got to kind of accept it, and you can't let it tilt you. And you just push forward and say, I am going forward with my game plan. Game 2 is going to go better.
Yeah, but this gives so much breathing room to the Sivir player, who essentially gets to play a freebie here. Now, both of these decks are not as concerned with going second or first as some more of the more aggro decks that we have seen earlier throughout the year. However, its advantage cannot be understated, and having the ace up your sleeve, knowing that you get to decide who gets to go first in that potentially all-deciding third game, brings you peace of mind that can make you play even more risky, even more calm and collected in this second match. So it is really up to Kubakulp to now show he can stop this snowball from getting out of control.
All right, so exciting information. My friend Marcus from my testing group has won his last round, so he is X2 after the event, which looking like, unless there's like a bunch of weird IDing and such, it looks like he should top. So very exciting stuff from my testing group.
That is exciting. And, well, I mean, we are playing Swiss, right? So strength of schedule will be taken into account for tie breaks?
I think so.
Yeah, that's sometimes definitely... It kind of feels like democracy. It feels like, yeah, it's not great, but all the alternatives, yeah, also not great.
For sure,
and
for sure.
At the end of the day, all we can do is focus on the game right in front of us and try our very best. And that's exactly what we see transpire right in front of us, as both of these players are aiming to make it through the top cut, but they both need a victory.
Yeah, so this is a way better start for Ezreal than the last game. We see a stack deck, we see the Ezreal, we see Seals. I saw a couple called shots in hand. Yeah, okay, way better start for Ezreal this game. Hopefully we do get to see more of a real game. It is on the Obelisk and the Vilemaw. It looks like it's probably Ezreal on the Vilemaw. I can't imagine Sivir would be on Vilemaw, though it does play Nocturnes and stuff, which would be interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely the Ezreal. You can see under their portrait which battlefield they are fielding. And man, they are... You can already tell that Kubakulp is playing so much more without tension, so much more relaxed. You can see it in his player cam that his shoulders are like a feet lower. And he is just going through the motions right now. And that is so important, especially after you played such a long day one and you're trying to go the distance in day two. You cannot have that wear on you when it matters most.
Yep, absolutely. You got to keep a strong mental state. It can be hard over these really long tournaments, right? Like you play, what is this, round 13, I think?
It's exhausting.
Like 13 rounds? Like that's a lot of games. That's a lot of games. And you have to keep you got to keep a good mental state through this whole time. Can't let yourself get tilted. It's hard. It's definitely hard.
And to add on to that, the environment around you, it's a big hangar, buzzing with people. So many noises, so many impulses that you're going to have to manage. It's a different environment. You're not at home. You are out of your comfort zone. But for some players, being out of their comfort zone is their comfort zone.
I mean, it's definitely like some players thrive in the limelight. They love getting all the attention. I'm sure not around these guys because they're on the feature match. But if you are on the floor, I'm sure right around the top tables, there's just crowds of people watching all the games, which is like, it's a really crazy experience. I don't know if you've ever been there. I don't know how much you actually play card games, but like when you do get on those top tables right at the end of the tournament, it feels like, so at least for me, it feels ecstatic. I'm like, okay, this is it. This is like the big moment. So it's so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of that as well is all those people chatting about, right? And they're talking about your game, and you kind of have to zone that out. You have to focus on what you are doing, what is happening right in front of you. And just to compare the game stage right now, look how much healthier this Ezreal board is looking, as he is getting sabotaged, which might prove rather painful. But there's definitely redundancy with the double Stupefy and the Fizz in there.
Yeah, it looks like
card.
It was a called
I didn't
shot,
see
I
which
think.
one I actually selected.
I think it was a called shot. Because I remember 2 at the opening hand. I think only 1 has been played.
And I think that is really what you have to zone in. And No Veggies has really clocked that. It was like, all right, to take away any breathing room for this Ezreal, you have to attack the cards that give him more information, that let him see more of his deck, find more pieces, and keep this engine going. So getting rid of the cold shock is definitely the way to go on this one.
Yeah, I wonder if he drew a wages with the way he just drops the Stupefy immediately, but it looks like no. Oh, there's an Arcane Shift, but no units to cast it on. Unfortunately, did you see what the card in the far left was?
In hand?
Yeah. Okay.
I saw it was a 3 cost, but it didn't look like wages.
Oh, and there's wages in the discard. That makes this easy.
Yeah, gets the job done anyway. And that is kind of the power of this Ezreal as well. There is so much redundancy. There are so many backup plans for yourself to cling on to when things are not going your way. So the game that we saw in our first match did really feel like an outlier.
I do like this Ezreal list a lot. I don't know if you did actually see the full list, but not many 1-ofs. It's like a lot of 2 and 3-ofs. So it's very streamlined in that
and
it
that
feels
is a
like you're going to see all the pieces, right?
It's a shift we've been seeing over the last few weeks, even in China as well. At the start of Riftbound's birth, I'm going to say that at the start of Origins, halfway through, it was all about that early game, all about going first and making sure you do not let someone stabilize throughout that early game. But as we see more and more miracle decks pop up and control matchups taking over, the early game, despite giving you more leniency in slowing down and recuperating some of that gas, it is no longer as important. And especially when you're playing these decks that are trying to chain together these activations, chain together these cards and keep the engine going, it is all about that. And the world around you kind of melts away.
So next turn will be a big turn for the Ezreal if he does find the Mind Splitter off the top. I mean, no Mind Splitters played yet across either game yet, and that is kind of an integral piece to this Ezreal deck, as you want to be playing the Mind Splitters, bouncing them with Pack, recasting them with Arcane Shift, but still has not seen one.
What worries me once again is look how pressured this economy of the Sivir is. Only a single seal, and the rune reserves are absolutely devastated, groaning under the power costs that the cards carry. And now, especially with the Arcane Shifts coming through, it's going to be hurting once again if that Fizz gets to go off.
So it looks like there was a Unyielding Spirit played there. It's off camera, but trying to avoid the damage on the Nocturne, as he does know that the Ezreal has a Stupefy in hand. So heads up play there, remembering what is in the hand. This is recasting the Fizz. I didn't see what he copied with the Fizz. Did you catch that? Or it looks like he's still deciding, maybe?
Yeah, it is. I can tell you, it is the Stupefy. So, yeah, we'll be getting that through. And we saw how many cards on hand this Ezreal has. And there is this point, especially when the Watcher is coming into view as well, it almost starting to feel a bit inevitable, the doom that Ezreal can bring onto these battlefields. And putting even more strain onto the economy by getting rid of the seal.
Yeah, Pickpocket's a cool tech, pretty high value card. It is going to kill the seal for free, and you get a gold token. So very, very cool tech there. I do like that a lot.
Yeah, and we saw it in the sideboard. And, you know, when you do face a matchup that's quite dependent on those pieces getting on the board and sticking there, you can just feel them in quite fine. You can even play him on turn 1 and kind of push your opponent back on their butt while developing with a body yourself.
All right. Ooh, is that an invert timelines I see in hand? Ezreal has a huge hand. I mean, hitting him with invert would feel really good here.
That would be kind of your emergency hatch, I feel like.
Yeah, that would be kind of crazy. Okay, opting to hide. Is that hiding a card? It looks like. And there's the invert. Oh, this is gonna be brutal for Ezreal here.
And you can
Oh
you can
my
tell that there's
gosh.
some frustration going on right now. A big sigh as well, as he has been hitting a lot of powerful cards and seeing even more. The fact that he's still sitting on a single point is really hurting now. All of that work undone, but does have the economy behind him. He, however, doesn't have the cards anymore. So really limited in his options right now.
Yeah, we'll have to see what he drew. Hopefully he did draw some top end off of this invert, because it would be quite tragic.
Take a look. There's a fizz in there. That'll be powerful and some more digging potential. However, not those mind splitters that you want to be seeing. Not those watchers that can really swing an entire game back in your favor.
Ooh, that's a good one. Does hit it and does get to get rid of the hidden card. Oh,
Ooh,
wait.
there's
No,
the
there
mind
is a
splitter.
mind splitter. Yeah.
Doesn't have the power, the runes for it, the energy currently. But I mean, just look at what Sivir can do in a single turn. It is so limited.
Yeah, we haven't seen the miracle turn yet. That being said, it's got to feel rough with no seals, because seals are the way that you get to keep cheating your power costs. There is still a single gold token, but a single gold token is only going to go so far, especially when it is able to bounce the pickpocket there. So, I mean, that's been pretty high value there, killing a seals and now going to threaten to kill another gold token if Sivir does generate one. And Sivir does pretty consistently generate one every turn, or just kill the seals. I mean, that's pretty good too.
You'll definitely take that as well. Is getting rid of yet another card in an already quite barren hand really puts the pressure on your opponent.
Ooh,
where they
that's an
either
action.
have to sit down and take it, or they're going to have to risk it all. And that is really the way you want to be going right now. And you can immediately tell that with how little Sivir can get done, Ezreal's catching up once again. Only a single point between them right now.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty scary on the next turn, as we know there's a mind splitter coming down, and we also know that there's a pickpocket. So on the next turn, there is going to be a hand rip, and we're going to be killing the seals. So continually pressuring the follow-up that Sivir has. Not just the board presence, but also the hand. I mean, this is like the scary part of the Ezreal deck, is once it gets going, there's not a lot you can do just because it keeps ripping cards from you. And you could even go like play pickpocket, bounce, play pickpocket. You could kill both the gold token and the seal if you wanted to, if you're not feeling pressured by the board state.
No, and it's like you said, like when you have so many cards on hand and you have deck built well and you've sideboarded well, especially in game 2, you are like a scout, like a proper Boy Scout. You are prepared. You are ready. You are that Swiss Army knife that can deal with most situations if prepared properly. And the only thing that kind of is the price of that is the fact that, well, you have to draw the right answers at the right time. But when you're drawing half your deck, there's a pretty good chance you're going to be hitting the cards that you need.
Yep, and it absolutely has hit the cards you needed this game. that pickpocket, I believe it was sideboarded. I don't think I saw it in the main deck list.
Yeah, no, there was in the sideboard. I think it had 2.
It's a crazy high impact sideboard card this game. I think it's killed a couple seals already. Maybe even a gold token.
Yeah, I think especially when you can confirm that your opponent is playing it, right? Otherwise, it's definitely not the value you want to be getting for yourself. But when it hits hard. And the Ezreal is drowning in cards, even in a situation where he can't really get it off the ground immediately. He has the luxury of having abundant space to just keep it tucked away.
Oh my god!
For a rainy day.
You see that stack deck? Oh, you just hit triple Rasa. That's gotta feel so bad. That means he cannot find another Rasa for the rest of the game. Oh no.
That is not what I want to see.
Not at all, because what he was hoping to do here probably was go for a big turn and put a bunch of bodies on the board, because you want to essentially set it up so that your opponent can't just be looping the Mind Splitter, that they actually do have to deal with the board. But, I mean, you just kind of guaranteed you can't do that when you saw the triple Rasa off the stack deck.
Yeah, I'm putting it all on the bottom once.
Yeah.
Again. And this Sivir doesn't really churn through her deck as swiftly as an Ezreal does. So before you've looped, it's gonna take a little while.
Yeah.
Well, it does have an Ezreal, so can dig a little deeper. Has some time to do it in. However, you wanted to be keeping pace. You wanted to just secure yourself that top cut and move on to the next round. It will have to be delayed at least a little longer, maybe even by another game.
Yeah, I would not be super surprised to have to go to a game 3 here, because it becomes pretty simple with what we see on the board, right? You just push up Mind Splitter, clear one. You can push up the Pickpocket to the other, clear one. The only thing you do need to be careful about on one rune is the Punch First. So maybe you don't even do that. It might just be safer to go, okay, pick up Mind Splitter, play Mind Splitter, check for that Punch First, and then push up. Because you could get punished by this. I don't know if there are like hard bargains in the Ezreal deck, but that would be pretty good here.
I mean, I feel like there has to be hard bargains, right? Especially, might have sideboarded it out though.
This is like
that's a big investment coming through.
I'm surprised you don't punch first. That he has a punch first, right?
I can't confirm that. I haven't seen it myself. Can we get a peek onto? Yeah, no, definitely has the punch first.
I thought he would go for a punch first there, specifically because it kills the Mind Splitter, and then you just, I guess he can just, like, if he does have the shift, you can just play the Mind Splitter back to base, right? So that's not really true. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, saving the energy for the Unyielding Spirit here might be keeping them in it a little better.
Well, he can also just bounce and play the Mind Splitter one more time this turn if he does choose to. Because you can go, there's 7 runes. 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 runes up. So this should be, well, I think you do have to rip the Fizz here, though. It's like the only play in the hand that matters.
Yeah, and the only play that kind of breaks off into even more threatening plays into the future, right?
Yeah.
With the other cards, you're very sure what they're going to do, what they're going to get.
Yep.
And just limiting the options, like we've kept underlining throughout this match. Limit your opponent's options, especially if they rely on them so heavily.
Right, so playing out the Fizz and see what he is going for here. It's like,
well,
Bellows.
That is the writing on the wall then, because that is not coming out without a reason.
Well, did he remember that he used Spirit? Did he forget that there's a Spirit? Or maybe he's just trying to get the Ezreal draw.
It is tricky. That card.
Wait, did Sivir just win this?
No.
I think Sivir just won.
Oh, he's recounting. He's retracing his steps, but you can see him panicking. You can see.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
There's no way.
Man, well, that definitely answers the question. Oh, you can see his frustration. 2 days
no.
Snatched away, and now he's scrambling. Anything to sway this match back into his favor. Anything to keep him in the game.
There's no way he forgot. Oh my gosh, that's just game.
And that is the toll a weekend like this takes on you. It is hard to keep track of all these events happening, all these cards triggering, and man, that might be it. Oh, now going through it one more time, but that has to be the curtain call, right?
Oh my gosh, and he scoops
And
it
there's
up.
a GG.
That is insane.
Man,
What
you
on
hate to
earth?
see it go down like that.
That is such a crazy ending. Oh my gosh, I did not expect that at all. So my thought was that you go like shove up the actually it's a okay, my thought was you go shove up Splitter into you shove up the Pickpocket into Merchant. And then at that point you can go shove up the actually, do you have to do it the other way? Maybe it's shove up Splitter into Nocturne. And then if it resolves, so then he with one rune up, he can either go Sabotage or he can go Spirit. He can't go both, right? So I'm really bad at doing this on the fly, but you'd have to like do the math and see if you do get punch firsted, like do you lose? I don't know if he does.
Guys, it looks like we have a bit of a winner's interview from No Veggies. He actually top 8 in Houston as well. It looks to be like he's in a position to top 8 here in Bologna as well. So quite an impressive player.
More unfair things, in my opinion. Like, Silver making a gold is really impactful, and like the orange cards, like just sabotaging your opponent to death is pretty good. Yeah, and I felt like there was no reason to play Annie over Draven, and I didn't really want to play Draven as well, so I kind of went for the option C, technically. But I like Silver. I like Silver more.
I mean, when you don't want to play Draven, I mean, when you're playing Draven, you have a little chance of getting that metal card, I want to say. With Sivir, that's a lot better. There's only one other player who can threaten a tiebreak for you. How are you feeling? What would that mean for you to finally win a best-of?
It'd be pretty cool. I'm kind of sad it's Sivir, because I've never played Sivir in the game. I think she's extremely boring, but she's cool here.
Fake fan.
Well, I mean, you can have a spell shield, you can run fast.
Yeah. I guess.
I mean, you play a pretty interesting Sivir deck, actually. You're playing a Miracle version. We have seen plenty of Aurora recently. Why have you decided to not play Aurora Sivir?
So the reason I didn't play Aurora is because I felt like, first of all, it's not my playstyle. I don't really like slow control decks. I tested it and I hate it. You don't really depend on the Aurora, but like sometimes you kind of depend on the Aurora, and I didn't really like that. I'm a combo player at the end of the day. So the Miracle package just like fit me perfect. Like it's flexible. I can be an aggro deck when I can be an aggro deck, and I can like be a slow control deck that just wears your hand down, and until I know I have a lock on the game, I can play accordingly. You know, the Sabotage, again, not to rave on Sabotage, but the fact that in this game at least, the hand rip is cool, but the hand information is even better.
Yeah.
It's very important.
There's so many crazy combat tricks. If you know what's coming, it's absolutely massive. But also, you know, most Miracle decks, they are either Mind or they are Fury plus Chaos. So you're running Orange, you're running Body. Why? What are you playing to compensate for not being Mind or Fury?
Obviously the unfair cards. Sabotage, of course. Punch First is a big one. And the MVP, in my opinion, is Challenge.
Okay.
Challenge has been a card that a lot of people have forgotten about this weekend.
I think Challenge is a bit of a breakout card for Body decks. I think it's almost a necessity.
And you challenge their Draven, and they're like, okay, 4-4. No, it's 6.
I feel like there's just so many.
How many times did you catch people off guard with a challenge?
Complement Chaos so well. Where if you do get to right, having the Mind Splitter by itself is already great, but combining it with the Sabotage, it gives you more of that redundancy. There's now 6 cards that will both reveal the hand, take something out of it, and just for a single energy, it can't be beaten. I mean, there's a reason we keep highlighting the importance of information in big tournaments like this. And for a single energy, that is exactly the kind of card you want.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
You don't draw Aurora.
Powerful card. Powerful
All
card.
right. Maybe
Wait, he
the
said-
luck
what
is
did
with
he
them.
say about
Maybe it
Aurora
is
and
not
then?
with the miracle version. You're very
I
much
didn't catch
less
it.
relying on drawing your good cards because you're going to see half your deck anyways. No veggies. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day for this interview. And we're going live back to the coverage.
Well, welcome back to
Good stuff.
Regional
So that was
Qualifier
it
here
from
in
No
Bologna.
Veggies. He might be the only Sivir remaining in top 8, which kind of throws a mix into things because I believe I only speculated it was Draven, Ezreal, Aurelia, and Kai'Sa sneaking in there. So that would be awesome to see a Sivir sneaking in. And guys, did anyone care? I guess you guys are listening the same what we were listening. I didn't get to see that very little bit at the end. They might end up showing a secondary backup match if you guys are down, or maybe they're already into top 8. I know you're getting a bit of the inside scoop, NA, over from your teammate, but I'm pretty sure over in Bologna, top 8 might be starting somewhat soon. So maybe we have a good indication of what are the final 8 remaining legends. Bandit, if you had to predict, what are we thinking? What are we thinking of the final 8 remaining legends?
Final 8 remaining legends. I mean, let's just get all the boring stuff out of the way, right? Kai'Sa, Draven, they're going to be in there. Ezreal, they're going to be in there. But will we see some more spice? I mean, we've already had to say goodbye to Azir. I think my hot take, and I might have missed the last Aurelia leaving, but I don't think a single Aurelia will make it.
Oh, wow, that is a hot take. And guys,
Yeah,
it
that
looks like we
sucks.
have a backup match. If you guys are down to close out this round 13, I think there was still like 20 minutes left in that round. It looks like one of them is going to be a Draven. I could throw you guys over to that feature match. It looks to be a Miracle Draven, so a whole lot similar to what we just saw Sivir doing, but perhaps a little bit different. I'm curious to see what his opponent is running.
It's like a Victor. Is a more unit focused Victor, though
Yeah.
I will say plenty of removal.
More units focused is more than well, it's still only like 7 units.
Yeah. That does seem to be the funny thing with Victors. How many units are they going to actually play? Is it going to be the full yellow package? Is it just going to be the high value? And in this instance, it looks like it's just like manufacturer, Poro. Okay, wait, it looks like he's playing the pickpocket as well, and honest broker. So it's a fair number of units. 3,
It's
6.
a fair number of units, and
7.
even though it might be lower than a regular deck would be seen piloting, it's a little easier when you can outsource getting units to your legend itself.
Yeah, I think he's playing a 3, 6, 7. Oh, don't say it. 10. Well, yeah, plenty of
I'll
units.
take 10. I'll take 10.
Looks like we do see Victor going first here. Does play the honest broker. Good start to this one.
Yeah, and that is a fun battlefield to be fielding. The treasure hoard, where when you conquer, you get to pay for 1 to get yourself a gold token. Especially in these power-heavy decks, cannot underestimate how valuable that can be. And we were talking about those early drops just a little bit ago, and Draven is definitely still in the market, even when it is Miracle Draven, where it can enjoy some proper digging.
I mean, Merchant, incredible card. We'll see you many cards throughout the match. It does trigger on move instead of conquer anything, so even to removal, you're getting value out of it. Let's see, pitch stuff from your hand that you can then replay with the Fizz later. Pretty powerful card. Pretty powerful card. One of the best 2-drops in the game, especially in the Miracle deck.
Yeah, and this is important because what we're seeing right here is Victor almost denying free entry into Zaan's Warrens, limiting some of that digging potential unless more is invested into the Merchant. So I'm very curious to see if they'll be taking a trade. Now, they will be trading it on the other side, on the other battlefield. Ooh. And I think if you can maintain control here, that is almost a pseudo-wasted battlefield invested from the Draven.
Treasure Hoard here, gonna generate a gold. Love to see it. If you're a Miracle deck, free power is excellent. And choosing to just ramp it up, play up the Draven. has the gold token, and I think I see a seal in hand, so maybe able to convert the gold token to a more permanent piece of value next turn. Though I will say we did see the victors list does play those pickpockets, and they were pretty high impact in the last game, even though Ezreal did end up losing. Maybe a little bit too slow, but against these miracle decks, removing the gears, removing the treasure tokens, removing the seals is pretty high value.
Yeah, especially when you are fielding the Draven, and it sometimes does feel like you're going a bit of scorched earth, right? Putting absolute mayhem onto your own runes reserve, only to kind of inch over the finish line. However, if you still have to camp overnight on those barren, scorched, azured lands, that is not a very comfortable night, I will tell you.
So generating a gold token here with the treasure hoard to see if what Victor decides to do, just if it's developing more base. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just build up this giant army in the base, as again we saw playing plenty of... Oh, and there we go. There's the pickpocket value again. But yeah, playing plenty of units. Because one of the things with the Miracle deck is it's pretty good at dealing with single units. It's pretty good at making a push. I don't think it's going to be very good at holding against a Royal Decree plus 30 tokens.
Yeah, no, I mean, you get in that headspace where you just have expendable tokens that are definitely, all right, bearing the brunt of those combat tricks. And even if a single one gets through, that is one of your units going down. And every card they have to invest to stave off the fury of a single token is just not a cost-efficient trade in the long run. However, there is the seal. Has to pay the rune for it the old-fashioned way, but will get it stuck onto the board, and Ezreal will dig even deeper.
I think there was even a scrap heap in hand, so yeah, there we go. Another draw 3. Pretty good.
More seals coming through, more digging potential. Meanwhile, that pile, the discard pile, is growing ever larger, more ominous, threatening those rushes later into the game. Can they withstand that on Victor's end, who is just sitting and enjoying the show currently?
So it does hit a Nocturne there. Love to see it. And then, ooh, Piercing Light. Okay, so the Piercing Light could potentially be pretty good into this Victor deck. We'll hopefully take out 4 units. We'll have to see once the... on the next turn, see if the Victor does opt to try and go up to odd points or just sticks on even.
Yeah, that is a interesting card to have, because that is in the main deck. We are in game 1. That is a main deck Piercing Light. Wonder how many more are there to follow up on it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of main deck Piercing Light and Miracle Draven. I think it's really powerful with the Ezreal. It lets you pay... I mean, it's pretty obvious. Ezreal makes repeat costs less, and 4 power, or 4 might, my apologies. 4 might is an important breakpoint right now with all the Draven decks. Draven is 4 might, and Kai'Sa is 4 might, and the Hopefuls are 4 might. There are a lot of units that are 4 might, and there are a lot of units that are 2 might that matter too, like with the fans and the all of these little 2-drops. So you can end up getting a couple really big Piercing Lights and clearing quite a few units. And we did see that in the last Runes and Rift tournament with the Prismat's Miracle Draven, a couple turns of double Piercing Light, essentially doing full board clears.
Yeah, and that is the control you can have with cards like that. They can be fielded like true scalpels, only taking care of the cards that truly matter, leaving the chaff that you are not too bothered about. It can really clear out the way to victory. However, look what is going on the side of Victor here. Ghoster Driver, he's gearing up for the long con.
So I don't think he repeated that. Or what? Oh, okay. So yeah, it's just the Bellows Watcher. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, and that's gonna wreak havoc.
Yep. Should clear
But it will
the
be great,
entire
though.
backline, right? Yeah.
But you see why he didn't repeat it. Tapping out
Yeah.
completely.
Yep. It makes a lot of sense. There is a spinning axe in the hand of Draven. So he gets to choose here. What do I want to save? Probably the Ezreal, right?
I mean, it kind of depends on what's left in hand still. With the merchant, you get to dig a little deeper, but Ezreal is, I mean, the most expensive card there, right?
Yeah. Ezreal is going to keep giving value over the next few turns, and we know he did pick up the Piercing Light off of, I believe it was the stack deck or the called shot. I forget which one it was, but did pick that up. So we do know he probably wants to hold on to this Ezreal to get value out of that there. Does also opt to push in here to go on to try and go on to even points. That being said, this doesn't quite work. If he does push up with these 2 units, Draven ability will be able to trigger it, go up to 3 might, and that would trade with the 3 might that's getting pushed up. So it does have to actually push up the pickpocket here plus the token if he wants to guarantee this.
Yeah, but still, that might be worth the investment. Oh, I don't think he sees it.
Yeah. Maybe he's just fine with that, saying like, it's fine, we'll trade, and then you lose another rune. I'm valuing my runes over anything else. Does trigger the honest broker there. Now can just push up the pickpocket. Yep. I mean, if he chooses to do so. This is on even points. Generally, I find Victor is more of an odd point. Or sorry, is more of a... This is on odd points. I find Victor is more of an even point legend, but does choose to move up to that odd points.
In general, I feel like the power of evens is just almost unmatched. I mean, so little matches are decided by holding, in my experience.
Mm-hmm.
And holding really gives your opponent a reason to stop you. Meanwhile, being on evens gives you all the agency, gives you all of the tricks up your sleeve, and this game favors the attacker.
So free called shot coming down. There's Rasa number 1.
First Rasa, we're digging even deeper, looking to strike more gold. Can we hit a bountiful vein?
Pushing up.
I mean, pushing up just to kind of keep up with the victor here. He's going to have to bring a little more, but it's difficult when your economy is so strained with just the 4 runes available to you. Yeah, you have some seals and treasures to work with. It will be stopping the wages of pain with a hard bargain.
Kind of interesting for me, I guess. It just feels so rough when you have so few runes to work with, and now your Ezreal is kind of guaranteed to get outed on the next turn unless we do commit like a rebuke or something. I don't see any fight or flights or any way to save it in the hand. Maybe that is fine. I can't imagine we're going for a big miracle push this turn though.
No, just simply doesn't have the resources for it. But time is starting to become an issue. You no longer have that wiggle room to be digging deeper and not hitting pay dirt every single time. And it is Victor putting up the pressure a little bit. It shows that it can be done even without the sabotages, even without the mind splitters.
So it does pass it back over, 2 runes up. Maybe is opting to go for the rebuke on the Watcher, though that would feel really bad. You could also just rebuke your Ezreal if you did want to save it. But either way, that would be pretty neg with the axe on it. So kind of curious what the game plan is. Maybe there is a fight or flight or something in the hand that I did not catch.
Well, currently with just a single body out there, it is very valuable to just to keep yourself in the running currently, as we see some more shots being fired on the last living unit of this Draven pilot.
Whew, that's a rough one. Riptide Rex coming down. Unfortunately, not able to play any actions in response to the 6 damage. And wow, okay, Watcher getting rebuked. That is a rough one to rebuke, as
Yeah,
it can just be
that's
played again next
desperation.
turn.
That is true desperation, knowing that he can't answer both battlefields, only has powder for one, and that is you can see it on his face as well, as sour that it gets to have to rebuke it, but it really is your emergency break in this situation.
Passing it back over, a couple tokens in base. So
And it's just about getting bodies onto the field now and making sure you can make a stand against this Victor. However, you're going to have to risk something. You're going to have to make a stand on a battlefield, because if you don't, you might be waltzed over, knowing that they can accelerate that Watcher if they want to.
Yeah, to me, this has to be your big miracle push turn, but I don't know if he is set up enough to do this. I mean, it does have a Rasa.
And doesn't have the Ezreal anymore.
It does. I think the Bushwhack is in hand as well.
Oh, gets a switcheroo. That might be very valuable in the turns to come.
Yeah, one of the better cards to hide here after you do make the push onto the battlefield.
But
I mean, it's rough. All you have is one Rasa for a push here. It's like one Rasa, and then I don't even think he has the energy available for Fizz plus Bushwhack.
You can tell that he's standing on his last legs, digging for answers, just looking for a way out, a way into safety.
Oh, he does. Never mind. He does have enough for it.
Will commit to it, but you're kind of playing face up at this point. You know, when you don't have those runes available to you to truly make use of all those cards in hand, you're playing linear, one-dimensional, and it is predictable.
There comes down the Rasa. So will he choose to commit the Fizz as well this turn? I would be surprised if he didn't. I don't feel like one Rasa and a hidden switcheroo is enough, but...
Mulling over his turn every little bit. And you have to dig in a way, but it is not furthering the game plan that he wants to be furthering right now, especially when he's playing the Ezreal not onto a battlefield.
Wow, that's crazy to me. This just... I feel like I would have dropped that. No, you can't. So you can't even put the Ezreal up on the battlefield, because then you just lose to hold on the Zon Warrens. So yeah, this is pretty rough situation here. I'll see.
Doomed if you do, doomed if you don't. And that is the name of the game currently. And there's just such a mountain of resources facing you on the other side of the battlefield. The gap has been made. This Watcher we've seen before re-entering the battlefield. It looks like it's going to be accelerated, looking to bring the pain to Draven and looking to bring victory to Victor himself in game number 1. Can he get it done?
We'll have to see what he pushes up on, or if there are any spells to make this easy. Oh wow, if he does go this route, I mean, plays pretty hard into the switcheroo. Maybe there is like a hidden blade or something, but I feel like if there is, you just drop it right at the stop and you don't try and go for this, because this is like, okay, wow, there was a hidden blade. I feel like that was a lot simpler if you just hidden blade the unit and then push up, but by all means.
Nah, you could tell Ghost Driver was not only attacking that battlefield, he was also attacking the mental of the Draven. I mean, needling away in such a way, like maybe it is the way you said it, as like, oh, it would have been simpler, but sometimes it's being like, oh, it feels like slow rolling someone, right? Where you have the insurance policy for yourself, but in such a way, you also kind of forced to the Draven to commit, right? You have 100%. You have 100% of the information before you fully commit to your combat tricks. Now, let's take a look at the sideboards in a little bit and see what we need to amend, because this Draven couldn't get off the floor didn't get sabotaged once. Where did we go off track? Where did the Draven Miracle plan get derailed?
We'll have to see. I think these yellow decks can be pretty annoying. It looks like there's a Thundersong, Rebuke, Against the Odds, a couple Forerunners. Forerunner would be a good one here. Factory Recall and a Hard Bargain. So personally, I think I would like to see a Forerunner. Could potentially see a Hard Bargain as well. I don't know how much. I don't know what his read on his opponent's Victor deck is, because he did see a fair number of units, so maybe might not be making a read that it is like a spell heavy list, as we know it isn't. It's more of a normal Victor list. Well, I say normal. I say normal when there are like 3 different versions of the deck, but I think it still would be pretty decent. Maybe like the I do like the Forerunners a lot, though.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, your back is against the wall as Draven here. As you are looking to make that top cut, you have to win. Already 10 on 2. This Victor has a little bit more leeway. 10 on 1 on 1. Not comfortable. If he wins, he is in easily. No worries whatsoever. And after 2 heavy days, we saw what it can take out of someone. Can they keep a cool head as they are headed into game number 2?
Tiny bit of spoilers, but my friend did make top 8, so very exciting there. He got 7th place, so shout outs to Marcus. We'll be seeing him in the top cut.
One more through the breach, and as the seats in top 8 are filling up, these two are still battling it out for a potentially final ticket. And this is a risky line of play, and every time we see it, it usually backfires on the Draven, committing to the turn 1 Draven in a big way. Can swing, can backfire.
If there's a call of the week, I mean, it's pretty rough here, right? You just shove up your dude, drop the call of the week, and bye-bye Draven.
We're going to have to sweat a little bit longer, but it reeks of desperation, and it reeks of no other solid turn 1 plays. We see this play made by Dravens that are up a game, where you can afford to risk it more, right? Either win big, make it 2-0, or get to game 3 rather quickly. To do it when you're a game down is daring, to put it politically.
I see a call. Oh my, that is a nice hand. I see a call of the week, a Singularity, a Watcher. That is a I beat Draven hand.
Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, that is definitely spelling out DOOM for this Draven. Will be going to the line one more time. Can't afford to slip up at the final hurdle.
Yeah, Watcher, Bellows, Call of the Week, Singularity. This hand is just... This hand is so good versus Draven.
It has it all. And after that very first game, where the Draven got off to a moderate start, I would say, right? Among the lines of expectations. Having a rough one, a devastating start even, is the last thing you can use when you are already a game down. No more room for mistakes. Only hits right now for Draven can get him out of this position. And the double seal, another big developmental investment. But it may leave the gate open for Victor to get through.
So it does play double seal Ezreal. Plenty of cards in hand, plenty of resources available now. Looks like considering if he wants to play the called shot, and it does. I don't see any units in the hand. I could be missing one, but not.
He's going through plays here, knowing that if he wants to finish that game 3, he has to get through it rather swiftly. But is gathering himself the pieces one by one. But can he get it in time with an economy to back it up?
Yeah, I'm surprised that I kind of got lost in the moment, but I'm surprised that the Victor killed the token that was in the base, not the one on the battlefield, because you could get another Conquer here onto the Candlelit and look a little bit further into your deck. It's like opted to instead go and hold there and then go for retreat on this turn. Maybe it's maybe the idea is that the Draven isn't going to be pushing up on a battlefield this turn, and that means that you're pretty cleanly able to get a hold, and then you can just retreat off the battlefield this turn, and then you leave nothing up for Draven to get a draw when they are actually able to push a battlefield. So maybe looking a few turns ahead there.
Yeah, but that is the exact line of play that you have to be considering if you are looking to make it into top 8, and even more so when you're trying to advance through top 4 or even become a champion. So you have to bring your A game. You have all these small margins. The tiniest edge can make the difference when you are facing off against the absolute top of what Europe and I'll be real, some Americans have to offer.
So Draven pushing up with Ezreal here. Oof. I just don't want to put either of these cards down to the bottom of my deck. Yep, so it does keep them. Rasa stack deck. Hopefully he is able to see more than one Rasa this game. Only seen one Rasa last game was pretty rough. Definitely not what you want to see, as you do need to see... oh, okay, maybe. Oh, wow, okay, does put the Rasa to the bottom. Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, it could be worse, right? You could be seeing all 3 of your Rasas in a single.
Yeah.
All right, another merchant to develop this Draven just a little bit further. Now, I will say, putting your Ezreal out there like that, it feels a little exposed, especially a piece so valuable in the composition of a Miracle Draven deck.
Yeah, it's a sign of weakness. If I'm the Azir player, I'm going, okay, perfect. My opponent is playing weak. This is perfect time for me to strike, put him on few resources. Have to see what he does this turn, but I would like to see the Ezreal removed here. It looks like does shove up the pickpocket into the Ezreal, forcing out the spinning axe. Hidden
card hidden
still
ever
there.
Yeah, spelling
Did
out
you see what he
more
hit?
doom. Pardon?
Did you see what he hit?
I can't recall, but I don't think it was a switcheroo. I think I would remember that.
Maybe like a fight or flight. Haven't seen any tide turners or anything, so I doubt it is
Fight
a
or flight
tide
would
turner.
make a lot of sense here, right? Because that's why you would not immediately commit that. Hold on to it. If you can get rid of the pickpocket in another way, that would definitely be preferable. And that looks like what will be happening. And the traps laid before will remain a turn still. And an extra draw for the Draven will give him a bit of relief. However, Singularity invested. And even the spinning axes can't get him out of that unless there's more up his sleeve.
Yeah, you can't even hard bargain this, as there's still 2 runes up. It feels pretty bad. That's a very good trade.
Once again. Yeah, you could just... I can almost taste the frustration at this point, where it feels like you're just always walking into answer and after answer after answer. And it looks like this Victor will be having the last word as he clears out the entire battlefield. Was a fight or flight hiding. Can't get it done.
Yeah, that was a very good trade. Traded for the entire board and a spinning axe from the hand and the hidden. So, wow, that's pretty brutal if you are Draven here.
Yeah, and once again, you have to rebuild, but you don't really have that much energy at your disposal. It was quite a heavy investment to get to the point where, and you're not losing only your Ezreal, you already lost your Draven, so many key pieces that are lying in the dirt. And what did it buy you? A single point. Meanwhile, Victor is living the high life, having it easy almost, as he is living large.
Yeah, it's really not I really am struggling to see how the Victor or the Draven gets back into this. That being said, it is Miracle Draven. It is possible. You can have these big push turns, though a Rasa was bottom decked. So there only are potentially 2, though there are Nocturnes in the deck, right? So you could see multiple Nocturnes off of these called shots, off of these stack decks. None seen so far. I don't think he's discarded any either. So still plenty of ammo left in the deck. And speak of the devil, was that a Nocturne off the top?
Miracles don't happen in a single day. They usually take 2, sometimes even 3 days of brewing before you can resurrect someone back from the dead, right?
Yeah. So we did see he did side in the second hard bargain as he just drew a second one off of the Ezreal.
Cold shot to gain even more information, but the paths that are leading to victory are narrowing. The grip that Victor has over this game is tightening. And when you're facing off against the scientist himself, the prophet of the arcane, and look how little is committed right now to these battlefields. Even if you do manage to clap back, to gain control of both of these battlefields, not a lot is lost on this side of our Victor player.
So we see a Forerunner as well. So Forerunner sided in. Not too surprising.
From what we've seen, a good choice, but not the saving grace that they are currently looking for. And well, this might be another Draven hitting the dust if they are not careful. But there's still a long ways to go, all the way up to 8, as the battering ram will be trying to bash his way into the battlefield.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think... Were there any Rasas in the hand? I don't think I saw any.
I think we saw earlier, no? That there was a... No, he bottomed it.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't look like it. No, not a single Rasa in hand.
Yeah, it looks like
from as I can
probably
tell.
going for a called shot here. To try and see that battering ram. Nope, just passing it. Okay. Decided that was enough. I mean, it was a lot of cards played, but still did not commit any. The Fizz, the Bushwhack is in the discard, so you do still have the Fizz Bushwhack push available to you. So not out of gas. Still plenty of options for the next turn. Do have to deal with Victor potentially clearing the board here, though. Kind of spooky.
Especially if Victor can get onto that 6th victory point, you are in dire straits. You're completely tapped out on top of that. So the amount of options that are available to you, very, very limited. And look at the runes readied in the hands of our Victor player. It is a gap that feels very hard to tighten, but if a deck can do it, it's definitely those pesky miracle decks that can make something out of even nothing.
Here comes the Watcher. Choosing to accelerate it, only leaving 1 up. Right. Battering ram goes down. Does have enough for a Bellows if does want to kill the Ezreal here too.
And the power in these types of plays is knowing that even though you're investing quite an expensive card like the Watcher, you know it's relatively safe going into a battlefield when your opponent is tapped out, has nothing hidden. And this Victor can skate on by, keeping cards ready, only investing a single card for a turn, is almost the equivalent of drawing multiple cards as well, right? If your opponent keeps playing 2, 3, 4 cards in a single turn, and you only play 1 and you get the same effect, at the long run, you are up cards.
Mm-hmm.
So by having these turns be very profitable with minimal investment, you are playing that long con so well, even tapping out fully for an extra body, knowing that even if that Watcher does get managed to be pushed off that battlefield, he is in tip-top condition to take care of whatever pushed it off. And knowing a Watcher, it's most likely going to take something with it.
Yeah, what's particularly hard here is you have to play around the Decree Bellows, and I don't know if it's possible. I think the only way it's possible is if you hold a bargain for what? So Victor's going up to 4, 6, 7. Victor's going up to 9. So the only way it's possible to play around the Decree Bellow is if you save the runes for a repeated bargain, and you go bargain for 4, and then say, okay, if you want to decree this, then I am going to you can't cast the bellows. But that being said, I mean, you have to deal with the board too, right? Like, that Watcher is still sitting there, gonna go up to 7, and if you don't deal with the Watcher, then you just straight up lose to decree, push up token, kill Ezreal, push up token, conquer.
It is truly a obstacle of monumental size to be overcome in this turn. And the 2 Nocturnes, is that an attack declared? Or is that just the battlefield moving, the base moving up a little bit? I think it's just the base moving up. Yeah, as more gets played. And man, a bushwhack at this moment would have been very, very pleasant. As a battering ram reinforces the current situation.
So, yep, reinforcing. Unfortunately, this still does lose to just play decree.
Yeah. But there's still a lot of cards on hand. I'm trying to make out if there's a way out of interaction. But, I mean, when you are facing off a stronger economy, even the hard bargain is not going to bail you out.
Yep, so I imagine this will just be play decree.
Might be the final turn of this match. Going through the motions once more, the decree is cast, and all shall answer if it is not amended right now. It looks like it's going to be resolving, and that is the match as this victor is marching up to their final battlefield, their 8th victory point, and coincidentally a top in top 8. You can look at all the cards all you want, but there seems to be no way out. And just look how they manage their runes as well. Even a double hard bargain could still be paid off with the 4 energy left, leaving nothing up to chance.
Now here comes the bellows, and so you can counter this with the hard bargain now, but that last rune has to the last rune has to be what's like a 1 rune answer to a token.
I don't think there's too many.
Is there one
in those colors?
Okay,
and there is the GG called. It will be a victor getting mixed up into the top 8 at Bologna. And it looks like we're going to see an actual collage of different legends looking to make their mark on Bologna, Italy.
Yeah, congratulations to the victor. More of a traditional victor list. Again, I keep saying this, but a victor list that actually plays units. So good to see
a more
some
traditional Riftbound deck.
Yes.
One that plays units. It's a distinction you definitely have to make in the current meta. Now, I think we are locked for top 8. I think that was the final match, and I'm sure that we will be given the information of who made it and who is left behind.
Yep. It should be exciting. And again, I do know my friend did make it, so exciting stuff for him. I won't spoil the rest of the top 8, but it looks like they are going to a player interview here, so maybe So
Let's
Let's go ahead and pull it up. I'm excited to see who are the final legends. That is a legend I did not have on my bucket list of make it into top 8. So I'm excited to see a Victor and most likely a Sivir making it through. But let's hear from Ghost or Driver.
I'm going to lose to something. I'm going to face the Dravens today and I'm going to lose it. So last match Miracle Draven was fine, but mid-range is like the worst. But I only got one and somehow won 2 times with top decks. So you played Miracle Draven recently. What else have you faced on your road to the top 8? What's been tough for you so far? So the awesome thing is I nearly faced everything. I've faced 3 Dravens, 2 of them mid-range, and I faced, other than that, totally different legends. I faced Ornn, Ahri, Aurelia, plenty. Lots of different legends. Everyone played something else and it was awesome. Maybe due to me tying the first game, I got into the kind of off bracket of Swiss-wise and faced all those matches. And yeah, it's been a blast. Well, congratulations so far on your performance. I wanted to ask a little of your Victor. Which version of the deck are you playing? So maybe you know the Houston list that got pretty far. So I think Riptide Rex is a good card still, and Xinsao made the deck better. Xinsao is like the card that makes me want to play Victor still, and there are some improvements with Ages of Pain, so it's kind of similar to the Houston list if you know it. So it's like 20 units, 20 spells. I'm playing Ravenbloom and sometimes spraying. I'm not playing the best deck, so I have to hope sometimes, and it's working quite well. Well, you've made top 8, and that is the important thing so far, so I'm going to let you get ready for top 8. We'll leave it there, and good luck in your next rounds. Hopefully we'll hear more from you later today.
So Victor has been confirmed of sneaking his way into top 8, but a really dominant player. Well played, because he didn't just take down a Draven. That was actually the Draven that debuted or kind of brought the limelight into the Miracle package, because that was a Draven from the Italian tournament. I don't know if you guys found him familiar, but he was the one winner of the 300 player proxy tournament in that same city a couple months ago, or maybe just about a month ago. So really cool to see. Oh man, how do we find the remaining other legends? Or I'm pretty sure here on stream they're going to show us shortly.
Yeah, and I think it's a big honor to take down the pioneer of Miracle Draven, some would say. That really shows that even though he claims he might not be playing the strongest deck, it is definitely the pilot that can make all the difference.
Oh yeah. You know, funny enough, Ghost Driver actually played in one of our Runes and Rinse events. I remember he was playing Victor, probably a little bit different because it was some time ago, but I remember his name. I saw his name on stream. I'm like, wait a minute, I recognize him. So nice
you heard
to
it, guys.
see him
Runes
doing
Rift,
some good stuff.
Play the tournaments, become a top 8 finisher in a regional qualifier. It's as simple as that.
Yep, for sure. And I will say, it is a lot easier for us to see things that in retrospect might have been maybe the wrong way to play things or whatever. It's very easy to see when you are watching and you have full knowledge of both players' hands, and you know, and you can look back, and it's way easier for us to say things than the player to see it in the moment. And I mean, the Draven player was an excellent player, pioneer of a deck builder, so it's really not fair to say these bad things about him when it could be nerves, it could just be maybe he just had a few missteps. Like he's a very solid player, and it's very easy to backseat. So just I would advise to try not do that from like the viewers at home.
Yeah, it happens. You know, we're online, right? It's YouTube chat, it's Twitch chat.
For sure.
We can't take everything too seriously, of course. But big old shout out for you guys joining us here today. We are moments away from starting the final 8 players remaining. I know for sure, I feel like Alan has to be in there. There's no way an 11 undefeated player. And here we go. Oh, no. This is the meta share. Oh, they're teasing us, guys. We want to see those final 8 players.
They got me. And I think some real surprises coming in here. Mostly Jinxes making it into... if you would have told me that 2-3 months ago, I would have declared you clinically insane.
Oh, yeah. You know, funny enough, it's not just players going for the best of metal cards. You know, the runner-up at the regional from Houston is actually on Jinx as well. I believe his name is Daniel from Challenger TCG. He decided that the best bet, not only to play best of metal card, I guess that is the reason to play Jinx and Ari, but you don't go runner-up at Houston to not try to back it up and try to go the furthest you can. So he brought Jinx to the Bologna Regional. So perhaps there's something to her, but I don't know if we're going to see any Jinxes in top 8, honestly. So we'll see. We'll see when they announce it.
It's a small chance, but I've heard some criticism come out, but personally, I really like some more incentive to be.
Ooh, here we go. I'll throw it over to that thing. Randy made it. Prismat made it. Alan, Sebi, we saw him in there. Marcus, your player, Draven player. And then the last one we haven't seen is the man left RFT. So a lot of great stuff. It looks like 3 Ezreals. No, Ezreal, Victor, 1 Aurelia, and then the rest of the board is Draven.
I was so close. I was so close with my hot take.
Oh, a little bit of a hot take here. Misfortune, the last standing Misfortune here in top 8 as well, but he has to go toe-to-toe against Allen, one of the favorites here in the Bologna Regional. So, man, that is a stacked top 8. I can't believe Prismaticism made it as well. We know him so often. We see him so often in our Runes and Risks events. So it's cool to see another player all the way from Canada traveling to the European scene and making a big statement as well. So he has a good matchup against Crows. Wow, we've seen all these players on stream. Crows ended up losing, I believe, against the Draven. Will he lose again? I'm rooting for Prismat, low-key.
Well, let's not jinx it just yet.
Right.
Will he lose? I mean, probably eventually. Eventually, he's probably going to lose it again. But will it be today? Ah, man. Quarterfinals. I can't wait. I think all of these matches have something exciting to it. And despite some extra legends being represented, that is a lot more legends in top 8 than I was expecting. It's quite a healthy shift, right? I think we had like 5 different legends.
Yeah, it should be 5 unique legends, right? I think Chap's helping us out. Draven, Ezreal, MF, Aurelia, and Victor. So instead of the Sivir we expected from No Veggies, it got replaced by MF. And we saw this MF in day 1. I'm pretty sure, I'm like 99% sure it was indeed that MF Aurora. But chat, help me out. Or if you guys remember from watching yesterday, there was something spicy about the MF Aurora. I remember saying it in my head. I remember saying like, wow, this is different from MF. But because we did a 12-hour stream yesterday, my memory is not perfect right now. Guys, what was spicy about Sevi? I remember he thoroughly impressed me, and I remember being impressed, that experiencing that emotion. I just can't recall exactly what it was, but perhaps I'll be pleasantly surprised when it comes up again. I wonder if they're going to show us Allen versus MF. That would be a great quarterfinals to spectate. But what about you guys? I'll throw it over to NA first. What is that quarterfinals you want to see? Are you going to go ahead and root for your boy, your teammate over there?
I mean, yeah, I would love to see him on stream. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised if they try and get like the MF as the first round, something like, or the Victor, though we did get the Victor last round, so maybe not the Victor again, but I feel like they're going to try and pick one of these legends for the first round, and I think he was against an Ezreal, right? I think it was Draven Ezreal, so maybe not the first round of Top Cut.
Right, I can see it that way. What about you, Bandit? If you were over there on the Riftbound production team, where is your quarterfinal pick going towards?
I mean, I think it is very important to highlight these player journeys, something that is quite vocal and insightful. And when you're looking for those two things, my eye is shifting down to Prismaticism, who is definitely a familiar face, definitely a familiar name in the scene by now, who is willing to spread that knowledge. I think the fact that he made it to top 8 at all is it just highlights what kind of pedigree this player brings with him. And to showcase it in your very first quarterfinal, I think that's the only right call to make right now.
Yeah, I would love to see that as well. I mean, that is the only Aurelia player as well. So if NA's correct, where they're going to show us the one-ofs, we probably are leaning towards that Aurelia. Or, I mean, we haven't seen MF in the longest of times, because I believe we saw Aurelia here in day 2. So I'm picking those two as well. Funny thing, you just reminded me, Alan, Randy, and Prismaticism, they're all on the same testing team. That is insane that 3 out of that team making it in top 8. That is incredible. I mean, they're all playing with each other, so I think they're onto something here.
No, they're all playing Runes and Rift. That's the only common factor they have. Plus, that is...
Right. I think Randy's still missing out. He ended up doing the French event, the little Worldwide Wednesday we ended up doing. So shout out to Randy. It looks like they don't have to do a little friendly rivalry here. So I don't think any top 8 match we can't go wrong. It's going to be phenomenal to check out. And chat's asking, where can you see the top 8 results? I believe it's in the same event locator. The deck list won't be posted until after the event. We'll go ahead and try to post those top 8 deck lists when they get posted, of course. But let's see how long, because I would imagine the players, perhaps, maybe you would know more than me, Ane, since you have someone in the inside. Have they begun the top 8? I would imagine it's definitely started already.
I have not seen any messages from my friends who are at the event, so I'm going to assume they haven't.
Okay.
I could be wrong. Which is a bit surprising because, I mean, you know that the feature matches are pre-recorded generally, and we're a little bit behind, so they seems like maybe they're doing a big old break between Swiss and Top Cut, give the players a little bit to go walk around, relax.
Calculating Top Cut is also kind of a tricky thing as well, right? Because when you're playing Swiss, that strength of schedule weighs in. You're gonna have to get the pairings through. Maybe there might be a little different zone. It is a big undertaking to be putting up an event like this. And in the meantime, I think biggest surprise in this top 8 for you guys?
Oh, for us, the biggest surprise, I think it has to be the Misfortune player, right? I mean, a lot of players weren't leaning towards an Aurora because with the new time rules, it felt like she was a bit too dependent on going into the late game, sometimes too dependent on your player's pace of play. If they don't play a little bit quicker, you're going to end up being in that tie territory so often than not, which I think it kind of scared people away. Like Randy said it before, he loves the Sivir deck. I know it's not Aurora, but that's a bit of an example. He loves the Sivir deck, but he didn't feel confident that he would execute all 3 games every single round. But apparently, MF Aurora may be able to close things out quicker than a lot of people were giving her credit for. So that's my biggest surprise. What about you, Ane? Anything that caught your eye about that top 8?
Yeah, I'm surprised Aurelia is in it because, that deck is yeesh. But
okay.
My biggest surprise is more that Kaisa didn't make it because Kaisa, that was my pick for winning the event. So I guess I was totally wrong.
Yeah, Kaisa didn't indeed make it, which is interesting that you pointed out. Man, that's such a good question. Let's throw it over to chat. Chat, where are we anticipating to take it all the way? Who are you rooting for in chat? I want to see who has the most fans. Are you guys Prismaticism fan? I heard a lot of Sebi fans. What about Randy? Is Randy the biggest fan favorite? MF wins. Okay, we have a fan. We have a fan for MF. I think MF could take it all the way. Man, I am an Allen fan, I want to say. He played so well. It has to go that way. Okay, we got another Allen fan. Ezreal, lock. There's 2 Ezreals, or is there 3? I think there's 1 or 2.
Yeah, 2 Ezreals, 3 Dravens.
Nice. Okay, I'm seeing the majority. Allen the GOAT. Randy with Redemption. Okay, I see a lot of Victor players, so perhaps Ghoster Driver might be the one with the most people depending on him. They want to show Victor is not a fraud deck. The fraud deck is actually Aurelia, apparently. But that'll be cool. That'll be cool.
No, I mean, I get the doubts for Aurelia decks, especially on long 2-day events. I think Aurelia decks are like, if not the most mental intensive, they are definitely ranking in top 2 or 3. And to keep on performing that on the highest level for 2 days straight is, I mean, it's going to wear on you.
Oh, yeah.
So it makes sense to be betting against it, especially the later you get in the tournament. But its ceiling cannot be denied.
It really is a strong deck. When it gets going and in the proper hands, you feel like you're able to take down anything. So we'll see. I mean, it would be truly out of left field of Aurelia, out of all these legends still remaining, out of all these amazing players. Imagine we get an Aurelia finals. I'm not hating it. I actually love the color combination. I love chaos. I love calm together. So I would be low-key excited to have something like that. It would catch a lot of people by surprise. But honestly, I am just itching to get started with this top 8. So whichever direction we go, I'm curious though. Do we have backup matches for top 8? Did anyone watch Houston? How did they do it? Because I was at the event, so I wasn't watching the feature match. Did the Bandit and NA, do any of you guys remember? Did they do like backup matches for top 8?
I was there
I
too.
Don't recall. I don't recall them. In my experience, this feels like the first event that has proper production behind it, and also keeping somewhat in the neighborhood of their scheduled timeline. So I'll take what I can get.
Right. I do remember in the Swiss, they did have those backup matches. And I think somewhere Houston might have had it, but I don't remember if it was top 8, because in Houston it was top 64. It might have been 128 actually. Either top 64 or top 128. I do know earlier in those early Top Cut games they did have it. And what's my pots? What's top 8? We have 3 Dravens, 2 Ezreals, a MF, an Aurelia, and a Victor player rounding out the first ever Western Spiritforged Regional. Those are the final 8 players, and that's just the legends, guys. You have to see what players are piloting these legends, because they are incredible, which is why I'm so ready to get this party going. But I guess slow, patience. Patience is a virtue, as they say.
And I think it is good to put some attention on the decks that we are not seeing as well. No Annie represented. No Kai'Sa represented, like NA pointed out just a little bit ago. And I think that really highlights the fact that people who are innovating and are building on the events that came before them rather than just blindly copying the homework are really reaching out on top. And the players that are playing the more defined or the more established decks, the best players are coming through. And it's only the best players coming through. And that is what makes me so excited about the game. There's so much room for experimentation, exploration, and an outlet for not only your creativity, but also to show off your mechanical skills. That is what keeps me coming back to this game.
Yeah, Riftbound, there is no other game like it. Similar, but not like it, to say the least. And funny enough, I'm trying to think back, since there's 3 Dravens. I know NA would probably remember. Do we know what Randy was on? I don't think he was on the Miracle package, or was he? I know Prismat 100% on Miracle. But what was Randy on?
I did not take a screenshot. I want to say probably just mid-range Draven. Could be wrong.
Okay, it looks like chat's helping us out. Was Randy really on Miracle? I'm trying to remember. I think he was the first match of the day about 7 hours ago now. And Randy Draven, I know he's on Draven. We're trying to decide whether he's on mid-range or Miracle. I will ask him in the Discord. Guys, he was on stream. I guess I can rewind the VOD to find out. I thought one of you guys would know.
They're saying Miracle. They're saying Miracle in chat.
Okay. I thought it was mid-range. All right, we'll find out. It'll be a surprise to us. If I had to guess, like if I'm thinking it right, I believe I was surprised that he wasn't on Miracle, because he was so used to running Miracle Silver. I think he might be leaning towards that mid-range package. He said on Twitter he's on Miracle. Okay, you can. I asked him yesterday. He was literally on stream. We could find out for 100% certainty, but maybe we'll leave it to surprise for a couple people here at home. But he said mid-range. All right, you guys are going back and forth. We'll drop that question. But I was trying to get at is, did more Miracle Dravens make it, or more traditional mid-range Dravens make it? It looks to be half and half currently because we don't know. I mean, Marcus is on mid range, I believe, isn't he? Na.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at least we know one Miracle, one mid range. I think Randy's the tiebreaker there. I'm pretty sure he's on traditional Draven.
Guess we will find out once they give us our feature match. Though they are taking their sweet time.
Yeah, this is actually the first break we get kind of out of the day 2. So this is the longest time we have between rounds. Crazy enough.
Honestly, deserved. Deserved. I know. Plus, you've been making some crazy hours. I mean, well, me after one game, man, I have deserved that break. I'll have you know.
No, it's a break for all of us, right? We're just relaxing, staying tuned. Can I go back during the stream? Chris, do you mean can you rewind the VOD? If you're on Twitch, you just have to go to the video section. If you're on YouTube, you just kind of move the little slider to the left. So yes, you could go back on either platform. So you could find the deck list because they were showing the deck list for every single feature match right before the match. So if you guys are wondering, hey, where can I find this deck list? Where can I find that one? Just watch the videos or on your own time, or I mean, they're right there on those feature matches. So shout out to production because they didn't do that for a lot of the matches in China. They ended up doing that for some of the matches in Top Cut. But to do it on every single Swiss round was an awesome little neat feature. I don't even know if they did that for Houston. So I think we're showing signs of improvements every single regional. Maybe even when it comes to Vegas, that we get a little extra thing. Because I don't know if you saw it, Bandit. Did you see they were doing heart rate monitors at the start of day 1 yesterday?
I did see. Now that would make me nervous. Not only are they watching me play, but next up they're gonna want to see my blood type and those funny 3 numbers on the back of my credit card.
They took it down after 3 rounds. Perhaps someone complained. Perhaps the monitor stopped working. But they put watches on players to track their heart rate. One player had a resting heart rate of 130 beats per minute. I think that's like cardiac arrest. I don't really know, but it was interesting. And then his opponent was like cool, calm at 66 beats per minute. It was like a fun little interaction, but it seemed rather unnecessary, but funny to see.
We should definitely leave people's medical and health data alone. That feels like I mean, there are so many other things to prioritize, and I am glad, and we are seeing that throughout the tournaments as well, that they are listening to what people are asking for. Like we see more info coming through. I feel like the angles to get more info on what cards are in hand. We are improving on every tournament being played. We're being listened to, and it's being implemented on a rather swift timeline. I'll be very honest, like in just a matter of a few months, which is kind of unheard of, especially when these events require so much preparation.
Right. I think it just goes to show you how prepared and how much experience a company like Riot has. Yes, it's their first TCG, physical TCG, but man, they have so much experience and so much of competitive environments, period, right? I mean, Bannon, you would know more than most of us how crazy good setup they have for like the League of Legends production team or the production in general. So we could get any little how would I put it, any little thing coming from that, you already know to expect wonderful things in the future coming in from Riftbound. So I am excited for the future of Riftbound and excited for each and every regional. Bandit, are you going to be out there in Lille? I don't know if you were able to get your ticket because they just went on sale about a couple of days ago, funny enough.
The timing of Lille was a little odd for me, but I am not playing. I'm maybe looking to cast it, though I know that in France they're quite strict on casting in languages that are not French on site. So we're going to have to see how that will shake out in the long run. But I mean, there's so much to be looking out for even after that in Utrecht, and I think we're going to the UK as well, which is all a stone throws away from here.
Right. You know, funny enough, I heard someone got their ticket to Lille. Is that right? And you're actually going to travel all the way to the other side to compete in Riftbound.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I missed Vegas. I miss Bologna, so I'm looking forward to actually getting to play at one of these RQs. I mean, I played at Houston, played the wrong deck, we'll put it that way. But yeah, no, it should be exciting. I've never been to Europe before besides Copenhagen for just a couple days, and that was basically a layover.
Nice, nice. That was actually what I was going to ask you before, or actually next, have you been out there before? Because I've personally never been out to Europe as well. So I think the perfect excuse has to be one of these EU regionals coming soon. So I'll find the time. I'll find the wiggle room to make it out there one of these days. Maybe not 2026. Maybe I'll shoot for 2027. But I should most likely, or at least I'm shooting for Atlanta, guys. The tickets should be going on sale in about 3 days. So we're all in the races to lock in our tickets. I hope they threw it through Ticketmaster as well. Because I know, NA, when you were getting your ticket, a whole lot smoother than the UVS website, no?
Oh, infinitely. It was very easy. I just refreshed the page. There's no crashing. The page didn't spin for forever, and yeah, got my ticket nice and easy.
Guys. We have new pairings for quarterfinals.
Wow,
Yes,
they
this is
repaired.
It's on your screen right now. We have an Ezreal mirror.
Victor, MF versus Marcus, Randy versus the Aurelia, and is the mirror match Ezreal? No, we don't get an Ezreal potentially moving forward. Oh man, I thought the Ezreals could make a bit of a statement, but either or, that should be a good matchup. Now I don't know what quarterfinals to watch. I kind of like that prismaticism, but I wouldn't mind checking out was it Marcus MF NA, or who has the MF matchup?
Yep, it was Marcus MF, which is pretty unfortunate. No one likes the MF matchup. It's a lot of RNG in these Aurora decks, especially when they got the Mind Splitters in them. So I'm pulling for him, but that is a very annoying matchup, to say the least.
And guys, since we don't know exactly why the repair, the only logical explanation to me is because of the new Riftbound rules for tournaments, right? So they had to go off opponent win percentage, and then the secondary tiebreaker is your own win percentage. So the only situation you have to repair is because they got 1 through 8 wrong. Perhaps, you know, the last 8th place was actually 7th or 6th place. So I think that's what went on. Someone complained, or one of the top 8 players said, wait a minute, I didn't come in 8th, I didn't come in 5th. So they had to repair for that reasoning as well. Pairings did get redone, guys.
And that is, I wonder if that trickled down to the players as well, because preparing for your matchup is such a big part of these duels, especially in these top 8s. Even knowing what player you will be playing against. A lot of these people came here in groups, in little teams. As I mean, half of the team of NA is sitting in this broadcast right now, and getting that information to you in time can be such a difference maker, right? All these players have proven themselves to be way above the average. So the tiniest speck of difference can make a world of difference in your match.
I couldn't agree more. And Bane, if you need to get some water real quick, let me know. I could go ahead and hide the camera for a second while you get some nice little water. Did you get it already?
I got it already. I was so quick, and only
perfect.
1,000 people saw it. It's fine.
Nice, awesome. And yeah, guys, Vex is making a cool statement in Bologna. Alan bringing it to everyone's attention. I'm curious, though, is that Ezreal he's facing off against the more pit crew strategy as we've seen before in the Chinese regional? Is it the one we saw in our 1K from Tiger Death? What are we coining it, NA? You had a good oh, is that Marcus, NA?
Yeah. Oh no. Poor Marcus. Okay.
All right, Bandit and NA, I'll go ahead and throw you guys over to the feature match. It looks like quarterfinals is now the final 8 players. Who's going to come out ahead? You know, NA, you said you wanted to see your teammate. It looks like your wish is here, and I'll throw you guys over there. Best of luck, guys.
And what an opponent. He pulled himself, NA, facing off against Sebik will be no easy task.
And it looks like just triple Mind Splitter and double Volibear imposing as the only units in the deck. I mean, very streamlined deck list, as you can expect from an Aurora deck. A lot of 2-ofs and 3-ofs with the 1 invert timelines. Triple Aurora, playing the Mobilize Catalyst, of course. And you do now have the Cold Shot card. Yep.
And all I can make up from this is they're trying to spin a loaded wheel of fortune, trying to really play the odds, and showing us that you don't need Twisted Fate to be a true gambler. Facing it off against Marcus, now you can tell me all about this list.
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty. I would say it's a pretty typical like mid-range Draven list. It's got a lot of the cool normal stuff. You have the one Mind Splitter to help with some of these slower decks, some of the more control-y decks. He's got the Tide Turners, the main deck Thundersong. I mean, Thundersong is excellent card, though it's actually not going to be super great in this matchup, which is a bit unfortunate. Maybe until late game. Yeah, I mean, Aurora's always a spooky deck if they hit on curve, so we'll have to see.
Especially when you're looking into that list, what pools are at their disposal to even deal with it?
Well, the main one is going to be if you can hit your Mind Splitter on curve, you can go ahead and rip the Aurora, which is a kind of best case scenario is you rip Aurora and then put them on Have Nothing. Obviously, when the MF deck misses Aurora, things get a lot easier. Infinitely easier, even. So, hopefully, and I am going to be very biased, so I'll apologize to chat, but hopefully...
I'll try and balance it out, and we'll be fine. I'll be rooting against Marcus, just to even it out.
But
no, but
looks like...
I think it is tricky, because you were bringing up the Mind Splitter, but he only plays one. And so I feel like really it is the sideboard that will have to be the difference maker to address the game plan of MF. So what we have to be looking out for is a Draven that is firing on all cylinders as quickly as they can. Because if this MF is allowed to get off the range, she might just run away with it.
Yeah, Marcus is playing 9. Oh, wow. Okay, it looks like MF won the roll, which sucks. But sucks for Marcus.
And Aurora's already in hand.
And a Catalyst. Oh, no.
A double Catalyst. So they will be looking to get that engine going real quick. And it's hard to interact with as well, as it only requires a single piece.
Yep. So going up to 8 runes on the next turn. So not quite enough to drop the Aurora quite yet. There still is hope for Marcus seeing a Mind Splitter, though I don't think I see one in hand, which is a bit unfortunate. Let's see what... I imagine it's probably just going to be like either play the MF unit or just play another Catalyst. Keep it slow.
And you can't go wrong with another Catalyst. It's such comfort found in that Catalyst, as we see some more digging pieces in the hand of Sabik, who, well, another name that is quite renowned in the scene already. Now, what would you say, NA, is the strength of Marcus when you play against him? What are you looking out for, and what are you afraid of? Like,
I mean, he's just a very solid player. He's just a very solid player. It's everything you'd expect from a good player, right? Like, you know that he's going to make the correct plays. He's not going to waste cards, is going to be thinking ahead and planning out his turns in advance, as you'd expect from pretty much all these top level players. It's just a skill you need to have as a top level player, is being able to do all of this thinking in advance. Sometimes you're even thinking multiple turns ahead. Like, if I do this, then he has to respond with this, and then respond with this, and yada, yada, yada. But, so it does actually miss the Mind Splitter. Not too surprising, as there is only one in the list, but Mind Splitter here would have gone crazy. A bit unfortunate there. But does build up a bit of an army in the base. So we'll have to see if the first Aurora hit is a Mind Splitter or a Volley Bear. I imagine you'd hope it's a Volley Bear, as the Mind Splitter here starts picking apart the hand, and it gets a little bit rough.
Yeah, there is the Aurora right on cue. The saving grace for Marcus, like you said, is that his base is populated, and he is already sitting on 3 victory points. So it is paramount for the Misfortune deck here to keep hitting and to keep on the pressure. No more leeway. Now, let's spin the wheel of mythicality. And he's just holding his breath as we're going through the deck one by one. as it could be the next one.
There's
It is
the
a
Mind
Mind
Splitter.
Splitter. It is the Mind Splitter. Now, let's take a look at this hand. And I think...
Did I miss something? Did he pay the full... Wait, so he paid 9 for... Oh, he put them back. Okay, never mind. He was... Okay. He did. Because he had to put 2 back. Okay. So it does hit the Mind Splitter. Probably you're just hitting the axe here, I imagine. The axe for the hard bargain. One of the two.
Yeah, I would say... I feel like
the axe.
Yeah, I kind of have to get rid of. The hard bargain is only applicable in a handful of situations and can be, when you know it's there, that is more than half the battle. Knowing your opponent has a hard bargain. The axe, however, is kind of tricky to get rid of as well later on. Can accrue value time and time and again. However, with an early Mind Splitter, it may not be the Volibear, but it's putting pressure on the Draven. And to top it off, you're not winning a lot of combats as this Draven, are you? There's just not a lot to be combating.
Yeah, I can't imagine a lot of combats would be won, as you said, and you do have to deal with the... Now that MF has Aurora down, you don't have to play any cards. Like, the Aurora is playing your deck for you. So at this point, you could just save all your runes for Gusts, for Fight or Flights, for Punch Firsts, and it gets very hard to actually win these combats. Even stuff like the bullet times, for if you go for a loaded battlefield, gets pretty rough out there if you are trying to actually win combats against the Aurora deck at this point in the game. And Marcus does still need to win, at least 2 combats probably this game, because going up to 5 here, push up Mind Splitter, right?
Yeah, but the timer is starting to tick. And it's only going to get worse, but with every Mind Splitter hitting the battlefield, the chances of hitting that Volibear is only growing, so to speak. And, well, even though Draven is situated pretty comfortably, if you look at that hand, that is not a healthy hand. That is a hand that has not won a lot of combats. And the Mind Splitter is really just making it worse. So hitting those big miracle turns is not really happening if you don't have enough cards in hand, if you haven't seen enough cards in your deck. But being behind 5 points is a threat on its own. And the tides have to turn, and they have to turn rather quickly, because time is slowly running out.
Here, Marcus is going pretty in on holding that battlefield. It does kind of just lose the game if there is a bullet time in hand, but against these Aurora decks, you just kind of have to pick what you're going to lose to. Because sometimes they're just, like, at this point, he can just use anything in his hand, right? Like, you're fully ramped up, you're getting a card every single turn. And it looks like he is probably digging for this as well. At least that's what it appears to look like.
Yeah, I mean, maybe trying to either get out another Mind Splitter, as we just saw, knowing he kind of stacking the deck even more than he already has.
So, would not be surprised to see a bullet time come down here. It clears out the fan and the hidden. Though I believe it's a fight or flight, so we'll be able to save one of the units. Otherwise, you could just go for... I think I saw a challenge in his hand. Yeah, you could just also go challenge Darius, shove up mines. Yeah, okay. Woo, pretty rough stuff.
Challenge before highlighted as one of those cards that people kind of forgot existed and are now experiencing how much power is hidden within it. What a gem from the very first set. Now, for people just tuning in, we are in the quarterfinals. Top 8 is built upon 2 Ezreals, 3 Dravens, Misfortune, which you are watching right in front of you, and an Aurelia and a Victor. So, healthy mix. First game, winner moves on to semis. And there is that bullet time looking to wreak havoc upon the units of Marcus, our Draven player.
Yep, and so choosing to recycle 4, gonna blow up the whole board. So it was a switcheroo, actually. Okay, so switcheroo, unfortunately, is not able to hold, loses the Darius as well.
And that's painful. That is painful because he was already tight on cards. So losing a hidden card that you did pay the power for it's death by 1,000 cuts, really. And there is to get an engine going, you need that fuel, you need oxygen, you need that spark, and if you're missing out on either one of those three, you are left with an engine that won't turn, won't bring you further. Meanwhile, this Aurora is firing on all of their cylinders.
Yep, and Marcus is 2 turns away from victory here, which makes it particularly rough. You do need to go to 6 and then 7, 8, or go to 6, 7 and then on to 8. Which at this point is feeling nigh impossible. But if there's anybody can do it, it is our competitors here at the top table.
Yeah, they have very little left to prove, as a second Mind Splitter will be devastating the hand of our Draven player, being gloriously executed in the face of 2 Mind Splitters. However, it is starting to demand a toll on the runes of our misfortune. But how much do you even worry about that when you have an Aurora on the field and a Draven in his list? No answers to an Aurora that's already been cast.
Yeah, unfortunately, at this point, it's very much an uphill battle here for Marcus. Is able to go to 6 points here. And I think he dropped out his whole hand there. So at this point, the only playing with board here for MF does just have to deal with the couple, I believe it's a fans and a treasure hunter. Did he played the treasure hunter directly there? Yeah. Okay. So we'll be able to potentially hold to 7 if he is able to hold this. That being said, MF does give ganking, right? So and it looks like there's a gust there as well. Pretty rough.
Yeah, and it really feels like the MF just picking this Draven apart. A card here, a unit there, trying to rough him up before looking to land that knockout punch. And you can tell this Draven pilot is sitting there head in hands. He knows the way this game is going, despite being up 3 victory points. I think he can already tell his destination, and it's important to save your mental right now so you can still enter that game 2 nice and fresh, introduce that side deck. I hope he will find a way as we are spinning the wheel one more time.
I think all the units are in his hand. I think I saw double Volibear Mind Splitter, so no more Aurora units to hit off of the Aurora. But he will be going up to 7 runes next turn, so we'll be able to just play the Mind Splitter.
And that is maybe a bit of an odd obstacle to be hitting.
Yeah.
Where your Aurora is just whiffing in your deck. And I don't mean hitting a low-costed creature. No, not a single one. And despite the Draven not being in a great position right now, the fact that you can only score 2 points in a single turn means that there is time. And on 6 points and a base full of units, there is a chance.
Yeah,
is there still that same chance when your opponent has that many cards and units available?
So the thing here that makes it a little bit hard is the MF has to choose here whether they want to commit the 3rd Mind Splitter to the board or just save for these spells in hand. I'm imagining you're probably just gonna save, because if you do commit your hand to a Mind Splitter, then does he lose to board? I'm not quite sure. I would have to look at the board again. But you need to have the runes for the punch first for the fighter flights, because these are the things that are guaranteeing you the 1 combats here, which can be a little bit scary, because if there's like a top decked rebuke or something from the Draven, you could very well just lose the game.
I think it is very, very valid what you're bringing up, where if you are committing the Mind Splitter currently, you are gambling on the fact that the Draven will not draw his answer. You are I don't want to say leaving it up to fate, but you are taking your chances that you have whittled down his hand so much that you've seen plenty, and that drawing a single card will not make the difference here. But that is a pretty big gamble to be making when you are standing in the quarterfinals. As we're spinning once again, but the outcome is already determined.
I guess they're making him do it just for appearances.
Rules
but
are rules.
There are actually a lot of really good top decks here for Draven. Like, I think this is actually randomly doable, because we know in the MF hand, the only 2 tricks there are is Fight or Flight and Punch First. So anything that's removing a unit, top decks from Draven, I think just wins the game.
It's a position to be in where you're going to have to be believing in certain organs of cards. And it might just come down to the mythical top deck.
Yeah.
And can a Draven player not playing the mid-range deck still believe in miracles?
Yeah. That is not one. I don't think so. I think that was a unit.
I think that was, for me, that was Glare. He's playing Glare in quarterfinals. But with the swiftness in which it was reunited with the rest of his hand, he has to be sweating. Going over the lines once again, scooping them up. Where are we going to commit? And we're off to the races.
All right, so this is swinging in for 6, 10, 14, 15, 16. Does not win with a Punch First, but with a Punch First plus a Fight or Flight. Oh, or Bullet Time. Bullet Time works as well. Yep, there you go. And that'll be
Bullet Time. And there is the very first game done and over with. Shake coming through. And even though that was a convincing game 1, now the Draven actually gets to sideboard in the answers. And if they get to see so many cards, which will be tricky against a deck that doesn't allow for a lot of combat, there might be better odds in this game number 2, where not only sideboards will be a thing, but also the Draven gets to decide who goes first.
Yep. I mean, being on the play as Draven, though I will say it is a possibility that you do see an Obelisk and just say, I'm going second. Against the MF deck, that might even be the play, right? Because you do stop the Catalyst, and the only real opener play is like a stack deck into like a Mobilize. It kind of depends on what the MF's going second battlefield is, and I don't actually know what current Aurora decks are doing, if they are going the Obelisk going second or if they're going Aspirants. But this, I mean, I don't know what Marcus's side deck is either, what he decided to do. Hopefully, like, maybe some more Mind Splitters would obviously be pretty good here. Some gear removal, like a Thermal Beam or something. We'll have to see what he does opt to go for, though.
But let's be real, this is not a matchup that you're necessarily preparing for, right? When you're going to a big tournament when Aurora hasn't really been a thing for, well, at least the most of the events in Asia. So, yeah, you could even excuse not having all of the answers at its disposal in the side deck, but that is the exact type of thing that this Misfortune deck preys upon, that pseudo-surprise factor of the meta shifting further away from being able to deal with cards like this. And there are 2 extra Mind Splitters available, but I think that is it.
Yeah, I would like to see more Mind Splitters going in. I would like to see the Forerunner going in, and I would like to see the Switcheroo going in. I wouldn't even hate the hard bargains. So, looking at the Draven list, what would I side up? Side out? Maybe the Thunder Songs, maybe.
Oh, the Thunder Songs, definitely, right?
I don't know, actually, because the combat tricks right in the end did actually matter. It's kind of interesting. I don't know off the top of my head what I would do for siding here. Probably side out the Falling Stars. There were a couple Falling Stars in there, so that's like an easy swap for like Mind Splitters, maybe. But the problem with the Mind Splitters is they're really only doing anything if you're playing them before the Aurora. Otherwise, you're just hitting like maybe one combat trick. So maybe that's not even the play. I will say it did look like there's no gear removal, right? Yeah.
On the other hand, like what are the tide turners doing for you, right? Is that
no, you need the tide
contributing
turner.
to the game plan?
You need the tide turner because you need 2 drops. You can't afford the whiff of 2 drop. So even if it ends up being a vanilla, you just play the 2 drop as just a 2 drop body to get a score.
To get yourself a score. Time is becoming of the essence for our Draven player. Back against the wall. Being a single game down, there is no more room for missteps, no more room for too many whiffed draws as they are getting ready for their second match. Can Misfortune continue her dominating performance in the very first match, or will the sideboard alterations prove victorious for our Draven representative? We're going through the last few motions. And with the sideboard adjustments, how does it tilt your approach to how you think this match will play out?
I mean, it'll depend to me on what the MF battlefield is, whether Draven chooses, because you do want to be able to play your Mind Splitter before they can play a Aurora, as that is the only gear hate. If, again, I'm forgetting the side deck already, even though I saw it just a couple minutes ago.
There was no extra gear hate.
Yeah, so no gear hate. So your only real out to that is you either go too fast or you hit it with the Mind Splitter. So to me, make that decision so that you can play your Mind Splitter before they can play their Aurora. And if you are able to do that, then, I mean, just pray that you hit the Mind Splitter. Like, I don't think there's a ton of... This Draven list does not feel like it really likes playing into this MF Aurora deck. It feels more targeted at the Draven mirror matches, the some of the Ezreals, and more of the traditional field.
A more traditional feel, and I think this is the exact matchup that is, well, like we said before, what Misfortune is trying to get done. As we can take another look at this Misfortune deck and what can be hit, and it is still just the Volibears. Just the Mind Splitters, in case you have not witnessed it just before or yesterday. Playing with loaded dice. It's a very Misfortune thing to do.
That is a very Misfortune thing to do, being a pirate as she is. Let's see what the battlefields are here. I really am curious to see what MF goes second. If it is the Aspirants to try and play with the put your opponent back a turn, or if it is the Obelisk to accelerate yourself and kind of force your opponent to say, hey, I'm going... Okay, so it looks like it is the Obelisk, yeah.
And is that... How does that impact it for you?
Well, so
like,
MF has...
Are we sad about that?
This does mean that MF can play Catalyst turn 1, which is a very scary thing. That being said, it is a 3-of. You cannot play any of your search cards to do that unless you're paying a stacked deck, which would be psychotic, playing a stacked deck to try and find a Catalyst to ramp. So we'll have to see if he has it, but it is a huge high roll if you do.
Oh, I think that's a Sabotage. I think I saw the edge of a Catalyst, maybe? No.
Okay, not a Catalyst. This is not bad, though.
Yeah, ramping
you
nonetheless.
Like to see ramp. I see an Aurora in hand, I believe, which is absurd. Opening your Aurora 2 games in a row does... I mean, that is how you get the top cut. Draw the Aurora card.
Yeah, just draw smarter. Just instead of drawing the cards you don't need, just draw the cards you need. Simple as that, really.
Yep. So there's the Mind Splitter.
Ooh, that is the Mind Splitter, though.
There is hope. There is hope. Let's go, Marcus.
Hope. He heard us. He heard us. He was like, oh, I just have to draw the cards I need. No, guys. No, I see people in chat saying lucky. No. He was very intelligent to draw that card.
Correct. And okay, you can still draw the Aurora card and lose. It is possible. It's definitely something that can happen. Because you still do need to make the correct decisions when you are in that stage of the game where the Aurora is going out. That being said, it is a very important card to hit.
Double Mind Splitter.
Yep.
Will be going back into the deck to be found upon later notice. But that is important information, knowing that those monsters are on the bottom of your deck and that they are paired together, meaning that there is a very high percentage that you will be hitting those volibears.
Yes, that is very true. And it does tell Marcus as well that there are at least double Mind Splitter in the deck. So that means maybe not the same situation as last game where you have so many units in your hand. Here comes the MF. And so this is the privilege of the MF deck, is that you are able to play out your champion unit here, because the champion unit will let you then ready one of your runes on the following turn, which does mean that you can cheat one rune.
There you have it.
You can play your Aurora on 8, but here comes the Mind Splitter. Rip that Aurora. No thoughts. No thoughts required.
Yeah, and I mean, even a Sabotage can't really prevent that, as the Mind Splitter is a unit. But you are feeling some coldness run over your back, as you do see there is a double called shot. So there are definitely still tools available to find that next Aurora. And I don't think we've seen too many Auroras going through the stack decks and the like. So the chances of him finding it are actually maybe a little better than we would initially think.
So it looks like Marcus is choosing to pull back here. Yep, keep the units in base, keep them safe. Don't want to lose anything to the random MF. And just so everyone is aware, you still can play the Aurora on 8 runes. So that still would have worked, right? Because you can go float 1, move the MF, untap the rune, and then you are at 9 runes. So called shot. This is the turn. I think he's just going to hard dig for the Aurora here. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I feel like he kind of has to, because despite not having the Draven be on that many victory points, next turn is when things really can get out of control if you're not careful. So it's really up to the Misfortune here to get the engine back up and running, not hitting it again. This is starting to become very costly to keep digging.
If he misses the next one, it might just be game. So we'll have to see.
And that is the power of the Mind Splitter. When you said, that is another whiff. That is not the way it should have been going, especially when you take into consideration you have already seen like probably over half the deck now and just a single Aurora coming through. But the cards can giveth and the cards can taketh away. Case in point.
Yep, so at this point, you probably are just playing the Catalyst and praying that you will see it later in the future, as you've already floated 4. So you can it was essentially just paying 2, not the end of the world. Still going to go up to 8 on the next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, going up to 8 on the next turn. So still able to play the Aurora out next turn if you choose to not move your MF. Okay, never mind, is paying a power here, so we'll not be able to do that. And does take out the Draven.
But it's a tricky situation to be in right now. Will be fighting back by taking a battlefield for himself, but all you're doing is buying some time to fight for a brighter tomorrow. Now, as Draven, you have dodged some serious amount of bullets coming out from the MF. Now it is paramount that you keep mounting the pressure. Keep this MF on their back foot, and it starts with getting rid of the MF. And the fact that it is not being defended should tell you a lot about what is in the hand of this Misfortune.
Yeah, that was a really nice Thunder Song. It shut off all of these combat tricks in the MF's hand, so MF is back, hoping to top deck Aurora. Yep, here we are.
Not top deck just yet.
Still does have plenty of combat tricks though, so it is possible to put Marcus off of a few points with the bullet time, with the gust. If Marcus does try and push in with a low unit, but going up to 6 here, this is the most important point in the game, as MF does have to hit Aurora on the next turn. If Aurora is not hit, the game is 100% over, and it's probably over regardless, as it's very hard because I don't even know if you can do the Aurora now that there's like rebukes and yeah.
Yeah, taking a little peek once again just to figure out what is laying in wait. Now, this is the luxury you have, though, as the Misfortune player, by winning that first game. You can afford to take a beating on this one. But surely, if we're going to game 3, we're not going to see another Aurora in the opening hand. Surely not.
That would be pretty crazy, but building up a giant base here, I can't even think of anything that tops decks out of this. Anything?
I mean, the fact that it's not accelerated is really what puts it over. And we are resetting the board, it seems like. Ooh, not shaking hands. Maybe just an oversight or a bit of frustration leaking through our Misfortune player, getting, well, maybe balancing out some of their luck.
Yep. I mean, that was... It's about equal luck from both players, right? Because you did see the Aurora in the opening hand, and then you did see the Mind Splitter in the opening hand. So they each drew one of the 3-ofs, but unfortunately, Marcus did get to play the Mind Splitter before the Aurora. So good for him, able to do exactly what he wanted to. And the sideboarded cards coming in clutch there with the Mind Splitters. When you do move from 1 to 3, you will see it more often. Just in fact, that is how numbers work.
True, man. That degree is really paying for itself now, isn't it, NA? No, you're definitely right. And I think the adaptation with the sideboards was really, really key. We highlighted before the match. Now the Draven can play on, I don't want to say even footing. I still don't think the Draven is favored in this matchup, right? Just because the Misfortune is so geared towards addressing the obstacles presented by Draven. But in game 3, things have to align a little bit, and you will be expecting these players to mulligan aggressively to either find their auras or their mind splitters. And it is truly a race to the bottom for a spot in the Bologna semi-finals.
Absolutely. And we'll have to see if MF does find the Aurora really early again. I mean, hitting it 2 games in a row, very good for him. We'll see if he can do it a third. And I guess conversely, will Marcus find the Mind Splitter? That seems to be the name of the game. Who can find the if the Aurora can be hit before the Mind Splitter gets hit?
It is doubtful, and I'm very curious. Will this time around, if he finds the second Aurora, will he bottom it on his deck once again? I wouldn't be so sure. I think some redundancy is in order when you are looking at a sideboarded Draven deck. And it just comes down to a single best of 1 in the end to decide who will be making it to the semifinals.
Yeah, so I would expect MF to be playing the aspirants here and still choose to go first. Let's see. Though I guess, I wonder if there's an argument for going second, because if you hit Catalyst, so you go 3 to 5, 5 to 7, because then you can play the Aurora before you can play Mind Splitter if you hit a Catalyst, right? Or am I doing my math wrong?
That is quite the gamble. I think that then you're kind of leaving it up to fate in a way, where denying first turn from the Draven has a certain floor of expected benefit. And well, you saw it again, like a single extra turn could have made the difference in that match, and definitely in the one before. So denying the Draven that extra little edge in timing can be the difference maker.
Oh, that's actually a good call out. Someone said that Draven has not played the Obelisk yet. So yeah, we are going to see an Obelisk on the game 3. So definitely you just go first then, right? Because then you still are on the odd runes. And you still can't go pretty easy turn 3 Aurora. Or, actually, so I'm not going to waffle because I don't know the Aurora deck too much, and I'm sure I will say wrong things. We'll have to see what the players do.
I mean, that's the fate of being a caster, and you're gonna have to stand your ground. You're gonna be wrong sometime, and you're gonna have to make you're gonna have to make peace with that.
Absolutely, but looks like we are seeing mulligans here. How many is MF gonna mulligan? I see one.
And while these mulligans are going on, just take a look at how collected Marcus is dancing himself in that chair. He feels locked in. He feels like he is ready to pounce for that win.
All right. So what do we see? I see a catalyst.
Catalyst, as hands are shook and we get underway. Third room being channeled for the obelisk. And we can get
Aurora?
And I think on top of it, I mean, see what is laying in wait. This game is going to have to go a little bit longer when the Esperance Climb is being played.
All right. What do I see? I can't quite see what his options are. Looks to be a tough choice. And he does not show us. Keeping it very low to the table. Fair enough. Fair enough.
We are all waiting in suspense. I think it adds to it, to the viewing experience, right? From a pure entertainment perspective, you can feel the tension. We are making us sweat for it as some ramping is secured.
Very good opener. Stack deck into a mobilize. Very good opener there for MF. See if Draven does have... Okay, so just opting to play the Draven out instead of like a double 2-drop.
We haven't seen this pay off just yet on stream today. Will it this time? It's a risky line to be taking, but I think the MF might have limited tools to really punish it.
Is that Aurora? I feel like I see an Aurora. Am I blind? Am I seeing this right?
I think it's not helping that the catalyst is very similar in art. I have been duped a few times, but maybe we can get a peek halfway through.
Opening Aurora 3 games in a row would be crazy work, but we will have to see.
Well, I mean,
at
this point, he has drawn, what, like, I think 4 extra cards or something?
He only activated 1 stack deck, right?
Stack deck, Aegis, and just going for turn. It adds up. It adds up over time. Now, I think we'll be able to see very quickly, and there you have it. The first piece assembled before Mind Splitter can poop on that party. And let's see what the answer will be. One Mind Splitter already in hand. And, I mean, at this point, I think you'll be angling for the Mind Splitter, right? Not going to happen, though.
I definitely would prefer the Mind Splitter here. And he did... So, because he was able to hit Catalyst... hitting the ramp did mean that he was able to play out his Aurora before the Mind Splitter could be played by Draven, completely circumventing it. Ooh, I can't speak. But I will say Marcus is probably happy that this is a Volibear rather than a Mind Splitter, as this gets a lot of value here if you do go Rebuke on that Volibear.
Another Aurora already laying in wait. And you're going to have to ask yourself, is it even worth addressing that, or are we taking care of the Mind Splitter?
It's probably... This is actually like a bit of a tough choice. You know he only plays 5 units. Actually, Marcus has seen his list, so we know he only plays 5 units. So if you hit the Mind... Okay, so it just says, okay, we're not going double Aurora. I mean, it makes it easier. It does tell you that the next turn is just going to be Mind Splitter Rip and then probably play Mind Splitter from hand. So you're just going to... Unfortunately, you cannot hand dump here, and you are going to lose quite a bit, but... okay. Choosing to double hide. Fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah, you have to really dig yourself into weather the storm that is coming. They don't call him Stormbringer for nothing, and he's about to show us why, as MF is looking to really start making an impact and combat the 4-point lead that Draven has secured himself. However, ironically enough, I do not think Draven is feeling too secure at this very moment.
That is an insane top deck. That is a very good top deck. Hits the confront.
be challenging. And despite not playing Set, will have the hits keep on coming.
Wow.
And there it is. The very first victory point for Sebik, for Misfortune, who is enjoying a lot of free cards and the Volibear.
Yeah, and going to get a double rip here, unless he's unlucky and hits the other Volibear. So we'll have to see. I can't quite make out. I see a Tide Turner. I see a Fan. I can't quite make out what the other two cards are.
See some discussion happening with some of the judges. But Marcus is keeping his cool. Looking for the opening that might have to present itself to keep him in this game. Because, man, the foundation for Misfortune has been laid. And as fortunate as the runout has been, I mean, you don't get into the top 8 on luck alone. This will be tough.
Yeah, this is pretty bad spot here. And again, you are probably getting 2 discards, so it's probably going to be just being able to discard both the Kaisa and the Darius.
It feels when the gods are answering the prayers of an Aurora, it really feels like you are just playing against a different deck. And in that similar vein, when Miracle Draven gets that engine going, it feels like they're playing on a separate plane, and that they are truly anointed and destined to be kicking in the teeth of anyone standing in their way, as they'll be spinning the wheel of fortune once more.
So we'll have to see if he hits the volley or the Mind Splitter. Almost certainly hoping that he hit. We get the chat view or the camera view. Wow, there's the volley. Okay, actually, we knew he was gonna hit a volley, right? Because of the stack deck.
Because of the stack deck? Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Or was that last game? No, that was last game, right? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, the double paired Mind Splitters were definitely from last game. However,
yeah, that was the last game. Because I was complaining. I was like, why is he holding his stack deck so I can't see the cards this game?
However, we have to keep in mind, right? This game is running out a little differently. Because we do need to get to those 9 victory points, as is now being correctly shown in the UI. But also, look at the strain put on the economy of this Draven deck, sitting currently on what looks like to be 5 runes. Might have to channel still when he gets the turn. But that is, you are limited in your resources. And I feel like maybe you can shed some more light on that. But the mid-range Draven struggles at times to address multiple big bombs coming out from an opponent's side.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally, the units you are playing for, and you're playing units to... looks like the judge is...
intervening, stepping in, making sure that all rules are being followed in the right order.
Yeah, and so he's triggering the Volibear here to draw when the Mind Splitter was moved on to the opposing battlefield. But what I was saying before is traditionally the units that you are trying to... you're removing stuff with like your Falling Stars and such, or you're going too fast, or you have your spinning axes, and none of these are really dealing with these really, really big units. You could, at a pinch, like hard cast a Switcheroo. That would be not an awful option. You could play like an Edge of Night or a Rebuke. But otherwise, you're just kind of trying to avoid these units rather than actually kill them directly. But you can't really do that against Aurora because they are going to see all of their units. Like, those units are going to stay on the board and they're going to keep getting pushed up over and over. And eventually, at some point, you're going to have to deal with them.
Yeah, you're going to have to deal with them one way or another. It's usually in the face-off. And I think what really adds to the injury that Draven is suffering from right now is the fact that with these challenges, you're not always getting to make full use of your combat tricks, right? Those rebukes are not getting the value they want when they're not getting a fair fight. And that feels somewhat ironically to be saying that Draven wants a fair fight when he has all the combat tricks in the world at his disposal. But it is the matter of the fact, and with these double Volibears, it feels like you are racing, but instead of with race cars, there's like a monster truck behind you, and it is gaining.
Definitely not feeling good if I'm Marcus here, but can't give up. It is top 8. What is the downside to playing it out? You got, I want to say it's untimed. I believe it's untimed. So take your time. At least do your best to play out from the corner you have found yourself in.
And I mean, to even make top 8 is already a feat on its own. So I'm sure that's not what is going through your head when you are playing that top 8 and you are feeling like the walls are closing in on you. However, you have to keep in mind that with such a large field, getting into the top 8 is definitely a major achievement. However, we are not done yet. There is still life in this game, just a little bit longer, as MF will be making her way onto the battlefield, and that will put more bodies onto the field, which Misfortune is really in need of currently.
Yeah, not enough might on the MF field right now. There definitely needs to be more. Can we hit 40 might? Maybe, but looks like using the MF leader here to give ganking to the Volibear, and now also using the MF move, so the MF to restand the Volibear that was retreated, so able to come in here with 10, 20, 27 might, just a small number.
Yeah, just an ordinary 27. And despite, I think it's really fair to say that and there will be the GG. No man can stand in the way of 27 might and all the Auroras in the world that you need. Misfortune will be making her way into the semifinals, joining the top 4 players in Italy.
Yep, and definitely well played by both of the players. You can't.
Commiserations to Marcus.
Yes.
Is there anything that you can tell him that he can look back on to maybe up his spirit just that tiny little bit, NA?
I mean, it is pretty unlucky that your opponent opens Aurora 3 games in a row. It's a 3 of. The odds are not that high. At sometimes you just got to accept that maybe either your deck did not have a winning shot this game, or you got a little bit unlucky or whatever. But it is just part of a card game. Sometimes you're put in games where you can't win, and all you can do is play tier outs, do as best you can, and sometimes it just doesn't work. So excellent performance by him, and we're really proud of him that he was able to get to this point.
Yeah, I mean, like we said before, it's a major achievement. Playing to your odds, making the top 8. Marcus is definitely no slouch. However, there is a meta-defying deck on the loose, and it is making short work of exactly these Draven decks. So favored. However, that does mean there's at most only 2 Dravens left. So Misfortune might have to show some more tricks up her sleeve if she also wants to win it from, let's say, a Victor.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be interesting to see how the other matches did. Have to see if they do give us some updates on that, whether the Victor is still in it, and which of our Ezreals won, and is our Aurelia still in business?
Yeah, because despite the fact there was a Draven in this match, we have been witness to quite the shakeup in the top 8 as we welcome Plus back to our booth.
I'm here. Man, what a great matchup. What is going to be stopping that MF Aurora? But as soon as I get in, they have a backup match. Let me know, because this is a bit more casting than I believe we committed to, but I think it's the backup match for the quarterfinals. Do you guys want to take that one down as well, or is it getting a little bit late for you guys? Let me know.
You're going to have to pull me off if you want to get me out of here.
NA, are you feeling the same way? Are you down to watch this Allen game?
Yeah, I'm down for this last game. We'll have to see what game it is, but it looks like it is
the mirror
both
match.
Side. Yeah, well, I mean, what game in the set it is, right? Because they just showed the sideboard. So
All right, guys, final game for you guys. Both quarterfinals backup match, and it's a great one to spectate. Alan ZQ, a fan favorite, as I said before, and it happens to be the mirror match, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you like Ezreal, of course. And I'm very curious to see who or what kind of style of deck, because we're seeing a pickpocket, but I'll go let you guys take it from here.
Yeah, as we get a short little look at the sideboards and what might be laying in wait for the future, our second quarterfinals match is taking shape. After a redraw, the Ezreals are facing off against one another, and man, it is one of my favorites. I love a mirror match because, especially in the top 8, where you get the absolute highest percentage of skilled players facing off against each other, it's really hard work to get a more level playing field than a mirror match in the top 8.
Yeah, that's a cool Ezreal build too, with the Downwell in the main deck, the Raven Blooms, no Mind Splitters, still playing Aspirant's Peak, so a very cool build. I did not get to see this guy play before. Was he on stream before? Someone was saying that Alan played him already, right?
Yeah, on the Friday evening in the pre-main events. And let's see if that was a fluke or if Alan can continue his reign of terror on Miracle Ezreal. It can't be denied that this man, once everything gets going, seems to have an answer for everything thrown at him.
Yep, and it looks like we are just going into game 2, as it looks like oh my gosh, the man land RFT. You know what? I'm just gonna say the man. The man did take game 1, and though it does look like Alan going first game 2 with the Obelisk is able to play that turn 1 Ezreal and a seal. Not too bad.
Yeah, Alan looking down the barrel of a match point already. He definitely hasn't been pushed this hard in the entirety of day 1 or day 2. Now it's up to him to show that he has what it takes to not only stomp the field, but to be deserving of a spot in the semifinals. And the seals coming out already. A pretty even start. Now, what is the weight of going first in this mirror match?
Yeah, this is not a mirror match I've spent too much time on, and especially with how different their lists are. As again, one of them, I did not catch their sideboards. I don't know if the player playing the Downwell is siding into Mind Splitters, because I imagine Mind Splitter would be pretty good in the mirror match, as it does seem like it would be a little bit more grindy, control-oriented.
It is tricky, because there is that critical mass that especially Alan's Ezreal deck accrues for itself, where it will have 15 cards on hand. And at that point, it's like, yeah, a single Mind Splitter is like a drop in the bucket. However, if you can suss it out beforehand and it can prevent it from reaching that critical mass, then it makes all the difference. It feels risky in a way. And that is a crazy thing to say about a card as consistent as Mind Splitter.
Yeah, and does use a combination of a Stupefy and a Bellows to take out the backlined Ezreal. Getting rid of that draw engine as soon as possible. It does look like he still does have another one in hand. Yeah, so is able to just play. The man plays out the second Ezreal in combination with the seals. Going to now see even more cards. Alan did commit 2 cards to remove the first one, but those 2 cards turned into 2 new cards in a combination with the Stupefy draw plus the Ezreal leader. So it looks like it was almost no cost besides recycling the rune.
Yeah, and I feel like that it really is the name of the game when playing against Ezreal. When you're even trying to address certain issues, it feels like you're playing against a Hydra, where for every head you cut off, 2 new ones grow back, and now they're also breathing fire at you.
Yeah, it's got so many sources of cards between the stack decks, the Stupefies, the Ezreal leaders, the Ezreal champion themselves. You just see so many cards that it feels like you just get overrun with card advantage, and then at some point the Mind Splitters start coming down, and then now you're losing cards. it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with.
The fact that runs like these are possible, where you get to go 12 wins in a row, is made possible by the fact that your deck is so consistent because it gets to see so many cards, right? The more cards you see, the closer it will perform to its absolute peak, right? Because once you have all the puzzle pieces, you can make the best picture. So the fact that these Ezreal decks are always seeing like half, 60, sometimes 80, or even their entire decks means that no matter what you throw at them, if they have equipped themselves accordingly, they will find that answer.
Yeah, it looks like Alan's already drawn pretty much half of his deck this game. Between all these Stupefies and the stack decks and cold shots and Ezreals and Ezreal leader. It feels like he's seen almost his entire deck. Is that like a 12 card hand or something already? It seems pretty insane.
I mean, look at these big mana, these big rune banks being built up on both sides of the battlefield. None of these players have accrued themselves any victory points. So we are really witnessing the long con in these battles. So you're going to have to keep your eyes on the reserves of these runes. How much resources do they have available to them? Cards in hand, and currently the rune war being won by the man himself. But the cards on hand definitely in favor of Alan. And which one would you rather feel, NA? Are you cards in hand or runes in the bank kind of man?
There's a point, right, where you have so many cards in hand that you just can't play them all, and you are limited more by your runes. So there is a happy medium that you have to find, and how much you value the value ramping up so that you are able to make these big plays late game with multiple cards. You know, something that is really funny that I just noticed is that they're 47 minutes in and they just started game 2.
Yeah, we are in for an absolute treat.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, the first, let's say, dozen rounds are consisting out of well, two young men looking at each other very angrily. And I mean, in a way, that can be construed as, oh, there's not a lot is happening. But in my head, it really feels like a Western, like a standoff, where both men are like hovering above their 6-shooter, and whoever draws first is the first one to hit the dust. So looking forward to see if that will become reality in this matchup as well.
Yeah, it looks like they're just both accruing resources and trying to find whatever piece they're looking for before starting to actually play the game. And as I say that, Alan does push up onto the Dreaming Tree here. This is a pretty big play. You get the draw, you get the ramp, and you're going to get rid of another seal. And I really do like these aggressive plays to remove the seals, because the seals end up giving so much value over the course of the game, especially when the games go this long.
Exactly.
So this pickpocket card is crazy.
Yeah, and especially, you know, when you are putting it the way you are, it puts such a strain on that economy. And look the way the tides have turned. Alan now not only Lord and Master of cards in hand, but also in the financial district, he is peaking right now, kicking down his opponent, looking to equalize, but still a long ways away.
Let's see another seal, though it looks like the seal was going to bottom. I think so. Couldn't quite catch it. Singularity, Fizz, Double Wages, a Rocket. I couldn't see the rest of the hand, but I mean, it's pretty stacked. At this point, you've kind of seen
what do you
most
need to
of your
know
deck.
at this point? If there's a card in his deck, he probably has it in hand currently. That is what you can take away from that little hand shot. Now, we are slowly encroaching on critical mass territory. The runes are almost fully channeled. The cards in hand, I mean, they're almost impossible to hold with a single hand. And I feel like, what is Ezra really fielding that can pull him back into the game?
I honestly don't know what the players are looking for. This is not a matchup. See, it's funny. I keep saying this because most of the stuff I've tested is Draven. There's a lot of Dravens, maybe like Ezreal versus Draven, or like these miracle decks versus each other. But I haven't played some of these more. This is an interesting matchup for sure. And it looks like he's actually gusting his own unit here to dodge the wages, which is super cool. Now can then just hold this again to if he does want to try and hit another seal. I really do like how this pickpocket card has just been really overperforming on stream so far. In all of the matches I've seen it played, taking out gold tokens, taking out seals. I really like how it interacts with the seals. You just get the kill the seal and you get a treasure token, all for the cost of 3 energy and 0 power. Like that, this card's incredible.
And you get a body. You get a body
Yeah.
to throw around to kind of secure your point here and there. Yeah, it dies to most removal, but I mean that is not something I will hold against a low-costed unit that has so much utility. Especially in this matchup, we've even seen it target gold tokens, where you're like, oh man, it's so nasty to not have access to that gold token.
Yeah, I will say Alan is ahead in runes here. Maybe the early pickpocket killing the seal, being a bit more impactful, is going to go up to 3, 6, 7, 8, up to 10 runes next turn. So if he is not playing next turn, I have no idea what he's looking for. Maybe waiting for the 12 rune turn.
And it's the thing that you should be worried about in this context, because it not only means that you have the access to a lot of bombs, but even when you have so many cards on hand, just a deluge of never-ending small bricks of a little touch here, a little cut there, and it can really weigh you down in the long con, giving new meaning to death by 1,000 cuts. And this definitely spells out doom. Bellow's Breath rarely ever entering play alone, usually has a big foxy friend laying in wait.
Yeah, foxy friend or a couple stupefies or maybe even another bellows. A lot of good options here to clear out that back line. Though I did not catch if it was repeated. I imagine it was. And then we got a fizz coming down. Let's see what it does copy this time around. It is a stupefy, maybe a chilling touch on both of them.
Yeah, and we have entered that moment of the game where there are multiple ways to lead yourself ahead of the pack.
Yep.
And it's a long one. Truly a marathon. And that is on top of already a full day 1 and 80% of day 2. And we've seen these decks require a lot of processing, a lot of different lines. With every card in hand, your options available to you grow exponentially. Piloting that and keeping a calm head after being so through the ringer 2 days in a row, now that is being a pro.
And so choosing to finally start shoving up on the battlefields beyond the pickpocket has committed to Fizz. So most of these lists are only playing 2. I did not see his list, so I don't know if he is playing the 3rd, but 2 Fizz committed means that there probably is no more follow-up Fizz unless we are bouncing it with...
For the man?
What was it?
For the man?
For Alan, as both Fizzes are on the board, right?
Here.
So you would have to go like gusts or retreats, right, to get them back to hand?
I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna send you the deck list. I made
excellent.
I screen capped them. They're in your messages.
Excellent.
Because
thank you.
when so many cards are being seen, and when the game is being played out till the stage that comes after the late game, the ultimate game, it is really insightful, because the chances of you drawing certain cards almost become like above 70%, right? When there's only a handful of cards left in your deck.
Yes, this is true. This is true. At some point, you will see everything. And it looks like, is this the 3rd seal committed? I want to say this is the 3rd seal, right? Or, and now the Fizz coming down. What are we going to copy? Is it going to be like a similar play? Copy Bellows and then go for like Stupefies? Or, no, it looks like copying, is that an Arcane Ship?
And I think what is worth highlighting in this scenario is the controlled measure that Alan plays this game with. He is not giving an inch to his opponent. Like, it is a grinding advance inch by inch, he is getting closer to that freeing 8th victory point. And honestly, the door seems quite close, because if you look what is available to the man currently, it feels like the answers are also only incremental. It only addresses small fires. And at this point, I think it's safe to say, the bloody house is on fire.
Yeah, I mean, resources are definitely in Alan's favor here. That being said, was able to clear the Ezreal. The fizzes are still on the board, quite obviously, but clearing the Ezreal is big. Does remove those repeats, the free repeats. It does end up adding up, but another pickpocket coming down. Is that all 3 seals killed by pickpockets?
That is value. That is value. And even if you do mirror through them, right, with the arcane shift, you have that threat always to your available to you. Now, Singularity, this is a big investment, and it is aimed at taking down the last standing bodies for our 8th place representative. And he is on the ropes, even though it is not yet reflected in the victory points. The curtains are slowly falling.
Yep. Going after the backline here, saying that I'm going to keep you off of units and maintain my card advantage. And at this point, I'm going to slowly creep towards the victory, as he can go push double fizz. And this will go to 6 points. So threatening game pretty quickly here.
And what can even be played against this? Because when you are fielding the Battle's Breath, I feel like only the Watcher can really bail you out on this one. But the investments, the way the units are spread out, you'd have to be investing so heavily across all of these battlefields and the base that you might be a little too late to intervene.
So it looked like the Singularity got walked back. I'm not sure if he either was told by the judges that he couldn't play it for some reason, or he just opted to not play it. Did cut away for a second there. Well, the units are still there, right? Well, he played the Vex, right? That's what he paid for, is the Vex.
All right.
So, and also opts to stay on odd points. Interestingly enough, I thought that he would go to even there and then threaten game on the next turn, but instead choosing to not do that. So fair enough. I'm sure there's a plan there, maybe going for a hold then instead on the subsequent turn rather than a double push.
Yeah, and I just keep highlighting it. It is, they are not giving themselves, they're not exposing themselves to a larger risk than necessary in this scenario. They are really, they are currently just holding on to the single battlefield. And they've been doing it for a while, just scoring on the hold and trying to put out all the small fires that are being initiated by the man, trying to claw himself into the game. But there is a big old bucket of water being splashed all over them. Each and every one is being met with the appropriate answer. And it's what we've seen in Swiss as well. And I think the white flag has been waved as we are heading into game number 3. A best of 1 to decide who will be making it to the semi-finals. An Ezreal is guaranteed, but which type, which flavor?
You are absolutely right. There is a Ezreal guaranteed. We will see at least one Ezreal, which is nice because it is a very cool deck to see. Very control-y deck, which it doesn't really feel like there have been too many really control-y Riftbound decks. It feels like
not at all.
Most things either go in the super aggro with like the Victor Azir decks, or you have the kind of stun decks with the I don't know what you call it. Are they called prison decks? Is that what Plus has said before? But the prison decks with the all the kill spells, and then you have like the mid-range with
out of the game.
Yeah. And then you have the mid-range with like the Draven, and then you have like the ramp decks with the Aurora decks, but not too much in the control aspect. And it feels like we finally kind of hit that with the Ezreal deck, which is really cool. I'm a big fan of this deck.
I think it is very interesting to call out as well, because as the Draven decks have shifted through multiple phases and multiple iterations of themselves, they were usually kind of more aggressive, and the answer to these more stalling decks, these decks that need time to find the pieces they need. But as they've been leaning more into mid-range, as they've been leaning more into these miracle setups that need quite elaborate setups to get the engine going, you give them more time. You're giving your opponent more breathing room, and that is exactly what Alan is making use of now in the Ezreal mirror as well, which once again is also not really geared towards early game aggression or punishing that development time required to be playing at your highest level as Ezreal.
Yeah, and it looks like a pretty solid hand for Alan there. I saw a Seals and oh wow, okay. So the man opts to go second there. Yeah. It's like opting to go second.
And it is surprising, but I think it is also safe to say that these games have not been decided in the first 3 turns.
Yeah, absolutely. They just kind of pass back and forth, build up the resources, build up a board, and then there's some point where they're like, all right, it's go time. And as we saw, Alan was able to score pretty quickly, efficiently dealing with all the units with the repeated bellows breaths and the stupefies and such. So controlling the board and then pushing that into a point lead, which then did cause the man the scoop. So we'll have to see if the same sort of game plan is developed again. I would not be surprised because it seemed like the way to go, not gonna lie.
Yeah, and I feel like we are being treated to the entire scope of the entire range of characters in games, right? Because previously we saw MF facing off against Draven, and it was tight, it was quick, and it felt like it was over in the blink of an eye, so to speak. And here we see 2 marathon runners, where it is not decided in the blink of a second. It is the marginal advantages that accrue over time, and it's the gains upon gains, the percentual gains over time that are eking them out into the situations where they can start kicking back on their opponent and leaving them behind in the dust. The winner of this game will be joining the top 4, will be winning a spot in the semi-finals. It is all on the line, NA.
Yeah, to me, and this is a somewhat uneducated opinion, so just from these game that we did
my
see,
favorite kind of opinion, hit me.
Yeah, I know. It feels like the kind of key to this matchup is these pickpockets, is how much value you can get out of them. Just killing the Seals over and over. And we saw that both players played their pickpocket like 3 times in the previous game. One Alan with the retreat, and the man with like gusting his own unit to play it again. So you can remove those Seals and then put yourself at an advantage. You get the gold token, so it's a pretty big swing there, right? So it seems like this pickpocket card is a pretty integral part of this matchup.
Yeah, and on top of that, you have 2 battlefields. Not only the ones right in front of you, which are 2 void gates, as the mirror match becomes even more mirrored, but it's the 2 battlefields of battling in resources of runes and battling of the resource of cards in hand. And where previous game we saw Alan running away with it, currently it's more balanced. It's more left in check as the man himself keeps up with the amount of cards to his disposal in hand. It opens up many more doors and leaves him nimble on his feet, more properly equipped to deal with the obstacles presented to him by the number 1 player at this tournament.
So it looks like the man is responding to something. It looks like the Stupefy is already in the discard, though. Yeah, it looks like maybe responding to the Stupefy with the Stupefy, I think.
Think it might be.
Oh.
Leaves him tapped out, though. And the
Yes.
field is clear. They don't have a lot of toys to play with as of yet, and I think that is even more interesting, right? Because once you have 20 cards in hand, the world is at your feet. Once you have 12 runes in front of you, the world is at your feet. But in these tight spaces, maneuvering is difficult, and every decision matters so much, has ripple effects deep through the game.
Yeah, this game looks like it's going off to a little bit of a slower start. Still, both players choosing to amass
Even
the
slower
resources on the
start.
first turn. but less seals being played down, and it looks like the man is actually starting to push up now. And we do see the retreat on the pickpocket here. I can only imagine. Yep, so pulling the retreat and then playing him out. So again, this pickpocket resource loop is going pretty crazy here. Does get to kill the gold token and get a gold token of his own. Staying off the Void Gate. Not really in range of a cheeky Bellows Breath.
Currently, the hand sizes are growing. And our very first victory point has been accrued. Hurrah! And what an upset it would be for our 8th player to be taking down the absolute top of this tournament. Dominant in day 1. Dominant in day 2 evermore. And now only a single loss away from having to leave the tournament himself. And imagine that. Imagine that performance on Ezreal and still not getting the medal card. That is devastating.
Yep, and so I don't think I see another pickpocket in hand, so the seals might be sticking around for longer than any other seals we've seen this game. It looks like going to be digging here, maybe trying to find that pickpocket, or what else could he be looking for here? Maybe a Bellows to try and clear that backline. I mean, Ezreal pickpocket looking juicy for another Bellows plus Stupefy like we did see before.
And I think that is where these decks really set themselves apart from the rest of the meta. Because there are not necessarily always these chase cards in the deck that you're like, if I play an entire game without seeing this card, I'm doomed, the way an Aurora deck might be doomed, right? Or a Draven deck without any spinning axes, to a lesser degree. But in this Ezreal deck, it feels like they're equally important / unimportant. It's really the harmony that they bring together that elevates it from a regular deck to one being able to end a tournament on this level, this high.
And does grab a retreat off that stack deck, so it does actually have retreat onto the... Yep, so seeing the exact same play come out, retreat onto the pickpocket, play the pickpocket, kill the seals. It is a never-ending cycle of these pickpockets. This card is quite insane.
There is no honor among thieves, and Ezreal is no exception to the rule, as he, a whole army of pickpockets are stealing each other blind.
Yep, and there is I say new card, but it is the first time I believe we've seen the Ravenbloom this match. Traditionally played in the Kaisa deck last set, finding its home in Ezreal this set. I mean, a lot of spells get cast. It can get pretty big.
Saying to people playing the game a few months ago, it's like, seeing a Ravenbloom is really a breath of fresh air. One of the most common 2-drops being demoted to a mere guest of honor spot in this Ezreal list, but it might be the difference maker.
Yeah, I can see it in the Ezreal deck. You can definitely play a lot of spells every turn. You can pump it up pretty big, especially with the free called shots, and all these cheap spells like the Gust, the Fighter Flights, the stack decks, the Wages, like a lot of really cheap spells that you can play. The Fizzes to play a spell from your discard. And it looks like we got another seals coming down. Okay, and Ezreal number 2.
Yeah, another target for pickpockets. And we can really start to tell now a little bit how this marathon is developing, who is keeping up. And I feel like as these resources available keep growing, as the cards in hand keep growing, someone has to commit sooner or later. But it really feels like the first one to make a move leaves himself vulnerable to being exploited. And I mean, we saw it happen. That's why you see these retreats being played over and over and over. But this is a new site. Rasa spotted, and that might be the bomb to swing this match in its favor.
So it looks like we're paying the gold token, and here comes down another seals. So we'll have to see how long this one survives. We know there is a retreat in the man's hand, so very easily could drop another retreat pickpocket.
And I think the card that we have yet to see in this particular game that might be extremely unique to the way Alan plays his Ezreal is that Vex.
That is true. The Vex did come down
in the previous
end of
game
the
we
last
saw it.
game, but
Yeah.
we did not actually get to see it really do much. Committing double seals here and another called shot, so maybe setting up for a big turn with some of the. I believe you said there was a Rasa. I see a Mind Splitter there. I mean, that could be a good one here.
Yeah, even just the information of what is in your opponent's hand, getting that to you, knowing how many retreats are still there, how many rebukes are to their disposal. Because even though they have the deck lists available, they don't know what they sideboarded. They don't know what is still up for grabs, what has entered from outside the game. But it's a big investment.
So it looks like Alan is finally starting to contest the board here. Pushes up Ravenbloom and Pickpocket going to 3 points. The man totally fine with this. I would expect a Okay, no Mind Splitter quite yet. Choosing to shove down the Pickpocket. Bye-bye another Seals. And 5 runes up, it looks like. Is that 5 or 6? Looks like 5 to me.
It is slow. It is grinding, and a single misstep could cost them a spot in the semifinals. Could cost them the medal card of Ezreal itself. The stakes couldn't be higher. And I think a Vex could really be the difference maker in this situation to start pulling away from your opponent. Because when you are playing this matchup, it is how you differ from your opponent that will make the difference. And currently, we've seen a lot of mirrored action take place, and the advantages gained from it are minimal. But we are looking for that pounce. We are looking for that strike, for that difference maker, that decider who will be pulling up ahead.
Decisions to be made here. So it looks like Fizz getting committed. What are we going to copy? Is it just a simple... Okay, so it looks like copying the Arcane Shift. So going after the battlefields here. I believe it was targeting the Pickpocket and the Fizz itself. Looks like it. So now
that is exactly what is happening here. And that leaves the gate open just a little bit.
Targeting the Pickpocket. Yeah, so targeting both Pickpockets. So he was able to kill the Pickpocket and then kill a Seal. So is that... I need like a running killed Seal counter, because it's got to be quite insane.
Higher than before, definitely. These Pickpockets really one step ahead of the meta. And we're going through the garbage piles, the discard piles, making sure, because like you said, it is information available to you. You are allowed to just put up a list and start striping away. Knowing what is left in the deck of your opponent is just as beneficial to yourself as it is to your opponent.
So there we see the third Seals. Does he opt to take it? I mean, the options here are pretty good. I think there's a Seals, a called shot, and I missed the third card, but all good options. Thinking about it. I mean, a lot on the line here. A lot of money on the line.
Yeah, you can't afford a single... You can't slip up. Like, it's like in these mirrors, the slightest unoptimized play might cost you the game, might cost you the match, might cost you the championship.
Mm-hmm. What is the play here? Still has 5 runes up. Nothing floating quite yet. Looks like still deciding on what he's taking.
You can tell how wary these players are to truly commit to a play, despite Alan having access to the Mind Splitter. Rather prefers to keep up the extra runes so he can address any threats emerging from the side of his opponent, rather than advancing his own game plan more aggressively. And I feel like this Mind Splitter that might be coming up in the next turn might open the door, give Alan more a sense of security to commit in a heavier way to a single or even both of the battlefields, because being up a single victory point is simply not cutting it.
And this isn't just for placing, right? This is the match for the medal card, right?
This is the match for the medal card.
Yeah, this is the top Ezreal medal card. And I mean, it's a lot on the line. These medal cards are valuable, especially when it comes to the first set 2 medal card, right? Because the first is always going to be the biggest, the most important, the one that people are really going to want. And this is going to be the first Ezreal medal card. Vegas coming up next week, but there's still a bit of time before that. And we see another Seals die.
Add it to the pile. Bring out your Seals. Bring out your Seals. They are being piled up currently. And doesn't matter too much because the gold tokens that are spawning, and here we have a real threat onto the board. It barely cost him a thing, as well as Rasa makes its way onto the board. Mind Splitter cannot prevent that anymore. And maybe rather safe than sorry is turning into sorry and maybe a little more sorry.
Yeah, and there's a lot to deal with next turn for the man, so Alan does need to either try to clean up this board a little bit or push up like a Mind Splitter, or has to start doing stuff on the board here, because that is a Ross that has a lot of might coming down.
And I mean, this is definitely the first shot being taken. Bellows Breath is being played as an answer. And I mean, look how vulnerable the man is currently. Only a single energy available. So it is the time to strike. And a Watcher is definitely doing just that. It's going to wreak havoc upon the board and swing the game firmly back into his favor.
Yeah, that's going to wipe, I want to say, the entire back line, because you just repeat it. And he's forced to retreat here. Probably retreating in Ezreal, I imagine. Ezreal or the Rasa. I guess you could even retreat the Fit. A lot of good options here.
A lot of good options, but you can only take the one. And
what do you want to save?
Even then, is a single one enough to provide an answer? Because that other battlefield might just be claimed and swing it even more. And as nothing is left on these battlefields, and Alan is reclaiming his spot at the top of the totem pole as he is inching closer to victory, to his medal card, and to the semifinals.
Yeah, that was a pretty crazy turn. It is something you need to think about, and I'm sure the man had it in his mind. He's like, okay, there is the potential of the Watcher Bellows, but does he have it? And it looked like in that case, the man just said he doesn't have it. Yeah, I mean, you have infinite cards, but right at some time, maybe he just decided and said, well, I don't have a shot if I don't do this, right? Like, I don't know.
It is our prediction really coming true. Yeah. Whoever draws first ends up in the dirt. And currently the man has dug himself a very large hole. Yep. Can he get out of it? He is definitely behind. You can't maybe tell on the resources department, but that is a very empty battlefield. And don't forget, that Mind Splitter is still available to Alan. This is true. So if he is not putting up a lot of threats on the battlefield right now, Alan might just waltz over him and slam the door shut. And you can see the elation in the crowd as well as the first real hits are starting to land. They're no longer paper cuts. These are punches with weight behind them.
Yeah, that was a big turn and exciting for anybody there in person getting to see it. So does play the Ezreal out. Looks like discarded a hard bargain. Did he have runes up for hard bargain last turn, or was he was tapped out?
No,
right?
he had a single energy up. He had a single energy. Yeah. It was really, really a Yeah, it was the opening that Alan was looking for, and he didn't doubt a single second. Pounced on the opportunity, and it is paying off in a big way for him right now. Now,
yeah, maybe a
the
little bit of
Wardcast,
a misstep, right? Because you could look at the rune count and kind of try and play around that. Like if he's going up to 9, you can say, okay, well, Ezreal, there's an Ezreal on the board, so cheaper repeat. So you have to play around the Watcher Bellows. So maybe forgetting a little bit, or maybe he just decided you don't have it. But unfortunate now is it looks like Alan can just either pass it or try and hold. I mean, this is...
yeah, the ball is in the corner of the man. It's up to him and the Mind Splitter, like we said. If you're not putting up enough threats, this Mind Splitter is looking to kick you while you are down. And of the few remaining tools available to him, he is looking to get rid of all of them, whilst also further developing his board. And he doesn't have to commit. He can sit here on 6 points. You are at the helm. You decide how the game is played, and it's up to your opponent to address the threats. And when your opponent is sitting on a single victory point, you are smiling.
It is a lot to come back from, and while there is a cool card in the hand, the Downwell, if Alan is really feeling threatened by it, it's just getting discarded here. But I don't even know if I'm threatened by that card, to be honest. I would be very happy to say, okay, I'll take my Mind Splitter and watch your back up. Sure, I'll just Mind Splitter you again next turn, and then recommit. But it looks like instead opting to discard it and saying, all right, the rest of your hand is not enough to deal with my board. Which it doesn't look like it is to me.
Yeah. Watch the discomfort from the Manland RFT. It is a big hole to be digging yourself out of. It's not done just yet, but he can see the writing on the wall. Alan proving once again why he is such a fierce and feared competitor, not only in Italy, but online as well, as his own Rasa is being answered on his own base. And with 3 battlefields, it is hard to hit him where it hurts. Can he answer with a bellowed breath and a Watcher from himself? I feel like anything less than that might not cut it.
Yep, and it does not look like that was drawn. I think it was a Fizz drawn for turn. Can he find the line here? It's a lot to deal with.
He's going over one more time. We might be seeing a concede come through in just mere seconds if he can't think his way out of this one. He has come so close, but his final hurdle is named Alan. Well, I think one of the highest marks in this tournament today. He has battled hard for that first placement. And man, even being a game up, it hurts. It stings. Can he get himself back into this game?
That was a really excellent turn from Alan. Absolutely what you want to see when you're staring down a big board like that. There's a Rasa, I think 4 3-mite units, a couple Ezreals, pickpocket, a Fizz, and cleared it all out. Absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal.
To highlight what has been taken away from the man, the Downwell. The card that could maybe get it, and there is the GG. It's a hard-fought victory for Alan, but oh so deserved, proving he is the best Ezreal in Italy, coming back from being a match point down to placing himself in the semifinals, securing himself the medal card. This man can do it all.
Yeah, that was really well played on both players' parts and very intense. It was long, but there's a lot going on, and I really would have loved to have a little seals destroyed counter because I think we hit double digits. I think we did. It was very entertaining stuff.
And we didn't even see game 1 like that. We including that, definitely double digits. But you could really tell how close it was. And the first one to take a step was really the one leaving himself exposed. But how long can you keep your cool? How long are you content building and building and building? Something had to burst and Alan knew exactly when to strike.
And I'm back in here.
definitely
Man, what a master class of an Ezreal strategy was displayed here in these quarterfinals. I was getting slightly nervous when we went and jumped into that backup feature match, finding Alan one game down. I think someone in chat mentioned that they had this matchup before in day one Swiss, and it was actually the man, I believe his name is Mateo, and he's a prominent MTG player, perhaps even a pro player in Magic the Gathering, so not an easy competitor to take down, but Alan just might be built different, built to perhaps take it all the way he's playing today, the way he plays in general. Can he be stopped? Are we rooting for Alan? Because I might be team Alan right now.
I mean, how can you not be team Alan at this point? I mean, he has had such a outstanding performance on not only day one but day two as well, and showing he mastered not only the meta matchups but also the other Ezreal matchups. You really have to be performing every single time at your highest level. This thing doesn't happen to people who are lucky. This is an absolute display of talent, and I'm glad to see it rewarded.
Oh, yeah, and rewarded he is, finding himself in that semifinals. Apparently, those are the only results insofar. Aurelia and the Randy's Draven are still competing at it, even though I have a little bit of spoiler from the caster chat. Have you guys taken a look? So I think we might have a pleasant surprise for these semifinals. But then Prismaticism versus Ghoster Driver with the victor. I have no idea who's going to take that down, but Ghoster, and wait a second, is it already semifinals time?
It looks like, because this is MF facing off against Victor.
Yeah, they're going so quick. Let's do our formalities, guys. Please go ahead and be my guest and do any little shout outs, any little plugs you guys would do. You guys deserve it. You guys killed it. If you guys saw some comments in chat, I think these guys thoroughly enjoyed your guys' casting. So thank you for coming on.
And hey, take it away, please. Oh, okay, all right, if you insist. You can. I'm gonna keep it brief. You can check me out on Twitter under Caster Bandit. I mainly do League and Riftbound. I have some interviews for the ERLs if people are interested on YouTube under Caster Bandit as well. And well, it won't be long till I'm back on Runes and Rifts, surely.
We love having you on Runes and Rift. It's always fun to cast, and it was a great
idea. Get out of here.
This might have been was it the first time we casted together? Yeah, I think it is, right?
I think it was.
Yeah, we've been. Yeah, I think it was. We've been following each other a lot. You know, handing it over to one another, but never together.
This is true.
And it was a true pleasure.
This is true. But yeah, great time casting with you, Bandit. Thanks for having me on. Plus, I'm NA45. You can check me out on Twitter _NA45_. I do a ton of Riftbound casting. I do card alters for Riftbound. You can check those out on my Twitter. And I also do a competitive Riftbound podcast that you can find at Seal of Insight on YouTube, where we talk about the competitive metagame in Riftbound.
The man does it all.
Follow. You do? Yes. I love card games. What can I say?
There we go, guys. I posted both of those links for these wonderful casters in the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat, but I'll go ahead and let you guys go. Take care for the rest of the day. Me and Alguito will be taking down the rest of these rounds. Semifinals will go ahead and begin now. I think, Alguito, are you in the commentary booth here?
Let's go, baby! Semifinals!
Welcome on in, Alguito. I am just as excited as you, coming in with the energy. We have our MF representative, the only MF making it all the way into top 8, and on the other side of the coin, the only Victor player representing the Victor fans out there. This is a matchup as old as time in Origins meta. In the previous meta, Victor would always get the upper hand because it would be a bit too aggressive and get right under the Aurora decks. But this Victor's built a teeny bit different than traditional old school Victors, so perhaps it's a bit more equalized these days. Who are we favoring here, Arguito, if you had to pick a legend?
Really sorry to be this person, but I think I'm going to have to go with the Victor over here, just because we know the MF is only running 7 units. So 20 kill spells to 7 units is kind of a bad advantage for the MF here.
Oh yeah, I couldn't agree more, right? I mean, to be fair, the units that he does indeed have are units that are able to dismantle the hand of Victor, right? You have those mind splitters to take out those singularities, the call of the week. But I mean, sometimes to counterpoint a bit, those are big might units. And if you, I mean, actually, I'm going to even counter myself as I'm kind of thinking it through. You have direct kill spells, don't you? You have those hidden blaze, those vengeance, the call of the week. So I will tend to agree with you. I think Victor has a slight favorable matchup. And if Victor's here in the semifinals, that means Prismaticism fallen short, getting eliminated alongside Randy in those quarterfinals. So I think the last stand for that team out there is Allen, and Allen is posed to look, he might actually find himself in that grand finals position, perhaps even the championship position. But first things first, let's get through this Aurora versus Victor matches, as Victor off to the races as he tends to do, and most likely going to be conquering up to 3 points here, 1 for the hold and then 3 for the conquer.
Yeah, Victor's put himself into a very good position. Obviously, most people who play Victor or have played against Victor just know that every turn there's always a token coming out, a fresh new unit ready to play. Unfortunately for this MF, they do have to ramp a little bit to get to their game plan going forwards. But with those cards that also do help with the controlling of the battlefields, it shouldn't be too hard for MF here to slow down the pace if they get a chance to. As you may have seen or may not have seen, our poor friend Randy did unfortunately fall to the Aurelia in the last round. So the top 2 games right now are MF into Victor and Ezreal into Aurelia.
Yeah, that seems like quite the fun matchup. I hope they give us a little bit of a sneak peek of the backup. At least one game. I'm down to catch one more game of Allen. I want to see how that Ezreal Aurelia matchup, because I know a lot of top level players were discussing a bit of a rock, paper, scissors meta. Draven being one of those, Ezreal being one of those, and then Aurelia. So Ezreal was countering the Dravens, and then Aurelia was looking to counter the Ezreals. Will that be the case here in Bologna? Or is Allen, like I said before, just built a little bit different here to win it all? He has to face off against Aurelia, but with this Victor here standing in front of us, looking to set up even more battlefield or board presence in general, develops out the champion unit, pays to go for it, and has 3 more runes available. Could probably generate another recruit token or try to save some runes open if he plays out a dazzling Aurora. But we know there's no Dead Bloom Predator, so at the minimum, I think Ghoster Driver will be holding up to 5 points, and then I think the game does get a bit interesting after that dazzling Aurora, but we'll see.
That's it really, as most Gila decks are running some form of removal, mostly salvage for the Auroras or for the lovely shuffles there, the last rights. It's generally going to be down to what can they sort of do against each other. Obviously, we see the Aurora coming down now on key tempo here for SebiQ. Are we going to see something good? Off the top straight away, we see ourselves a Mind Splitter, so show us those hands.
Let's see. And you might be slightly bit... did they play a Mind Splitter already? Let me go ahead and catch up with you. So hit that live button down here. And if they haven't played it, I guess it's throwing it back over. Oh, no, he's seen the hand of Victor. That's what it was. So, yeah, apologies, chat. We are all caught up with Alguito here. So, a Xinjiao Vengeance of Bellows Breath. I'm looking directly at those big kill spells like we mentioned before. The Hidden Blade, the Vengeance. Yes, they're a little bit expensive, but those are the ones that are going to be taking out your higher might units directly without too much effort. So, writing out the hand, signs of a high-level player. But it feels like that hand alone is a bit problematic for MF. I'm wondering what MF is thinking right now.
The issue they have right now is they can see there's the Hidden Blade in hand, and they've also got the Call, Vengeance as well. So 2 very impactful cards here. If there's a way to get either the Aurora off of the field or the Last Rites, I think the Last Rites might be the more important card here, as doing the killing, if you can keep those monsters units back into the trash, there's no real way to regenerate them back into the deck effectively anymore. So I think the Last Rites might be the key targets in here for those salvages, but right now we can just get rid of that big scary dragon any second we want to.
Yeah, and since he just did the Mind Splitter shenanigans, he realized there's no salvage to worry about, so does decide on the Vengeance, as that does end up killing any unit that attempts to conquer these battlefields. So doesn't have the cards we're talking about to take care of the Dazzling Aurora, so more than likely we'll be seeing another follow-up Mind Splitter after this next turn. So thinking about how do you try to protect yourself. I mean, Victor at this point could probably spam out 1 or 2 more units on top of the Victor Legend ability, generating an additional recruit token, and little by little, this board state getting out of hand. Victor's already finding himself at 6 points currently. Goes for, or could kind of go for that 1-2 punch, the 6th to 8th conquer victory. I know MF Aurora could get a bit out of hand. We saw the MF you recently pushed for a whopping 27 might on the quarterfinals game. But is Ghoster Driver electing to hold the fort down? Perhaps he feels comfortable with those kill spells in hand.
They go Call the Weak, try and get rid of any tempo they do have. Going into the MF, though, the orange MF we can see here, maybe they can get some Accelerate going on here to try and help clear a field, maybe going forwards. We could have had maybe the Xin Zhao come down instead, so we had a tanking unit, so they had to take the brunt of the damage first. So that could have been helpful overall, but no, I think they're in like a super good position to go to at least 7 this turn, unless there is some way to clear both battlefields on the side of Sebiq. But again, fairly good position to be in here for the Ghost Driver.
Yeah, definitely when we think about the simple fact that we don't have any Dead Bloom, so the only way you're going to be able to contest this board on this current turn, and mind you, Sebi has literally 0 points at the moment, so you could take your time, develop your board turn after turn. You don't even have to worry for an extraordinary 3 turns, which we don't see that often be the case. But what I was getting at, the only way you're attempting to contest these battlefields will be with the MF Chosen Champion coming in at accelerated speed, of course. But I don't even think that's enough, because we know there's 1 card looming in the hand of this Victor player, and that's going to be the Hidden Blade. So if 1 unit alone is coming in, which these Aurora players tend to be, if you don't have anything established already, you're swinging in with just a single unit, a Hidden Blade will be devastating. I think Ghoster Driver closing this out, we might be able to catch the other one, because this match is not going to last too much longer, honestly.
No, so if it's anything like this first game, there's a good chance that it's going to be a 20 to 30 minute round, and then yeah, let's just hop into the Alan versus the Aurelia match, and let's just see which purple deck can win. Yeah.
Yeah, funny enough, something I just saw in chat pointing out, I can't believe in Bologna it happened. We do not have a Draven in the top 4 out of all the players. Draven being the #1 most represented day 1, the highest conversion rate in day 2. But when the push comes to shove, it couldn't get the job done and find himself in 0 seats of the top 4. Incredible stuff. I don't think Riot is probably going to do anything about the quote-unquote Draven dilemma, because apparently at the highest level, players know how to play around it. And I tend to agree. I think at this point, everyone knew what to expect from Dravens, whether they're Miracle, whether they're traditional mid-range Dravens. I voted for Draven to take it all, but I guess in hindsight, these pro players understood the matchup so well that I guess Draven was a bit too predictable at these high levels.
I totally agree. I said that Draven, I feel like, had the edge of being the better deck on the day as opposed to being the best deck of the day. But I wanted something more like Ezreal or maybe a Fiora to turn up and kind of show people how it's done again. Maybe an Aurelia. But I'll take an MF and a Victor. I'm down for some set 1 cards coming in.
Yeah, if you told me at the start of day 2 what we're going to be seeing at the top 4 level, and you told me an MF and a Victor, I would just ask, what tournament are you talking about? Not the Bologna Regional Qualifier. And as we anticipated, we knew there was 1 card left in hand, and doesn't have the Hidden Blade. Goes for the Bella's Breath. What am I missing? Did he already utilize that the Hidden Blade before?
So unless his hand is off screen for us, but obviously in keeping for Sebiq, yeah, that does seem to be last card in hand. I guess he may have used it on a recruit earlier to get 2 draws, but it does seem to be strange that it has disappeared. And
it looks like chat helping us out. It did fall to a Sabotage getting removed from hand, so it makes perfect sense. but does have to worry about now Dazzling Aurora stacking up that Sigil of the Storm, following alongside that MF Aurora. And if that's a hidden card, maybe a fight or flight, it could be a bit of wiggle room that MF needs. You're at a single point versus a 6. Victor's going to be holding up to 7, so he has to rely on the Victor champion, a Poro, and 2 recruits to do all the heavy lifting. What would be the best card to have in hand? I know what I would like to see as the Victor player. Does he see it though? I'm talking about the Imperial Decree. Can he pull it off the top? Because does he actually have 0 cards in hand?
I can't see any hand on the table in the actual silhouette for himself. I thought there was a Xin Zhao still in hand, so I don't know if that maybe got used and was taken out earlier, or if it is just off of screen for now. So I think maybe it's those pink cards there next to him that are currently face down. Maybe that's his hand.
Yeah, it has to be. It looks like the rune deck there, but let's see if he handles it. It looks like the rune deck. Let's see if he has a hand. Unless he's just top decking here in these semifinals, he needs to get the hit of a lifetime. An Imperial Decree will be winning him the game, because right now MF is completely exhausted out on runes. Oh no, he does have a hand, definitely. The Xing Zhao, as you said, and picks up a pit pocket at that.
So yeah, like you said, Imperial Decree would have been the best card to pick out there. Cost you 5 ruins, 2 power, swing 2 of those poor little tokens in, or go one at a time, you might as well. Try and trick to see whatever that hidden card might be into activating itself, and then going from there. And then again, shouldn't he have held to 7?
Yeah, they should have given him the point, unless he didn't pass it back. But no, he already drew for turn, picking up that pickpocket as we pointed out. So he should be at 7. Perhaps production hasn't caught up to speed just yet. But more importantly, he has to close it out right here, right now. Puts out another recruit token, but doesn't look like he has it. Because right now you're looking at getting over an extraordinary 15 might with little 1 might units. And then you have to stay considerate of that one hidden card. I mean, there's really not too many options in terms of MF deck. You don't have to worry about too many body cards, so you just rely on the back of purple. So fight or flight is all I can think of, unless there's another card in mind from you, Agito. What can that hidden card really be?
See, I don't remember the list too well, but could it be maybe a switcheroo? Could it maybe be a Edge of Night, just some more equipment, just try and keep it a little more bulky on the side of the MF? But again, I agree. The best thing here probably would be that hidden fight or flight, as it makes the most sense in terms of like what you want to be dealing with on a battlefield here. Waste their units' powers. I'm trying to think, does Orange have anything that could be hidden currently?
Yeah, it has to be like 99% chance of fight or flight, but the Xin Zhao coming down when you have more than 2 recruit tokens, or actually I think it just strictly says units. When you have 2 units, you come in ready, so you're applying 4 more points of might pressure onto this board. But does he have enough? Victor Champ is for himself, so 8, 9, 10, 11. You're quite shy of that 15 total might, holding it down on Sigil. So I think Sebi might just be able to hold that Sigil of the Storm. But I wonder, I was going to say perhaps Victor could try to just hold onto the victory score. But of course, MF Legend will allow the ganking capabilities on that big old volley bear, ganking over to the treasure hoard. So that plan going out the window. Are we about to see a MF stabilize where Victor's at 6 points looking, or actually Victor's at 7 points, as we mentioned, unless we missed something? How did he clear the recruit token?
That's a great question.
He should be at 7. We're not crazy. I think chat's agreeing with us a little bit. He should be. I'm pretty sure, because he retreated. He has 2 recruit tokens exhausted in base. So it was one he generated this turn, and then one he brought back from the base, but passes on. Something we point out, he has breathing room, right? He has a lot of room to work with. Even in a Aurora conquers 1 more turn, you go up to 3. If they spend another turn holding, they only go up to 5, and then they can spend another turn holding, and they only go up to 7. So 2 to 3 more turns is what Victor has to work with. But you're kind of relying off the back of a bunch of good top decks, so it's kind of tough position, especially with the challenge eliminating your champion. So no more recruit tokens by playing, or by actually it wouldn't do too much. It's just taking out a 4 might unit.
Just trying to think of what you want to do as the Victor right now. Maybe walk in, 2 of those pickpockets is not going to be much use anymore. Try to fight the MF. One gets fight or flighted, then walk back in with the Xin Zhao and the some recruits maybe, just try and take it to go to 7. Or although technically it would be another draw because they seem to be missing a point. Are we going crazy? Maybe we are going crazy.
No. I think a lot of people in chat are agreeing with us. He moved back the recruit token, so he was at 6 on the MF's turn. He passed the turn, held to 7. I think perhaps it's getting a little bit later out there. Not literally, but we are about 9 hours and a half deep into the day 2 tournament. So we could cut him a little bit of slack, but the MF will be attaching that last right onto herself. So every time you hold / conquer, you will be able to get a unit back on the board, but you do have to hard pay for it, of course. I mean, there's really not too many units in the whole deck, and there's actually only 1 unit I want to say in the trash right now, and that's going to be the Mind Splitter. So we'll see. Oh, they're putting it back for the Dazzling Aurora, so completely just using that last right for the might increase of 2, because Dazzling Aurora will be able to play it out for free regardless. So I like this heads up play from Sebi.
Yeah, I was hoping that we'd have found the Savage by now when you could have popped the last right, just for that reason alone, as you don't want to be getting all these Mind Splitters in the hand and figuring out what you've got. Obviously, you've run 3. There's now 3 in the deck. We found the second one. So let's have a look at that hand again at Mr. Victor. Although, is it just a 1-card hand currently?
It looks to be the case. Oh, Wages of Pain getting taken out. Now he's on true top deck territory. I mean, the most extraordinary draw, as we pointed out before, it has to be that Imperial Decree, as I don't believe this Victor is going for the Grand Stratagem. I would imagine Grand Stratagem feels okay, but perhaps Imperial Decree does the job anyway, so not trying to be too heavy on those enders, on those closer type spells, so I can respect that. But I'm so used to seeing Victor close things out with Grand Stratagems, but it's still fair play. I think Imperial Decree does a little bit more with the Bellows Breath, of course.
Yeah, I think Imperial Decree is just more of a, I'm getting to do what I want to do. I have a big enough board of 1/1 Death Touch creatures now. I'm going to walk 1 in at a time. We can fight if you want to, but I'll eventually walk you down, and then I'll take my 2 points to go to 8, as again, we still seem to be stuck at 6. So that is the top deck that we really want to see. I don't think it'd be bad if we did pull off a pull of the week would be fine. You don't really want to give them the extra draws, but I mean, that would be,
A manufacturer is not exactly the idealistic draw right now. So yes, you could keep building your base. Yes, he did have a little bit of time to work with, but even at one point, if you don't draw what you need, I believe this MF Aurora, as long as she's able to get out all 3 Mind Splitters, that is an extraordinary amount of might to get over, especially for little old 1 might tokens like we're seeing on the board. I mean, there is power in numbers, but we got to count by ones, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 total recruits. That's all going to be trading to a single Mind Splitter. And then there's a big bad bear down below as well. So, things are going from bad to worse. I can't believe we're talking about a Victor running out of gas. I swear he was firing so heavily early on, but somehow in the mix of things, MF is stabilizing and she's doing great. I can't believe we're saying that. We thought Victor was just going to take it down so quickly.
That's it. I thought we'd draw into our kill spells. I thought we'd draw into our Imperial Decrees. I thought we'd just carry on the momentum. And then, yeah, turn 4, we kind of took our foot off the gas and it's just stalled the car. So hopefully we get a draw in a second that's going to push our game plan forwards. But either way, we can sort of push onto the opposite battlefield where the MF and the Mind Splitter is. We have enough might in the back there that even if you want to fight or flight us, this will change things though.
It definitely does. It kind of eliminates 4 more might pressure from contesting these battlefields, trying to look even easier defending for the MF Aurora. And Challenge is such a phenomenal card. So we've seen it to a lot of people's surprise. They're saying, how is this card so good? It makes so good use in decks like Aurora because of those big bodies that they're able to establish nice and early. Thanks to Dazzling Aurora, I think perhaps MF might be the best use case for a Challenge, honestly. Perhaps Set second best, and then Fiora somewhere in the mix there as the 3rd Mind Splitter. Or is that just the 2nd? Because I know he got one back from the grave.
That would be the 3rd one. That's the 3rd one. So if we see the next one, it's the 1st one.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean. So if we see the 1st one is technically the 4th one, right?
Yes, we've gone back around. We should still see 2 more bears, unless there's 1 or 2 in his hand. So overall, not too bad. I do think his hand was empty, so the Mind Splitter wasn't essentially removing anything useful from the hand. But again, having another fairly large body on the field doesn't really make you feel better.
Right.
Maybe
funny
we
enough,
can get, as I said, try and push into that other field there with all these cards on the field. I think we have enough here to actually try and take that battlefield, even with a fight or flight in the back there to remove us from that area. And then maybe if we get a call of the week.
Ooh, Algito, the hit of a lifetime. You have to tread very carefully because you have to be cognizant of things like bullet time, of course. But bullet time is only going to be doing a maximum of 4 power/4 damage on your units, which might be enough. But 1,000 tail watcher coming down, that alone should be able to do it. But if MF Aurora has a bullet time in hand, that will spell doom for Victor. He most likely will be able to conquer one of these battlefields, but won't be able to conquer both. Let's see. Ghoster Driver would have really slammed that down if it was the ideal card, but being very patient and thinking ahead, he's saying, wait a second, Aurora has 4 runes up. We've seen how devastating those bullet times can be. Am I going to play right into it, or do I have no other option? You just have to send it here, I think.
I think so too, and that is the problem right now. You are stuck in a situation of, it's the only card in your hand. You've got to kind of do that Hail Mary play right now. It's the best play you have in your hand, unfortunately. At least if you walk into one battlefield with just enough might, you can then hopefully walk into the other one with the rest of the might, so they couldn't do it twice. But again, it is kind of one of those awkward situations where you are kind of walking into that alleyway of doom.
Wow, and patience is the game plan out from Ghoster Driver. Unbelievable. I was wondering why he didn't even want to accelerate the Watcher, but I guess doesn't want to fall victim to that time. The time. Wait, bullet time is what I'm trying to get at. And funny enough, Aguito, he didn't even have it in hand. That was a proper bluff, but now he definitely has it in hand. He actually top decked it this turn.
See, I thought he had it. I thought he had it in his hand. He just drew something else. But yeah, sometimes, you know, just leaving those runes up can trick your opponents into thinking you've got something. We've said this before on the channel. You know, sometimes it's about bluffing. It's like poker. You got to try and give them that drop dead face. Just make them feel like they're having to work for the game a bit more than you are. And in this case, it worked out for him.
It definitely did. And, you know, something to be super mindful of for the Victor player, which is probably why he hasn't sent in those units before this turn. I mean, he has to send them in this next turn because it will be the last turn of MF holds, is that Volley Bear's ability. Every time you send a unit to a battlefield that the Volley Bear is not in, you draw a unit. So Sebi could have had a whole lot of card draw potential if these recruit tokens were sending onto the other side of the battlefield. But now I believe Sebi's putting on a huge Fortress of a Might field on that Sigil of the Storm, has the MF, the Mind Splitter, the Volley Bear, and perhaps even the final 4th Mind Splitter, as we said before, coming down most likely at the end of the turn. And with the time bullet, are we about to see the most incredible comeback out of all the Bologna? MF doing some incredible things today.
I mean, this gives you another draw if you want to use it. That might help, but I think we're a bit stuck.
Yeah, to say the least. I think you have to go ahead and play Time Warp because that's literally the only thing you can do, and then pray one more time. Can you see the Imperial Decree? Because I think Imperial Decree does allow you to play around bullet time. You could send in a 3 might unit, kill 3 might. Send a 3 might unit, do 1 damage a piece to each unit, take those out. I mean, it's still tricky, but it's a whole lot more doable than you're currently looking at right now.
That's the thing, yeah. You walk 1 3 might unit in, maybe gets fight or flighted. That's a shame. Walk the next 3 might unit in there, take out everything, conquer. Do the same again with the recruits. Maybe go 1 at a time this time. Poke them when you can. And as long as you've just got 2 bodies that can conquer this turn, because the UI still says it's 6 to 7, maybe we'll win this game.
Yeah, it looks like they just haven't even given them the point before because he was at 7. But either way, he still has to conquer both battlefields. The only thing he doesn't get for conquering one is the additional draw, the little pseudo conquer, if you will. But oh man, he's going in, drawing 1 for the Volley Bear, as we pointed out before, but sending in the Pickpocket, the Poro, and then I believe it's the Manufacturer and Watcher. So perfectly enough might to take down Or does he? That's 2 Mind Splitters, so 14. So 7, 2, 9, 11, 3 is 15. Okay. Oh no, 14 to 14 it looks like.
Yeah, 7, 7, and then the amalgamation of units you have in the back there.
Yeah, so just thinking about conquering 1, but 1 is not going to be enough as MF Aurora find yourself at 7 points. All she needs to do is hold 1 more time, and there's so many good cards in the current hand thanks to that Volibear player, so could elect to go ahead as simple as a fight or flight, sending one of those units back and completely changes the math, favoring Aurora. I think this is all she wrote. The plus side of things though for Victor, he has a sideboard, and I believe in the sideboard he has 3 salvages, because taking out the Dazzling Aurora before it got to this point might have been critical to succeeding here, as he did end up going all the way to 7 points. Imagine losing at 7. I would be low-key a little bit tilted, but that is how the cookie crumbles sometimes, and you have to keep your composure if you want to go ahead and move on forward into the potential of a grand finals position. And Sebi's looking good. Imagine us saying earlier today MF will be in the finals. That is unbelievable.
That's it. Game 1 is over with. And as chat is saying, yes, we were misspeaking there. You'd have to send in 1 unit at a time to do the pings of damage, as it is essentially 1-1s with Death Touch. Yeah, a great showing there from what MF Aurora can actually do, which is apparently drown a Victor in his own units, which I wasn't expecting to say today. But I wasn't expecting to see Victor in top 4 today either, so today is a day to be unexpected.
Yeah, Bologna is full of surprises, and I am here for it, so well played. And GG, MF Aurora, just 1 more win away from finding ourselves in that grand finals. And like I said, I would have never anticipated not only a MF deck to go through, but an Aurora deck. A lot of people weren't giving Aurora that much credit, but apparently it's still strong, because I know Aurora at one point was worth about $100, and it's finding itself somewhere in the neighborhood of like $40 USD currently, so it's quite fallen from this heyday, of course. And we get a glimpse at the full deck list here. If some people are just joining us, that is only 5 units in the entire deck. It's crazy talk.
Yeah, it is an absolutely astonishing amount of units in that deck, and yet it works. So, who's to argue when somebody's currently in top 4 and they know what they're doing, hey?
All right, he's done so well this whole weekend. Day 1, I forget his record, but he is the number... I think he's number 2 seed. Alan's number 1. Sebi is number 2 seed. And then I think this Victor might be number 7 seed, or the 7th seed. But you know, funny enough, he has some gear removal in the main board, but that's just a 1 of salvage, and has the 2 in the sideboard as we mentioned before. So I think that is his only out right now. Granted, he should be on the play. He should be more aggressive than he was before, because I think MF might have been on the play being that 2nd seed, of course, so has a little bit more of a favorable setup going into game 2. But in a world that he doesn't see his salvages, perhaps is still going to pose a problem, that MF Aurora against the Victor. So things are going to get rather interesting, but a lot more interesting than we were giving credit for, weren't we, Agita? We're like, oh, 10-minute match in game 1.
Yeah, we thought by minute 7 this was in the bag. Ghost Rider was at 7. The opponent, CBQ, was at 0. It's like, come on, guys, this is a done deal. And, well, he won, so it wasn't that much of a done deal.
It really wasn't. So let's see, of course, how these sideboard inclusions will change up things. I think, as I pointed out before, the salvage is the only thing that's going to be shaking up things in this game number 2. But salvage alone, not only will you take down a Dazzling Aurora, he was desperately looking for a couple more card draws to dig deeper into the deck. And salvage actually draws 1 once you kill a gear, even if you didn't kill a gear, since they changed up the rulings recently. But a treasure broker starting things off for the Victor player. Passes it on over. If this is a catalyst of Aeon, that is the optimal curve to start things off for the MF Aurora. And that is the top 4, and that is indeed a catalyst of Aeons. You can't get much better than that, can you?
No, you can't really. Obviously, going first for the Victor, as they get to choose on the obelisk here to go for free, it's going to help try and push you out a bit more earlier on, and gives you a chance to get those kill spells out when you need them. I think Sebiq's going to be in the same position he was last time. He's going to just let the Victor get away a little bit, get those points up, and then all of a sudden, boom, here comes a big monster.
Yeah, and just like we saw in game number 1, off to the races, 2 double conquers in a turn, so going up to 2, and you still a little bit away from that Dowsing Aurora, so most likely will find himself up to 4 points, unless, of course, you go ahead and develop out your chosen champion, which would kind of throw things to a mix, because if you do, well, you're at 2, 4, 6 currently, you're going up to 8, then you would go down to 7, because actually you would go down to 5, because I believe MF costs a power, and then Accelerate would be that additional power. So that would put you 1 off from that Dazzling Aurora game plan. So you probably can't even do that. So this is a tricky situation. As we said before, being on the first turn for Victor does favor him ever so slightly, or maybe more than I'm giving him credit for. Here he goes though. If he doesn't have the Aurora, stack deck is one way to try to dig deeper into the deck and locate it. But it doesn't look like he found it. He found a Sabotage in the challenge, but funny enough, I believe he's choosing the call shot. Maybe a signal that he doesn't have Dazzling. I haven't been able to check his hand. Have you?
No, his hand is currently empty of Dazzling. It's 2 Fight or Flights, Hard Bargain, and the challenge, and the call shot, obviously. So he is kind of obviously struggling to get to that position of having his game plan online currently. And again, like you said, we'll get that MF out just so that way there is a body on the back there to kind of threaten a battlefield take next turn. Overall, though, currently in a great position here for Ghost Driver. 4 points already on the board. Do we have anything to sort of deal with this MF in the back there so you can just kind of keep them off tempo for that one more turn? As you kind of just need to slow them down just that ever so little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is a Call of the Week. Whenever your opponent just has a single unit, that is a perfect card, right? You take care, or you just sacrifice your own little conquered recruit token, take out the MF Aurora, and if they don't hit the Dazzling Aurora, that's going to be a hold up to 6 points. Feeling good about that, because the most you can do is a Mind Splitter hard cast, but he doesn't even have any units currently in hand. If he whips the next couple of draws, that's going to be a GG, as easy of a scoop as we almost saw in game number 1, but we did see we can never truly count MF out. But that's with the Dazzling Aurora to back her up. In a world without DA, I think things would have been drastically different in game 1, which it might be the case here in game 2.
Yeah, and that's it. They are currently sitting in a clock of 2 more turns until that's basically game over for them. This could be that game where we said 10-minute game and then it's done. There's nothing really in hand you want to use against the MF. Obviously, they're not on a battlefield. You can't just Hidden Blade them. Is it worth hiding the Hidden Blade just in case?
I guess for a little bit more card draw, in my opinion, never a bad thing. You might want to save the Hidden Blade for those bigger might units, so I could respect both. In my opinion, card draw in this perspective doesn't feel all that bad, but I guess if you're taking those Mind Splitters into consideration, perhaps you don't want to reveal more card information to your opponent. I do like what I saw in hand. He's holding on to the salvage, so he's actually praying the DA actually... If the DA comes out, the salvage will be taken out because of those Mind Splitters, unless he ends up hitting the Volley Bear. So it's a little tricky of a situation as Victor retreats everything he had besides the Honest Broker and no Dazzling Aurora. But I believe there was a call shot, right? So he can do a little bit of digging this turn.
Dig a little deeper, and then worst case scenario is maybe we can just build the back line. Dig a little deeper again as we got a second call shot there off the top. But do we find the Dazzling is the question.
As one more look at it.
So do we have access to the Dazzling now? No, we do have a Sabotage though, which could hinder some plans to the back there. Obviously, if they just want to use that and get rid of that salvage, that could be an issue in Eternal 2.
It very well could be. Let's see, of course, he's sacrificing, or I should say he's investing a whole lot on the find the Dazzling Aurora, because he's floating all these Chaos Runes. At one point, if he doesn't hit, he has to play out something. And oh no, Sagara, Gus, and the Catalyst of Aeons. This does not feel good to be the Dazzling Aurora MF player. When you don't hit, it feels disastrous. When you hit, you feel like you're smooth sailing. Everything is easy. The day is as bright as ever. But right now he is staring down a storm and doesn't feel comfortable. Is that the third call shot? I don't even think he has enough Chaos Runes at this point.
Do we dig? Is the question. Oh, That is not a spell, sir. Got to put that to the bottom. And then, unfortunately, we get a gold. It's not too bad, you know, get a gold for a little bit of fighting. It's all good, right?
Yeah,
But
never
no, I'm
too
quite
bad.
happy to see what's going on here. Both of them are in excellent positions to sort of push this game forwards. Unfortunately, on the side of the Sebeku, though, they do have 4 runes available that need to be spent this turn, as otherwise they'll be going to the discard pile to be recycled into the rune deck. We do have a catalyst in hand, though, so that way we can spend it effectively without having to lose too much overall.
Right, and I believe there's actually a total of 5 runes because of the MF writing one of those energies. So spends 1, most likely going to be something like, spends 2. One was the floating, and then one was the actual floating one. So mobilize coming down, and I believe, as you mentioned before, could go ahead and go for the Catalyst of Aeons, but isn't really what he's looking for. So goes for the challenge instead to try to most likely take down the Victor chosen champion, of course. Kind of just dwindle the board, but that's just not really progressing your board state or your game state in general. I mean, you eliminate some of the back line, but it looks likely that Victor should be able to double conquer next turn, as he should have a kill spell in hand. I can't remember exactly what he does have, but I'm willing to bet this is Victor we're talking about. At the minimum, he might be able to top deck into... Actually, doesn't he still have the Hidden Blade?
Does the Hidden Blade.
Right.
As far as I'm aware, the only spell he has that's a kill spell is that one Hidden Blade. But there's so much might on this in this back here that you can just push 6 might in, 7 might in maybe, and then take the other one for the sake of it, because at that point MF can't really deal with you currently on this turn, as that is a fight or flight currently hidden on the battlefield.
Yeah, so it has to be a little bit considerate of that fight or flight, of course, but a Hidden Blade, it only affects units at the battlefield. So funny enough, the fight or flight can be used on the MF herself to retreat safely into base, but perhaps Ghoster Driver thinking about a potential different line so far. He does pick up a Bellows Breath, but I don't believe he has that 1-2 combo. The Imperial Decree Bellows Breath would be taking down, I guess, just a single unit. Better than nothing, because even if you fight or flight, you're able to target the back or the base wherever it moves, as you don't have, it doesn't like fizzle. You're able to still choose here as a location.
A Rex Tide, don't see it very often. A kill spell with a body. We love the dragon, so why don't we love the shark, right?
Oh yeah, Riptide Rex coming down, doing 6 total damage on the MF, but that as the same as Hidden Blade only targets units at a battlefield. So in response, we'll be reacting to that trigger, sending the MF back to safety. But that just leaves an open battlefield. So Victor loves what he sees the open battlefield, looking to conquer right away. Sends the go generating unit at that, and that is the 6th pivotal point. 2 more conquers, 2 more holds, and Victor will be bringing us to that decisive game number 3, and that's gonna be a big one indeed, because this one I don't want to say is rather unlucky, but that was about 3 card shots, digging what 2, 4, 6, 8 even more than that deep in the 40 card deck, and you still don't hit a Dazzling Aurora. That has to be borderline a bit unlucky for sure.
So yeah, it's 12 cards deep, plus the 4 or so turns of draws as well. First 4 cards, you've gone at least 20 to 25 cards deep in that deck already, so Ghost Rider split this deck perfectly for them.
Intentionally putting all the Dazzling Auroras at the last 50% of the deck. Funny enough, that just ends up happening sometimes. Goes ahead and passes it back over to Aurora, and you don't even have enough runes at this point. And to make matters worse, you don't even draw what you need. But even if you did, you had to do so much digging for the DA that you don't even have the rune economy to play things out. I mean, at best you can do is hold up a fight or flight, perhaps play a sabotage to protect your MF or to protect your MF in general. But yeah, that's 2, 4, 6 total runes. That's not enough to work with for MF.
No, unfortunately, it's too small. They did draw. Sorry, they do still have a cool shot in hand that they could use, so he could do 1 more rotation of looking for this Aurora. But as you said, I do believe they are 1 card too short on the following turn to even play that Aurora out on the turn. So I think this is going to go to Ghost Driver. But overall, it was kind of the difference between the 2 games: getting the Aurora out and actually doing some damage, and never finding that truly magnificent equipment to gear to even be able to sort of push back into the following of the recruits are the main strategy.
Yeah, very well said. It looks like a drastic difference between this game versus the previous one we just witnessed. And perhaps game 3 has some surprises of his own in store, because that is most likely where we're headed. Let's see if production does indeed give him the 7th point, because he didn't give him the 7th point in game number 1. So he holds the opposite power up to 7 and now has a Riptide and a handful of recruits in the manufacturer to push on onto MF Aurora. I believe you would test the waters with Riptide Rex first. Or I guess he's doing 3 damage so that you only have to send in 2 recruit tokens. But that could be a little dicey. 1 fighter flight. I think at this point you play it safe and send 3 recruit tokens just in case one of them gets sent back.
Well, no, you just Bale of Breath instead, then repeat it so it does 2 damage. And then, yeah, there you go. She's done.
And Alguito, they're not giving him 7. What's going on? Maybe the button to press
there
7
we go.
is
There's
broken.
now. A bit late now. Yeah, I don't know what's going on this side for poor Ghost Driver. Apparently, it's only 6 points or 8 points. There's nowhere in between. There is no 7 points to this poor man. But yeah, that's kind of what you want to see from the Victor. The Victor doing everything they could in their power to just keep themselves pushing forwards or trying to keep themselves a little bit more reserved in the hand. And unfortunately, MF not really being able to do too much other than dig 20 cards deep and still not finding the power card for the deck, which obviously happens occasionally. It's just a shame when it happens at such a high level that they are now in the top 4 of this event.
Yeah, such a crucial matchup for them to get a little bit unlucky. Granted, I think in the quarterfinals matchup, he hit Dazzling Aurora all 3 games against our Draven player here. But now trying to study the open deck list, there's only 8 players remaining. Actually, scratch that. There's only 4 players remaining out of 1,719 players that came to compete in the Bologna Regional yesterday, starting things off in day 1. We are at the final moments of this epic tournament, and it has been an incredible tournament at that. I am so honored to be able to spectate with a whole lot of great people like yourself, Alguito. But let's see game number 3. Is it going to be as straightforward as we saw maybe in game 2 without a Dazzling Aurora to be found? Or is it going to be where MF stabilizes and tries to control the board once those big units come online? So this is it. One of these guys will be packing it up. The other one will be progressing on forward into the grand finals. Will it be a MF versus either an Azir or not an Azir? Will it be a MF versus an Ezreal or an Aurelia? Or will it be a Victor versus Ezreal and Aurelia? You know, just saying those legends out loud, it's something I would never have anticipated myself.
Honestly, yeah, I could imagine saying, hey, we was in top 4 for set 2, and there's an MF here, and there's a Victor here. The other 2 decks we can see happening as that happened just 2 weeks ago in the last regional finals for China. But it's honored to be here with yourselves, and everyone has done a fantastic job this weekend. I've been watching from the sidelines, and everyone's done an amazing job to keep this event looking smooth as possible. But game 3, and it is the MF on the draw. So, doing anything good here, going first. Oh, ramping.
Ramping as they tend to do. Most likely we'll be starting off with a mobilize. Perhaps I need to hit the quick little like button just in case I'm behind, because I think you're slightly like 2 seconds ahead of me, but it should be all good. But something to keep in mind, it is an aspirant climb, so if Aurora needs any more breathing room to try to establish those dazzling, establish some bigger units, he has it right here in this game number 3, which tends to favor the longer game. Victor tries to close out as fast as possible, but you're giving him the option of trying to you're giving him the problem of trying to conquer at an odd ratio. So you have to go 2, and then you maybe just conquer to 3, and then you go even tempo from there. So it's a little bit trickier to get this job done. But Victor is a heck of a legend and probably found himself in this position before in this tournament. He said he's played in the winner's interview when they interviewed. He said he played a little bit of everything, which is kind of funny to think about. You would think someone would play like majority Dravens, majority Aurelia, but he said he played a Ornn. I think he said he played a Rumble. That just goes to show you how much diversity was out in Bologna, which is super cool to see.
Yeah, we saw the list for day 1, and there was a good representation for everything. I don't think anything had a single one-off deck there. I think the lowest may have been 2 or 3. But again, it's just been a good seeing from people to go out and play the decks they want to play. People who are playing some of these off-meta picks like the Victor that have shot through. And yeah, some people just don't find themselves playing the brand new decks and enjoying them, and then want to go back to some of their fan favorite decks.
Yeah, that is so funny.
But
And thank you, chat. I didn't realize the bar was still on screen. Why is it not? Why is it still on screen? There it is, chat. Thank you so very much. For some reason I couldn't notice it. I was so tuned in on the game. So shout out to you guys for helping us out as the Xin Zhao comes on in a ready position, pushing on forward into Aspirant Climb. Voidgate gets conquered as well. So 2 nice little points to start things off for the Victor player. But now the runes are available. There is a big fat question in the mind of all of us here. Is there a dazzling Aurora on that turn 3? Does he have it? Does he pick it up? Let's go ahead and see.
He does. He has it. And now he's going to slam down a Mind Splitter or a Bear. Mind Splitter. There we go. Overall, though, but as you were saying before, it is one of those weird things when the point scoring system is on a 9-point board. Generally, from what I've seen, though, from the Victor, he's generally going to 5 points and then starting to take his foot off the pedal. So maybe that's where we'll see him do the sort of the splitting halfway through the point score. But that Mind Splitter coming down is going to cause a lot of issues for the poor Victor if there's anything good in that hand, which I don't think we've seen too much of currently in this game.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. I don't think they displayed the hands from Victor just yet, but it looks like I believe Sebi might be another Poland player because these guys came to play. Alan is from Poland, I believe. Sebi has a whole lot of fans from Poland because I recognize the guy going crazy over there in the community section. I don't want to butcher his name, but I could spell it out for you guys, which I'll save you guys the trouble from that. But I recognize him. He's a prominent Riftbound. Actually, I think he's a prominent League of Legends caster out there. So shout out to him. I know he knows who I'm talking about. So they are rooting for their fellow companions. Can Sebi and Alan, 2 Poland men, or Polish men? I don't know. You might know better than me how the proper term is, but 2 people from Poland might be able to find themselves in the grand finals, which would be pretty cool to see.
Yeah, it will be. It's nice to sort of see the European representation taking home the first European event. As you saw, though, that Mind Splitter saw that salvage and went, get that out of your hand. No, thank you.
Yeah, salvage completely taken out as quick as he can, right? No, thank you indeed. You're having to hope to see another salvage because right now that Dazzling Aurora posing such a threat to your path to victory. And now he has a vengeance. He has a Riptide Rex, and he does have the Imperial Decree that he was desperately looking for in game number 1. But you know, where one Mind Splitter comes, there is more because of the Dazzling Aurora. So that Imperial Decree most likely would never get to play out for the Victor player. And he's thinking ever so carefully because he does not like his position currently with the salvage getting taken care of. It is a tricky, slippery slope right now. You're only at 4 points, so you're nowhere near. You're not even past the halfway mark right now because of Aspirant Climb. Is this giving Aurora the edge? Oh, this is tricky. I'm very keen to see how it's going to play out from here.
Yeah, part of me is like, do you just want a vengeance just to try and get the Mind Splitter off the back there, as the only real accelerated unit could be the MF, I believe, just to try and put yourself into a position where you are keeping these points 4 ahead. You want to be trying to go for 6 points next turn, send out 2 recruits, but obviously we've seen in the back that the Imperial Decree is there, but we do know there's 2 more Mind Splitters somewhere in that deck. So how important is your card and hand advantage?
Right, and I believe at the bare minimum, he does have one of those Mind Splitters in hand. So if he wants to go ahead and hard cast it, he will be able to do so. And let's see what he picks up. It looks like a Chasm of Aeon, so nothing too impactful. So could go ahead and play out the Mind Splitter and then perhaps get the 3rd Mind Splitter from DA. But first things first, a stack deck. I don't think he has a 2, 4, 6. Okay, perfectly 7. So does have the ability to play out that 2nd Mind Splitter, which most likely might just be the more optimal line at this current state. So does see 3 new cards. But at this state, he's feeling good. The question is, where does he want to try to defend? Because I don't think you want to hold down the Void Gate. So most likely leaning towards that upper battlefield in the climb. And you will defend for at least 14 total might. But you have to stay a little bit careful because of those skill spell potentials. Yes, you could take one of them away. But that Imperial Decree is there. The Vengeance, I believe, is there. So which one are you truly going to take away is the question.
And as you said, you don't really go on the Void Gate. The Rex there goes from being a 6 damage to a 7 damage spell. That means goodbye to one of those Mind Splitters if it does come out that way. Vengeance is probably the least of the two worrying kill spells, as the Imperial Decree just turns every unit into a kill spell. So again, it is just your pick your poison moments. Do you want to get rid of a body? Do you want to get rid of a kill spell?
Yeah, and I'm more surprised at the simple fact that he's not really contesting these battlefields. Perhaps he feels comfortable. He knows Victor's 2 more turns away from even contesting that 9th final point. So thinking carefully, I'm personally leaning towards Imperial Decree, but it looks like he has something else in mind, the Vengeance. No. He changes. Oh, no. He does choose the Vengeance, surprising enough.
I think maybe he's concerned about it just being killed on this play here, as you do have to kind of put a bit more effort in on this following turn. But you could just also play the Killer Rex, do 6 damage to it, and then walk 2 units into the Mind Splitter.
Yeah, you definitely can. I believe at this point, it only takes a single unit if you want to be a little bit careful. But hides most likely, as we said before, a fight or flight. So I think you do have to invest those 2 units, as we said. And here goes the final Dazzling Aurora. Will be a Volibear? No, it's actually the final 3rd Mind Splitter. So perhaps take in the Vengeance in light of most likely hitting that final Mind Splitter and just ripping the Imperial Decree right after him. And look at the Poland community. I mean, this is the whole community out there representing. Someone saying no, they don't believe. But this is the guy, the green hoodie. I recognize him from Twitter.
So yeah, they did take out the Imperial Decree, unfortunately, but we do have access to that Rex still. We can still walk out there and try and take one of those Mind Splitters out on this turn. For the fun of it, why not? But you top deck something good? Question mark? Because you do have to kind of hope for something right now. Maybe a salvage just to try and pop that Aurora so you can't get any more bears jumping on your face. Get another draw. Try and push something forwards. We do have 7 runes to work with this turn, so it's not the worst thing. Was that a salvage?
Oh, let's take a look here. Slightly bit ahead. I'll go ahead and catch up when he draws the card. What is he going to be hitting off the top for here at home? That's a Riptide Rex ripped off the top. So not enough, especially when you don't have the Void Gate to follow up and give a bonus damage. Because Riptide could have killed one outright, but now has to do some math. You have 2 Zinjiaos go up to 8. On his broker goes up to 10. And the 3 recruit tokens bringing up to 13. So you're literally 1 might shy from even trading. What is that, 6 for 2? So honestly, not in a good position. Who would have thought? You asked any good Riftbound player, you said, okay, who's winning, an aggressive or slightly aggressive Victor kill removal type deck or an Aurora MF deck? I think a lot of people would have picked the Victor player, unless I'm crazy myself, because I was definitely picking Victor to take this one down in the semis.
I vote for Victor, so yeah, I don't really have a leg to stand on there, unfortunately. But as I said, try and run 2 small units in there just to ping that 1 damage on the Mind Splitter in case that is a fight or flight. Yeah, that's the worst situation to be in. You just don't do anything to that 1 there, and now you just walk, as you said before, 8 might into that unit.
Yeah, so does Fighter flights his own Mind Splitter to protect it for the next turn. I love what I'm seeing. Of course, you leave that other Mind Splitter rather exposed. The 8 might from the double Xinjiao is gonna be enough to take it down. So does get a 5th point online, so effectively 2 turns from lethal. But that lethal honestly might as well be a marathon away from this position right now, because how are you truly going to take down 2 Mind Splitters, a Volibear coming down? You could even develop out your chosen champion at that. So little by little, I think Sevi's going to start running away with this, and then he's going to be in a position where he just leaves runes up like we saw in game number 1. He's threatening out those bullet times. He has rooms to play things like challenge, and he hit the Volibear. If it was only 1 down the road on that deck, would have been perfect for him. You play something out and then you play the Volibear for free. Doesn't end up working that way. So I believe, Alguito, there is currently no units in the deck for Sebi.
Unless the other Volibears in the trash, there should be 1 more Volibear in the deck, as there is 2 running in the deck.
Okay, there was 2 then.
So what you do now, I guess, is you will just walk a monster at each battlefield just to get your points go to free, and then you will just Aurora into the next Volibear in the deck. So not terrible, just we're getting there at the slow climb we expected.
Yeah, I mean, not terrible at all. You are talking about defending with 17 might apiece, 34 total might collectively on both battlefields, and there is a Riptide Rex. And what is that? 2 recruit tokens without a decree. Even with the decree, I guess with the decree would be pretty good. But as we saw, Victor's actually only deciding to play 2 Imperial Decrees. I don't remember if there was an additional final third one in the sideboard, but in the main there was only 2. But let's see what Aurora has. So does establish out her chosen champion. Doesn't decide to accelerate it, just saving it for the following turn. Leaves 3 runes available on the opponent's turn. But as we said, the DA most likely will be allowed to hit, or will be getting the Volibear player, but gets the last right. And if he holds, that means there's another Mind Splitter able to come down. Those last rights does so much impactful plays for Aurora, especially when you're only 5 unit cards in the deck.
Looking for the bear. Can we find the bear? He's a pretty big bear. There he is.
Yeah, super hard to miss.
Worst place for the bear to go, just because if you were to have any additional damage spells, you're just ramping onto the bear, as he doesn't have deflect. But you are just keeping something safe, so it's now on to Victor to try and push down these gated walls, unfortunately.
Yeah, tricky position for the Victor, and he's rather really low on hand size right now. And credit to Ghoster Driver completely not giving up to the bitter end, because right now I'm completely discouraged if I'm the Victor player. But of course, that attitude wouldn't get you here today in the top 4 position. So writing down all the cards, or all the more important cards shown from the Dazzling Aurora, just in case he could try to play around them when he absolutely needs to. But honestly, you can write down all the cards you want. And oh man, I don't think anything's going to be allowing you to get you out of this pickle, because right now Aurora has a firm control of this current battlefield, of the current board state in general. But everything can change with a nice little Imperial Decree top deck, as Aurora's completely tapped out today, so you don't need to worry about anything like a bullet time ruining your game plan.
That's it. And also, we're in a pretty good position here if we can just get maybe a salvage, get a draw going. Maybe if they run a progress day. I didn't see if they did or not. I know some are doing that as a draw spell, as it's pretty darn good overall. Yeah, that will just also eat that poor Mind Splitter right there. No, it's dead, good sir, as it took 7 damage. There we go. And then it's just a really, really big bear that we have to get past. I think he's 12 or is he 13?
He's 13 with shield 3, believe it or not.
Great. That's the issue now. Yeah. So I mean, next turn we can walk in there. We can fight the big tanky bear with the sharks and a couple of recruits.
Yeah, it's honestly going to take more than just 2 sharks to just take down a single bear. And that's not even thinking about the double Mind Splitter on the other side of the battlefield. So little by little, MF Aurora will be holding her way up to victory. And that's another DA. And you do have that one Volibear we mentioned before. So now he's for sure 100% out of units in the deck. How do you play it from here? Because, I mean, if he does top deck an Imperial Decree and he takes down every single unit you have, you lose the game right there. You no longer have any capabilities of conquering / scoring remaining. You can't use last right because there's nothing to hold. I think in that situation, you always have to leave 1 unit in the back line, right? So I think that's why the MF is just hanging out back there, doesn't want to overextend, playing towards all your outs. And he's just showing his opponent all of the cards left in the deck, because there is no longer units, unless there was a sideboard edition we're forgetting.
No, the Mind Splitter from the last rights put it to the bottom with a cooled shot, I believe.
Oh,
so
true.
Top card should be a cooled shot, so that means they can kind of dig into something they need, maybe a bullet time, maybe a challenge, just try and dig a little bit deeper, something to sort of give them back line recursion. There is 2 more turns really till CBQ has this in the bag, which I think might be looking more likely by the second. I do think that... Are they looking at the cards revealed?
the cards revealed from the deck, right? So he's jotting down what's left in the deck. What can he possibly pick up? What's going to be hindering his game plan? Does he have something like a bullet time? Because if there's none left where he's looking at the deck, he most likely could conclude that the bullet times are in hand. So he's kind of just getting as much information as possible to deduce what kind of hand he has to play around in that 3-card hand of MF. So I can respect it as a really good sign of a high-level player. But honestly, I hate to say it, but I just don't think it will be mattering unless, of course, the heart of the cards coming into play. Can he top deck that beautiful Imperial Decree? He's never wanted it more than right here, right now in a top 4 predicament. Can you do what you need to do? But, oh man, there's 4 runes available for MF right now. So perhaps a time bullet or a bullet time could kind of spoil things, but it's tricky because you could go 1 by 1. It's kind of easier that way.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what the plan is here, because you're at 1 point ahead of Sebiq. Sebiq's last... Oh, there we go. Sebiq's current last unit is in hand, because the other one is currently in the trash. The bear can't go to a battlefield unless it's moved there. So, do we just fight for the Mind Splitter battlefield and then just hold onto that for the rest of life if we could? That's maybe the only one that's got left, because you're just ahead in terms of point advantage now, and you just have to essentially stronghold it if you can, which I think is also the other issue.
Yeah, I think you said it best, if you can, because of course Misfortune has that ability to send in the Volibear from one battlefield to the other one, completely taking them out, whatever's left after the Conqueror. So I think is a whole lot easier said than done. Even if he tries to hold, even if he takes down double Mind Splitter with that 16 total might currently with the last right, I think the Volibear player on top of the MF hit sitting in the back line will be able to go ahead and contest and conquer it away back towards your favor. And going up to 7, now the final 2 points. We are closing out this semifinals match number 1. Ideally, they would show us a little glimpse of the semifinals game number 2, but I could see a world where they might just jump straight into grand finals. If these are indeed pre-recorded, perhaps someone knows if Alan's doing good, or I won't even ask chat. No spoilers, no spoilers. I want to find out if we do get it as backup feature. I don't want to know who ended up winning.
Yes, I'd like to see what's going on the other side of the table. Right now, I really wanted them to push into that Aspirant's Climb the turn before, as they had enough units on the field to sort of keep control of that what they could. They wouldn't have been able to play the Mind Splitter, and they wouldn't be able to put the MF there. Are we out of units now? I think we are, right?
No, yeah, I believe, unless all the units are on the board in the hand, right? I think there was a Volibear in the hand. So just doing this for the formalities, as it is part of the Riftbound rules. You have to go ahead and play things out as they're intended to. So yeah, we're seeing the DA 2 bullet times. If there's a third bullet time, you could kind of deduce there's no bullet times in hand. There's 2 challenges, so you know there's probably no challenge in the hand as well. Funny enough, I do think there's a single challenge in hand, believe it or not. But Ghoster Driver seeing the entirety of the Sevi deck, and I don't think it's going to be changing too much unless, I keep going back to it, unless he top decks the Imperial Decree. There's about 30 to 20 cards remaining in the Victor deck. Is one of those going to be super fortunate to pick up this very next turn? Even at that, it does depend slightly what the MF Aurora has left in hand as well.
I think the issue in that sense is you go to 12 ruins next turn for the MF. If you somehow top deck that Imperial Ruin, this doesn't hurt, but I don't think it helps.
Yeah, totally right. So let's see, throwing it back over to the Victor player, and the time is now. MF on the cuffs to find herself in the grand finals of this Bologna Regional, and that's a good unit, but it looks like the Poland community backing up his boys, saying, is he going to be winning? They're celebrating. Did he win already?
I'd hope not. I hope this is going to be a turn where Ghost Driver actually tries to push through a play, because this is basically your last chance to fight the MF where you can. The issue you do have, which was what I was saying before, was you have 12 runes, I believe, on the side of Sebiq next turn, which means all they have to do is play out the bear, drop down the shovel onto the bear, and then all of a sudden you've got 2 units back in rotation for Aurora again.
Yeah, that's a really good point, right? You do have the recursion with those last rights and with no salvage to be found, because if you had a salvage, take out the DA. If you had a salvage, you would take out the last right, but not feeling good about no salvages in hand, but the feeling decent about the Watcher coming down. I think you have to take care of the Volibear unless you're going to be allowing your MF player to draw a bit more cards in hand, leaving her more wiggle room or picking up that bullet time, of course, but doing the proper math, sending in a Riptide, a Watcher, and 2 recruits. Is that enough though? Because shield 3, so that Volibear is just going to be defending for 10, and then the Mind Splitter will be defending for 4, so 14 collective might down below on the Void Gate. Watchers a 7.
15 there currently.
15, absolutely, yep.
Is that your play? It's like, yes.
He's saying, is that your full commitment? Because you have a combat trick in hand, and he has 4 cards remaining. He's saying, if I go ahead and fight or flight the Watcher, there's no way you're double conquering. So let's see what he has in store. Does he have that combat trick we're anticipating? He's saying, okay, 15 might, if I take out one of these bigger might units, and Aguito, he does have it, the fighter flight getting developed or getting played out and sending back most likely that 1,000-tail Watcher. So now you're able to take down, I believe, just one of these units. And Ghost Driver, wait, they all die because of tank. Of course, the Volibear player not only has shield 3, it has tank, so not even able to take down the simple Mind Splitter. Things are just going so terribly wrong for this Victor player. Has some couple units, but you can't even take down either of these battlefields. I think he's seeing the bigger picture. I think Sebi will be a MF Aurora in the grand finals of Bologna. Who would have thought? Not very many people, but he's
giving it over. There we go. Congratulations to Sebi. I said before, probably should have fought on the turn before, sat back a little bit too early, I think it was, just to sort of give his opponent that extra turn to put 2 more units on the field, and unfortunately did call for his own sort of sacrifice in that 3rd game there. As you said, though, I'd love to see the other top 4 table if we get a chance to, but that was a 70-something minute game, so that, as you said, he might just go straight into the last round of the day. But that was great to see something a bit different compared to everything else. Currently, Sebiq has been accosted by some of his Polish brethren, and he's now been escorted out of the premises.
Yeah, he is getting carried by the team. Team Poland getting represented, and that was awesome to see. Look at him having a blast, getting lifted up in the air. Are they going to do that to perhaps Allen if he makes it through? But Allen doesn't have the Team Poland. This is a true Team Poland, because correct me if I'm wrong, chat, isn't Allen also Polish? I'm pretty sure if memory serves me right. But yeah, Cheeky, is Ezreal versus Aurelia on the other side of the top 4 battle, or the top 4 matchup. So we have no idea. And chat, I'm very hesitant on reading you guys. I'm very worried you guys are going to spoil it for me. I'm used to watching everything live. We check out those Chinese regionals, and that is real time. These Western regionals do have the pre-recorded matches. So I know there's some of you guys at home that know the matchup win or loss for Allen. I don't know. I want to take a glimpse. Oh, I read it. I got spoiled, chat. I'm going to pretend I didn't see anything. / you guys are just trolling me. But let's see if we get a bit of that secondary backup match, because I'm right there with you, Aguito. I would love to see that backup match.
Yeah, and as a lot of people said, yes, it does. If it is the case what they've said, it could very well be a very Polish day down in Italy right now, enjoying some of those lovely mockers and cafe lattes, if they wish to.
Yeah, looks like they're going on a on a transition, and there we go, ladies and gents. It looks like it is a full Polish Grand Finals. Allen ZQ, a world champion from Legends of Runeterra, and Sebi, probably no stranger to high-level competition as well, but MF Aurora versus Ezreal. There's no Dravens to be found. They all been eliminated, and now we will be crowning the first ever Ezreal or the first ever MF Aurora. That is awesome to be saying out loud. And now let's think in and break it down just ever so slightly, Aguito. Is Aurora just problematic for a lot of decks without gear removal? Or, oh, and I think they're moving on to another stream. Let me see, chat. Chat, is the main stream, let me refresh, because I think sometimes Riftbound goes to another stream.
They just seem to have died for me as well, so I'm not too sure if they are transitioning over.
I think they're transitioning over.
There we go.
Wait, where is it? I'll just click on the live one.
Let's say there is a link in the actual original stream.
Okay, this one seems live, so let's go ahead and bring that one up. I have
You'll
the
see
chat
Medic
on the
doing
side. Okay, let's do it. And it's live, right? This Agita, what are you seeing on your stream? The buildings?
See some buildings, the sun, and Ezreal flashing in and getting caught and then instantly dying and then blaming support. People walking through the Riftbound. A Fiora, I think she's the best top laner, despite the fact they changed how her ultimate worked years ago.
Right.
Oh.
And also,
And the beautiful
man, what a fantastic event. I don't think I could have asked for anything more out of this Bologna Regional. It makes me just that much more excited for next week in Regional, back-to-back Riftbound action. This week in Bologna, next week in Vegas. Is it going to follow suit? Are we going to see the downfall of Draven? He was standing tall up at the top of the meta, but not having a top 4 being represented kind of signals to me, as I said before, at the highest level, perhaps he's just a bit too linear, which is interesting to see because I feel like Draven can do it all, but I think players just understand how to play him. What is your experience against Draven, Zagito? Do you feel like he was always a bit oppressive, or is there outs to him?
I think with Draven, it's very much he just wants to fight constantly, and I think once people realize that, hey, actually, I don't have to fight you constantly, that's when the ties start to change back, because I think a lot of people only really see Riftbound as an aggro game a lot of the time, and I think when it's come to these new prison decks, the control decks, these I don't really want to deal with you on battlefield kind of decks like challenges, singularities, voids, calls, hidden blades. It's all about really just stopping Draven from getting the extra card draw through himself. Hidden blades will give you some card draw, but overall it's just to slow down Draven as much as possible, and I think that's what we've seen a lot of the time now. People aren't willing to just fight a Draven until they just realize they're just so much bigger than them and have a option to deal with the switcheroos that sometimes are hidden on the backfields, or a way to dismantle a spinning axe that may or may not fly down towards you when you're battling Draven. But from the ones we've seen today and yesterday, it does seem to be more of a case of people just realize, I know how to deal with Draven now. And I feel like for whatever reason, despite the fact that China did have that full month to sort of integrate the gameplay with Draven, Draven was just a lot more aggressive, and people were just letting them do it.
Right. I think it just goes to show, as you mentioned before, players weren't literally playing around the Draven. They were giving them those combat wins. They were giving them the card advantage. But when you strategically play around and sequence your card accordingly, the game plan completely changes things up. And we've seen all these players here today, at least the final top 4 players, proving that to be the case. So well done. As I said, I don't think we could ask for anything better. I was worried Draven was just going to go on a crazy streak from over there in China, bringing it over to the West as well, but things are looking bright. Things are looking different for the remaining of the Spiritforged meta. Expect a whole lot of Ezreals in your locals coming forward. Expect a whole lot of MF Aurora, because apparently she's still rather busted right now. Is the strategy just 5 units, Aguito? Is that the best way of building MF in your opinion?
5 units in the deck feels very rough to me. I don't know if that's just a person who likes to play more units than that, and I do feel the current units in most decks is just a bit low, in my opinion, as you've seen with all these prison killing decks. But with a deck that essentially goes, hey, I'm going to play a big unit out for free, and if you kill it, I'm just going to put it back into the deck, or I'm going to play it for free from a Lost Rights. It doesn't matter too much, does it really? Once you get your combo going, you've got the Dazzling out, you've got your Last Rights on the field, you got a monster just to essentially run away with the game. It's just done and dusted then.
Right, exactly right. I think it all goes to show how impactful Mind Spitters are, because we saw Mind Spitters out in China as well. They were just hard casted from the likes of Annie, from the likes of Draven, but when it comes out for free from something like a Dazzling Aurora every single 3 turns in a row, that's when things get a little bit carried away, and they're showing us the top 8 bracket one more time, because could be a bit of an indication that we're heading ourselves into that grand finals rather shortly, which means, guys, we didn't get to see any Ezreal versus Aurelia game plan. I was really looking forward to that matchup, but perhaps production knew that Allen would have ended up making it to the grand finals either way, so we at least get to see a bit more Ezreal action. And funny enough, perhaps the scissors isn't necessarily cutting the paper as a lot of high-level players would have expected Aurelia to take down Ezreal. Or I think Allen is just too good of a player himself. So it gave him a little bit of a sweat. It was a 2-1 victory. But now we're moments away from the grand finals. Chat, make your predictions in chat. Who is going to take it all the way? Is it Allen ZQ or is it Zebi QQQQQQQ? Who are we rooting for, guys? Ezreal or MF? I want to see what more people are, what most of you guys are thinking.
I would like Allen to win, as I believe he was the undisputed champion of day 1 and 2 overall. So it'd be nice to see the actual, in brackets, winner win it all for that chicken dinner. And I'd like to see MF kind of push out, though, because a lot of people thought that, you know, Gear's dead in this format. Everyone's going to be siding into it. Everyone's going to be main decking Gear hate. There's no way you can get through to this. There's no way you can play Dazzling Aurora anymore. You're just playing yourself here. And who's in the finals, eh?
Yeah, right. You said it best. Who's in the finals? Two legends that were completely under the radar, at least over there in the Chinese Spiritforged meta. Ezreal doing some good things, but it was more of that pit crew, go in, go out strategy. But this one's completely different. A whole board of Vex, a whole combat trick potential, the frigid touches, the bellows, breakfast, the watchers, 1-2 combos. There is nothing wrong, I feel like, with this deck. The arcane shifts has so much play potentials. It honestly, your opponent, if they're not thinking about every single intricate line of play or things to play around, those arcane shifts will be catching you off guard. You could arcane shift your Fizz, you could arcane shift your Watcher, you could arcane shift so much of your units that is actually high value in a lot of situations, and it does 3 damage on top of that, right? So it's such a powerful card. I think a lot of people weren't giving credit to that card, but I believe people will be indeed following suit Allen's game plan. I'm pretty sure, guys, check TCG player, check card market. Arcane shift should be increasing from this regional alone.
Hey, from what I saw earlier, it was about £8.50 to £9 in the UK, and someone said in chat earlier that it's gone to about 25. So
wow,
over the course of like 2 hours, it's tripled in price.
There we go. Goes to show the impact of these regionals. So hopefully someone caught wind. Maybe you guys are just Ezreal fans in general and just wanted to play his signature spell. But let's see when we're going to bouncing in. There's no backup match for the grand finals. This is it, chat. Only 2 final players remaining, and they are an incredible sight to see. 2 of the best players out of all the players that came out in Bologna. And Orange is saying, why is Allen running Morbid Return? Why not run Morbid Return? If you ask me, you could bring back your Fizzes, you could bring back a Mind Splitter, you could bring back any single unit that not accidentally went to the trash, but that you unexpectedly traded or so. So I think a one-of cheeky little Morbid Return is pretty good in Ezreal, honestly. How do you feel about Morbid Return, Agito?
I think things like Morbid Return, is it Faded Portrait, the forecast one that gives something temporary? I think cards that people don't expect to turn up are always good. Maybe not necessarily for shock horror, but definitely because people just don't imagine something like that being a card in a deck. A lot of people don't want to play around the temporary keywording, and not many people are running things like Janners or Rengars or Shens for the most part. I believe the Shen's the one that can sort of trigger on the temporary timer, so you can sort of swap places with it as it dies.
Right.
So you can get the holds. But I think a lot of people are just sort of skipping around like the purple spell cards that aren't essentially just the draw power cards.
Right, it feels that way sometimes with Chaos being so dominant. And funny enough, it looks like there was a Dazzling Aurora buyout. They were going for about 30 to 40 USD. Apparently, they're going up to $70. Who did it, chat? Who ended up doing the Dazzling Aurora buyout? You greedy people. I mean, it's the name of the game, right? Sometimes that ends up happening. But real quick, Agito, before we get into this grand finals, let me run to the restroom real quick. Hold it down, guys. Or hold it down, Agito. I'll be right back. 2 seconds.
Okay. So, let's say, as we haven't done it for a while, thank you so much for being here today, summoners, Riftbound players, and everyone in between. We appreciate you being here today. Obviously, you could have gone and watched the main guys, but we certainly appreciate you came over here to watch us guys in the back. Thank you all for the new subs as well. We do appreciate you coming in, wanting to come back, as we always appreciate your support, as it does mean a lot to us, both mentally and in our hearts, which I'm sure is also mentally. Hopefully, we're going to get started soon enough-ish. I know they want to sort of start the rounds around the half-hour mark here, so maybe 8:30 is when we should start this game. Hopefully, though, soon it shall be starting. And yet, anyone out there who did sort of pick up those arcane shifts over before the weekend started, or those dazzling auroras, you've done well. Keep me in your back pocket in case set 3 brings that swing even better. But I'm looking forward to seeing what we get here. Again, I don't know if Alan has a way to deal with the equipment in the back. Those pickpockets, I think Alan may be running. Not sure if they're sideboarded or mainboarded, but I don't think they're going to be dealing too much here in the back, except if they give him a gold. So that's going to be the issue there on the side of Alan. And again, I don't know how much the units on the side of MF can really deal with all this minus might, all this dings for damage, anything that's really can keep anything on the field long enough, because you have to be able to get things back into the deck if you want to keep playing units, and if you kill everything and you can't equip that last rites again, then you just don't really have a way to play into that game plan that you have as a infinite generating unit loop. Unfortunately, that is how it goes.
And Aguito, thank you so very much holding it down. It looks like we might be moments away from entering our grand finals. Real quick, I forgot to say, Aguito, do you have a second screen or do you just have one in front of you?
I have the one I'm looking at with the camera behind it, and then I have the one which is where I've been watching the games. So I do have 2 screens. Do you want me to share screen with you?
No, not share screen. I wanted you, because I believe a couple people in chat, and I know BMU posted in the caster chat that we were slightly out of sync. I think for the grand finals, it would be nice if we watch the same stream. So I know I have it up right now, but I know it's a little bit tough with the Discord quality. You think there's a world where you could have the better quality one on the side and then you're looking and casting from the one here?
Yeah, if you want to put it in the
I have it up. I have it up.
Yep.
Do you see on the turning casting VC that says live?
It lines up when they start to change together.
Wait, what did you mean?
So if they both turn off at the same time, then I know that they're both synced up.
Okay, you're watching both. Okay, gotcha. I'm gonna press the live button. Chat, guys, I press it, but you guys do know what I'm doing. I'm streaming on Twitch and I'm streaming on YouTube at the same time. So I think the nature of just dual streaming / the internet speeds in general, perhaps YouTube kind of getting overloaded, and it puts me back by about 4 to 5 seconds, which causes a bit of the desync that you guys are experiencing. It's not truly game breaking, right? And no one's gonna go cause an uproar because we're missing Aguito saying something 5 seconds ahead, but it could be nice for the grand finals just to close things out. And Kid Leo, you know you're excited. MF is in the finals. Who would have thought? I know I wasn't given enough credit for MF. There was a lot of people that really believe. I know Estelion over here in our community Discord, he played MF Aurora, was one of the 3 remaining MF Auroras in day 2. So big O shout out to him. And then I think it was Vero. He's one of the more prominent MF Aurora players as well. He kind of popularized her out in Orlando, and even before then, I believe in his Metafy. So yeah, Aurora made it into the grand finals of Bologna. I guess it's still a great card, apparently.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to this. I think a lot of people just unsurprised by MF, at least, just to be that person sitting on the fence. Ezreal was one of my top sort of 3-4 legendary / champions to push it into at least top cut. And Alan proved it was not only just top cut worthy, but apparently winning everything in his way worthy.
Right, and try and think a slightly bit ahead. What is the interaction for Ezreal for these Aurora decks? Because I know you have things like Factory Recall, but that just puts the Dazzling back in hand. You don't effectively eliminate it going forward. It does slow down your opponent, which allows you to kind of creep up under the Aurora, but they don't have... Pit Pocket only does 1 energy or less, so it's for the gold, it's for the seal. I'm trying to think, how does Ezreal take down a DA once it comes online? Chat, help us out, or Aguito, help me out. What is the removal for purple and blue?
I'd say, as a rule, I don't think blue has anything other than what someone said earlier was rockets.
Right.
Rocket barrage. That's repeat it for 4, so for 8 ruins, it does 8 power worth, I don't know, No, it's Killer Gear.
No, it's
So
Kill
for
the
8,
Gear
can
outright.
kill
You could choose either 4 damage or Kill the Gear. So that's the perfect card. I completely forgot about the newest Spiritforged cards, Rocket Barrage. The question is, I do remember Alan running 1, but I think you're going to be a little bit lucky to find 1. I would imagine he needs at a minimum 2 to 3 in the deck. If he doesn't main board on 3, I know he wishes right now in the grand finals he definitely did. At the minimum, I believe he got here for a reason, and gear is so prominent in Spiritforged, so I'm going to bet he's at least sideboarding 1 or 2. So I think he's looking decently good with those rocket barrages, because if you're able to take down the Mind Splitter, or actually it's the other way around, as we saw the Victor, he had the salvage. So if DA comes online and you don't have more than 1 rocket barrage, perhaps is all good for nothing, honestly. So it's going to be tricky because it has to stay alive. It has to stay in the hand of Alan to do the heavy lifting, right? So it's going to be tricky. A lot of people are saying it feels like a bit of an unfavorable matchup, but we are talking about Alan. Did he prepare for the Aurora? Did honestly anyone prepare for the Aurora matchup is the big question here.
That's it. I don't think anyone really did prepare for Aurora specifically, as the only other thing with that kind of costage would be Vanguard's Armory. Unfortunately, no actions in the deck for the Ezreal, but you know, we can always try.
And let's see, these caster predictions were all wrong. My caster predictions, and oh, I forgot to ask because we were so in the heat of things. Aguito, I mean, it's a little too late now, right? We know who's in the grand finals. I should have asked Bandit because he was here earlier as well, because I try to do caster predictions for everyone that joined us this weekend. We had a Draven. We had, I believe it was an Aurelia chosen to be up in the champion seat. And then Annie and Kaiser. So every one of us was wrong here today, and showing that this was rather a big surprise for a lot of players. I wonder how this is going to be shaking up the local scenes for everyone at home. Agita, what were you playing at locals right now? I think I saw, are you really playing Renata right now, or are you dabbling with another deck?
I walked into locals yesterday with 0 set 2 decks ready, and I walked out with 4. So yesterday I played for the first time Azir. And God, he's very power hungry.
Is he? Okay. Is it just what does he use that costs so much power?
It's mostly just the equipping. The equipments we need to get like slightly bigger units, or the Shears. Shears are quite expensive to play because they do cost a unit, a power unit to play.
Okay.
And then I think everything else just comes down for a regular unit runic cost. So it's not so bad, but yeah, especially the shears. And unfortunately, a lot of my games started with me having both my shears in hand and the only equipment available.
I see. So a rather unpleasant experience from Azir. And guys, for anyone just joining in on the stream, we are moments away from the grand finals of the Bologna Regional, and they're displaying the prizes because one of these players are going to be walking away with 6,000 USD. More importantly, the champion prize, the Blade of the Ruin Queen, the alt art. I could only imagine how much that card will sell for, because Alan already got the Best of Kaiser card and he was itching to sell it. He was almost looking to sell it right there at the moment in Houston, but trying to find a buyer for 25,000 to 30,000, it's a little tougher than you would think, right? So I think he's looking to sell the card, but of course, perhaps it will be going in the way of the MF Aurora player. And yeah, I forgot to finish the question or the answer there. It's a MF Aurora versus a Ezreal in the grand finals. That is what you guys are tuning in to see. A matchup, as I said before, a lot of players did not anticipate it going into this current regional. And I like how they do the prize pool. They kind of pay everyone out up to top 32. Do you feel good if you top 32, not only for the accolade, but you walk away with 250 bucks, right? That's at least a booster box, I feel like.
I think for a lot of people, it would cover like the cost of flights and like the hotel for the weekend. For most people, obviously, sometimes those cheeky hotels do realize there's an event going on and bump those prices up just before the event goes live. But mostly 250 would cover like weekend expenses, like going out for meals, travel fare, getting to and from the venue. So it's nice to just have some money in the back pocket. But again, I think a lot of people here are just here for fun. First European regional. Some people obviously said that they are there for the best of metal cards, which are worth some money.
Oh yeah.
So I think anyone who's really top 64 has a way of walking back with some good pennies in their pocket.
Right, and you know, at the minimum too, and let me know if anyone in chat actually has these cards on top of the best of metal cards. For anyone out there in the Bologna, those prize wall, they're called plated cards. I guess they wanted to clearly distinguish between the metal cards and the plated cards. Did anyone in chat get the plated cards? How much are they actually going for now that there's a bit more of them in distribution? Because I know at least the plated cards out of Houston, they were selling for a minimum of $1,000. People were going crazy for them. I was ready to camp out. I don't know if I told the story, but before they released that it was going on lottery system on Sunday, I was prepping my things to stay at the convention center from 3 a.m. because someone told me they sold an Ori for 2,000 USD. I'm like, wait a minute, 2,000. My daughter needs some things. I'm gonna go ahead and stay out as long as it takes because I'm wasting a whole lot of money out here in Houston. So I was ready, but then the email came down and said, you guys can no longer camp out. It is a lottery system, and I just didn't get lucky to get picked in that lottery. So I'm happy to see they didn't choose the lottery system in Houston. They're instead just increasing the amount of people that can get it by increasing the prize wall. It went from 10 prize tickets to 40 tickets, and I think there's a whole lot more because there was 10 metal cards a day. I think there was something like 35 metal cards a day per legend, so a whole lot more.
Yeah, I think in Houston they said it was 35 total of each legend available, and obviously there were 10 points, which was fairly quick to get hold of in the original event. And here now in Bologna they are 40 points each, and I think they said there was 140 available per each legend, so that way at least there's more variety and less likely to just disappear off the map.
Okay. And it looks like chat educating us a bit. It looks like they haven't really devalued whatsoever. And Challenger, you got a best of metal Jinx. Good stuff. That should be at the minimum, what, 1 to 2K like these guys are saying. And Trovy, the guys, the finals MF Aurora versus Ezreal. Yeah, Trovy, I'll say it one more time. The grand finals is indeed Ezreal being represented by the World Legends of Runeterra champion Alan ZQ. And then I wish I knew a couple more accolades from our MF Aurora player, but probably he's on a team, guys, so he's probably sponsored. He's probably done other great things in other TCG / competitive games, so we might be in store for a nice little competitive matchup. Some people believe Aurora is a bit of a brain dead, or not brain dead, but you know, you don't have to use your brain as much. How do you feel about that opinion, Aguito? Do you feel like Aurora is rather straightforward, or it has a bit more complicated decision points than people are giving it credit for?
I would say that Aurora is more likely to be a high blood pressure paced sort of deck until you find your first Aurora, and then it just sort of goes down very quickly. It's like, all right, I can take my foot off the pedal now. The deck's going to be playing out all of the units I need. I can now think about, like, what's my interactions? Do I want to start challenging things? Do I just want to dig a bit deeper for some more interaction? Do I want to start looking at sabotages? And it basically just frees up your hand to become more of a control variant, as opposed to panic mode set in, where are my cards?
Right. A whole lot of cortisol levels going through the roof, and it looks like they're giving it this deck list. And oh, I misread. Challenger got the best of Jinx. I thought you said a plated Jinx. Yes, guys, the Jinx from Houston sold for 30,000, but enough of the USD talk. Let's head over to the grand finals feature match. For everyone saying, where's the deck list? Where's the deck list? It's right here in front of you guys. Capture a screenshot because that is the Alan ZQ deck list getting Ezreal deck list here in the grand finals. And momentarily, we're going to see the MF Aurora deck list as well.
From what we can see, I am hoping that there are rocket barrages in the sideboard.
Yeah, really good observation. No gear interaction whatsoever. Dazzling Aurora is going to be a free play for the MF Aurora. So let's see. I know they end up showing the sideboards a little after this. I will say, though, with only 5 units, there's decent amount of board pressure in terms of kill spells, right? So Singularity, just 1 might away, 1 Stupefy away from dealing with it with those Singularities. I say Stupefy, but I actually don't see any Stupefy, so having to rely on a Frigid Touch / Wages of Pain. Oh, there they are. I'm blind for some reason. I see them.
I say they are playing the Void Gate, so I'm going to imagine that's going to be a game 2 card to put out there, just because then all of your Singularities just kill Mind Splitters. And that's the only thing I can really think of that they're going to want to do. You do have a recursion engine yourself, so it's not the worst situation to be in. as Alan. It's just probably going to be more annoying when you start losing all your draw power cards.
Right, yeah, having to invest a whole lot on those tall units. He does have a mind splitter of his own, so if he's able to get into the range of, DA doesn't come out sooner than later, he could kind of snatch it away before it gets developed, of course, as we saw one of the Draven players here in their quarterfinals get that done. But man, this might be a tougher matchup. But if there's anyone that can understand the matchup to the best of its potential, it will be Alan. And he could perhaps kind of go a little speedy, but as we saw, this is more of a mid-range / tempo / control deck. So I don't know if he's able to get directly under Aurora, as even the likes of Victor, able to recur a recruit token each and every turn for basically free, wasn't able to do so. So let's see how things play out. And for those that haven't seen it, this is the Dazzling Aurora Misfortune deck with a total of 5 total units, believe it or not. Has to reside on something like Last Right to bring any fallen units back. Has a nice little time warp, which could be kind of impactful because we know how crazy draw he has, or Ezreal player has. So I think that actual time warp could put in a little bit of work.
Yeah, I think it will do as well. The good thing about this overall, though, is as we've seen, there is only 5 units in that deck. So once that Aurora comes down, we're finding 5 units, maybe 12 units, depending on how often we can recycle those units back into the deck. But I'm thinking, to be fair, this is a fairly good matchup for both sides. If the Alan's Ezreal version of the deck can sort of pop off early, maybe get to 4 or 6 points a little bit quicker, then the MF can sort of like do their thing, then we might be seeing a fairly good backwards and forwards at the end of the games, as opposed to sort of in the middle. But I think it's pretty 50-50.
Yeah, right. That's what you want to see in a grand finals 50-50 matchup. I'm going to give, actually, no, I was going to give 55% to one of these players, but I will take that back. I like what you said. 50-50 matchup. Who's going to take it down? I mean, I think Alan ZQ has to ideally get those Ravenbloom students online, at least develop one on the opening turn. He is the #1 seed, and due to the new tournament rules coming into these Spiritforged regionals, the higher seed now gets to be on the play. I say gets to be on the play, but you obviously get to decide to be on the play. But versus DA, I think you always want to get to those the conquer points first. And oh, they are teasing us, Aguito, showing us the deck list, but not jumping into the match.
So I did think they want to start at 1/2 It's now 35 minutes past the hour. Gentlemen, where are these 2 games? Where are these Riftbounders? Rifters? Doesn't sound right.
Riftbounders is what they end up using at regionals, so I end up using Riftbounders as well.
I don't like using the term Riftbounders. It's not very elegant.
Right. I also heard like summoners. A lot of people call Riftbounders summoners. I just go with what the official riot ends up being. But chat, what's the proper word, guys? Or Agita, what would you like to call the community from Riftbound?
I like summoners just because you're summoning cards to the field.
Summoners it is, and they're showing a potential future world champion. They put the championship crown in the middle of the table, the little table, mind you, but they're just trying to show what these players are potentially playing for. So Alan ZQ coming into the ring, if you will. He will be player #1, our last standing best of metal card, Ezreal. And we'll see where MF Aurora making her appearance. There we go. These guys are dueling it out. ZebiQ as well joining that feature match. This is it, ladies and gents. This is the final game of the day. As I said before, 1,719 players came to compete in the Bologna Regional. And this is it. 2 players remaining. Alan, Sebi, who will be crowned champion? We get all the answers in this final best of 3 series. The 5th sums goes out, and as we could only expect, there will be 1 player on the play, and it looks like, is he already going through his mulligans? He's playing his turn. They're not showing us.
Yeah. I guess we can just side view the side view. Congratulations to probably the best 2 players then from Poland currently out here today, slogging it out. And as you said, Alan was a previous Legends of Runeterra champion, so it's only fair to sort of defend that title within the community's spiritual successor. But yeah, straight into the game then. So we got ourselves at the Ravenbloom like you said he should, and then hopefully be getting those first points on the follow-up turn.
Yeah, quite an ideal curve to start things off for the Ezreal. You needed that early 2-drop to go ahead and push onto these battlefields as soon as possible. And I believe as a stack deck hopefully hits a mobilize if he wants to go ahead and progress that rune state even further. But no mobilize, that's a little bit of a mini victory for the side of Allen. Now, if you could go ahead and play out another unit, a stack deck could be a way of finding that other unit because you're posing at least a 1-point conquer. And that's another Raven Bloom, I believe. Things are going pretty good for Allen so far. If that was indeed another Raven Bloom, because I believe at this point, Aurora's at the minimum 2 more turns away from even getting off a DA if she has it in hand.
Yeah, it's really good. Obviously, like we said before, you want to get those units out as much as it is. Turn 1, get your unit out. Turn 2, move your unit in. Turn 3, hold a point to 2. Turn 4, hold to 4. And he's on curve for it right now. As you said, we did see that in there. Getting another draw, can't complain too much. And he's found a Fizz and a Mind Splitter. So overall, I can't say this is too bad for any of these gameplays. And for those people out there, I believe those Pokemon sleeves or the Voltorb sleeves there are actually a gift from their community.
Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of great community members out in Poland. So each of them doing, I know the gold tokens are definitely Poland community made. And oh no, actually no, they did have one Dazzling Aurora with the Catalyst of Aeon. Will expedite that game plan to bring it out as soon as he can. So going up to 7 runes this turn, and that means the next turn you will have that all important 9 runes enabling you drop that Dazzling Aurora as early as the next turn. So that's something Allen has to consider. He has to just play around like it's coming down. And I say play around with the main board being what we saw. Is there truly a way to play around it? I think you still have to push the battlefields. We know Mind Splitter can't contest the battlefield. So at the minimum, you were able to hold to 5. And that's really where the game is going to actually begin in this grand finals.
Yeah, I think the issue here is we saw there's no hate for gear or equipment in the main deck for the Ezreal, which is either a plan that they've seen that they don't really need to do on the game 1 and then move into it on game 2 and 3. We did see that they have their own Mind Splitter in hand, so it may be they can check the hand the following turn and then go up and hopefully move maybe a last rites as like their sort of secondary play.
Right, you know, I do like Vex is going to pose a bit of a problem on those bullet times, of course. Bullet's not only going to cost 2 energy, but an additional power as you're trying to exhaust out. So I like Vex. It won't be the most impactful, but at least Vex is a 5/5 unit, able to try to hold down one of these battlefields nonetheless. But as we predicted, Dazzling Aurora gets developed out on this 3rd turn. Allen's accused on 3, so most likely we'll be able to hold to 5. And I think, as I said recently, that is where the true game begins. So let's see, will it indeed be that Mind Splitter coming off the top? Because then it's going to give us the whole picture on Allen's hand currently.
That's it. So we have a Fizz, a Mind Splitter, a Raven Bloom, a stack deck, and a Smokescreen. None of these are particularly amazing to sort of get rid of. Mind Splitter is probably the best one, just in case there's anything in your hand that you don't want your opponent to see. And I think that's kind of where we are sitting right now, is just maybe get rid of this Mind Splitter, because everything else is more of a combo piece, whereas Mind Splitter is more of a control piece.
Right, I'm right there with you. Information is king, especially against the likes of a pro player like Allen. So trying to deny him any kind of information from your hand will be all important going forward. So I believe Mind Splitter will be the chosen target to remove from the hand. The secondary option, I think Fizz has a lot of crazy play potential, so I'm a little bit nervous about that. Smokescreen is decent. Stack deck is never a bad card, but it has to be one of those more important units. But I think the choice is clear. Mind Splitter has the biggest impact on this current board, and choosing the Fizz, interesting enough.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't expecting to see Fizz coming down as the main choice here. I thought Mind Splitter would be more of an important card to sort of keep off of your knowledge self. But what do I know? I'm not in the finals. So what do we do now with 7 ruins? We drew into another Fizz, so it's fine, right?
Right, can never go wrong. Where one dies, you have the other one to follow suit. And let's see his opponent's reaction. Come on, camera crew, let's see. I want to see him react to a second Fizz getting played out. Sometimes you don't have to necessarily be the best player in the room. You sometimes could be the more luckier player in the room, as it is a TCG. Luck is indeed a factor. I want to say Riftbound not as intensive on that luck factor, but at the end of the day, it is a trading card game, and that is always part of it as well, which in my opinion adds to the fun, because sometimes the less skill expressive player ends up beating the higher skill level player, which is kind of in the fun of it in it all. So either way, the stack deck coming down, and let's see what are the 3 cards getting picked up. Frigid, Hard Bargain, and I can't see the last one. It looks like another stack deck.
Yeah, I think it might have been stack deck. They took the Frigid, I believe, which is a fairly good card here. You want to try and remove some stuff in the back there. I can get down with that. Is that Smokescreen plus Frigids? That would be -8. Pink for 1 damage. Yeah, that's pretty good. That'll get rid of pretty much anything on the back there besides those big tanky burrs. But we're getting ourselves a good battlefield here. As you said, 5 points on the board seems to be where we're going to start seeing more gameplay action from this MF. We did just see another Aurora in the hand. I don't know if this is going to be just used to get 2 bodies out per turn now. Maybe coming on the following turn, 2, 4, 6. Nope, we had enough to do it this turn.
Yeah, it looks like the establishment of another Dazzling Aurora is in the mind for Sebi Q. And funny enough, it's usually such a big play for the entirety of the remaining of the match, but in the situation MF has currently with their deck being only 5 units, 2 turns and then you're out of units. You're getting out 2 now, that's 3. You get 2 more out the next turn, that's all 5 units taken out of the main deck. So not as insane as you would imagine, as you're only getting 2 turns of value, but sometimes that's all the value you need. We're talking about a big bad bear in the volley bear and then the mind splitter. We all know how great or maybe how devastating that card can be depending on what side you're on. And he does go ahead and play it on the sigil, so setting up quite a wall on that battlefield. I think Alan does get the free conquer up to 6, which you never feel bad about that, but the Watcher does take out, and that's exactly what he needed in hand, because without the Watcher, how are we taking down that monsters of a battlefield? What is that, 14 plus 13? That is a little bit too crazy.
We do have the minus might in hand, quite a lot of it to be fair, and we could just draw it into those bellows to just ding for 1 each as well, just to do the final touches to each unit there. But I am in the same thought pattern you are. I am wondering what the plan will be to get something out here, but we did just see a Mulberry return, or is it just a card that we're highlighting right now? It would be a good card to get the Watcher back if they have used it.
Yeah, that's true. That's probably what they're talking about in the commentary booth over there. So Mobile Return is a way of getting back your Watcher. Arcane Shift is a decent card if you have some good spells to replay that Fizz, of course. But I think if you had something like a Fighter Flight, then you can Fizz, replay a Fighter Flight. So that's 2 cards getting pushed back to base. That should be decent enough to conquer with the Vex alone and the Fizz alone. That's 3 total might, or 8 total might, to take down one of those Mind Spitters. And just kind of sneaking through and conquering up to 7 could be exactly what he needs to do to try to lock in this game number 1. But first things first, conquering up to 6 total points with that Raven Bloom. But let's see what he decides to do as he finally lets go of that Mind Splitter.
Chuck away that last rights. Chuck away that last rights. I would just like to say, as we had the game beforehand, we have to fight the bear first, as it is a very tanky boy. But if we can get the whole singularity, Bellows Breath combo going off, or any form of minus might, then that will get rid of the units we don't want to deal with first. But what do you think here? I'm thinking personally, you're going to get rid of a punch first, or you can get rid of a last rights. I think last rights is more of the continuous combo piece, especially if you're going to be just killing these things through might and minus damage. But maybe the punch first is the key here to just keeping everything, or at least something around on board.
Yeah, that is a key thing to consider, right? Because last right, there's technically nothing in the trash as of right now, so it's not a directly impactful, valuable card. But as the game progresses, you have to take these battlefields one way or the other, which means your units will end up falling down. But there's 2 hard bargains. You have 2 Dazzling Auroras. You don't necessarily have to play anything. 2 hard bargains being repeated, looking to be quite dangerous. But another quite dangerous card will be that Punch First, allowing the Volley Bear to defend for an extraordinary amount of might. I believe 18 total might out of a single unit with a simple Punch First. I think that does make a whole lot of sense when we think about it like that. So Alan, understanding the biggest card to eliminate from your opponent, But now you have full information. You have to be very careful about what spells you play and how much runes you have left after those spells, because Hard Bargain could perhaps cancel out those Frigid Touches, those Bellows Breaths, the Arcane Shifts. So this is a tough position for Allen, because that's one too many counters in the hand of MF.
Yeah, that is the issue, really. As you said, get rid of the might bonus, stop the defensive plays from the big old volley bear. But 2 hard bargains is a lot worse than 1, and if they have the runes to do it, which they generally will, that could be double repeated for 8, meaning that you just can't play anything for the next 2 or 3 turns.
And yeah, MF makes it so easy moving on to the other side of the battlefield. You think Aurelia had an easy time going from one battlefield to the other. MF makes it look like light work, and to make matters worse, Sabotage coming down. So if you had any kind of impactful spells in, the Arcane Shift is indeed one of those impactful spells. Back to the base, or back to the bottom of the main deck, it doesn't even see the trash. So things like Fizz can't recur it if it's getting played out. So that is a huge swing. It almost feels like MF Aurora, I don't want to say is a direct counter, but with those Mind Splitters coming down and with the Sabotage to add Assault to Injury, it almost feels like Allen can't even play the game right now.
Now, that's what we've seen before. It just does feel like the game has slowed down to the point of where we just can't get to anything really pushing forwards. Now that we do see the fact that all 5 units from the deck are out on the battlefields now it's game plan. What do we do?
Yeah, now the party really starts. Everything has hit the board, and now it's just a matter of fact, your DAs are going to proc more than once. If they make him look at the deck 2 times in a row, I think they ended up doing that in China, believe it or not, where they forced the player to show the card shuffle and then show the cards one more time. I think these guys would be slightly more lenient, but of course, Allen looking for some outs. He doesn't have a Ezreal Prodigy online, but that's a hard bargain enabling, or I like this hard bargain, because even though you're finding more options, you're limiting the options that you're able to play out this turn, which effectively means you should be able to hold up to 5, tying the Ezreal currently. Was that 2 hard bargains?
Just the one, I think, but they did have the Ezreal underneath some of those cards next to the Vex, so they did get to do it for their reduced cost. They did grab a Stupefy, hopefully going down 1 more to get some more draw power going into this, as the only things available to CBQ are, I think, 2 more Sabotages. So that's kind of where we're going to be soon. But we do have units on play. We do have another Cold Shot, and we do have Smokescreen and Stupefy. My brain went dead there for a second.
Yeah, he does have some decent cards, but honestly, what is really going to get you out of the situation of the massive board currently on the battlefields for the MF Aurora? You have some decent cards. You have, what, 10 might on the units on the right, the Fizz and the Vex up to 8, so 18 total might currently able to push onto one of these battlefields. Funny enough, that alone isn't even enough. If you were ambitious enough to send every one of your units onto one of these battlefields, you don't even get the conquer on raw power alone. So MF Aurora will be holding up to 5 and holding up to 6 actually, because of the double hold there. Oh, they're confusing me. They had 3 up to 5, of course. There it was. Production gave it that 1 extra little point. Perhaps a bit of a telltale sign where this game is going, because little by little, I think this MF Aurora will be ending things in this game number 1. Unless Allen goes crazy with some kind of Bellows Breath Watcher. But even that, I just don't think it's enough.
How would you feel about this? We both know, as competitive people here, that deck has no more units in there currently. Can I just shuffle his deck?
Yeah, I think first things first, you give your opponent your deck to offer him to look through it, because information is key, as we talked about before. So allow your opponent to write down the cards you have remaining in the deck and then shuffle, right? Because I think that's part of revealing the cards from DA, is when you have you're able to kind of, like we said before, deduce what most likely is going to be remaining in the hand of CBQ. So I think that would be the formalities, right? Just hand your deck over to Allen saying, take a look if you want. If not, just shuffle my deck. So I like what you're getting at, Aguito.
I was going to say, what do we have in hand? I wish that one was upside down. I can't read upside down.
I believe that's a Vex and then a Bellows Breath, it looks like to me, just from the bottom of the artwork. But Allen is kind of hiding it a bit. I do think it is indeed a Bellows Breath, as I see the fire down below. But the card in the back...
Get that.
What was that?
And then a Singularity. honestly, we could clear that void gate. That would be very good. If we have one singularity, the hidden card map. No, we tried, everyone.
Oh, it's
Recall
a
was pretty
retreat and then a seal. So yeah, we indeed try, but no cigar. The singularity nowhere to be found. And even at that, oh no, I think he did end up investing those 2 hard bargains before. I think we thought it was 1, but I'm pretty sure I saw 2 coming down. But we'll see if he still has a hard bargain. He could indeed counter one of those spells, but I'm pretty sure it did. And Alan's still staying composed, knows it's not over till it's completely over. That's not the attitude that found him here in the grand finals. So trying to do everything in his power, and a rebuke is not too bad. You're able to send one of these volley bears back, allowing you to at least conquer one of these battlefields up to 6 points. Little by little, perhaps that's a way of inching your way back into this game, but back in hand allows you to play it onto the battlefield, and then you could gank the other volley bear to the other battlefield. So it's just like a mini victory. It's not per se a long-term victory.
Unfortunately, here with the big battlefield the way it is, clearing the 1 isn't too bad until they bring down that last rights, as they didn't get rid of it beforehand. Was they just playing the 1 mind split? I believe they were, weren't they? So they're not going to get another hand knowledge. They can't rip another card out of hand. Is there anything we can need to be a little bit more? 2 rebukes, though.
Yeah, that could pose a bit of a threat. I know he doesn't, or he does have the runes to utilize it. It does have enough chaos runes, as these guys are going deep into this game. Even though it's 15 minutes, it almost feels like they've gone way longer than that. Not to say it's been dragged out. It just seems like they made so much decisions in this game. And funny enough, I feel like the perfect card, of course we know Alan's not running it even in the sideboard, is the unchecked power. Imagine an unchecked power in this position. That's gonna be 12 damage across the board, and then that's a GG. You took down every single unit, but of course that is just a little bit of hypotheticals. But perhaps people might be underestimating unchecked, and maybe that's what you're gonna have to put into your decks coming in these locals, because I am expecting a whole lot more MF Aurora if she ends up winning today in Bologna.
Yeah, I could definitely see it, to be fair. And we got rid of we used obviously the Vex to walk into the battle area, reduced the cost of it because of Vex's ability. Do the same thing with the second rebuke. Perfectly played here. They say you want to do it. Reduce the cost as much as possible. Waste your opponent's time as much as possible in terms of like hand divisions and do they have to counter spells? Can they counter spells? And then essentially walking here with the Vex. Vex is lower than the Mind Splitter currently, but we do have some minus units in the hand. So we do have Stupefiers. We do have the smoke screen. I think we have a Frigid Touch too, so we could do that and just reduce it by 5, so it would crash at 5.
Yeah, I think right now the smoke screen probably the best bet. Bringing it down to 3 might effectively. Does have a Stupefy, could look at an additional draw. But funny enough, I don't think it was a Frigid Touch. That looks like a retreat to me. So Smokescreen, Stupefy, Retreat, a Seal, and a Bellows Breath might be the remaining cards in hand. So having to rely all the heavy lifting on that Smokescreen. Is there another counterplay card in Sebi Q? Or is there the Punch First, bringing that might back up to the total where you're not able to conquer it down with a single Vex? But a Punch First, believe it or not, is going to cost 2 energy, 3 power. That has never been more of an expensive Punch First.
That's a very expensive Punch First. It'd be really funny as well if we just had a hard bargain in hand too.
Right. He's floating.
Yeah, going up to 12 now on the side of the Mind Splitter, so not the greatest situation to be in. But we can just retreat the Vex for 0 and get a rune back as a constellation.
Might as well get a little bit done. Of course, Stupefy ends up tying things 1-1, because right now you Smoke Screen brought it down to 3, and then Punch First brought that back up to 8, and now back to 7, starting from square one. Actually, no, that's not Stupefy. That's Bellows Breath, so you're doing 2 damage. So you are 8 down to 6, but if you Bellows Breath repeated, then you bring it into the range of Vex, trading with it, of course. But does he want to do a little bit more than just a trade? I don't think he has the card combinations to do so. So might just elect to take the 1-for-1 and then send in something like the Fizz or Ravenbloom student to follow suit. And ooh, something to be very considerate of is the Ravenbloom for each and every spell he's going to be increasing. So right now, swinging in for 7 total might. Make that 8 total might at the Stupefy comes down. So that's 5 might procs on the Ravenbloom. That can make a difference.
Yeah, it really can. As you can see, they're currently buffing the Raven Blue as much as they can and reducing one of the Mind Splitters on the other side. This could turn it more than I would have thought. And this is actually a great way to get units off the field so they can't use the last rights fully, as they can't get any of the volley bears out this turn, as they were down to, I think, 6 ruins? 2, 4, 6 ruins. So yeah, unfortunately, there's no way to get anything out on the field in the following turn, unless they want to get the MF out, and then they can last rights. Nothing can go to a battlefield, though, as far as I'm aware.
Man, Allen is churning and churning from Stupefy to Stupefy, picking up a Wages of Pain on the Void Gate, doing the remaining 4 damage. That is a simple conquer, up to 6 for the Vex. And now I believe that is, oh my goodness, that is the biggest Raven Bloom students we've ever seen. An increase of 8 plus the 2 it naturally has. So man, should be able to conquer following it with the Mind Splitter alone. If MF Aurora doesn't have any more counterplay, or not counterplay, but combat tricks in hand currently.
I mean, is this a situation where you just walk 1 in? So you do a Mind Splitter, or you do a... I'm trying to think now. So that Mind Splitter there is currently 5, so 5 and 7, so that's 12. Do you just walk everything in, say, sorry, if you got 2 punch first, we basically cancel each other?
Right, I mean, he already invested 1. The combat has resolved, so Vex isn't going to be costing his opponent any additional rune slash energy slash power, of course, as it already concluded that showdown. So now it's going to be starting a new showdown, and he pushes on forward. There's a retreat and seal, so no longer able to pick up any additional cards off the top of the deck. So having to do simple, straightforward math. What are you playing around? Just like you said, Aguito, does he have another punch first? We haven't been able to take a look at the MF Aurora's hand. We saw the Mind Splitter come down. He didn't have double punch first at the time. That punch first he played was actually his second punch first. Is the reward he has the third one? I feel like it's pretty unlikely. I'm not playing around it. You have to push right here. If not, I mean, Alan's thinking so carefully though, so this is tricky, but I think you have to go for the conquer nonetheless.
So it's either a fight or flight, it could be a rebuke, it could be another punch first. What do we have currently on the table? So, but they've got 1 or 2 cards in hand. I think it's a big hand. Moving this out here, this is 8 plus 3 is 11 into 12, I think.
Yeah, I believe, what is that? That's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then the 3. So 13 might he's swinging in right now. And it almost looks to me it's a call shot. So if he doesn't have that punch first, and funny enough, he only has 1 orange, so can't even play out the punch first, but looking for perhaps a fight or flight, immediately puts a card that could be a good signal for the MF Aurora player. Digs a little deeper. That is a Gus at the, oh, a fight or flight as well, putting it in the hand. That is a beautiful pickup for the MF player, able to send the Raven Bloom back to where it came from. And now that Fizz won't be able to do anything in the light of 2 Mind Splitters. So down he goes, and this is all but, oh, I don't want to say over for Allen, but he needed that conquer. More importantly, he needed to clear every single unit right now, and leaving behind just a single chosen champion to do every kind of heavy lifting for Sebi.
So don't you just play out don't you just play out the Fizz that you just put back to hand and bring out another spell, and then you just do something else, then you walk the Ezreal and the Mind Splitter into the other cards?
Very true. I did not see that line. So retreat to get the Fizz, and now what he's going to be able to bring back from the grave. I know he does have great spells like Wages of Pain. He had the Stupefies number 2. The Rebukes, of course, Rebukes coming down. It's still going to be a little bit expensive. You do have to pay those 2 Chaos Runes. But now a Mind Splitter evenly, or not evenly, but we'll be able to conquer versus the 5 Might Mind Splitter. Things are getting interesting. It never feels good putting a Mind Splitter back in your opponent's hand, but you don't necessarily have a hand regardless, so you have to do what you have to do. And this is Allen. Wait a second, is this going up to 8? I didn't even realize he was on the door of getting victory right here in this current moment.
That's it. He needs to get this point now, and that way he is the winner. No worrying about MF doing any shenanigans with ganking and accelerating next turn. As far as I can tell, though, I think this will be game as long as they can't find a rebuke or another fight or flight.
He did pick up that bullet time, but he doesn't have nearly enough resources there in the rune pool to get the job done. He has to pay 7 power and currently only 2 runes available. I cannot believe Allen's plays. He's going crazy here in these grand finals. I did not see, I mean, that turn where he went... What did he even start the turn with? It was rebuke for 1 power, 1 energy, and then it was stupefy to wages of pain. Oh my goodness, Ezreal has an incredible ability to just make things out of nothing, it seems like. And now picking up a fight or flight number 2 has exactly 4 energy. Make that 5 energy with the last remaining rune. So can push the Mind Splitter back. Is that the final thing he needed to try to survive? Because there's only a Ezreal in the back, and I cannot believe how close Allen has been getting a victory this turn.
So they go down to 1 ruin. They draw 3, which means they can last rights, which means they can conquer, and then they have to gank over the Mind Splitter to Vex. So yeah, I think the best play here would be putting the Ezreal with the Vex, so there's 8 into 7.
Yeah, and then you hold up to 8. Perhaps he's seeing the winning line, because right now, what is a MF Aurora player possibly able to get done with a single rune? You're going up to 3 runes the next turn. I think he already used every single fight or flight he had remaining in the deck. So Ezreal, as you mentioned, will be backing up the Vex. And oh my goodness, who would have expected it? Allen moments away from trying to lock this one in for this game number 1. I thought it was all but over. Every single unit from MF was on the current board, and now it's in his hand with only 3 runes available. Those are effectively dead. Has a challenge, has a last right, but all those cards are pretty much worthless in this current situation. Did Allen just win, Alguito?
He did, yeah. Q has decided that it's a good time to sort of say, you know what, instead of just like trying to poke each other in the face for 25 minutes, how about we call this game 1 and we go to game 2? Now, we do believe there's a little bit more gear hate in the sideboard, so this might not be as simple as it was for the first game, but who would have seen chain 17 from the Ezreal on turn like 7?
Yeah, honestly, truly breathtaking what we just witnessed on that final closing turn. I guess second to last turn. I don't understand what went down. I mean, I do understand, but it is awesome to see exactly how everything was sequenced. Did get a little fortunate picking up the Wages of Pain / Stupefy from those draws, but there's just no bad cards in Ezreal. Whether it was a Frigid Touch, whether it was the Wages of Pain that he ended up following, it still would have impacted the current board state nonetheless, but beautiful stuff coming out from Allen. Just one more game away, and one of those games he will be on the play one more time. And with these next 2 games, as you pointed out, these are sideboarded included games. Let's see if they show us a sideboard. I want to see some rocket barrages. Do you remember if he had some from previous games?
We've got a whole 1.
Okay, better than none. Oh, we're seeing it here. So an additional rebuke, never a bad time. I love what I'm seeing. The one of Downwell effectively working a bit like an unchecked power, because if you find yourself in a similar situation that they found themselves late game like Aurora did, you have very little rune economy, and with all those big mighty units in your hand, you can't play them out as efficiently as Ezreal's able to play them out. So that's a big tempo swing if that Downwell comes down. I could only imagine that has to be coming in the main board.
Indeed. Just for chat, because obviously talking it currently, the issue you had on the side of Q was you could either last rights and try to get 2 units back into your deck to just try and do things, or you bullet timed. You could have ganked over, that'd be perfectly fine, but then you're in a situation where you can't do the other one on the following turn either. So it was not necessarily a done deal, but I think they were in a situation of, let's go to game 2.
Yeah, I mean, didn't we talk about it? If he ganks over, it was 8-7, no?
So he could have done... Come on, Bray, you can do this.
Challenge?
So he could have challenged.
Okay.
He could have bullet timed. He could have played out the last rights. That would go to 9, right? So
well, yeah, he could have played last right, attached it. So I see what you're saying. So yeah, would have had a 9 might ganked on over, but then he has to combat. I believe it was still the Mind Splitter in the back, or he pushed back a Raven Bloom, right? Perhaps there was some kind of window to kind of squeeze it out, but he's the one that conceded. So he saw the picture being painted from Allen, and that was a concession. And Allen, as we said, just one more game away. If there's anyone that's truly deserving of the crown, it would be someone that's putting on quite a performance. I mean, MF has been doing great stuff as well, but the decision making from Allen is out of this world, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, so what they're saying. Yeah, I thought it was a purple and then 2 units to the bottom of the deck, and that was why they couldn't do the plate with the last rites. Bullet time would have been useful, but again, you just put yourself in a position where the following turn, you lose the Mind Splitter, and they just move anything up and take the other battlefield. But yes, hopefully we have a good second game here. It does see a bit of back and forth. Hopefully right now, they only had the 2 punch first. That actually makes a big difference. But yeah, hopefully we just see some more stuff going on here. A lot of people were saying, look, if you have your gear removal in hand, it's really bad. But again, most of these games you see Ezreal drawing like 5 to 6 cards a turn. So you can generally just draw into that card at some point. And hopefully you don't just draw into it at the end of your opponent's turn when you can't use it.
Right, you don't want to draw it too early neither, because of those sabotages, because those Mind Splitters potentially coming down as early as they can. But now I believe it will be MF Aurora most likely on the play, and every time I see MF Aurora, if they don't see the Dazzling Aura, they're immediately going to be mulligan too, as we're seeing SebiQ do. So shuffling, I honestly don't. It's there at the bottom, but I guess when you're talking about Dazzling Aurora / last right potential, I guess you could shuffle your opponent's last 2 cards, and that's a Mind Splitter, and I didn't see the card, but it didn't look like a Dazzling Aurora as we're entering this game number 2 of the grand finals. No DA in hand, and he didn't draw one at that, so it just plays a nice little mobilize. Has 2 turns to draw the Dazzling Aurora before he has enough runes to play it.
That's it. Just got to speed through this game now. Try and get those runes on the field as fast as you can. Quickly now. But already the turn play here, getting the Ezreal out, getting access to those ever so important, very cool chances you can.
Right, you know,
in the following turn.
Foregoing the Raven Bloom, prioritizing the more valuable unit, that being the Ezreal Prodigy, pitches the Arcane Shift, doesn't want to fall victim to the Sabotage, picks up a Fizz and a Watcher, so not too bad. Doesn't feel as ideal being on the second turn, of course, but better than playing out any other unit. So choosing the right opportunity to play out your champion now. But champion, your Ezreal Prodigy isn't necessarily a card you want to push the battlefields with, right? Which is the only reason I'm saying that. But I guess in this situation, you have to push these battlefields, or else how else are you getting points, right? So you have to do what you have to do.
That's the issue, really. Your Ezreal is there just to make your combos a little bit cheaper, a little bit more efficient, more effective. The Fizz, we've seen this, I think, from one of the games Alan was in earlier, where he'd, oh no, I just accidentally put my 1/2 of Arcane Shifts into the trash. Oh no, my Fizz fell out. Now my Arcane Shift has come back from the trash. So it's hard. It seems it seems awful to try and get rid of early, but when you think of like how the deck wants to run, it's actually pretty good to get rid of a card that's not doing much for the first few turns and is fairly safe in the trash.
Right, that makes a whole lot of sense when you put it that way. So just kind of playing with the extra little card in hand, but instead of in the hand, he has it in the trash instead. But a stacked deck, it looks like he wasn't fortunate enough to hit a Catalyst of Aeon, so digging deeply. Doesn't hit, it looks like another DA, puts the Volibear and another card at the bottom. And if he doesn't have a Mobilize, he's actually not going to be able to play out a Dazzling Aurora on that turn third. But as I say, there is indeed that Mobilize to get him into that range potential. So now he has to draw it this next turn. Granted, Allen's not really off to any fantastic start, as it's only his second turn in this game too. So he could conquer 1, and then he could only establish the back line to hope to conquer up to 1 more the next turn after a hold.
That's it. This turn just a little bit off center. I don't really know why. I think it's because he went first, and that way it just feels like maybe out of rotation with the extra spells that to use. Nice to try and build up here. Obviously, we're going to go to 9 points this turn, just to try and make it to a game 3, maybe on the side of SebiQ. But as you said before, we are still trying to ramp into that situation. I am pondering if they're going to use the inverted timelines just to try and draw 4 more cards, because the cards in hand aren't necessarily the best and don't need to be kept around too long, as it could be a case of, or a Mind Splitter. Just, it's a very good card. I can see that happening. But now you've just deramped yourself 2 cards, so we shall see.
Right, he is at 8 total runes, so wasn't even able to play out Dazzling Aurora. The Mind Splitter does put you down to 6 runes, so you don't even have the potential to play out a Dazzling Aurora, but sometimes you have to pivot from the game plan. You don't always have to rely on Dazzling Aurora, as we saw this player make a good statement earlier on when he didn't have it and still came out on top. And taking a look at the hand, Rasa, I don't think we saw Rasa's, but it was in the main board, right? We just didn't see it come down.
I believe so. Yeah, it must have been at the bottom of the deck. We just never got somehow deep enough. Which one do you take here? I feel like maybe you want to remove the Watcher, but they've gone for the one of the 2 fizzes, so maybe that is the play. I just feel like Watchers are more combo centric once your units come down, but we'll obviously see what the plan is later on now that we know what's in the hand already.
Yeah, honestly, a whole lot of respect being shown on the Fizz as he eliminates one of those in hand. So 2 in hand, now just 1 in hand. So not able to get back those impressive. I think he got back a Rebuke, or what did he end up getting back? Was it the... Just in this game too, where it was a Rebuke, right?
Yeah, he retreated it to hand, played out the Fizz, got the Rebuke back, got rid of one of the Mind Splitters, and then basically just tried to take the game from there. So, but it got him the game.
It definitely did, closing things out, setting up not literally in that moment with the conquer, but setting up that hold for the victory position. So digging deep with the call shot, doesn't pick up anything too impactful at the current moment, but has the option between a seal just to keep that rune efficiency going forward. So probably going to develop out another seal. And I'm trying to think myself, being in the Aurora position, is there any kind of gear hate that you can think of? Or are you not necessarily worried about it since you already have a strong gear in yourself?
I think with the side, well, for both of them, obviously we didn't see anything come out in the first game. I don't know if these guys have open deck lists or have been informed by a member of their teams, like, hey, he's running this, be careful of it, or watch out for this, you know, it's a one-of. But like we've seen, Rocket Barrage is obviously a very good card. You can use it. I don't think you can get it again with Fizz, because Fizz is 3 and below, right? So you can use at least once. Obviously, we know they're on 2 of the last right, so again, that's a bit more awkward. But from what we've seen already, if you don't have any bodies on the field, you can't equip that wonderful shovel to anyone. So I don't think anything gear-wise is an interest to either of these two here in terms of hatred. It's just who can churn faster, and it does seem to be the Allen's Ezreal deck sort of just churning 20 cards deep already.
Right, and you know, it is actually, funny enough, an open deck list. As we saw all top 8, these guys were reading their opponent's deck list, so they know exactly what to predict. And one of the cards these guys have to be playing around, more importantly, what MF Aurora should be playing around, is the card that just got picked up right now for Allen. It is the Downwell. So if he finds himself in a situation... Actually, as I think it through, those Mind Splitters make it so hard to play any good card, especially being just one of in your deck. Even if he hits a DA the next turn, he's going to be able to take out the Downwell. And oh man, I completely forgot about the inverted timeline. I kind of respect what you were saying in the sense, if you don't have the Dazzling Aurora now, you haven't been too fortunate to see those Dazzling Auroras off the stack decks, off the call shot before. Would you be better off just strictly drawing 4 cards with those inverted timelines? Is it 4 or 3? I might have to read the card again.
4.
Okay.
So I think it's a pretty good card to use. I believe it's both players, so that way you empty the hand of the Ezreal. Going for it. You empty your hand, you empty your opponent's hand, you draw 4 cards. As I've already said, he just needs to get to his game plan. Having the early Mind Splitter has helped a little bit, though, just because getting that extra point early just slows down the game so much for Allen. Remember last game, we got to 6 points before they started scoring their points, and because that was the case, they just could not push it through. But 2 and 1 is a lot better place to be in for CBQ.
It really is, especially as you mentioned before, he already has a unit on the base or on the battlefield, but picks up some decently good cards. And it is 4 cards, 4 new cards at that. Will 25% chance of those cards be a Dazzling Aurora? It looks like no, it will not be. A hard bargain. And a couple other good cards he kind of flipped through there. And paying 4. So most likely will be the Catalyst of Aeons getting more runes. I believe now he's in Dazzling territory. That's 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. So next turn he should have, of course, 10 runes, which will be Dazzling Aurora energy. That's if he draws it, of course, a whole lot tougher sometimes. He's looking to the top 3, and he's not having a good time. In their quarterfinals, he was hitting him left and right, but in these grand finals, it seems like he's having a decently hard time looking at these or finding these dazzles and auroras, I should say.
He just seems to be away. He's gone another 3 deep with that stack of the deck. He's just doing what he can. I think he's about the same position that Alan's in, about 20 cards deep now, maybe 15. Kind of need to see it on the next turn. Again, in a good position here. We presume the face down card with the Monster Splitter is a fight or flight, so it's pretty safe right now. What we do need to see, though, is a little bit more sort of assertion from SebiQ. Maybe we'll get another Monster in hand, play that out instead. Keep yourself on that kind of curve where when any turn comes up, you do just get to play out the Auroras and going forwards. Worst case scenario, maybe we can always play out the MF and just keep that there as a backup plan, as we have seen before. But they're both in a really good position here. I just think that Alan might have taken his foot too far off the pedal now. I might just have to start throwing a cheaper unit into the free area. Obviously, ganking can be an issue, though, if the Mind Split just decides to stroll upon. And we see a second inverted timelines that I didn't see earlier. So maybe that's what next game plan is. Go again.
Go one more time, churn the wheel. I think that's a sideboard inclusion because if I remember, there was only one in the main board, but Alan would not love to see that. He already has some decently good cards. That double rebuke in hand. I believe there was something else I was impressed with. What was the card? We'll be able to see when they look back at the hand, of course. But inverted timeline number 2 could be pretty advantageous. You don't have the Dazzling Aurora, so you might as well go for it, but you're letting go of a couple good cards as well. So instead, foregoing it for the time being, maybe wants to let Ezreal establish a bit more draw power and then go ahead and devastate it with that inverted timeline number 2. He was looking like he wanted to go ahead and develop out the champion, and that he does commit to. He doesn't go for the acceleration, so leaving that Sigil of the Storm to be for now, as he doesn't want to de-ramp himself too much. And yeah, nice little play for the time being. But I like what you were saying, Agito. I think he needs to go ahead and probably just conquer Sigil of the Storm. Even though if you're going to go down to the likes of a MF Aurora, to the likes of a ganky Mind Splitter, you have to start putting some points on the board. But perhaps patience is the name of the game. He was able to close out game number 1. So he could be thinking 1 to 2 to 3 turns ahead, honestly.
Yeah, so we see the Rocket Barrage there in hand. So maybe they just think, I will use it to maybe blow up the MF in the back there just to try and take things off. Maybe send 4 damage into that. Sorry, 8 damage into the Mind Splitter, ruining the fight or flight. Overall, though, we do have options in the hand of both players here. I do see some rebukes there. I'd rather him keep them until we get the bears coming down. We know one bear is in hand currently, but the second one is somewhere in the deck. And obviously, he's a pretty big bear.
Oh yeah, the biggest bear there is in Riftbound. And you know, to your point, there are some great cards in hand. There's a Factory Recall. There's a Rocket Barrage, as we pointed out, the best way of dealing with the Dazzling Aurora. The best and maybe the only true way of dealing with it. But of course, if a Dazzling Aurora comes down, one of those cards will be hitting the bin. So has to be considered that going forward. Floats the energy. Looks like a retreat onto the Fizz. Bringing back one of the spells from the trash. Probably looking at Arcane Shift, perhaps.
So unless they really need to dig and they just want to use a stack the deck, or they want to use a cold shot, I think Arcane Shift is the game plan here, just to do more shenanigans.
Yeah, because if they're stacked deck, you get Arcane Shift. Oh no, what are you bringing back? I guess you get your Ezreal, draw 2 more cards off the top. Never a bad play. You do 3 damage on the Mind Splitter, letting the Vex trade 1 for 1. Without considering the simple fact of a fighter flight, of course. So Fizz coming onto the board, using the seal to play the power and paying the power from call shot. So looking deeper into the deck, but is that falling into the trap of the inverted timeline? Because Ezreal's like, oh, I saw one inverted timeline. What's the likelihood that he has a second one? Let's go ahead and churn up the increase the card potential of the current hand. And he finds the Morbid Return, putting it in the hand currently. So honestly, an inverted timeline would be all but disastrous for Alan. He has such great cards. 2 Rebukes, a Morbid, a Rocket Barrage, a Factory Recall. If there is a heads up play in the inverted timeline, I think Alan is going to be a bit out of answers going into the remaining of this game.
I think so too. We're in a good position though right here now, as we are, I think 9 into 7. Obviously, there's going to be a fight or flight here. Going to bring Who back? Fizz back, okay. We're going to do something fun again. Maybe the Arcane Shift this time, so you can just ping 3 damage. Hard bargain. Time.
Morbid Return brings back the Fizz, as you pointed out, slightly ahead, but it should be all good. Brings back, let's go ahead and see. I think to your point, oh, the hard bargain on the return?
That's the thing, it's hard bargaining the more reminder. For 2, and he said, yeah, that's fine, I'll pay the 2.
Thinking about the 4, but no, it does indeed just pay out the 2. Or is there something else going on? Because he recycled for the hard bargain. Why did he recycle? What am I missing there?
So you're playing the Morbid Reminder to bring back the Fizz.
Vex. Of course, Vex. So that's what I'm missing there. So yeah, Vex caused hard bargain 3 energy, 1 power to play it during that showdown. So it was a quite expensive hard bargain. Alan does pay the cost.
And the rebuke. I'm not massively happy about this because you kind of know they're going to rebuke you if there's nothing else to do next turn, which you basically either rebuke. You either try again. You either Mind Splitter or you inverted timelines. But you are now at 4 points, so you're in a better position.
And man, what a great play. You feel so good when you can play out a rebuke for a single energy and a single power, allowing that Vex to conquer up to 4. You have the Prodigy to conquer up to 5 if you so dare so, kind of overextend. I mean, at one point, he's been playing patient this whole game, so I have to respect what his game plan is going forward. And MF Aurora is currently at just 2 points, no DA to be found, no Mind Spirits to be found. I guess there is the 1 in hand though. But he's not too worried, as he doesn't have to worry about one of those hitting the battlefield, of course, unless MF on the current base pushes forward, as we're seeing right here. So taps and floats the energy, re-readies the energy. So has what? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10 total runes to work with this turn.
Yeah, it's pretty good. As we saw in the hand, the Aurora is going to come down now. We have 2 Mind Splitters and 1 Bear in the back. None can be accelerated though, so they are kind of stuck in that situation. Oh, off the top, everyone, we find ourselves a Mind Splitter.
Yeah, it doesn't have to dig too deep. So looking at the Rocket Barrage very intensely, saying, wait a second, my DA, I would like to have it to stick around for a few more turns, where there's 1 card that really gets rid of it outright. Granted, actually, Factory Recall puts it back in the hand, and he should have enough runes to still play it, shouldn't he? He's 2, 4, 6 total runes. You go up to 8. Wait, what am I missing? DA cost 2. He had 10, but one was from the MF floating, so had 9 down to 7. Okay, I think there's 1 card hidden there. Yeah, he should still have enough for a DA next turn.
So yeah, you got rid of the rockets. I'm okay if they want to just factory recall just for the sake of doing it. It would give you an extra point on the Raven Bloom. Not that you need it. Oh.
I think it's cheap enough, right? Whenever we talk about a single energy play, might as well do it while you can. There is no kind of hard bargain being countered out because of the single energy. Mind Spitter coming down after the factory recall. We're loving these plays, but now he has a couple options. The more straightforward play is snatch that Dazzling Aurora out of here, but you could be a bit considerate of the inverted timeline as well, because I believe he had a decent and good card. Or did he let go of all those cards in that previous turn? Because we did see some rebukes come down. I think we even saw a couple more cards, so I think it has to be Dazzling, doesn't it?
I think Dazzling is the easiest one to get rid of here because you just never really get in those big bears out. You will see a Mind Splitter come down here and rip a card out your hand in a second, but I think we've got 1 more Rebuke in hand, and then I think we'll maybe have a Smoke Screen. So it's not the craziest hand currently, but it's definitely a hand that's going to be annoying to get rid of, just because the Rebuke is such a powerful card. But I can obviously see either the Mind Splitter coming down or the Inverted Timelines just to try and get to the... Who cares about the second one? Because apparently we're going to draw it off the top.
You see, let's see. It looks like you're slightly ahead. You're saying Sebi drew maybe another Dazzling off the top. Let's go ahead and see. Oh, channels the 2 has enough runes, and you're absolutely right. A fortune teller, Aguito. Draws the dazzling Aurora. But man, Alan has been piloting and navigating this turn so well, or this game number 2 so well. I was just about to say perhaps Sebi kicking himself a little bit in hindsight because he had the inverted timeline with the rebukes hitting the trash, with the rocket barrage in the trash, with the factory recall getting taken away. He would have had a whole lot easier time dealing with Alan's board. But now, as you mentioned, the following dazzling Aurora coming down, that looks to be at the minimum another Mind Splitter should be hitting the board as early as this following end of turn, because I think there's one volley in hand, so the likelihood favors of Mind Splitter, but who knows? Let's see what he hits off the dazzling.
No bear, 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 no bear.
Is he out of units? No, it's probably at the last card. There's the bear. Sets up the big old battlefield defenses. I think we said it before. That's 20 total might defending at the Aspirant Climb on top of the fight or flight, making it quite an issue for Alan to take care of, especially when I think he's completely out of things like Rebuke currently. Has some great spells, has the Singularity, but is that truly enough? Singularity into Frigid Touch repeated. Funny enough, might take care of the bear, but what do I know? There is indeed a Rebuke in hand. Rebuke comes down, putting the bear back in, and that means the Mind Splitter can trade 1 for 1, and he's completely tapped out, allowing Aladdin to conquer up to 7 points this turn if he chooses to do so, which means he's 1 turn away from getting from 7 to 8 to 9th point with a double hold or a double conquer. Is he sending both in? I wouldn't mind going one at a time, but perhaps it ends up being the same result. Ravenbloom ends up staying, or the bigger might unit ends up staying. Hopefully, he doesn't even want to trade either as Fizz comes down, trying to repeat the Rebuke, sending it back to hand. I could only imagine that has to be the line of play, but perhaps he's thinking something else.
Let's go for the bring back another Fizz. Why did he get rid of the fight or flight? That was hidden.
I think the card is still hidden. It's just on the side of Alan, funny enough.
No, he's put in the trash. When the volley bear went to hand, he put the hidden fight or flight to trash. Now confused.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused. Perhaps it was a reaction. Oh, hard bargain. That's what it is. That he did flash the hard bargain. I thought it was some kind of discard going on, but yeah, he played it so fast. We both of us missed it. But I do recall there was a hard bargain. The side of my brain was like, wait a second, what did he hard bargain? But now I completely see the picture. Call shot coming down, and things are looking rather up for Alan ZQ. It looks like he might be locking in the Bologna Championship crown. Of course, I don't want to speak too soon, but things are looking really good for him so far because of this double conquer turn this turn.
So I believe there's one Mind Splitter in the deck still, and that's the last unit in the deck. We saw that the last rights have been put basically to the bottom of the deck-ish. The chances of anything happening now is going to be very hard to get anything sort of going into the game. But right now, I think we start double conquering.
I think you have to go for, I think, trade 1 for 1 unless you have any kind of other combat tricks, but sending in 2, offering him the chance to take down the Ravenbloom or the Mind Splitter. But ZBQ understanding, might as well take the bigger unit. 7 to 7. That is a conquer on Aspirant Climb. That is a conquer on Sigil of the Storm. One more turn, double hold, double conquer, and Alan will be reigning king of Bologna. Can he get the job done? He passes it on forward. How much runes does MF even have to work with? That's 2, 4, 6, 8 total runes. Can't play a DA if you have it. Has the potential to pay a Mind Splitter, but that Mind Splitter doesn't come down at accelerated speed, leaving behind a double hold. The time bullet, or the bullet time, comes down. Yes, you take care of 1 unit, but there's 2 more fizzes in the back line. I don't see it any other way. Do you see it, Aguito? I think Alan might be crowned king today.
I think Alan is walking away as the owner of Sanctity and enjoying the fact that he's got a one-of card, I don't know if it's a metal card, and that beautiful playmat that people can complain about. But I think Alan has this in the bag now. As you said, there's nothing that can accelerate currently in the game. You don't have enough runes to really get any more forwards. And I do think this is now Alan's game to just walk into and win.
Yeah, just a simple fact of a double fizz in the back line. Even if you draw into a fight or flight, neglect the hold, that is a double conquer. You can no longer play any units for 4. There's literally no units in the whole deck that can play, and Sevi moments away from dropping the hand. He wants to make him sweat slightly, but that's a hold to 8 and a conquer to 9. We have ourselves the first Western Spiritforged champion, Alan ZQ, guys. Round of applause. That was incredible sight to see. Well done, well done.
Indeed. It's nice to see two guys at the end of the game hugging it out, handshakes. Everyone's happy it's over. It's 10:30 over there currently in Italy. I'm sure they're all exhausted. It's been a long weekend. And look at them both. Best of winners, number 1 and number 2.
Yeah, feeling good about that, representing Poland. And man, these guys are going crazy. Alan is the Bologna King, the Ruin King with that promo card. And man, he's walking out a whole lot richer than he came in with. And he was already probably a full-time competitive TCG. That's what it takes. Are these guys doing a Polish chant? Anyone in chat, let us know what they're saying. But it looks awesome. I want to get in on the action. What about you, Agito?
I work with enough lovely, wonderful Polish people to know that I'm too old to get down with them anymore. They're just too much party animals for me, but definitely a well-deserved win.
Yeah, honestly, like I said before, there's really not too much more I could have asked for. Everything we could have asked for in day 1, we saw a plethora of legends, every single little diversity game represented. And then day 2, we saw such high level play. And then of course, when we hit into top 8, we saw the Draven versus the MF. We saw, I believe, in the semifinals, what did we end up playing? It was Victor. Wait, did we see MF throughout the whole run? I think we might have seen the whole run.
We saw Alan versus the other Ezreal. We saw Draven versus somebody.
Draven MF for quarterfinals. I do remember that because it was NA's teammate Marcus. And then in the semis, it was Victor versus MF. And then in the grand final, somehow we ended up following MF's run through top 8, but falling just short of Alan ZQ taking the championship crown. As someone in chat said, get your arcane ships ASAP. If you're just tuning in now, it's too late. You already got bought out. Arcane ships got bought out. Dazzling Aurora is getting bought out. Morbid Return might see a slight little increase as well, because I have a bunch of Morbid Returns, I think, in a box somewhere. Maybe they go to a buck or two now. But that is awesome to see Ezreal getting put on the map. And he said, I remember there was a tweet saying, I have something along the lines, maybe not as I'm making it sound, but he said he has the best deck in the current format and proving himself right. I can't believe Ezreal is the one that's going to be taking down Bologna, not Draven, not Kai'Sa, not Aurelia or anything of the like. It will be the prodigy child, Ezreal, getting it done. Is that something that you would have expected coming into this weekend, Agito?
I thought Ezreal was obviously a top contender. I think he's one of my top 4 or top 5, like, who should be sort of placing in these events. MF, I'm pretty sure I put on like tier 2, so I apologize. I didn't know their gameplay. But I do think Alan was just an exceptionally good player, and I think it just shows with all the different lines he was going through. Even what we could see, we couldn't see some of those lines, and overall, Alan just played like an absolute professional.
Oh yeah, true master class, as we said before. But hey, Muck Day, you might have to rewind the VOD. The finals is over. No spoilers for you, but enjoy the matchup because it was a pleasure to see Alan perform. It was a pleasure to see MF Aurora, but that is indeed closing in on a 12-hour stream. I am beat. So let's go ahead and close out today. Alguito, thank you so very much for joining us for the final 2 rounds, closing us out in perfect style. Thank you. As always, as we tend to do, Alguito, if you want to let these wonderful people in the chat know where they can find you outside of these Runes and Rift streams, I think now would be perfect.
Right. First of all, thank you very much for being here, guys. We appreciate it. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be doing these, obviously. And I think we hit like over 2,000 viewers on YouTube. I'm not too sure about Twitch, so thank you so much for obviously showing us that we are just as good as everyone else says we're not. But you can find me over on X just as Agito Swiftly, and then you can find me on YouTube in Agito Swiftly if you like Digimon stuff, or if you want more live Riftbound stuff, then over on Agito Swiftly is Riftbound. I'm going to attempt to, if everyone is very kind, to do some interviews with the top of best of players as well as top 8. Hopefully that can go well. Maybe if Challenge isn't here and he's willing to do it still, maybe he could DM me later. We can have a little chinwag when he gets home. But overall, thanks again, Plus, for having me here. It's always a pleasure and an honor to be here, especially for the last 2 rounds, which is the coveted spots that most people fight tooth and nail for and maybe lose a leg for. But hopefully...
No, not that crazy, but I do appreciate the kind words. But it is likewise, it is awesome to work with you each and every time. So thank you so very much, Agito. Guys, for those looking for the deck list in the near future, once they're published online, we will be posting them on our Discord and on top of it on Twitter as well. So keep an eye out for those. Keep an eye out for that for those that aren't there just yet. And Poland going crazy. You know they're gonna have one too many drinks tonight. These guys, the whole country's going wild right now. Riftbound is just that incredible, meeting so many great people. And shout out to Dave, the game director, made a heck of a game, bringing us all together on this awesome weekend. And now I am looking forward for the next weekend. It is Vegas time. I think we might just do the same thing we did today, but it's at different times. It is Western. So we'll see. I haven't committed 100%, but I think a lot of people did enjoy this co-stream. So if you guys are down to check out Vegas, we'll be live 1 week from today to run it back. Will Ezreal run it back? We will have to find out. I think Alan ZQ will be out in Vegas. He made enough money to fund the travel trip easily, but that will be everything for today. So guys, as Agito said, thank you so very much for tuning in. Incredible stuff this weekend. I hope everyone had a grand time. I know I did. I know Agito did. Huge shout out to every other caster that helped out today. You guys are truly amazing. I really couldn't put on these kind of shows without you guys, or else it's just me yapping the whole time, which wouldn't get any views whatsoever. So thank you for those guys as well. But I think that's going to be everything from us. Any little last closing marks from Agito, from you?
Guys, have a great 5 days off of Riftbound content. We're back Wednesday. And just get ready for Las Vegas. It's going to be a hell of a time, and always, the house always wins. But who is the house for this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people's money and Vegas money, the gambling money, will be on Ezreal, but now perhaps there's a little bit of a target going forward in Vegas. So we will be back 1 week from today. Everyone take care, whether it's nighttime, morning time, or midday for you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and enjoy the rest of my Sunday. I hope you guys as well, but we're gonna be closing it out from here, guys. Take care and see you guys next time in Vegas.